Flinchers Rock and Jaime Torres about to go back into the starting gate, and we will be ready for race number 1. And they're off. That was a slow beginning for number 7, Jeter and Judge, as well as number 1, Old Point. Those two are at the back of the pack. Bold Honor is out for the lead with Break the Ice racing in second. Steady Progress in between horses. Flinchers Rock has quickly made his way to the extreme outside from that post position number 2. Then Sharpoon is racing in 5th, followed by Disturbed in 6th. Then it's Old Point and Jeter and Judge. The quarter went in 24 seconds as they move up the back stretch. Bold Honor is the leader by 1.25 lengths. Steady Progress and those red blinkers in between horses in second. Break the Ice, the gray, is down at the rail in third. And then Flinchers Rock next in fourth. And then it's 3.5 lengths back to Old Point, who has now gained into fifth. Sharpoon down at the rail. Jeter and Judge making up some ground on the outside. And Disturbed is at the back. The half mile went in 48 2/5 seconds. They race midway on the turn. Bold Honor holding the lead here by a length. Break the Ice down at the rail, and alongside is Steady Progress, 4 lengths to Old Point, and then Jeter and Judge as they come for the top of the stretch, with Bold Honor still the one to catch. Bold Honor by 1.25 lengths. It is Break the Ice who's racing in second. Steady Progress to his outside, and then Old Point in fourth. They head for home. It is Bold Honor challenged here by Break the Ice, and Steady Progress is all out in third with a furlong to the finish. Break the Ice now comes up to grab the lead. It's Break the Ice in front. Steady Progress on the outside takes second. Bold Honor is now back in third. They come on for the finish, and Break the Ice breaks his maiden. Steady Progress was second. Old Point came on for third.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races here on FS2. You just saw today's opener. It went in upset fashion as Break the Ice from Mark Hennig pulls off the big win here at double-digit odds with rider Jose Gomez in the irons in this maiden 20, able to run down loose on the lead. Second choice, number 8, Bold Honor. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and we will introduce you to the rest of the crew here in just a few moments. But it was all about the gray son of Keen Ice. Break the Ice breaks his maiden today. On tap, always brought to you by Claiborne Farms. Here are today's races. We have a marathon show for you here on America's Day at the Races. We do kick off the Pick 6 here at beautiful Belmont Park in race number 4. We'll bring you the whole card from Churchill Downs, as well as they have a late post, and that will be accompanied by some Meadowlands, some trotting and pacing action coming up later tonight. If you want to play today's races on our show, and any race really from around the world, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. Check out NairaBets.com for all the information. Well, it's Black Eyed Susan Day down at Old Hilltop in Baltimore, but tomorrow Mage will look to make good in the second jewel of the Triple Crown after he upset the Derby field. He's the only one coming back in the 2 weeks. Can he do it again for trainer Gustavo Delgado and Hall of Famer Javier Castellano? Stay tuned.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Gorgeous day here at beautiful Belmont Park on this Black-Eyed Susan Day. The first race went to an upset winner, 13-1 on Break the Ice. Jose Gomez never letting early leader Bold Honor too far out of his sights. Was able to run down that horse in the end. Mark Hennig, your winning trainer, and this one going out for Kenneth and Ross Carlin, 28.80 on the winner over Steady Progress and Old Point. Welcome to the studio. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Sarah El-Badwi. We also have Richard Migliori on for the early edition of this show. And Sarah, I'm so glad we got the early part so we can actually go home and have some dinner.
Yeah, it's going to be a long show tonight for everyone else on the team. Really looking forward to a lot of the action that we have coming up both tonight and later on as well. There's a lot of coverage, so plenty of races available if you didn't have that long shot winner in the opener.
All right. Well, we will be right back after this short break here on America's Day at the Races, previewing more of the upcoming Preakness Stakes and the whole card here on this beautiful Friday afternoon.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hold of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Made 2-year-olds in training sale. Recent stars include Kentucky Derby winner Mage, Grade 1 winners Feza, Beyond Brilliant, and Switzerland, plus graded stakes winners Classy Edition. Informative, Mimi Kikuchi, Riding with Biden, and that's right, a leading juvenile sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, and the only major 2-year-old sale venue with a dirt racetrack. May 22nd and 23rd in Timoniga, Maryland. Where will you be?
Standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 12:40. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in full, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand-in nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the full stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So so I'm always excited to, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave, so it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Thank you for joining us and spending your Friday afternoon here on America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We have some loaded allowance races coming up on the card here at Belmont Park. Race number 7, it is a dash going the 3/4 for some older colts and geldings, and a nice sprinkling of some talented and quick New York breds, as we'll check out the last time that Excellent Timing and Hoo That's Me met up back in January. Wow. You can see the snow on the track still, as Excellent Timing is your leader. Hoo That's Me, able to run him down.
And there's going to be some pace going on with this race as well for Excellent Timing, and he's had another start in between, whereas Hoo That's Me is a little bit fresher, and this is a horse that should get a decent setup today, has run well fresh before, and it will also be drawn outside, and that is going to all work in his favor. He'll be very formidable in this spot coming up.
And Sarah, as you said, this race just seems loaded with speed. You got Rodney, you got Ikigai, and you've got Excellent Timing. So it does project to get the right setup for Hoo That's Me, who I do think is a talented New York bred. We're going to just press the reset button on this show because we've had some technical difficulties, to say the least. I'm Maggie Wolfendale. This is Sarah El-Badwi, and I think, Sarah, I finally started sweating. I'm looking a little shiny. If I could get some powder over here, because we literally had to sprint down a flight of stairs to make it to this studio because we were outside. But knock on wood, that everything works now.
I know. It's like we were in the first race, right?
I feel like it.
You beat me a little bit. So if you were betting on who's faster, you're a little. You're
younger. I would take her. I was huffing and puffing pretty good.
But here we are. So everything is worked out now. We're all set up to take you for the beginning part of a very long day of racing we have going on.
Exactly. Well, as we said, there's some nice allowance races. Race number 8 is another one of those, as it's for the New York bred New York bred colts and geldings, Con Man. Sarah, I know this horse, a lot of people like him, a lot of people don't like him. I am of the fan of Con Man grouping, and I think the mile suits him perfectly.
And this is a horse last time, too, that while he was saving ground inside and maybe had a little bit of traffic, he's able to angle right behind the eventual winner of this race, too, and get to follow him. Rough Draft, and he's following him, the number 2 horse, right in there. So I don't think he had a terrible trip in the spot, just got going a little bit later. And I think he'll be tough in the race later on, and he faces older again in here, just like he did last time out.
And look at that horse's stride. There's so much about that horse physically that says that he's not that quick to be effective going the 6 furlongs, despite winning his first race on the turf and his second outing at 5.5. He just kind of more has a little bit more of a loping kind of grinding style, where he's not going to be too far out of it, but I think the mile is just going to put him in the perfect place to pounce.
I think so too, and he really got that nice inside-outside split last time too. Now he's going to be a little bit more off the rail, but he should also figure to get a really good trip coming up in this race later on today.
Well, those are our dances today. The big dance is tomorrow. The middle jewel wow, of the Triple Crown is the Preakness. And we'll see if Mage can keep things rolling. As we did have a serious defection, the morning line second choice first mission reported with a hind leg injury and will scratch from tomorrow's Preakness for trainer Brad Cox.
And that really changes the prices on the other horses in this field, too. As he was that second choice, like you mentioned, it's really going to change the complexion of the betting in this now slightly shorter field for the Preakness, now only 7 starters.
Well, that makes things a little easier for Mage. Sarah, this is your first Belmont Stakes with us, but as always, it is tradition for us to root for the the Derby winner in the Preakness. And really, he's just a rapidly improving son of Good Magic, who will also have 2 other colts in here as well. So a freshman, now this is his first crop, but now a second crop sire that he's really produced some nice runners. Let's take a look back, though, at the 149th Kentucky Derby with an excellent ride from Hall of Famer Javier Castellano.
Yeah, and getting his first Derby finally for him, and he's, really had a lot of chances to do so. But this is a race where I said this in the Florida Derby as I was watching it, and I had to say it out loud again while watching the Kentucky Derby. He just makes this move that you're looking and you're like, who is that? And it's Mage. And he's coming for the top horse in 2 fills, able to pass by him and still hold off Angel of Empire late. He's very lightly raced. I think we all got in that Curse of Apollo in, that mindset that he's just, he didn't race at 2, and then he's facing so much so soon that he might not be able to handle a race as big as the Kentucky Derby. But when it was as simple as who's been the closest to Forte, your favorite that didn't play that day, he was the one that had been able to be the closest to him. So he ended up being a very fair price in the Kentucky Derby.
Going off at 15-1. Now, look, we'll see how the pace works out. He did get a very fast pace, which I didn't think was going to happen. A lot of people didn't think was going to necessarily happen in the Derby. Do you think a lack of pace hurts him in this Preakness?
He's a horse that's been more tactical in the past. He's shown that he can sit a little bit closer to the pace if it's a little slower to develop. So I don't think it's as much of a detriment to him as it would be to some other horses.
Now, in the last 9 years, we have seen 4 Kentucky Derby winners come back and get the job done in the Preakness, including 2 Triple Crown winners in Justify and American Pharoah.
Yes, and so if there's a Triple Crown on the line, we also got the news recently that Tom Durkin will be coming back for a quick appearance to be calling that Belmont Stakes. And so what a cool story that would be if Mage were going for the Triple Crown and if he happened to get it with Durkin calling the race.
And I felt so bad. The year after he retires, there's a Triple Crown winner. So we're so happy to have the legendary Tom Durkin back in the announcer's booth calling the Belmont for Fox, which is the only place you can watch a Belmont Stakes. But for more on Mage, we'll hear from his spokesman, if you will, as well as his co-owner Romero Restrepo on how he's doing.
They're so young at this age. I'm sure those of you who have children, when you see your kids over time, they start maturing and they'll do things that make you kind of turn around and look at them and say, oh, wow, you're growing up before our eyes. The races are developing him race by race, so we're just waiting to see how far down the well of talent he has. Every day he's showing more and more signs of maturation and kind of understanding his job and to be a racehorse. So it's great to see that happening. When he got here from the sale as a baby, he'd have little things. He was a little bullish and playful, and he'd do things, but he's so smart. I can't overstate that. Not only does he take care of himself during the races, and he responds to the cues from the rider so well, and he's learned Gustavo's training program as a horse himself, and you can see it as he picks up the rhythm on his own. And if you watch back the Derby, that move, he starts picking it up on his own. Javi was just guiding him, picking the right holes, and when we asked him, he finished up. If you watch the Kentucky Derby from the 8th pole home, he's accelerating. He's not decelerating. He's coming home with everything. The horse is just a really smart horse and just doing everything right now.
Romero is a great guy. I could not be happy for him and the rest of the contingency from pretty much all of Valenzuela in the winner's circle in Churchill. But Romero's done a great job kind of being that guy that steps out and talks about Mage. And he's spot on. I mean, a horse that's truly growing up rapidly right in front of our eyes.
Absolutely. And with Mage, too, I actually got to be on a Twitter Spaces with Ramiro before the race, and he just has so much confidence in this horse, and that really shines through with what he's saying about him. So it's great to hear from him.
Looking to possibly upset the Derby winner is last year's Champagne victor in Blazing Sevens, who looks to get back on track after some disappointing efforts coming back as a 3-year-old, but I think his Bluegrass was a step in the right direction. Sarah, it was his first start with the blinkers on, and I love his workouts heading in to this Preakness Stakes, and let's face it, Chad Brown has had a lot of success skipping the Derby and targeting the Preakness.
Absolutely, looking to go back-to-back as he did with early voting last year. And Blazing Sevens is a horse that I feel like I'm never really on the right side of, but he has talent, certainly, as you can see him skipping home in the slot back for that Champagne win. I got to watch that workout that he had the other day here at Belmont. Now he's getting acclimated over at Pimlico. The only thing I don't like about him, I will say, is that his price is going to drop slightly now with First Mission coming out of the race, but he's likely to be your solid third choice in this short field for the Preakness.
And do you think second choice will be National Treasure, or is that who you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the morning line is at least right about who's going to be what choice in the wagering for this race.
All right, well, Blazing Sevens looks to continue the trend for Chad Brown, whereas Bob Baffert, he is in the Triple Crown picture, at least for the Preakness, and he's going to send out a good-looking son of Quality Road, who, although, Sarah, in 5 starts, has only won one of them, and that was his debut. He has yet to get the job done in 4 consecutive Greatest Stakes efforts.
Right, and I kind of wonder with him, he showed so much promise as a 2-year-old, and has he really gone on as a 3-year-old? I think it's fair that he's been facing decent company, but with not being able to see what Practical Move and Skinner would have done in the Kentucky Derby, and Mandarin Hero not really showing up, it's hard to get a gauge on the kind of company he was keeping out in California. But to his credit, he does likely have a rider in Johnny Velasquez that's going to send from that inside post, and he's likely to be the early speed.
Yeah, and at least watching these horses train, I've really liked what I've seen from him over the Pimlico Strip, moving well, and looks to be aggressive, as you said, which is a good thing to see for a horse that could be the early pace setter. The Preakness does include several other backup acts: the Chick Lane Gallarat Dinner Party, the race formerly known as the Dixie, the Maryland Sprint, the Jimmy Murphy, the Jim McKay Turf Sprint, the Ski Pat, and the Sir Barton. So looking forward to that card tomorrow. Don't forget there is some Black Eyed Susan action as well today. But back over here at Belmont, we are on to race number 2 here at beautiful Belmont Park. We are on the main track going a mile, and we will see Jimmy Bond and his sons, Kevin and Ryan. They send out Yogi in here, who drops a bit in class and could be very dangerous. We'll hear more from the entire Bond family and their beautiful Song Hill Farm when we return.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carriere. Le Carriere was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup in '95. He was a New York bred. You know, New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion, and you know, we're lucky we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnership, and that's really rewarding.
We found this place and we redid it. We've had it for 23 years. It's 44 Gridley Street. We're a quarter of a mile basically down from the 7-furlong pole on the main track, and it's a little piece of heaven. The walk is the greatest thing for me personally because I get to follow my horses, watch them come back, I can make sure that they're okay all the time. It's actually an education process because the horses actually get to be around vehicles, cars, but the horses get used to it. We use clear cord a little bit to do some figure eights inside, just to kind of give horses back that farm life that they started with. I think it's great. The horses are out of the stall for about an hour, you know, which is really nice for the horses. We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, striding with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barron's. He ran 6 grade ones, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile, and of course the Whitney, and you know, then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medal d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, you know, and that, you know, we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? We got to straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40-some-odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
That was a great feature from the Bond family. Truly a collaborative effort between Tina, Jimmy, and their sons, Kevin and Ryan. They will send out number 6 in here, Yogi, who I think has a serious shot, faced much better company, and does get the hot riding apprentice, Jamie Torres, in the saddle as we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, former champion jockey Richard Migliore. And Mig, I know you've had a lot of experience riding for the Bond family.
Yeah, I felt very fortunate to be able to ride for them. Actually rode a filly named Queen of Millbrook. I live in Millbrook now. Won the New York Oaks for Jimmy Bond. He's won more than anybody else. And they're just really good horse people. And you've seen this over the years. Horse men and women that come out of Finger Lakes really know their horses inside and out intimately, because they're racing to put food on the table up there. They're not racing for headlines and glory, and they really get to the bottom of everything that their horses need to succeed. And you think about the New York Bred program. Well, the Bond family's history is woven through the fabric of the New York Bred program, but obviously being able to try and train all kinds of horses. Think about Barron's and all of those big wins. I'm proud to know them, and they are a huge plus to the racing scene here in New York.
They are, and it's just such a beautiful facility that they have at their Song Hill Farm, Mig. And two, Sarah, the way that they get to train back on Gridley Avenue up in Saratoga. But we do kick off the field here with number 1, Susie Saver, returning to the dirt as Joey the Fish. I know you like her, don't you?
I do a little bit. Deep closer. She's not at all going to be involved early. Look for her late.
All right. Hypnocurrency. She stretches back out.
She's outrun her odds a couple of times, and now she drops back in first more realistic foes.
Here's your heavy favorite. First time for a tag, Chasing Daylight.
Yeah, an impressive debut winner. Disappointed a little bit returning off the layoff and now drops in class.
As number 5, Mersal will take the blinkers off and return to the dirt.
She's never tried routing on dirt in her 11 starts so far, so maybe that's the difference for her.
Here is the filly we were talking about as she runs for the 25 tag for the first time. Number 6, that's Yogi.
Yeah, and this is one that's still fairly lightly raced, making her 6th start in comparison to some others in this field.
She has never actually crossed the wire first, but Katie Cakes faces winners for the first time.
Yes, won via disqualification last time out in start number 6. Midnight Rosie, who was DQ'd, has since won at the Finger Lakes.
Well, there you go. You know, winner's a winner. So we will check back in with Richie. Number 4, Chasing Daylight. She disappointed in her return to the races as a 4-year-old, but maybe the drop in class second off will get the job done. Meg, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I like her a lot from a physical perspective. In the paddock, I liked her. I liked watching her gallop off here. She went to toss her head about a little bit, but kind of settled into a nice rhythm now, framed up beautifully, and she's going to be tough to beat. I like everything I'm seeing from her. The 7-horse Katie Cakes, you know, listen, she just did break her maiden and was by disqualification for maiden 25. But I like what I'm seeing from her from a physical perspective. I think she's taking steps forward. She gets a good outside draw, gets to get into the race the right way. I like outside posts in these elongated one-turn races. And she's just, again, from a physical perspective, standing out. But the one that gets the absolute check mark is the 6, Yogi. Now, we also, every time we run a feature about anybody, they seem to do well and win a lot. And I think Yogi looks spectacular. She would absolutely get the paddock check mark. Love the way she went off. The Bond family, again, they do such good work. And, you know, think about yogiisms, right? You can observe a lot by just watching. That was a good yogiism. Or when I was riding, people would say, do you ever get, you know, afraid of getting hurt? I said, no, I could live with dying. I think that's a pretty good yogiism too. But Yogi, checking the boxes.
I think she's very interesting, Mig, here as Yogi. What did you think about her, Sarah, as she does come off a little bit of a freshening? And last time, I thought, while she broke fine, she was taken way further back than she needed to, and she just had too much ground to overcome.
Yes, and now, I mean, second off the layoff, it's possible that she's going to improve. And I do like that, you know, last time she was in for the $40,000 tag and she broke her maiden at that level as well. You know, normally when a horse breaks their maiden for a certain price tag, you want to drop a little bit when they're facing winners for the first time.
I agree.
That was a little bit of a vote of confidence, I feel, to put her in at that level first off the bench. And now she's getting into the $25,000 tag level. So perhaps they realize that she wasn't quite going to be as competitive with those kinds of horses. Maybe she's a little bit fitter now as well. She's a very live player in this spot, and obviously the betting public thinks so too, as she's right at her morning line at 7-2, now floating up a little bit to 4-1.
And she comes out of a race in which it featured 3 next time out winners. Desert Dalliance came back with a win with the 74 buyer. Granted, timed out, came back to win, but not improving her figure. And the 4th place finisher came back to win as well. So it feels like a live race against tougher company. And I'm hoping that with Jamie Torres aboard, we've seen him time and time again consistently put his horses in winning positions.
Yes, and I think that helps too when you have an apprentice rider getting a little bit of weight off. You know, so horses that want to be a little bit more forwardly placed, or maybe he's the one that's allowing them to be a little bit more forwardly placed, get into the race more. Of course, we know that Richard Migliore always says, get your position going forward, and he's absolutely right. That's what you want.
What were you against the favorite in here, Chasing Daylight, or did you think that she was going to be able to overcome the poor effort that she just needed it last time and she could get back to maybe her first effort?
Look, if she runs that first race, she's going to win, and likely by open lanes, by daylight, if you might. But it's kind of a red flag that she comes back off the layoff, she's in an allowance race, and now she drops right in for $25,000. The connections, they didn't pay a ton for her, so perhaps this is just a, you know, get out while we can, and we'll show her race that she won as a in her maiden race, and this is a race that she was extremely impressive. And like I said, if she runs this kind of performance, she's going to win today. But that's a big if, and it's not a good sign to me when Connections drop a horse in for this kind of price tag when this is the promise that they showed early on.
Right, maybe some issues arising out of that first race, which was nearly a year ago, nearly 11 months ago. And, you know, yes, we're ready to kind of give up here. She does show the propensity to want to kind of lean out a bit, as Dylan Davis will climb aboard for the first time. But her trainer, Jorge Abreu, does have decent numbers. First time for a tag on the dirt. He's 12 for 44 with a $2.13 ROI.
He does, and this is one of the moves that he does well. I'm always rooting for the final furlong Connections. They had Venti Valentine. Seems like a really good group that's involved in racing, but this is one that I just wasn't interested in at a short price, and as you can see, she's the even money favorite.
You went, though, with Hypnocurrency as she stretches back out in distance. What did you like about this filly?
You know, this is a horse that I feel as though I've underestimated a couple of times in her maiden win 3 starts ago for the $40,000 tag with that 54 buyer. She ran a little bit better than I expected, and then she was third in her next start after that to horses like Maggie T and Amanda's Folly at 19-1. That's a tougher field than she's meeting today, and those horses have done more than the ones she's facing here. They stepped her up to state bred stakes. Next time she doesn't fit in that spot, so this is just a more realistic location for her, and I think that now getting the blinkers off, she might be able to relax a little bit more. I also like that she's stretching back out to a distance that she's won at.
I thought number 1, Susie Saver, who isn't taking much money, but then again goes out for lower profile Connections. You look at the last time she was on the dirt back at Tampa, and she faced a world of better horses, I think, than what she challenges here today, including the winner in that race, Frosty O'Toole. And she really didn't run that badly, a race more forwardly dominated. She was the only one to kind of do any running from the back.
Yeah, and now she's also wheeling off short rest as well, getting back to a surface that she's been more successful on after the turf experiments a couple of times. She's one that I think your options are really open if you don't believe that Chasing Daylight is going to run the kind of race that she did when breaking her maiden. Your options are very open after that.
We will, after this race, talk a little bit about the Black Eyed Susan. Did you have any strong opinions in there?
No, my strong opinion isn't playing today, so I was going to try to use Miracle a little bit, who was flattered when Pretty Mischievous went on to win the Kentucky Oaks, and she is no longer involved in that race. I'll try to beat the Bob Baffert trainee who's going for perfect 6 for 6 with Merlaza a little bit.
I like Merlaza.
Yeah,
I do.
Okay.
I think she actually overcame what was a relatively slow pace out there at Oaklawn and kind of went away from that field with something left in the tank. So I think there's a lot of promise with her, and she should have a good tactical position too in that race.
Yes, and that's the great word for her, right? She's a very tactical horse, and that's going to be very helpful in this field too, because now with Miracle out, who I like to possibly try to wire them, I think that she's going to be a horse that does get herself into a competitive position in that race, and that's the one I want as the alternative to the very heavy and deserving favorite.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of other trainers with New York breds weren't thrilled to see that Todd was scratching Miracle to run in the Bowery here next week, and he says that he will run Frosty O'Toole back here at Belmont in the Acorn on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend. As they are heading into line, we do see your heavy favorite in here, Chasing Daylight, step in 4-5. Will the drop in class deliver the results in the end as we head up to John Embrial for the call of race 2 in beautiful Belmont Park?
And we are set for race number 2. And they're off. Bit of an awkward beginning there for number 2, Joey the Fish, and she trails. From the outside, it is KD Cakes. Chasing Daylight is up with the front runners along with Yogi. So it's 3 of them across the track for the early lead. They quickly open up 4.5 lengths on Hypnocurrency, who is racing in 4th. Mersal on the outside is next in fifth, break of two, to Susie's Saver in sixth. And then it is a huge break back to Joey the Fish in seventh. Chasing Daylight, the odds-on favorite, has taken the lead now from Yogi. The quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. KD Cakes is back running in third. A break of 3.5 lengths to Mersal in fourth. On the inside, Hypnocurrency, and alongside is Susie's Saver. The field goes around the far turn, and three of them across once again. Chasing Daylight at the rail. Yogi in between horses. KD Cakes on the outside. It is Chasing Daylight with a nose in front of Yogi. KD Cakes, it's just off of them in third. The half in 47 2. Mersal is getting closer now in fourth as the field comes for the head of the stretch. And now it's Yogi and Chasing Daylight. Those two are right together. KD Cakes has dropped 2.5 lengths behind. Then it's Mersal on the inside, Hypnocurrency and Susie Saver. Chasing Daylight. Yogi on the outside. Yogi with a head in front. Chasing Daylight battles on down towards the rail as they come for the 16th pole. Mersal is kicking in late on the outside. It's Yogi. Here is Mersal on the outside. Mersal wears them down in the final 100 yards to win it. Yogi was second. Chasing Daylight finished third.
Mersal providing yet another upset early on in this Belmont Friday card as she gets a perfectly timed ride by the one and only Javier Castellano, returning to the dirt, blinkers off, boom, winner.
Right, and it was, I think, our first time routing on dirt in all of her 11 starts so far, coming off of turf routes, so you knew she had the stamina, and I want whatever Javier Castellano is having, as first said by David Grenig, because he is just on a roll lately.
He really is. He's riding with so much confidence. You know, after he won one of the stakes last weekend, he was doing a little dance and said, I feel like I'm 19 again. Rightfully so. I mean, if you're riding healthy, if you're riding confident, it shows and you get the results. And good for him producing this horse with an 8-1 upset, riding for Jose Jimenez. And she gets win number 2 in start number 12.
She does, and it looked like she was, not quite this 8-1. It looks like she was maybe that 4-5 favorite, as she was able to stalk and pounce those horses that had been battling early with Yogi and Chasing Daylight. So your heavy favorite defeated.
Chasing Daylight doesn't give her riders any kind of give when it comes to that inside left rein, as she wanted to bear out the entire way beneath Dylan Davis today.
She did, and you could really see it in the stretch too, as Yogi was on her outside, and she really wants to drift out, and good ride by Dylan trying to keep that under control as much as he possibly could.
Yogi able to complete the exacta behind Mersal, as we'll bring you official prices and reactions from today's second race, but we'll also get into a little more Black-Eyed Susan talk as she puts the perfect record on the line. That's Feza coming in from California, tests some serious waters in the Black-Eyed Susan, coming up next on America's Day at the Races.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. We are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. The action rolls along and the success keeps flowing for Hall of Fame rider Javier Castellano as he guides Mersal to a victory here in today's second race, as he is standing by with our one and only Richard Migliore.
Yeah, thank you so much, Maggie. And Javier, another beautiful ride here on Mersal. Took your time, came with that last run, and it seems like you've been producing horses with that perfect timed run with consistency lately.
Yeah, very lightly stumbled out of the gate, the horse. I had to recover myself, give a chance in the first part of the race, develop himself. Seemed to me that it was quick pace early. I took my time with the horse and tried to go around and try to perfect time it to get to the finish line.
Well, you've been riding so well, Javier, and you went through a period where things kind of slowed down. You weren't winning at the consistent rate that you normally did, but it seems to me like you're physically healthy and mentally your confidence level is so high. Maybe you could just talk to us a little bit about what it took to come back all the way and riding as well as you are.
Discipline. I've been very persistent for the last couple of years. Of course, I went a little rough time in my career. Any athlete go through a little bit. COVID, hip surgery a little bit, all that stuff. It took me a little backing up a little bit, the momentum, but I like to be proof I belong to the game. I like to work hard, be dedicated myself, discipline, do the right thing. And I believe that's being paid off for right now. I'm living this year, 2023. The last 2 years took him a little while. Kind of disappointed a little bit the game, sometimes he go that way. But I think you have to prove yourself. This is the most important in this game. You have to be strong mentally in your body as well too. Be dedicated yourself, be every morning, get on horses, try to show the people you're hungry. I'm still hungry in this game and try to win more races. I want to be competitive with the top jockey in the country and belong to here.
Well, I think they want to be competitive with you, but now let's go talk about your Preakness mount, your Derby winner, Mage. Small field in the Preakness, maybe not as much pace as the Derby. What kind of trip are you looking for in the Preakness?
Hopefully the horse, he break good out of the gate. That's the biggest challenge for himself. He's a young horse. He's trying to figure it out. But at the same time, he's very mature because he comes from behind horse and with a lot of dirt, a lot of surrounding horses in the Kentucky Derby. He proved himself. He's very mature horse. He's just a little bit tiny when he break out of the gate. I try to help him out of the gate and put in the race. I think I feel I got the best horse in the race. I think I can ride the best horse in the race. I think I really like my horse. He's doing really well. God willing, hopefully everything work out good.
Well, Javier, we're rooting for you. We'd love to see you come back to New York with the Triple Crown on the line. And guys, Javier is a guy that proved you got to work through adversity at times, but that's when you find out what somebody's made of. Their true character comes out when they have to overcome adversity.
And he said it. He is hungry, Sarah. Richie, thank you. Well done there with Javi. And yeah, he is. He's getting on horses left, right, and center all morning long. And what I like most, when Javi first started kind of really being in the limelight, he was riding for those barns that were winning everything. When he was winning all those Travers, he was winning with a lot of times with Todd Pletcher, and Todd was consistently the leading trainer in Saratoga, but now he's winning for people that aren't necessarily household names because he and his agent, PJ Campo, are getting on the better horses, the best horses, not playing barn favorites, and Javi's just riding lights out, having so much confidence.
Right, and that's really part of what it is for him, too, having that confidence to have a horse that stumbles a little bit out of the gate, and he's not worried. He's noticing what kind of pace is developing in front of him. He's paying close attention to how all of these race dynamics are coming together, and not only having the physical strength to be able to get horses over to the winner's circle, but also having the mental whereabouts to have that idea of how is a race playing out in front of me in real time. And I think that's the difference maker for him as well.
And as Mig says, when everything's going well and you're riding with confidence, all that just seems to happen in slow motion, where it just flows all together. As we will flow into today's Black-Eyed Susan, it is stakes. It is the 13th race, about 5:45. It will take place at Old Hilltop, 1.125 miles for these 3-year-old fillies. I don't see any coming back out of the Kentucky Oaks, but we will see one that puts a perfect 5-for-5 record on the line for Bob Baffert as she brings her show on the road for the first time, stepping out of California.
Right, and I guess that's the concern or the one knock if you're trying to play against her, but those wins and that perfect record speaks for itself. She's been able to really demolish the fields that she's been facing as she does here in that Santa Anita Oaks. And I mean, this is a horse too that has the speed to be forwardly placed, but isn't a need the lead type. So she has a lot of things going her way going into this Black-Eyed Susan later on today.
They paid a lot for this daughter of Gervin, Sarah, and it's not like she has, too much immediate pedigree looking at her. I mean, Pomeroy's Pistol, she was nice, her second dam, but she must be a real physical to look at, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and you can see her on track there. She's a very pretty horse. Of course, I leave that to you in terms of evaluating these horses from a physical standpoint. But, I mean, certainly looks the part, and her record really does speak for itself, as I said, coming in to this race later on.
And while pretty mischievous, I think as of, today with 4 hours, a little less, to today's Black-Eyed Susan is the leader of the division, but Faiza could step up and prove to be dominant over her class as there's no superstars yet, and she is gradually increasing her buyer speed figures with each and every start. So looking forward to what Faiza brings to the line, but there's some kind of salty horses in here, at least ones that have kind of danced every dance, and I think that goes to number 10, Taxed in here, who we saw participate in all of the legs out at Oaklawn leading up to the Kentucky Oaks. Here she is in the Fantasy, finishing. Now she's going to have to wait for room behind Wet Paint, but she does ultimately finish second to her.
She does, and she was a big price that day, 33-1, which she also did in the Martha Washington, finishing second to Wet Paint at a price 27-1. And there, Wet Paint ran about the same number in terms of buyer speed figures that she had in the Kentucky Oaks, finishing fourth. But Taxed is a horse that is absolutely a competitor going into today's Black-Eyed Susan, and I think that she might be one that gets a little bit overlooked because she hasn't necessarily taken a lot of money in those races yet.
You know what I liked from my perspective, I saw her in those two subsequent efforts, or two efforts leading into here, is that they took the blinkers off last time, and she was just a lot more calm and just a lot more focused and content. And I think that was the right move. I think taking those blinkers off provided this filly to be a lot more focused and well within herself. So I think she's a bit interesting here, as we'll check out another filly who comes by way of Oaklawn Park. That's Berlaza. I know one both you and I are a little bit intrigued by with this Brad Cox runner.
And with the Scratch a Miracle, this is one that I definitely want to include on my tickets going into that late pick 5 at Pimlico as well. This is a horse that was second on debut, but has 3 wins in a row since then, including this Valley of the Vapors. She also has those progressively improving buyer speed figures. She's a very tactical horse. With Miracle now out, she ends up being my top choice in this race.
I agree with you because, like I said, she overcame a slow pace last time, which we saw Pink Ace nearly pull off a huge upset just waltzing around the racetrack. And she even got a bit headstrong in that first quarter of a mile, but she was produced by Joel Rosario. She delivered, and I think she won with something left in the tank. I think this is a talented filly.
I totally agree. And truly, with Feza. She's a horse that, from a numbers standpoint, she doesn't have such a competitive edge on this field. I think this is going to be a very tough class test for her going into here, and she also has to deal with shipping out of California for the first time. So there's a couple of things that you could be using as ways to get around her coming up later.
Well, Bob Baffert does look for his 4th win in the black-eyed Susan. Rob Atras, he looks for his 1st, as he will send out Balpole, a horse that we're very familiar with running around here. I think the last win, we were on the set together.
We were. Memories of Silver off the turf, and this was a 4-horse field that she was able to beat, but she beat a heavy favorite in Downtown Mischief, who just couldn't quite get the distance in this race. I think this is a big class test for her. She's stepping up considerably in terms of company, and she might just be a slight cut below horses that she's facing today, but she's another one that is moving in the right direction.
She is, with a gradual increase and step forward in each of her efforts and figures. So I do think she is one that will relish the 1.8 distance, as this is her first start beyond a 1-turn mile, actually.
It is, and we'll see what we get from her. I think that this race is not necessarily a good judge of her ability, since it was such a short field and off track and was taken off the turf. But if you're looking for an alternative to your perfect favorite as well as Merlaza, she's certainly one that could fill out the bottom of your exotics.
She will be piloted by Manny Franco, and he and Rob Atras team up earlier on the card as well in the Pimlico Special with Law Professor. As we are getting excited about all the action taking place down at Pimlico, but here at beautiful Belmont Park, Kendrick looks to continue the momentum from his winter meeting. He's currently 4th in the standings at Belmont and looking to make a run at him here, as we have more on the Cajun Kid after this break.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Have you ever wondered where racehorse names come from?
Inside information. Seattle Slew. Secretariat. Zenyatta.
How exactly do owners go about naming their horses? The Jockey Club Registry governs the daunting task of naming a racehorse. Andrew Chesser oversees the process of naming horses for the Jockey Club Registry.
So I'm always quite keen to see names that are a good tip to the sire and or the dam. I'm remembering the Kentucky Derby winner, Authentic, is out of a mare named Flawless. Stakes winner, Stolen Base, is out of a mare named Running Wild.
Stolen Base to win.
We've got some that are good tips to the sire. Constitution has some good stakes horses named We the People, Independence Hall. Quality Road has Bleecker Street, which I find, as a native New Yorker, quite interesting. Or even ones that combine the sire and the dam. I know the nice stakes mare Rushing Fall by More Than Ready out of Otondo. Combine the sire and the dam. I know that quite interesting too.
Like anything else, there are rules. You are limited to 18 letters. Punctuation and spaces count towards a limit. A name can also be rejected for being too close phonetically to another name.
A different spelling doesn't change the fact that it sounds exactly the same. And again, we're trying to avoid confusion.
How long is the name protected? Well, that depends on the horse's success on the track.
Names that are currently in use, whether they're active racing stock, active breeding stock, or if they've reached a sense of famousness because they've won certain stakes races. Those names can be protected for longer or they can be permanently protected. For example, if a horse is in the Racing Hall of Fame, has won an Eclipse Award, won a Triple Crown race, those names become protected forever. So there's a general rule of thumb that if a horse is over the age of 10 and in the past 5 years has neither raced nor been bred and its name is not protected for another reason, that name can be re-released.
You can still submit your name by mail or fax, but today, owners use the Jockey Club website or the naming app.
You really see an owner's creativity when they go about naming their horses or things that are really special to them. So I would just want to make sure that anyone who's involved with that horse have the opportunity for a say and that it's a name that everybody can be agreeable to, that's impactful, has a bit of prominence to it as well.
This is a very nice racehorse.
Thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. Maggie Wolfendale, Sarah El Badwi, and Richard Migliori on for the ride with you. And Sarah, I like that feature about naming racehorses. People can get pretty creative when you kind of team up the pedigrees and produce a name that's quite clever. What are some of your favorites?
Oh, man, there's just so many great racehorse names. Some of my favorites are the ones that are like give you a little bit of a chuckle, like Gas Station Sushi, 50 Shades of Hay, like just some silly names that get through or that just kind of like don't make any sense. But those end up being good horses, both of them, great stakes winners.
Exactly, and 50 Shades of Hay produced my favorite horse, locally owned. But my husband named Son of a Birch because he tried to name him Basque, because Urquhart, his dam, that name originates from a region in France known for birch trees, so which is the Basque region. But unfortunately, there was a horse named B-A-S-K. He wanted B-A-S-Q-E. They sound too much alike, as you heard Andrew say, and he said, well, heck with it. Let's try Son of a Birch. And they let that through. As this humongous field that's stepping on to the track for the third. An unfortunate incident today in that the bulk of the field did not get their Lasix administered on time. So therefore that led to late scratches and leaves us with a field of two here, just Pharaoh's Heart and Honey Money, as they do hit the track, and a lot of the attention going to the likely speed on the inside in Pharaoh's Heart.
And it's an edge when there's only two horses in a field of the one that is going to be in front early.
Also, Jose Lezcano back in the irons and trying to get back to the winner's circle for the first time in about 6 weeks since we've seen him as Honey Money. She does have Kendrick Carmouche aboard. She was with the track last time. It was a dead rail day.
It was, and you know, out of all the competitors that could have come out of this race, at least you have two horses that are likely to be very competitive with each other. I'll look on the bright side for this situation, and their prices kind of reflect that. Obviously, the public understanding that Pharaoh's Heart is likely to get the jump on a horse like Honey Money, but it'll be interesting to see what the tactics are going into this race.
But that's not guaranteed when it comes to Pharaoh's Heart, because she can be a really bad actor at times. Seems as though she's moved away from it. She's gotten better, but in the past, she can act up at the gate. Now, I don't foresee that happening today, in which this is when she stumbles after a couple steps out of the gate. She does recover quite quickly here, Sarah, but it does leave her with just kind of in a position where she doesn't really feel comfortable.
And I will say, this was one of her better races recently, trying to overcome that trouble and chase a horse like Hot Fudge when she wants to be a little bit closer early on. As we see, she's now caught up to that rival and trying to make a run past her. But this is a horse, too, that while she has that early speed that she has shown in the past, even with a clean gate break, sometimes she isn't able to sustain that. So it'll be interesting to see how things play out today. And, of course, Kendrick Carmouche with his patented warm-up away from the pony, and now Jose Lezcano following suit.
It was funny. Kendrick just kind of went by, and Pharaoh's Heart was like, ooh, let me go, too. And she jumped right into the bridle, and they're going to warm him up like Europeans here, nose to tail. We want to find out how to ride this. Look, literally like Europeans.
They're match racing right
now. This is so funny. Yeah, Pharaoh's Heart getting a little strong with Jose Lezcano out there. But, Richie, we want to get your take on riding a match race. I know you haven't ridden a match race per se, but you did ride a 3-horse race that turned out to be like one.
Yeah, and actually, I should explain, too, as a kid, I did ride quarter-horse match races. That's a completely different type of thing, 300, 400 yards. I did ride a 3-horse field in Saratoga where it was essentially a match race. Rode a horse for Rick Violet that didn't have speed, wound him up, and put him on the lead. Me and Jose Santos went down there for a mile and an eighth, pretty much head-and-head, and fortunately, I got the decision there. 2-horse races are run different. You want to take control of the race. You want to come out running and seize it and impose your will on your rival. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you're chasing. Horses get discouraged chasing. And since it's only a 2-horse race, you don't have to worry about someone else coming to, pick you up at the end if you use too hard. It might not be pretty the last eighth of a mile, but it's going to be who is most aggressive. And obviously, you got Kendrick Carmouche on Honey Money. Kendrick is a guy that likes to be forward. He understands the importance of speed, particularly in a situation like this. I know he's going to be ultra aggressive. Talked with Michelle Nevin, the trainer of Pharaoh's Heart, and she said, yeah, what are you going to do? You got to go. Now you got Jose Lezcano, who's coming back off an injury. And I got to tell you, I'm very, very impressed with Jose Lezcano. There was talk about him maybe having to have surgery, would have kept him out 3 or 4 months. He said, you know what, I feel pretty good. I'm going to get on horses and see how it goes. And it's that warrior mentality that I just admire and respect so much. And he has it. And that's what a race rider's made of. And Jose Lezcano proven that, coming back a lot faster than anybody thought off a really nasty-looking fall. It's going to be interesting. Long run down this backstretch. I'm sure things are going to heat up. But usually it's who's able to impose their will that wins in these situations.
Richie, great stuff there. Talk a little bit about the warm-up. We saw Kendrick do what he always does and take Honey Money away from the pony, but Pharaoh's Heart and Jose Lezcano, she kind of jumped into the bridle and got very strong with him. And I mentioned they were kind of warming up like Europeans, where Jose was trying to slow down Pharaoh's Heart by putting her right behind Honey Money. We will get back to Richie, at least I hope Sarah here, as we still have 3 minutes on the board and only 2 horses to talk about.
Now, which horse would you, this is a question for Richie, but you also ride a little bit. So if you had your pick.
Well, see, I'm looking at it from an exercise rider standpoint, and I'd much rather ride Honey Money because she just looks very sweet and well-mannered, and she's not gray. And a lot of people give me flack for not liking gray horses, but I can tell you that there's a smaller percentage of gray horses, yet a bigger percentage of those gray horses have been incredibly difficult to ride.
A little bit of the chestnut mare stereotype.
Correct. I'd much rather have a chestnut mare than a gray filly or gray mare. That's just my experience as we have Mig back. But Mig, I don't know if you heard my question, but I was just wondering about what you saw from the warm-ups between these two horses.
Yeah, I mean, Honey Money jumped off with Kendrick, so Jose Lezcano followed suit with Pharaoh's Heart. She got keen, so he put her right behind Honey Money, kind of covered her up, if you will, in the post parade, put that moving block in front of her. Sometimes horses don't see all that racetrack in front of them. They'll switch off a little bit, and then he did go to the outrider pony. Maggie, you brought up a great point about Pharaoh's Heart being difficult or tough around the gate, and she's pretty much on her toes now. She's kind of bouncing a little bit, but with a two-horse field, the atmosphere is different. You don't have all of the energy you have in a bigger field, 7, 8, 9, 10 horses, where if somebody acts up, can set a horse off that has a tendency to want to act up in the gate, it's going to be a lot quieter back there, a lot more sedate, almost more like in the morning when horses are not as geared up. And, Maggie, you've schooled horses in the morning that are perfect. They get in the afternoon in a racing atmosphere, and they'll still act up. I just think with the two-horse field, it's going to be a lot like the morning trials.
Exactly, and the fact that she doesn't have to stand in there that long, Mig, I would think helps her chances out quite a bit. We do see Jose Lezcano with his feet out of the irons. Talk a little bit about why jockeys do that when, you've kind of finished your warm-up and are just circling behind the gate.
Yeah, once you got your warm-up done, right, you've got let your horse kind of loosen up, get the blood flowing. Now you want them to settle in. You want them to catch their breath and relax a little bit. It's not horses that are the most keyed up that break the best or perform the best. It's horses that are loosened up, warmed up, and then settled. And they'll stand square in the gate. You think about a 1,000-pound animal, if they're shifting their weight around, they got to readjust before they jump out of the gate. So if you get one that's balanced and standing square, they're going to leave the gate much better. And you will kick your feet out of the stirrups because it gives the horse a little bit more security. They feel your legs around them. You're not, up high on their withers the way you would be in a racing crouch. And I just think horses feel that and they go, okay, I can just take a breath and relax. Basically, we're out for a bit of a hack, if you will.
I actually rode a horse in the morning for my husband that of course, he made me do this after I was just coming back from having our first child, Grace. But he used to get very nervous, and he was a bit of a bleeder. And so to prevent him from getting nervous, but to get the work in, you would have to ride him leg long to keep him calm. And it felt really weird to breeze a horse like with irons really long. Felt like I was, robbing a train or something back in the wild, wild west. But so I think, Mig, what horses actually like that kind of security blanket a lot of times of a rider's leg around them.
Oh, I agree 100%. And I can't imagine doing a fast work with your legs that long. I mean, I would think you'd probably rub your calves raw, even though you have boots on. I don't know how you would keep your legs from rocking. And that's, in essence, a lot of the reason why riders ride with short stirrups, because horses carry your weight a little better. It allows you to stay a little bit more stationary, and you can balance your weight over their withers. And it's just a little bit of a tighter package.
Yes, I did get rubbed, Meg. Everybody wants to know that. But a lot of times, yes, riders do have long boots, but they also, and they wear thin socks, but they also have things that protect their legs as well, just to kind of give a little extra protection that they'll pull up kind of over their knee. Jose Lezcano has a black pair on. I know Manny Franco a lot of times will wear kind of a tan-colored pair of leggings. So they are circling here. You see Pharaoh's Heart getting a little bit antsy as I don't know when they're. I mean, I'm waiting on the edge of my seat to see when they actually load these two horses, Sarah.
I know this is a very exciting two-horse race that we have going on.
I think we should have a lead line race prior to the start. You see those pony races ever?
Yes.
Of the little kids?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm dying to put Grace.
So I was just going to ask, when are your children going to be participating, and how can we wager?
Well, a friend of mine, Kristen, who Kristen Hamilton, whose husband is Shug McGee, he's assistant. We said we must get them to do this at Saratoga to benefit the BCCA. Anyway, they're in line now. We head up to John and Brielle for the call of race 3.
Alongside. We're set for Belmont's third race. And they're off. Honey Money and Pharaoh's Heart. And they are right together here in the early going. It is Pharaoh's Heart on the inside, putting ahead in front now. Honey Money on the outside. It's Pharaoh's Heart, the 6-year-old gray mare, going up against Honey Money, the 6-year-old bay mare. And the two of them right together, racing up Belmont's backstretch. And the opening quarter mile was quick, 22 3/5 seconds. Pharaoh's Heart on the inside, Honey Money sticking right there. So it's Pharaoh's Heart and Honey Money. Pharaoh's Heart at 1-2, Honey Money on the outside at 4-5. They remain heads apart heading into the far turn. It's the Florida-bred Pharaoh's Heart, who now leads by a half length. New York-bred Honey Money on the outside in second, and they're midway around the far turn. And now Pharaoh's Heart is getting away from Honey Money. It is Pharaoh's Heart and Jose Lezcano leading here by 3. Honey Money and Kendrick Carmouche giving chase in second. Jose Lezcano took a look back. Pharaoh's Heart now has a 4-length lead over Honey Money as they pass that quarter pole, and it is Pharaoh's Heart in command here, coming through the stretch. Pharaoh's Heart has built a 6-length lead and will now open up even more. So it is Pharaoh's Heart passing the 8th pole here, and it's Pharaoh's Heart as the 1-2 favorite in this match, which turned out to be basically a walkover at the end. Pharaoh's Heart the winner, Honey Money second.
Well, what can you say, Sarah? Pharaoh's Heart. They threw down for a while, but midway around the turn, she shook off Honey Money, and that was all she wrote.
That first quarter was extremely exhilarating, and then once we got past that, it was all over from there. And Pharaoh's Heart, first favorite, winning on the card so far in race number 3, 1-2, able to sniff that one out in a 2-horse field. Congratulations if you had her singled in this race and you're still alive in the pick 5. And yes, she was able to just get the better of her rival and continue on.
And most importantly, it's got to feel good for Jose Lezcano to get the win. First ride back, coming back off that injury, as you see Jose and Kendrick, good friends. Kendrick jumped. I honestly thought he had been unseated by his horse, but he actually gave his horse to the outrider and ran down the track of the turf course to check on his good friend Jose. So good to see him back in the winner's circle as Michelle Nevin, winning conditioner of Pharaoh's Heart. Coming up tomorrow, our featured race here at beautiful Belmont Park will take place pretty early. Paradise Creek. It's 7 furlongs on the turf with impending storms. We decided to move it up a little bit. Can Vacation Dance get back on track after disappointing in his 3-year-old debut as the heavy favorite?
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection and stakes winners The Alice Look and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Maximum
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net. Pharaoh's Heart waltzes into the winner's circle. She beat her only other rival, Honey Money, today, but Jose Lezcano is wearing a big smile on his face. First win back coming off of injury, and he's joining Mig downstairs.
Yeah, Maggie, so important to win right away when you're coming off an injury. And Jose, there was so many different reports you're going to be out so much longer. You made it back really, really fast. You know, you seem like you were very motivated.
Yeah, I got hurt, and after that, a couple weeks later, I started moving around, running and doing stuff, and I'm feeling good,
Well, watching you finish on this horse, you look really fit, and you just started getting on horses a week ago, but you really took good care of yourself.
Yeah, I got a little problem with my weight. I try to keep it down, and made me keep in my head, my job first than anything,
And you come back, you ride a match race, a little bit different. I mean, you got to send the horse out of there, and you kind of packed out Kendrick a little bit.
When you two-horse race, you main thing I think is very good, and this I want to do it very good and put the head in front of him and go for that, see what happens.
Jose, it's great to have you back. And guys, a guy that, there was talk he might need surgery, all this, he said, no. Watch this. I'm going to come back. And that's what a warrior does. It's the warrior mentality.
That is true. Jose Lezcano getting the job done today, and his stuff with the weight, as you see a little brace on his hand there, on his right wrist. So good to see him back in action, though. It's got to do so much for a rider's confidence.
Absolutely, and we see him staying hydrated as well. Very important.
Jose is the one guy that will come in after every race and have a drink of water.
Very healthy.
As I'm usually hiding out in the little office down there anyway. Well, thanks for tuning in here to the show. As don't know if he'll run, but Jose Lezcano will be aboard Joey Freshwater in the Paradise Creek, more of a dirt horse. But they did move this race to, not move it, but they carded it as a second race, as there is quite a bit of rain in the forecast, with hopes of staying on, which it doesn't feel like there's any deluge, Sarah, in the forecast, but it is going to start raining, so we might see a softer turf here. But Vacation Dance, he was a heavy favorite in his 3-year-old debut, Sarah, and he disappointed. He came up very short.
Yeah, not the effort you want to see, and a much better effort here where he was able to get the win over Inflation Nation, another horse that we're going to see return in that race tomorrow. And, this is a horse that has shown that early speed and able to really take advantage of a lot of the pace scenarios that we see play out on the turf courses here in New York. So I wonder what we're going to get from him, but if he's anywhere near that 8-1 morning line that he is, at least you get a price to find out what kind of horse we have now.
I actually like him getting an extra furlong too. He's kind of gotten really a lot longer and leggier now as a 3-year-old, and I think actually more ground's going to help him, and he can settle into that stride a bit easier too, as he will have to take on such horses as Charging, as well as Eyewitness in here, who is awfully speedy. But both of his wins for the City of Light Sun came on the Takeda at Turfway.
They did, and this is a horse that did debut on turf and was third in there, and now having that success as a 3-year-old over at Turfway for Wesley Ward. And, you know, the buyers in the 80s at Turfway Park make him certainly very competitive with this field if he's able to replicate that kind of number on the grass, and certainly should be able to handle getting back to that surface now as a 3-year-old. And we know Wesley Ward on the turf, extremely dangerous.
Paid a lot for this guy, $650,000 as a yearling. And yeah, he ran well in the debut. It's hard to believe he's a New York bred as well and went for that kind of money. But I don't know. Wasn't he supposed to kind of get the job done, you think, first time out? Or was that effort good enough to say that since he's improved on the Tapeta, he'll improve on the turf too?
You know, I don't really have a strong opinion about whether or not that race is going to be a good yardstick with which to measure him going in with the surface change, because he has improved so significantly in terms of buyers on the synthetics. So it's possible that he might just be a more successful synthetic type of horse. But as far as Wesley Ward being able to get these horses to transfer their form from synthetic back to turf, I don't really worry about that too much.
All right. Well, like I said, charging, he's got some speed too, as he won his last, going the 5.5 at Keeneland. As we will take a look here at the MIG. The MIG is not on those horses, but he will take us through what it takes to sit in the gate. It's quite an intense experience. Stay tuned. It's coming up after this break on America's Day at the Races.
The post, the barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There are so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
What are we doing? Hey, we're from the front. All right, yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all four legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're going to take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're going to be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say one out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say one out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters, as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
I love that feature, Meg. It really gives people a first-hand look at to what you guys as jockeys, as assistant starters, go through with these horses in the gate. Now, post position is often very important, but it's almost paramount when you're dealing with these starts on our massive turf course. Talk a little bit about starting at the 9 furlong distance here at Belmont.
Yeah, Maggie, starts are important no matter what the distance of the race, whether it's 5 furlongs or 1.5 miles. You don't want to give anybody a head start, and you don't want to get caught behind horses that you have naturally more speed than, and particularly in the 1.1 miles on the turf here, it's such a short run. You basically have 100 yards to the turn, and you don't want to break slow, and then horses fold over and they slow down in front of you. Now you're running off on heels, and the turn coming up so quick tends to temper the pace. Things slow down because you don't have that long straightaway to build into that rhythm. So especially if you're inside and you have some speed, you've got to take advantage of it. At least come out running enough to the turn where if someone really wants to go, they're going to use their horse enough to create some separation, and you're going to have a fair pace instead of a slow pace where they slow it down in your face, and now you're in trouble because your horse gets keen and they're not going fast enough.
Meg, I just want to know what Carmela said after she saw that feature of you on a horse, because remember you started saying, right, you're not supposed to be?
Yeah, I'm not supposed to get on any horses. I did actually, after we taped that, call her before I got home, gave her about an hour to cool off, explained what I did. I thought it was better to ask for forgiveness than permission because I was not getting permission. And I have to tell you, Maggie, I liked the piece, but it was a little bit difficult for me to do because I didn't realize I was going to get as emotional as I got about it. I hadn't been on a racehorse in over 12 years up to that point.
It's amazing, though, and I know from your perspective it's different, but it's amazing how good you can feel on the back of a horse, how much peace they can bring you.
It's amazing, you know, that feeling of being able to ride horses and connect with the animal on that level. And that's the thing I miss the most. I don't miss having to make weight. I don't miss the grind. I don't miss the injuries. Frankly, some of the people I don't miss. I miss riding horses, though.
I can relate, Meg, as I know you, like me, I don't even know how you did it, but Sarah, I'm a hangry person. If I don't eat, I get hangry. Those Twilight cards mess with me a little bit. So right during my dinner time.
I know. I am such a snacker. Like, I am eating something all day. Like, not really into the meals situation, but I am, like, constantly looking for something to snack on. Everybody who works with me in the production area knows that I'm always looking for their snacks.
Go-to snack?
Pretzels, cheeses.
So you're salty.
Yeah.
I'm a sweet. I'm cookies. I cannot resist a cookie.
I've learned in my time working here with you, whenever we have cookies available,
Where are the cookies?
You always just seem to appear and come down to visit us. So
yeah, I can sniff them out from a mile away. Interesting, though, Mig talking about the early pace in these mile and eighth races, in which that guy right there with his two jockeys has the two early pace setters in My Risky Affair, number 3 and number 4, Kanisi.
And I wonder what the conversation is going to be.
I'm dying to know.
I know.
Can we
Mig,
hear
get
them?
over there.
Mig, find out for us.
I'm very curious to see which one of those two is going to end up being the early pace setter. Now, Timeform US thinks it's going to be number 3, My Risky Affair, but I think Kanisi is not too slow early either.
Well, too, if you play into jockeys a little bit, Javier Castellano, he's aggressive. And I feel like a lot of times with the elder statesmen, as I like to say, between him and John Velasquez, they can put a little intimidation on these younger guys, and the younger guys will just concede a lot often the lead to them if they say, well, we don't want to get in the way of Johnny and Javier. So I think a lot of times they play that to their advantage.
We really do see that all the time with John Velasquez being able to be forwardly placed with horses that you might not think on paper would have that kind of position early. And especially for Javier and Kanisi, he's won going gate to wire with her before over at Saratoga. So he knows that she has the speed to take him to the front early if that's where he wants to be.
All right, solving the mystery. Richie, you got the inside scoop on the pace scenario?
Yeah, I'm not going to be much help here. I actually asked Christophe Clement, both your horses look like the speed of this affair. There's not a lot of speed here. Who's going to go, My Risky Affair or Kanisi? And he said, I told them to play it off the break and they figure it out. Let them figure it out into the first turn. I said, oh, you just asked for a lot of trouble. Don't leave that to jockeys.
Only you can say that, Meg, and get away with it here on the show. But look, I agree with you, Sarah. I do think Kanisi could be the quicker one in a way. If Javier Castellano wants to. But My Risky Affair, she is drawn towards the inside. But we'll see what shakes out. Right now, number 6, Arena, she's praying and hoping that they go on a bit and kick on, because this filly, it seems as though she's been hurt by somewhat slower paces in her first 2 starts in America.
She has, and she's been favored both times and likely to go off the favorite again. And this is a horse that was part of an entry last time with her entry mate able to win over Kanisi, who is making her first start of the season. And I think that she's going to have to be a little bit more forwardly placed than she was in here with a short field, a lack of pace again in this race. But dynamics don't really work in her favor, and I don't really want her as the favorite again in a race where I know there's other horses that have either finished ahead of her or are at least going to be in front of her in this spot as well.
I saw it the same way as you. It feels as though she should have gotten the job done already, as it feels like they brought her over with not high hopes, because let's face it, she went into allowance races, but she should have beaten those fields. As we'll kick off a post parade here with number 1, Peace Seeker. She is the longest price in this field.
She is, and she would be a bit of a surprise to me. And here she ships up from some good races, though, over in Florida.
Tick, 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 boom is number 2.
And she has some good back class if you go back in her turf races. No match for the Grade 3 Long Island, but this is a softer field in comparison to that.
Handling some softer turf in her last effort, first start back as a 4-year-old, My Risky Affair, unable to see it through though on the front end.
Second off a layoff now and made her debut for this season over at Keeneland. Now we have Kanisi as well. It'll be interesting to see how things play out.
And there she is. Kanisi, she was narrowly defeated last time.
Yeah, she was making her first start off the layoff as well, and going to have that forward presence too.
I'm a little intrigued by this Canadian Invader Whimsical Dance.
Her 4-year-old debut as well. She won on debut at 20-1.
And there's Arena, your 9-5 favorite.
And one that just needs to be a little bit more forwardly placed than she has been in her past races in order to be competitive with some other horses in here.
We'll see. Last time she settled nicely with cover. She was towards the rail. She doesn't have a brilliant turn of foot. She's kind of more typical of the German imports that we tend to see here in that it's just a grinding style. Whereas I do think the 1 1/8 should suit her well today. But why didn't they go to that immediately? Maybe, you're sometimes a victim of the condition book and what is written and whatnot. But it feels like she's always been meant to go a distance of ground. And maybe they've needed to kind of build her up to that. But I'm surprised it's taken 3 starts to get to at least 9 furlongs.
Right, and she possibly might want to go even further than this.
Right.
So I wonder what the eventual plan is for her and what the goals are now. Maybe those are things that have shifted around with her not getting a win so far in the United States, and maybe those plans have changed a little bit as they're seeing her ability out on track. And I like seeing that she's getting away from the pony for the warm-up, too, to maybe get her a little bit more engaged in the earlier stages of this race. As it is a short field, she'll have to be a little bit closer.
And Meg, she doesn't have any favors on her side with drawing the outside post.
No, I mean, it is a short field, but I agree. I don't think the outside post does her any favors. And the lack of pace doesn't, I think, do her any favors. The 3, My Risky Affair, one of Kristoff's could have speed. Obviously, the 4, Canisi, breaks well, could have speed. The one thing Kristoff did just say to me coming through the tunnel, I told the both of them, though, if they're head and head for the lead around the first turn, don't come back. So whoever breaks cleaner and establishes the lead in the first 70 yards, the other will probably try to hide in behind their uncoupled stablemate, because that's how Kristoff trains his horses in the morning. They'll kind of run, head to tail like that, or tail to head, if you will. So it's going to be interesting to see off the break. I think the 5, Whimsical Dance, is absolutely, from a physical perspective, a standout here. She got the paddock pick, and she also got the warm-up pick. I mean, she looks sensational. The 6, Arena, she ran very well last time, but I don't think the pace scenario is going to help her here. Now, she was only a nose behind Canisi. Full disclosure, I'm picking Canisi because she looks better than she did last time at Aqueduct. Talked with Kristoff about that. He said she's really come on from the race. She really needed that run. And I was fully, going to pick against her because I thought she had everything her own way last time. But she looks like the race really moved her forward. And I think Canisi is going to take them flag fall to that's all.
Well, I like the report that Meg just gave, because you too like Canisi. I like Canisi, and I also am really intrigued by Whimsical Dance. I'm glad that Meg talked about her and said how well she looks, because doesn't it feel as though there's some intention here with Gail Cox shipping this horse down from Canada?
You would think, and I mean, this horse is one that if she runs the number that she did on debut, that 81 Buyer, where she upset that field, she's a major competitor. But this is a horse that has regressed a little bit into the lower 70s in her 2 subsequent starts as the favorite for both of those. Now, one of those was a win, but that's not really a sign that I like to see running this big race first time out, regressing a little bit, going into subsequent starts against winners. But coming over from Woodbine, now the first start as a 4-year-old, this is, as you picked up on, kind of an odd move, so there must be a reason why she's here.
And furthermore, kind of a knock against her would be that she does feel a little pace dependent too, like your favorite, and she's going to be hoping that she does get some pace to run at, which we don't really know if she gets here overall.
But she is 5-1, and your favorite is 6-5. So at least when you have those questions, as I'm not the first person to come up with this idea. When you have those questions about horses, about how things are going to play out, or they're doing something new for the first time, you want to ask at a price instead of asking at a short price like 6-5.
And Gail Cox hasn't started many horses this year. So this is going to only be her 6th runner of the season, as obviously many of the Canadian trainers, while many go south to Florida, many just give their horses a break.
Yeah, have you been to Woodbine?
I've never been to Woodbine. Have you?
No, I haven't.
No. See, there's like so many racetracks I've never been to that, I mean, Arlington just kills me that I never was able to go.
Oh, yeah, same. I mean, never. Yeah,
I know.
You have been to Pimlico, as we discussed off air, though.
Oh, yeah. I've experienced many, many a Preakness. Some I will not talk about publicly. And so we do want to talk back. We want to talk with Richie about the turf course at Woodbine. Meg, it's pretty unique relative to our American courses.
Yeah, Maggie, you had the turf course on the outside. In North America, all the other racetracks, the turf course is on the inside of the main dirt course. So the turf, in essence, is their main course, and it's so big and such a long stretch, and it's a really beautiful course to ride. You do have to be patient. If you start moving where you think the 3/8 pole is, you're about a half a mile from home, and horses don't have that long a run. One of my greatest thrills was winning the E.P. Taylor up there for Kieran McLaughlin on a Joe Allen filly named Volga. And it was a 6-horse blanket finish. Literally, it was a nose, a head, a nose, a neck, a nose. You could have thrown a blanket over the first 6 horses. None of us knew who won. We were galloping out, and I was talking with Frankie Dettori and a couple of, Jamie Spencer, and we were all like, none of us knew who won. So when I came back and saw my number up there first on the board, that was quite a thrill and a tremendous horse race.
What's it like beating like Frankie Dettori? He's like an idol, obviously, for many people.
Well, it's funny. I remember when Frankie came here. I'm older than Frankie by a few years as a young boy, and you knew he was going to be a star. But I also beat him in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint down the hill at Santa Anita, nailed him on the wire. And all day long, he was telling me how he hated me. You ruined my day. You caught me on the wire. And then he won the Classic on Ravens Pass, so I think his day turned out okay.
That's actually pretty funny. How can you ruin Frankie Dettori's day? The guy always seems happy. So anyway, we did see a saddle adjustment on number 2 for Andrew Wolfson, Tick, 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 Boom, as this 5-year-old mare will make her first start of the season. And at times, to be fair to this long shot, she has run races to make her competitive here, Sarah.
Yeah, I would say if you like her, she's way too big a price now.
Way too big.
Yeah, she's definitely one you want to throw underneath or possibly give an upset look to. And she's run okay with Wolfson aboard as well. They have a win together at Monmouth. I mean, she's one that she's been able to bring her show on the road. And you could argue that her races in New York are just ones that have been a step outside of her class zone.
Oh, sure. Definitely. I mean, 2 back in the Grade 3 Long Island, won by Temple City Terror, who nearly gave Warlike Goddess all she could handle in Warlike Goddess's seasonal debut. Why is the race completely escaping me? Not the Jenny Wiley.
The race at Keeneland. What is that race called?
Completely mind-blanking, but she's won it 3 years in a row, so here we are.
And it's not the Bewitched.
As they head into line for today's 4th race. Interesting allowance, 9 furlongs on the turf. We head up to John and Brielle for the call.
Waiting for Whimsical Dance and Arena. They're in the gate. And they're off. A good beginning for Canisi, who was sent right out for the lead. Arena came away well on the outside. And then it's My Risky Affair, who's running in 3rd, followed by Whimsical Dance. And then it is a Peace Seeker and Tick, 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 Boom. Canisi takes the field around the turn. It's Canisi in front here by a length, with Arena racing in 2nd. The gray, My Risky Affair, sits in 3rd. On the outside is Whimsical Dance in 4th. And the field is on the backstretch now after a quarter that was run in 25 3/5 seconds. Canisi setting the pace here, and Arena pressing the pace on the outside in 2nd. My Risky Affair runs in 3rd, followed by Whimsical Dance. At the back of the pack, Peace Seeker is down at the rail, and alongside is a Tick, 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 Boom. Canisi continuing to show the way here. It's Canisi in front by a length. The half mile up in 51 seconds. Arena remains in 2nd. And then My Risky Affair and Whimsical Dance, Peace Seeker and Tick, 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 Boom. So positions have been unchanged right from the start with Canisi the leader. Canisi, 3 parts of a length. Arena, the even money favorite, still sitting in 2nd. My Risky Affair down towards the rail in 3rd. And then it's Whimsical Dance in 4th, who begins to move now on the outside. They're followed by Peace Seeker and Tick, 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 Boom. They come for the head of the stretch, and Arena now is right alongside. It's Arena and Canisi, and the two of them heads apart into the stretch. Canisi, Arena, My Risky Affair on the outside, and they move for the 8th pole. It is Canisi trying to take them wire to wire. My Risky Affair kicking in now on the outside. Canisi on the inside, My Risky Affair on the outside. The two of them fight it to the finish, and it is a head bob. It's very tight between My Risky Affair and Canisi.
Showdown of the Clement stable horses as Canisi, she did all the dirty work up front. Dylan Davis bided his time, and he may have timed it perfectly to just grab Canisi at the wire with My Risky Affair.
This looked outside to me. I know Canisi was right there fighting back on the inside after setting a tepid pace early, and we at least had the right two horses to discuss, even though My Risky Affair not a part of that pace today. So it was Javier Castellano in front. I think he just gets by with My Risky Affair.
One horse that I will never play, Arena. She was disappointing again. And I give complete credit to Jose Ortiz because she'd been pace compromised. He predicted correctly that the pace would be slow, so he kept her close, and she just failed to deliver again.
He did everything right.
He did.
He did everything right with this horse, knowing how the race was going to develop in front of him, being able to get into a good position early, and if he was on the best horse, he should have had it today.
Absolutely. She's been a disappointment so far, but unfortunately for all of us, I think Canisi just
is a little closer than I thought
She got the bob. She got her head down, but I feel like
yeah.
My Risky Affair was by her.
Yeah, I would agree. This is closer than I thought it was looking back, but I still don't think she got it.
Nope. Well, Christophe Clement's happy either way. As smile, not smiling. Come on.
He's on the phone with whoever lost.
Yeah, he's calling the loser. Does he know yet? I mean, we don't know yet. No. It's always tough. They are showing My Risky Affair, though, our crack camera staff, which would be Dylan Davis, who, again, bided his time and timed it perfectly. And this would be a mild upset, third choice on the board at 4-1.
Oh!
Whoa! No way! What? That's amazing! High five, Sarah!
Our pet won.
Yay, Canisi! That was great.
Nice.
That is how good Javier Castellano is doing right now. That is how good.
Christophe is even shocked.
I can't believe it. I called the wrong owner. And told him they lost. Oh, this is great. This is great.
Wonderful.
Congratulations.
It's nice to be wrong sometimes, isn't it?
Oh, I did not think she won that. But Canisi, 2-1 over 4-1. Yeah, I mean, Javier Castellano, what can you say?
Nothing.
Second win on the card. It just magically has Canisi's nose down. I'm sure that's all it was, and we'll produce that photo for you, I'm sure, at some point here, because I'd really love to see it.
I want to see it.
But, I mean, this was a very exciting race, Sarah, and all I can say is it's good to be Christophe Clement and Javier Castellano as Canisi gets the win for Blue Devil Racing, second off of the layoff. But the iconic photographer, Barbara Livingston, she is preserving racing history. We'll catch up with her and her Rafferty collection after the break.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinzie. McKinzie preservationist Vito Rosso and Yoshida. McKinzie's in front.
McKinzie, they've done it. McKinzie has it by 2.
It's McKinzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 12:40. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliore here in the winner's circle with a very happy Christophe Clement. Christophe, your two fillies, Canisi and My Risky Affair, hit the wire together, noses apart. Did you have an opinion on who won when you watched it the first time?
I mean, it's when you watch it live, you thought that the outside maybe would have won the race, but obviously the picture showed that the inside won the race, which just tells you sometimes how difficult it is to find out the difference.
Well, Canisi, owned by Mark Holliday, ran well at Aqueduct last time, but to my eye, looked like she really was doing even better coming into this race.
Absolutely. She's done very well physically. She looks better. Coat looks better. She put on some weight. And there's no doubt when you looked at her in the paddock, she was a better horse today than what she was last time.
And a real nice trip from My Risky Affair. That's kind of like the trip you usually like for your horses, right? Covered up in the pocket and produce that one run.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I thought both fillies went great. They both got a very good ride from Dylan and Ravière. And, not much between the two of them, just a small nose. And, I think it was okay to run the two fillies, and we'll go on to better things now.
Congratulations. I know you have two to saddle now in the race coming up. And, guys, I just think right now, if you've got Javier Castellano, you're going to get the best of a lot of those bobs. Everything's going right for him.
You could not be any more right, Richie. That is a whisker, Sarah, between Canisi and My Risky Affair, whom Canisi just had her head down at the right moment.
I have no idea how she did that. It's the teeniest, tiniest little piece of nose that she's able to get down in that photo, and I'm glad we were able to pull that up quickly so we can all look. And I mean, none of us thought that she won. No. So I think I'm done betting for the day.
I think you should walk away.
I think it's time to stop.
Canisi returns 660 for the win. As you heard Richie say, Christophe Clement does have two in the upcoming fifth race, which does kick off the late pick 5 here, Maiden 40 for the New York Breds on the Widener turf course. And he will send out Ayula and Miles here, and looking at their decent prices on the board now. But as we saw before the break, Barbara Livingston, who has captured so many of the greatest moments in racing of recent times, is still keeping things going in a reverse sense, and she is preserving history with the Rowdy Photos collection that she has. And she just posted one of the grandstand at Pimlico, or the clubhouse, I should say, at Pimlico from 1966. And all of these pictures just take you back in time to a magical era.
Barbara, you recently acquired all of Jim Rafferty's photos, his whole collection. For somebody who has been taking photos your entire life, why did you do that?
I grew up looking at Mr. Raftery's work, and just his name was revered. Any place near me, don't say anything bad about Mr. Raftery, because he helped to form the person I am. With not only just his race finishes, winner's circles, that kind of photograph, which is necessary for history, but because he would go beyond that, and he was an artist, and he would take photographs of the horses where I almost felt like I was touching their soft noses, or of the riders where I felt like I was friends with them at the dinner table. And so for years, I finally found out about where the family lived in Miami. And I just kept telling them how much I thought of their father and grandfather, depending who I was speaking with. And then finally, they were willing to let it go on to the next generation, to the next person. And obviously, I won't be keeping them forever. I'm just the steward for now. But I just wanted to do my best to protect them, to get the work out there, because I think a lot of people have lost a sense of the beauty of the history of our sport and of each horse and each person. And so, you know, we made a deal. I drove down, I got a U-Haul down there, a 15-foot U-Haul, which is huge, by the way, and brought them all back up to near Saratoga to start working on them, chronicling them, just making sure they're protected until they go on to the next place, which will probably be the Keeneland Library.
He runs with quick, short, sharp strides, not the classic flowing locomotion of the rangier kind.
But at the end of the day, why? Like, what's the reward for you? It's not financial. What is it that drove you to do this?
I have such respect for what he did, and it's an incredible breadth of work. I had no idea even, and I knew how great he was, but I didn't know just the sheer quantity, racetrack after racetrack, 8, 9, 10 racetracks at different times, 40, 50 years of chronicling every detail that he could. I mean, that included security guards and signs at the track, and you know, people's children, and everything, just everything that he thought was worth preserving for history's sake. When you own a lamp, you own the pictures on the walls, and you die. They just go on to the next generation at whatever crappy lawn sale you might have, you know, for a quarter, $1, whatever, and they remain like they were. But with the negative collection, it almost doesn't exist until it comes back to life. Like they're dormant, they're little cocoons, and you bring them out and you turn them back into the butterflies they were when they were first created by a master craftsman.
Seabiscuit by 3. Seabiscuit is the winner by 4 lengths. And you never saw such a wild crowd. Seabiscuit the winner by 4 lengths.
And Mig, what a tremendous job you did in doing that piece with Barbara Livingston. But in a day and age where we have shows like this, here these races are broadcast and chronicled, you can just find them on YouTube. How important in that day and age when Mr. Raftery was taking these pictures, how important were they to horse racing?
I think it's immeasurably important then and still now, despite, like you said, the technology, and we, you know, have shows like this and videotape, and you can go online and YouTube, but to have a physical photo and that moment captured in time, and I love the cocoon reference that she makes, that it lays dormant, but when someone gets to look at that photo, whether it's Nashua, whether it's Riva Ridge, or obviously one of the greatest ever to do it, and certainly the best performance ever in the Belmont Stakes Secretariat, to have that physical photo. And I don't look at my photos often anymore, but you know, if I'm home and I happen upon an old picture book, I've got pictures of me working horses at 14, 15 years old, and it brings you back to that moment. I think that's what these pictures that Barbara, the collection that Barbara has does. It brings you back to the moment, these glorious era of racing. And you know, I think we're in the midst of a glorious era in racing, despite issues that we have, and the popularity of sport at times maybe doesn't seem as much, but the game endures because of the beauty and the pageantry and the horses. It all goes down to the horses. So it was really cathartic for me to be with her and go to the you know, storage facility and just start going through boxes of negatives and the things the treasures you stumble upon. Absolutely fantastic, and especially for somebody like me who just loves the history of this game so much, Maggie.
Oh, I can imagine how wonderful an experience it was for you, Meg. You tell me so many historical stories as well. So great job. It's really cool to see those pictures, and Barbara posts them a lot on her Twitter account.
It's great to see, great for her to share it with everybody. And again, it's that moment caught in time. And I have one Jim Raftery you know, story. I was an apprentice riding night and day. I think I rode in 1,800 races that year. Some days I didn't know where I was. I jumped off a horse early before he got the photo, and he actually got a picture of me pulling the tack off. And the next day he came to the jocks room and said to me, hey, he goes, listen, that photo's important to the owners, the connections. That really was disrespectful to them. And he was right, and I apologized, and I never made that mistake again.
Wow. Truly a classy gentleman to boot. And Sarah, I don't know about you, but just, I mean, Barbara, somebody someday is going to be doing the same thing with all of Barbara's photos as well.
Which is so crazy to think about, just how much history and importance these photos are going to carry with them. And I know things have changed, obviously, with the technology that we all have available to us now, and all of that is really digital. But even as a kid, we kept photo albums still, and still had cameras, and I'm not that old, but we still had those memories like saved in photo albums, and it was nice to go back and be like, what was going on when I was a baby, and people were documenting things in that way because it wasn't digital yet. So it's still an important piece of the history of racing, and it's cool to look at the photos that she has and go through these collections, and great that somebody cares enough to preserve them as well as she is.
I always get excited when I see Barbara at the racetrack. I know it's a big day. Anyway, we do have the upcoming 5th race kicking off the late pick 5 sequence, and 5-2 currently on October Bliss, defeated by a length in the turf debut last time for Bruce Brown. Can she make good on the green this time around?
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
In the back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
Thanks for tuning in to the program here. It's America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. And we will be running on this channel till 8:30 tonight. We switch over to FS1 starting at that time and on till 11 o'clock, bringing you some action from Churchill and the Meadowlands, but all the action down at Pimlico today. If you bet the Black-Eyed Susan, you get a $30 bonus. Actually, if you bet $150 each on Pimlico and Belmont, you earn that bonus, win or lose. Make sure you visit NYRABets.com and opt in to get that bonus. Race number 5 nearly set and ready to make their way to the track. Maiden 40 for the New York breds. And it's a rare occurrence, Sarah, which you just pointed out to me, that what's happening in this race?
Everybody exits the same race except for one horse.
And that one horse is number 9, who is the lone drop down of the field from a maiden special weight, as we check in with the MIG.
Yeah, I'm very interested in the 9 Awesome Force, too. The two that stand out from a physical perspective is the 8, May This Be the One. He looks outstanding. I just really like the way he came into this race. You know, I thought he ran well last time, made a long, wide, sustained run, and I think he took a step forward from a physical perspective. Mark Hennig won a race early in the day. I like when barns start to heat up. I think the atmosphere in a barn, you know, gets positive, and horses feed on positive energy. And from a physical perspective and on paper, the 8 makes a lot of sense. Awesome Force is taking, I think, a significant or a meaningful, I guess is a better way to put it, drop in class coming out of maiden allowance. And he honestly had a very tough trip to start before, had a better trip last time. Just don't think he's as good as these horses. I think he's taken a step forward physically, and I think on the drop, he's going to be heard from. I think he'll definitely outrun his odds.
All right, he's going out for Greg DePrima, and Jesse Iglesias with Joey Martinez in the irons does add a pair of blinkers today for that drop down, and beaten by the odds-on favorite in Ortiz last time out.
And this is a horse, too, that he's an Always Dreaming, and we saw him get off to a really slow start as a stallion with his 2-year-olds, but as his first crop is turning 3, he's getting more of those debut winners and winners overall. So possibly this is one with that drop in class, a couple of equipment changes, and being the only new face to this group. If you don't love the race that everybody else comes out of, you have to take a shot at a horse at 9-1 who's dropping in for a tag for the first time.
Yes, as we do kick off a post parade here with one of the 8 horses that comes back from the April 22nd race. That's No Regard.
And did break from the rail that day, too, so getting acclimated to breaking from the inside.
I thought just ran evenly, but does get Lasix for this effort for the first time. Number 2, October Bliss, your favorite.
Sat right off the pace setter Miles in that common race, likely to be forwardly placed yet again.
Thanks to Acacia for correcting me on number 3, Aula, which means school in Spanish. I clearly learned nothing from 6 years of Spanish.
She's got all the languages, French, Spanish, and this one, second time on turf, a fair price, and blinkers coming off for her.
I want to make a case for Metamorphosis because he's a good-looking horse, but he just really hasn't done much running, Sarah.
No, and we already know what he can do against this kind of company, and it's not much.
Miles provided the speed last time. Will he again today?
Possibly, and this horse is lightly raced, too. Just start number 3.
And only second one on the turf is Cambalito. Takes the blinkers off for this effort.
A shoe repair last time for whatever that might be worth to someone, and that was her and the turf debut as well.
In My Shadow, I thought ran okay in the turf debut for lower profile connections.
Yeah, second time on turf now, and this one worth looking at a price if you're looking for a long shot.
I think this horse did the best running in the last meeting with all of them. May this be the one.
Right, and as Richie mentioned, a wide trip for that one last time.
Awesome Force, do you like him?
A little bit. I mean, and the only new face to the group at a fair price with, you know, that drop in class as well. I'm not sold about this one in general, but I think that I don't love the race that everybody comes out of. So if they get beat again, it's likely to be this horse.
Yeah, I hear you. I think blinkers going on will serve him well, as he was kind of, as Meg likes to say, running with the emergency brake on last time. He's kind of running a stops and starts. As we'll take a look, though, at that common race, very common one. October Bliss. Now, he's tracking the speed of Miles, but watch the green cap on the far outside. Maybe this be the one. He was last when they went into the first turn, Sarah.
Right, and he never really got the opportunity to save ground in this race, as you see him still extremely wide going into the turn, whereas October Bliss got to sit right off that pace setter, not be quite as wide as the rival. And I think that if you're looking for a differential between the two, you're looking at who had the better trip. To me, that's October Bliss. Now, I don't know that that changes a lot with May This Be the One still getting the more outside draw in here, but I think at 3-1 versus 2-1, you know, maybe you take more of a chance on a horse like May This Be the One if this horse ends up going off as a better price.
But could the lack of pace from May This Be the One hurt him again?
It's possible. I mean, Miles to me is one that I'm more interested in because this one is still so lightly raced in comparison to some of the others, and that was that horse's first time on turf. So perhaps Miles is a horse that is improving with the surface switch and still being lightly raced. And of course, we saw Christophe Clement win the last race. Maybe he can get the double in here.
9-2 on Miles as we check back in with the MIG.
Yeah, I kind of like Miles too, and I think that he's come on from a physical fitness standpoint. You know, he made his turf debut in his second start after running on the dirt once. I don't think he got a tremendous amount out of his only dirt start, and I think he needed the last race, and I'm seeing a fitter horse. He's tucked up a lot more. I was in the paddock for his last race at Aqueduct, and I'm just seeing a horse that looks tighter to me, and he's tactical. I don't know that they want the lead with him, but I do think he'll be forward in a race that I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of speed, and I think Miles is going to take a big step forward off of that effort last time. He had to go down a little bit into the well, and sometimes horses need that to get to that fitness level. I think he's a major player. Maybe may this be the one, will be my top selection. I just couldn't get past his last race. I thought that you could make a case that he was even, you know, best last time. He just didn't have the kind of turf trip you're looking for. Hopefully, he can at least save a little bit more ground someplace, and maybe he doesn't have to be as far back, particularly if the pace is a little bit on the soft side. And I'll continue at the 9, Awesome Force. I think this horse looks the best he's ever looked. I think he's tighter. He adds blinkers for a horse that I do think kind of showed a bit of a short attention span. I'm not usually a fan of outside post on the turf. It's not as dramatic, the mile and a 16th on the main, but I think he gets in a good rhythm, and I think he's a player here at 10-1. He's a horse I've got to use, guys.
He is the stranger in this crew, Sarah.
And Typeform US actually thinks that he's going to be the one that's in front of this group. So we'll see if that plays out that way. I don't necessarily think that that's highly likely to happen, but there have been plenty of times where Typeform US comes up with ideas that I'm like, huh, and then they're totally right, and I'm completely wrong.
I think Christophe's other horses, we see you go with Miles, but Aula in here could be a little interesting. First time he was intended to run on the turf, so let's give him a pass. And we don't see him again until April 22nd with the blinkers on. And he was pretty headstrong early in that common race. And as I always say, they're going to waste more energy fighting the rider than they are being allowed to go a little bit quicker than desired. So blinkers coming off today, shakes off that ring rush, shakes off that kind of nervous energy coming back, has a race for fitness. I think Owlet could run a lot better in this spot, and he's a generous 9-1.
Do you think it was the same conversation in the paddock with the two riders for his two horses? Well, whoever gets out there early, you know, don't come back.
Yeah, right. I do think Trevor McCarthy, again, is the more aggressive over Dylan Davis, and probably a little bit more of the naturally faster one. But, yeah, no, that'll be funny. And Christophe's very live to have his own rolling double here.
Absolutely, and I wonder if it'll be the same photo finish that we saw last time.
No, can't be. Javier Castellanos not riding.
You're right, absolutely. We can't bet Javi in
Magic
here.
Man. But Miles really does look great out on the racetrack.
Seems like and this is not my area of expertise, but it seems like a bigger frame for a turf horse.
And probably needed the race, like Meg was saying.
Right, and from what we can see up here, whereas a lot of the times you have those turf horses that are more lighter framed, a little bit
leaner,
more dainty kind of looking horses. This one seems, just from the body, looks like a dirt sprinter to me.
Yeah, with Creative Cause, Langfear on the bottom. The Creative Causes can be kind of more raw bone types, kind of more big bull type animals. Overall, as we do see, number 2, that's your favorite, holding, dropping 7-5, wanting to be a little bit naughty with the pony.
It certainly looks keyed up to show some of that gate speed if this one gets out of the gate cleanly. And is this a horse that you saw last time he ran?
Two back. I wasn't there on April 22nd, so I didn't see that race, and I can wholeheartedly tell you that I would have not picked the winner in that race. Addicted to You, who's like making what is like 25th start, I feel like.
Yes.
And this is a horse that I mean, my notes say very relaxed. So that's a little different than what we're seeing here.
Right, and that's exactly what I was going to ask you. Is this normal for him? Because sometimes...
And 3-2 is a ridiculous price on this horse.
Exactly, especially everybody comes out of the same race, except for one horse. So,
and he didn't run that much better than May This Be the One, or even Miles for that matter.
Right, and from what we're seeing today, if that's a big difference from your notes about this horse in the past, that's not necessarily a good sign, especially at 3-2.
Yeah, that's insanely short price. May This Be the One, I think, is the best alternative here. It's kind of interesting, Meg talking about the start on the outside Widener course here, going the mile and a 16th. And he's right. Sometimes the outside is a complete disadvantage, but on this course, it's not so much. You're actually angled a little bit more to be more forward from the outside.
Which might be beneficial to a horse like May This Be the One, who was hung out a little bit more towards the outside than he probably wanted to be last time. Maybe this configuration makes the difference, and also being drawn at least a little bit closer in towards the rail, not quite all the way out in post 11.
Son of Astern is your second choice. Sorry, that's No Regard. Son of Lauban is your second choice, and the son of Destin on the turf.
Wow.
Will he have his first turf winner here in October Bliss? Heavy favorite as they head into line. We throw it up to Johnny Brial for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. No Regard from the rail. Ola is there. 3 wide is Miles, and widest of all and moving up is Awesome Force. Awesome Force has cleared the field and taken over by 2 lengths. Then it's Miles racing in second. No Regard down on the inside in third. May This Be the One on the move on the outside takes 4th. Ola is now in 5th, and a break of almost 2 lengths to In My Shadow and October Bliss. They're right together. On the outside is Metamorphoses, and the trailer is Camp Felito in 9th. First quarter was run in 23 and 4/5 seconds. They're midway up the backstretch with Awesome Force opening up here by 4 lengths. The gray, Miles is in second. May This Be the One in the clear on the outside with No Regard. Tucked in down at the rail and racing in 4th. Ola is next in 5th, and they're all chasing Awesome Force, who continues to lead here, and the half in 47 and 4. Awesome Force by almost 4 lengths. Miles runs in second. May This Be the One on the outside in third. No Regard is down at the rail. Then comes Ola, In My Shadow. On the inside is October Bliss. And on the outside, there is Metamorphoses. As the field comes for the top of the stretch, it is Awesome Force trying to take them wire to wire. Now being asked for more as they come into the lane. It is Awesome Force by 3 lengths. Miles running in second. No Regard is in third. Awesome Force. Here comes Miles, and here comes No Regard, splitting horses in deep stretch. No Regard to the front, then Miles, and May This Be the One. It is No Regard who breaks his maiden right here at Belmont. Miles was second. May This Be the One finished third.
Second off the layoff and saving ground beneath Jose Gomez. No Regard gets win number 1 in start number 4, Sarah.
And if you liked that last race, you had the winner. That's for sure. With everybody pretty much coming out of that race, except for your early pace setter that just got tired in the later stages.
Well, the disappointment was October Bliss. He didn't break, and he never ran a step.
No, not at all. So maybe that behavior beforehand that you had talked about being unlike what you had seen from him before, maybe just a little bit too keyed up today, expending that energy before the race was even run.
And No Regard, first-time Lasix, gets the win over Miles, and May This Be the One who still a little wide, maybe saved a little bit more ground than last time, but just still not enough. So 6-1 over 9-2 and 5-2 as we kick things off here in this late pick 5. You still alive? Did you play? No, you packed up your kit and you're out with Kamisi getting that miracle photo.
Yes, you can't get much luckier than that on a day like today, so I did not play.
Well, it was good timing too, because unfortunately for me, I'm saying goodbye to you, and I have Andy coming up next. No, I'm kidding. I love Andy. I love laugh. I'm joking, Andy. But Sarah, great job. It was a chaotic start to today's show, and she hung in like a true professional, like she's been doing this for years. So well done, you.
I appreciate it. It was fun running downstairs with you to get things started, get the blood flowing, get ready for the show. So it was a great time. Great to be on with you as always, and looking forward to everybody else's fun time at the races today as the show keeps going.
The show keeps rolling, and it is a marathon, much like the Louisville coming up later. 1.5 miles on the turf, and while I always thought Therapist was a 7-furlong Belmont horse, turns out for Mike Maker, he's a marathon turf runner, as he is one of the main contenders in the feature coming up in Louisville.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Maines coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Maines. Maines has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Maines to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 as we saw a mild upset in today's 5th race to kick off the late pick 5, No Regard. And John Terranova, he saved all the ground beneath Jose Gomez to get the win as I welcome in Andy Serling to the show. And Andy, No Regard pays $15 even for the victory.
Based on his last performance, it's a massive underlay. I guess the Lasix made a difference. I mean, he was about the only horse in that race that had absolutely no excuse whatsoever. Came back and won today.
Yeah, I agree. He had a perfect trip. He just kind of ran evenly. Maybe also needed it off the layoff. But catching up with his pilot, Mig is standing by with Jose Gomez.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And nice ride here, Jose, with No Regard. Got to save all the ground. What were you thinking when that horse tried to open up that big lead?
I knew he might have been going fast, and my horse was comfortable. Like you said, we were coming out the 1 hole, so we saved all the ground in the world. I just let him, come out of there running and let him settle. And when the time comes to move, we figure that out then. Just get him to relax, and luckily everything opened up, and it went our way.
Well, Jose, you came off a year where you won the Eclipse Award, champion apprentice, and now you're competing as a full-fledged journeyman in a very tough colony. But your second win today, things are picking up. Talk a little bit about what that's been like, losing the bug and continuing as a journeyman.
Well, it's always tough. There's no lie about that. But you just got to keep working hard, keep same positive attitude, and sooner or later, your time will come.
Well, I can see from that smile, guy, the positive attitude is no problem, and there is no substitute for hard work. This young man's doing it.
And a wonderful, positive attitude from Jose Gomez as well. So I'm here with Mr. Positive himself.
I feel like Edith Ann sitting in this chair.
I feel really short now.
Right, I know. Tiny little hovering over the desk. Special chair I should have. Should have a high chair anyway. For a variety of reasons.
So no comment. But
We've known each other a long time, Mag.
We'll check in with the Louisville Stakes, Andy, here. We talked about this race a little bit earlier for the Blood Horse Plus Stakes preview, and we were both blown away by the fact that now Therapist has decided he's a 1.5 mile runner, as he will look to win another one for trainer Mike Maker tomorrow as the feature on the Churchill Downs card.
Boy, it looks like a long shot, doesn't it? Looking at that Gulfstream turf course, I don't know what to say. I honestly don't. I mean, Therapist is a horse that we've all known for a long, long time, and the one thing that's been extremely clear about him is he's not a two-turn horse, and he's not a horse that really wants to be effective going beyond 7 furlongs. I have no idea what to say. I think more people were shocked by this horse winning 1.5 miles than any horse I've seen win in the last 20 years. Maybe he does it again, and the competition isn't that steep in here, but I kind of want to see it again, and I want to see it on a different turf course.
What do you think, though? I thought for a 1.5 mile race, the fractions were actually pretty honest, and it may have helped him a bit. Does he get that same setup tomorrow? Tomorrow.
I don't know. That's a good question, Maggie, and it's a fair question. I don't know what to say, because I wouldn't have cared in the old Therapist that Christophe Clement had for so many years if he was in a 1.5 mile race and they went 44. I don't think he could have won. So I really don't know how to judge him. I mean, are we just supposed to judge him by his last race alone? Based on his last race alone, he's maybe the horse to beat, or one of 2 or 3 to beat. I just can't. I could never bet on him and believe it's going to happen again. I feel like if they ran the race again, he might run last. I just don't get it.
Well, the horse that really kind of has the class edge possibly is installed in 3-1 on the morning line, and that's number 9, Another Mystery here, as he finished 3rd the last time we saw him in the Elkhorn. Now, this is his second place effort, 3 back in the John B. Connolly down at Sam Houston. But, you know, last time in the Elkhorn, he was beaten by some serious horses, including Red Knight, who would return to win our Man of War here.
Oh, no, I agree. I mean, I think if you were to look at who faced the tougher competition, who has the better overall resume at the distance, and there really isn't that much going on here, it's definitely Another Mystery, and I think he's kind of the horse to beat. I mean, I'm trying to make a case for limited liability just because I've always felt he had some ability. He's a kitten's joy, and maybe he'll really relish the 1.5 miles, and I imagine that's what Shug McGaughey is thinking. And I just so much want a new face in this race, because Another Mystery's okay, and I do think he's the horse to beat. I want to see Therapist do it again. The same goes for Bay Street Money. So I would take limited liability a bit at a price in there.
He's a horse that has always had talent, Andy, but I felt like he would lose his races mentally, and maybe his first start back now as a 4-year-old, maybe he's finally putting that all together, and that bad behaviors in the past, and he could be heading in the right direction.
He always felt to me like a horse that could be a good horse.
Right.
And sometimes those horses, I'm wrong, and they're never going to be a good horse, but I feel like limited liability, there's a chance, and I think Shug is seeing if he can get those longer distances. Kitten's Joys often can.
All right, the late pick 4 starts here in race at number 6 at beautiful Belmont Park, claiming 32,000, and one that there's many ways you can go. It's a contentious field in here of some kind of hard-knocking veterans. The board would say that too, Andy, as no horse is below double-digit odds, or is below double-digit odds.
No, I think one of the surprises here is that Flamingo Hawk is 7-2, because the 5-2 is really based on Trash Talker more than Flamingo Hawk, so it's surprising he's favored. Sometimes it seems like entries, they end up getting early money as though people bet not realizing 1/2 is scratched.
Right, Trash Talker is out in here, and Flamingo Hawk will test his chances for Charlie Baker first off the claim, but Rudy Rodriguez, he sends out a dangerous one in Risk Profile, and to back that up, American Gentleman, he goes out for his brother Gustavo. We'll learn more about these hilarious brothers, the Rodriguez brothers, after this break.
class and athleticism.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes,
They've been good sized, great walkers.
strong, muscular bodies, looked like they would have speed and quickness and precocity.
They look like they'd be early enough, but they have the feel to me of a two-turn horse.
Which is really what you want to see from a freshman stallion.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding big horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Naira.
Over here in the back. He was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years,
So
maybe more than 10
this
years.
little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of like was pushing him, you know, to do it because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted like to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was.
I want to keep pulling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijak to win the Kelso Handicap.
Dad's Caps has won the Carter.
Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, you know, like everything else, you know, some days good, some days bad, but
no, for like
we keep moving along.
For like most of the time, good, you know, we used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo, and he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together, you know.
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like,
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
Yeah, I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
It's good to know they still get along, even though they got to run against each other now, as they do root for each other. And they'll do that yet again here, Andy, as Gustavo sending out the Rail Runner American Gentleman and Rudy sending out Risk Profile, who I know you're a bit interested in.
I know you like this horse as well. I mean, we both saw the same thing. Spent an enormous amount of the time last time on the rail, and the rail was not the place to be last time. And I thought he really improved off the claim for Rudy. Now, Rudy's barn really heated up towards the end of the Aqueduct meet. They've sort of slowed down a little bit, though, coming into this meet. But I thought if he ran back to his last race, he was a major player in here. Just want to bet horses against that rail bias.
Yeah, and I think he's a bit interesting putting those blinkers on, too, because he was able to show a bit more speed last time out with Ruben Silvera encouraging him to do so. As we check in with Mig, who will bring you this paddock report.
Yeah, guys, I'm just looking at the horses in the paddock. In a perfect world, Maggie, you know this, horses that look physically best make a lot of sense on paper, and that's what I'm seeing here. I thought the 2-horse American Gentleman making a real nice impression. I just like how dappled out he is. He takes a slight drop in class and just making a really good physical impression here in the paddock. The 5-horse Risk Profile, another one. He makes a lot of sense on paper to me, and I like what I'm seeing from him. You know, he's carrying good weight, the way you like to see a horse carry weight. Very strong hind end, making a really nice impression. I like everything I'm seeing from number 5 Risk Profile. And then 2 other horses we should talk about. The 6-24 Mamba. Man, I love the rich, hydrated look to his coat. I mean, really checking the boxes. And the 7, Letty, maybe he doesn't make as much sense on paper to me as some of the others, but he gets the absolute paddock check mark for how well turned out he is.
Interesting. He is not one you can make much of on paper, and he looks a little overmatched against these, but is making his first start for Mike Maker.
Yeah, Mike Maker's numbers off the claim on the dirt, they're really not dirt sprints. He's 18 for 124 over the last 5 years, $1.17 ROI. At NYRA, he's 3 for 28, the 62-cent ROI. If you go for these layoffs, he has very few. He's just 2 for 15 overall. These kind of moves, not really a move for him. One of the I've just never really thought he was that good. And I mean, he's met horses like this and just not been competitive with them.
He does turn back in distance, which I think makes sense, as the bulk of his success has come that way. And I don't know, maybe being a son of Arrogate, he gets a little better with some age. I don't know. But again, there's nothing on form that says that this guy is a likely winner. But it's good to hear Mig is positive with the way that he appears today.
And it's unusual. I agree with you about the cutting back. And it's unusual that an Arrogate really just wants to go the shorter distances. I mean, he has that one race where he got the 83 buyer. That was off the claim for Linda Rice. And I think a time where she was on kind of a bit of a run. That figure would make him somewhat competitive. It's a race that Timeform US did not rate as highly as Buyer. And they have none of his races competitive. But maybe he's grown up a little bit for Mike. But, you know, Mike's not a trainer that has outstanding numbers off the claim on dirt horses, and he was in a pretty good barn in Linda Rice's barn.
Yeah, and a barn that was just guns a-blazing throughout the winter. Linda Rice, being the Aqueduct winter meet leading trainer, as well as the spring meet leading trainer, too. As you are checking out number 4 there on your screen, that is Catch You Soon, a horse that I know both of us are just perplexed by.
Well, I mean, his chances changed dramatically with the scratch of the number 1 in here, Trash Talker, because now, at least on paper, he's the potential controlling speed in here. And at least he's run some races, albeit the best one being at Finger Lakes, but his race 2 back wasn't a terrible effort that I think would give him a chance to be competitive here. And I respect Linda. Her numbers of trainer switches on the dirt are not particularly strong. It's the same ownership group. She's just 8 for 52 trainer switches on the dirt and sprints, horses she didn't claim, with a $1.22 ROI.
That race did come on a muddy sealed racetrack, and I'll say something that you'll completely laugh at me about, but
good, I could use the laugh.
or at least make fun of me about. Finger Lakes is noted as being a lot more of a harder surface.
Okay.
And the sealed surface, maybe he is one that prefers it a little bit
that makes sense. That's
firmer
interesting.
under his feet, whereas these tracks are a little bit more deep and tiring when they're
And that
fast.
was a sealed track, the race 2 back, so that's an interesting point with
He
that.
looked good, though, from what I saw.
Listen, I'm always scared of Linda, and with the one scratching, I'm going to use him protectively in here because I think the horse is dangerous in the front end.
Flamingo Hawk just went by American Gentleman. He drops a little bit in class.
He couldn't beat 24 Mambo last time out, and he really had the best of it. I mean, maybe he runs better. He's got some back races that are good.
Money Mike does have a bit of early speed. Will we see more with the blinkers on?
Yeah, maybe they will try to be aggressive with Katie. You don't think of Katie Davis being that aggressive. I didn't like this horse, but I guess he has race 1 that gives him a slight chance.
Here's the likeliest speed of the speed. Catch you soon.
You just have to think that Jose and Linda just want to blast off, and if they're not looking to blast off with them, they're probably not looking, or they're looking to win, but they're probably not likely to be effective.
Adding a pair of shortcut blinkers for the first time is Risk Profile.
And we've talked about him. We like horses that are off of rating on this bad rail at Aqueduct.
There's 24 Mamba. He returns to a sprint distance.
I'm surprised that this horse is 3-1 right now, but I do like the cutback in distance as well. Did he run a lot 2 back, though, or was he just sort of finishing second, a race that Secret Rules was dominating up front?
Yeah, as number 7, Letty returns off a bit of a break. First time for Mike Maker.
He'd have to run every bit of his best race and then some.
Michael Moore brings in Bring Me a Check. He can be dangerous with his shippers.
I don't think this horse is impossible to at least get a piece in this race. The other thing I like about him is his consistency. Now, some of it's on synthetic as well, but he runs similar type figs that are close enough that he's not impossible, especially for an 11-1 shot.
1 for 19 on the fast main track. Let's, though, look back at that last effort in which, Andy, I don't know how you kind of equated the field to today's, but I thought it was a fairly comparable field to what he faces here. He's part of the early pace. He was game to just be narrowly defeated by a horse who was sitting off of it.
Well, not just a horse who was sitting off of it, but a horse owned by those familiar 10-strike silks that I know you're a huge admirer of. Juan Carlos Guerrero, the trainer right there. No, but I agree. I thought he ran well last time. He hung in gamely. I mean, I thought he had a decent enough trip. I'm not, for an 11-1 shot, I picked this horse third. I don't think he's impossible.
I don't either, as he does look good out on the racetrack, too. But 7-2 on your current favorite, who is 24 Mamba. Do you have any clues as to who might end up being the favorite?
Well, I was going to take a look at the will pays here, because that's usually I mean, it's a different situation, the pools, without any real CAW money in the win pools. You just don't have the correlations you used to have, but 24 Mamba is favored over Trash Talker. Trash Talker seems to be...
You mean Flamingo Hawk?
Flamingo Hawk. Right. Flamingo Hawk. I don't get it. It's almost like they're betting. I could be wrong, but I thought the Trash Talker has to be the one that was going to take more money in the entry coming off the win than Flamingo Hawk. Though Flamingo Hawk does have fast back figs, so maybe they were sort of similar. So maybe 9-2, 5-1 is kind of the price, given they were 5-2 morning line that David Aragona was thinking of. I don't know what the morning line maker was thinking of in this situation, and I would not take this horse at a short price. I'm not a fan. I think he's lost his form.
He did have some good form, though, if you go back to the middle of last year. But for more on this race, we check back in with Richie.
Guys, not a lot changed watching them on the racetrack than what I saw in the paddock. I think the 5 Risk Profile made a nice impression there. He makes a lot of sense. I think he's a major player off of his form, and I like what I see from him in the warm-up. The horse that won me over completely, though, is the 6, who is your favorite at 7-2, 24 Mamba. I think his form makes a lot of sense. I like him turning back, and the way he warmed up, gosh, he got in the bridle beautifully, framed up beautifully under Trevor McCarthy, and ultimately that's what pushed me. I was more on the 5 Risk Profile, but watching the warm-up, I totally got swayed to the 6 here in 24 Mamba.
Big, watching him, it was like his feet barely touched the racetrack. He was moving so well out there. So we do see a little dance on the tote board as number 4 in here, taking some nibbles. Catch you soon. He's just such a wild card, Andy. Is this horse, I mean, is there a story, or is it just Linda Rice money?
Well, he was against the track, something you pointed out in Talking Horses earlier today when he was wide and the rail was good last time. I find, in general, when, and I'm not sure he's supposed to be a big price. I think you have to take into account the one scratching.
Yes.
And I think if you're the morning line maker and this race is being run without the one in it, you probably, I don't know what price was morning line, you probably make this horse a little lower. In general, I find when Linda Rice's horses take significantly more money than I expect them to take, they usually run well. It's usually a good sign. Now, I don't know that this one is taking a lot more because, to be honest, with the scratch, this horse makes an enormous amount of sense in this race.
We have a late scratch. It looks as though number 2, American Gentleman, will not play today. So that does move Money Mike to the rail now.
Okay. Well, we're glad since there's something going on that he won't be running today.
Yeah.
Why would I? Now, they're going to probably just leave the inside gate open, right?
I think they moved him over, didn't they? Yeah, they moved him all over. They always have the inside
Right,
empty.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I guess it's not. I'm not sure. I guess probably less room is probably better towards the inside, right? You might want to break that far off the rail.
Yeah, exactly, to run to that empty space as we check back in with the Mig.
Yeah, guys, just for the people that maybe don't understand the protocols involved, there is an examining veterinarian at the starting gate. If a rider feels something underneath him that the horse just isn't moving as well as they would like, you take him to the examining veterinarian. The horse is an automatic scratch here in New York. There's no debate about it. It's to protect the horses, the riders, and certainly the betting public. And sometimes a horse will, in the morning examination look perfect. But again, a rider can feel something that maybe the human eye can't detect. So New York always, the first thing is horse and rider safety and protecting the betting public.
Absolutely, Meg, and a good point to make there, as American Gentleman will not participate today for the betterment of everyone.
And with American Gentleman scratching, most of these horses have gone down about a half a point in odds as the money on him came out of the win pool. And I think that's why you're seeing some prices going down here as the late pick 4 starts. And I'll be honest, I'm glad I didn't play the pick 5, Maggie. I would never have used the winner of the 5th race. I considered making a play and actually singling May This Be the One, the horse you liked, who seems to run in spots. And
yeah, he's just
a
little bit slow.
Yeah, and I mean, you watched the last race, right? It looked like he sort of had nothing, and then he was running again in the stretch.
I think he's just kind of that plotter one that he's going to maintain, and hopefully they come back to him at some point in his life.
And you're going to get in trouble following around too much.
Absolutely. I am saying bon voyage to the show after this race. Yeah.
I hear you're. Now, will you be going to Ascot, or is that up in the air?
Andy, I mean, with horses, isn't it always up in the air?
Yes.
You never know till they're...
You make a great point.
Exactly. I mean, that's the hope.
It's not tomorrow.
No, right.
This hour. The money's really coming in on the 6 right now. I mean, in my opinion, from a betting standpoint, he's a massive underlay at 2-1. These kind of late actions seems to be right too much for me. And I picked him second. I'm not against him in any way. 2-1 feels like a tough price to take on anybody in this field, and you're really relying on one race to bet him off of and one figure to bet him off, which is just competitive. And I guess you're banking on Rob Atras. And it's funny because this is a horse that for most of his career, except for one race, didn't show himself to be particularly a dirt horse. Now, he did run that race at Aqueduct, and aren't you 2-1 on this horse?
I wasn't necessarily expecting this, but I think Rob Atras, who has not gotten off to an auspicious start here at Belmont, but his horses do tend to take money no matter what in that kind of sense. And they think, well, that one race 2 back was good enough for the first start for the barn.
If they had allowed you to bet the first race 50 yards into the race or 100 yards into the race with the 8 horse, who you and I both picked in the first race, that horse might have been 1-9. And he didn't even finish 3rd.
Woof. I know, that was a rough one, as we'll throw it up to John and Brielle for the call of the late pick 4, the start here in race number 6.
And they're off. Money Mike, catch you soon, grabs the lead. Money Mike is down at the rail and racing in second as they move up the backstretch. It is Catch You Soon who opens up here by 2 lengths. From the outside, it's Letty and Bring Me a Check. Both of them are gaining ground second and third. And then we come back down at the rail is Money Mike. Steadying there was 24 Mamba, who dropped behind Risk Profile. And then farther back is Flamingo Hawk in 7th. The quarter went in 22-3. Catch You Soon leads here by a length and a quarter. Bring Me a Check runs in 2nd. Money Mike down at the rail in 3rd. Then 24 Mamba trying to get back in it again. Risk Profile is in 5th, followed by Letty and Flamingo Hawk. The half mile in 46-1. It is Catch You Soon who opens up here. Catch You Soon by 4 lengths. It is Catch You Soon with the lead inside the 8th pole. On the outside, 24 Mamba has moved into 2nd, but there is no catching Catch You Soon today. Catch You Soon won by a half dozen lengths. 24 Mamba was 2nd, and Bring Me a Check finished 3rd.
Catch You Soon playing Catch Me If You Can here in today's 6th race. He broke very alertly with Jose Ortiz aboard, and it was over.
Yeah, it really was. Well, he slowed that second quarter down precipitously, going 23-3 the second quarter. And it's just a similar situation. And this horse, when we talked about it beforehand, was the clear speed with the scratch the 1.
Yep.
But once he established that lead, it's almost like you go fast enough to get the early lead, and then you put everybody to sleep because nobody wants to sort of keep you honest. And once that happened, and Linda Rice had him ready to go off the layoff, it was over.
I will say that your 2-1 favorite, 24 Mamba did have a bit of trouble going into the turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on with that steady or something. I don't really know why that happened. But I agree, not enough to say he would have won because this horse won so fastly. And I thought that, and I'm a Jamie Torres fan, I think if you had it to do over again, I think that Rudy would tell him you needed to be more aggressive in the start. You knew this horse was a disadvantage. You're putting blinkers on. This horse is a pace advantage, and he seemed to have no interest whatsoever. And maybe he was writing to instructions to be forward with the number 5. Not that he was going to win.
Risk Profile kind of clunking along to pick up 4th place honors. Well, that will do it for me as Acacia Clement. She joins the show now. She will be alongside Andy for, well, probably a couple hours here as the show, it continues on all the way to 11 o'clock tonight. So thanks for sticking with us through this first part as we will have more action, more previews after this break down from Old Hilltop. Black Eyed Susan today and the second jewel of the Triple Crown tomorrow. The Preakness Stakes. Can Mage take that second jewel and put a Triple Crown on the line?
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Bull Driller along the inside in second position. Here they come spinning out of the turn. 6th period now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come. Unbridled takes command.
Who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer, Unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off. Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths. Fente just hand-guided him under the wire. He takes this to Travers by 2.5 lengths.
You got to basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was.
Run Happy's got him. Run Happy has won the
Whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he was a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Our program is always brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As I'm Acacia Clement stepping in for Maggie Wolfendale for the foreseeable future. There will be a kind of third segment to the show as Greg Wolf will step in for this evening into the midnight hours. But Andy, happy to be joining you for the tail end of Belmont. We've got some Churchill Downs coming up and some action at the Meadowlands as well.
Yeah, we got it all. We got it all. And we'll be together for a little while, which is nice. It's good to see you as well. And got a lot of racing to talk about this weekend.
We do. Of course, today over at Pimlico, Black-Eyed Susan Day. At Belmont, though, we just saw race 6 take place. Into the winner's circle went the number 4, Catch You Soon, and Jose Ortiz. It seemed like the plan was clear for this one, making his first start in the Linda Rice Park.
Yeah, and when they scratched the number 1 in this race, Trash Talker, he was the controlling speed, and Jose Ortiz did what you do with the controlling speed. You go to the front. Sort of went fast enough in the first quarter, and nobody else seemed to show any interest at all in being competitive with this horse. And he just cruised to victory. Nice win off the layoff for Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz.
And taking that big drop in class, it all came together. He gets the victory today, $9.40 winner, 4.62 in the 6th at Belmont Park. Race number 7 at Belmont. A nice allowance sprinting on the main track. This one is for 3-year-olds and upward. As we take a look at the field, and no surprise, pretty wide open board. Well, those are the morning line odds we're seeing here, but pretty wide open board as Verratti, tepid favorite at 3-1 at the moment. This horse making his first start since June of last year and cutting back in distance for Todd Pletcher.
He's about as puzzling a favorite as I can possibly imagine. He's not fast enough to be competitive in here. He's a horse that likes to be forward in a race that's full of speed. Going in off a layoff for Todd Pletcher, whose numbers off layoffs are fair at best, so I'm puzzled as to what's so appealing about him, but maybe he'll odds will go up, or maybe he'll run better than I expect him to.
We'll see if he's ready to roll off the bench. His first start in about 11 months as he comes back for trainer Todd Pletcher, that expensive son of Into Mischief. But as mentioned, today is Black-Eyed Susan Day over at Pimlico at Old Hilltop. A few scratches, 3 scratches in fact. Pate, Frosty O'Toole, Miracle out, but we do have an undefeated filly, Andy, in Feza, who is 5 for 5, multiple graded stakes winner, and she really has taken steps forward in each of her subsequent starts, including this impressive effort in the Santa Anita Oaks.
Yeah, I mean, this is the race that makes her the favorite here, because her prior efforts are just sort of average, and they're similar to the kind of figs that the rest of the field is running. This was a gigantic step forward, and if it's the kind of step forward that she continues with, she's going to win this race. I think if she runs as well as she did at Santa Anita, where she put significant distance over horses that she's been better than, but not as much better as she was in this race, she's going to be tough to beat in here, but I kind of want to see it again as the favorite. I think there's some other players in here, and I'll tell you a horse they have the morning line wrong on. Taxed is not going to be anywhere close to 15-1. I know there are a couple scratches, but that's a bad line.
I agree. Tax looks like she will be a shorter price. A horse that has taken a step forward, though, in her last few starts is the number 4 Merlaza for trainer Brad Cox. She won the Valley of the Vapors at Ocon Park last time. She's won her last 3 races. She's not run races as quick as Feza as of yet, and this will be her first time as she stretches out to the mile and an 8th distance. She did win at a mile and 16 at the Fairgrounds, back.
Yeah. She's okay. I mean, I think the most appealing thing about her is Brad Cox, but the problem with that is you pay at the windows because Brad's horses take a lot of money, and the fact that she's won 3 straight, a head away from being undefeated. Pink Ace, I'm sorry, she beat last time, was a 46-1 shot coming out of a maiden claiming race. I'm a little bit skeptical.
Filly by Medaglia d'Oro. Again, she's won her last 3 races in a row for trainer Brad Cox. He had plenty of an arsenal going into the Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby. Let's see if Marlaza, his lone Black-Eyed Susan starter, can get the job done. Right to her inside, though, is Hoosier Filly. A filly who was so promising as a 2-year-old, Andy, and we've yet to see her as a 3-year-old get the win. This is the Goldenrod, her last win as a 2-year-old back in November. She comes out of facing pretty mischievous Kentucky Oaks winner in her last couple of starts. Can she get back on track?
No. You know, I'd love to be wrong about her. Every time I run, I say I'd love to be wrong about her because I have no idea what the hype is about. I'm starting to guess, based on her workouts, that she's a bit of a morning glory, that she looks really good in the mornings because she hasn't been bad this year. She's been atrocious, and it's ambitious. I mean, it's hard for Tom Amoss. She's not eligible for allowance conditions. There's a numbers of 3 lifetime, or numbers of 3 other than. You don't really run those races, so she sort of has to be in stakes. So I get it, and I know that Tom Amoss, our good friend, has been very high on her. She's never run a particularly fast race on paper. She's beat up on weaker fields, and Tom's going to try again. I keep praying I'm wrong about her for Tom's sakes, but I just don't get it at all. I'm interested in Sacred Wish in this race. I like her chances.
She'll break from the inside as she finished second in the Gulfstream Oaks behind Affirmative Lady. Last time out 10-1 on the morning line. Intriguing field in the Black-Eyed Susan. We'll see if Feza can remain undefeated in that feature today for the 3-year-old fillies over at Pimlico. The girls in the spotlight in the Black-Eyed Susan this afternoon. We'll talk a little bit more about all the action coming up, including the Preakness tomorrow. Javier Castellano finally got that Kentucky Derby win with Mage this year. He's won the Preakness before. He'll look to keep the dream alive, though, as Mage will go for the second jewel of the Triple Crown.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us. I want to remind everybody you can play all of the action on Naira Bets. Now's the perfect time with all the big races going on. You can bet Black-Eyed Susan Day for a $30 bonus. Bet $150 each on Pimlico Racecourse and Belmont Park and get a $30 bonus win or lose. They're giving away free money basically for you. All you have to do is opt in. Check out NairaBets.com to opt in today. Race 7 at Belmont Park coming up. There's Hoo-Hoo, that's me, all the way to the outside. Trying to make it 2 wins in a row for Jorge Abreu.
And he looks very good on paper. Unlike the race we're showing here, there's abundance of speed in this race. You've got Rotney with speed, you've got Ikigai with speed, and excellent timing with speed. In this race, excellent timing, there's a lot of control on the front end, and Hoo-Hoo, that's me, had to play his game. And he was closer to the pace than he's most comfortable being, and he still ran down excellent timing, which doesn't bode well for excellent timing, who spent a lot of time in a very good inside that day. Hoo-Hoo, that's me, was really good in there. I mean, to be honest, to me, on paper, he almost looks too good. Now, I don't know where he's been for 4 months, but maybe they just wanted to give him a little bit of a break. He had been racing fairly consistently since April, so maybe they just thought, we'll give him the same kind of break we gave him last year. And I can understand doing that. He makes a lot of sense for Jorge Abreu, and I thought he was the worst to beat.
Yeah, it looks like he probably went out to the farm. I mean, he was training up until that last race on January 21st, and then you don't see a workout posted until April 2nd. Oftentimes, horsemen go down to Florida or go to another outfit for the winter, and they give horses a little bit of a break. This guy was running through the winter. I think it's certainly understandable. Great to see him back. We'll see if he can make it 2 wins in a row. The number 6, though, excellent timing, as you touched on. He is one of the confirmed speeds in this race. Stepped up from New York Bred Company to try open. Last time out, he has been running consistently all along and was dueling with Rotney. This one fading to a distant third.
He was on a dead rail last time,
Yes.
so I'm going to give him a pass for that race. I just feel like he's had a lot of opportunities with very, very good setups, and with the presence of Ikigai and Rotney here, I just don't see him getting away with an easy lead in here.
Yeah, well, excellent timing, was glued to the rail throughout. Rotney was kind of in that center of the track, really kept a little bit wider there in the right spot. There's the number 5, 12th Man, a horse that's coming in off a bit of a freshening since February, another one that will benefit from some pace in front of him.
And I think he's going to finally get a situation which is more beneficial to him. His race off of layoff was a good one. He broke slowly and made a big run against Sheriff Beyond big price. He's in good form, but he feels like possibly a pace victim, 25 to 1 or not.
New York bred Rotney, sharp on the track.
Yeah, I have trouble endorsing him. I get being the outside of speeds, but I can't get past the fact that he has been effective when he controls.
And off a little bit of a vacation, here's Hoo-Hoo, that's me.
Yeah, I mean, he's the worst to beat. I don't understand. I'm very surprised that he's not favored in this race. He just feels almost too obvious. A closer that gets pace and he gets a good outside post. Maybe the layoff is a bit of a concern.
Speaking of agent PJ Campo, there's this other rider, Eric Cancel, giving Watasha a big warm-up. This horse came off of a bit of a layoff, faced repeat winner Jake Rocks last time out. Just never really kind of picked up his feet that day.
Yeah. Someone I respect is a big fan of this horse and picks him all the time, and every time I sort of scratch my head because he does have that one good race. I mean, he ran that one good figure, breaking his maiden and doing it quite easily.
But just the one.
Eric is a rider that allows horses quite frequently to drop pretty far out of races, and I think often to their detriment. In this race, that might be to their benefit because there is expected to be an honest pace. So maybe this is the kind of race that suits a horse like him. Now Eric's giving him a warm-up, but this horse has no speed.
That's typical because this is a horse that's usually asleep in the paddocks. He always gets a big warm-up because otherwise, you got to perk him up a little bit. That's usual for him.
Yeah, no, I mean, to be honest, I have not seen what's so appealing about this horse. But he was towards the inside, which might not have been the best place to be last time. There's some ambiguity there at that point. I guess, and like last time, a race dominating the front end, a wet track, gets a dry track, he gets some pace, cuts back in distance. So maybe there's some things to like, and he's a generous price. I used him. I have picked him 4th. I used him with the 5.
The 6th, excellent timing. You touched on it. In that period at Aqueduct when he raced last time out, you did not want to be on the inside, and that was exactly where this horse was.
But the problem is, except for his race 2 back, which we'll get to in a second, he's had a plethora of races when he's been with the racetrack, and he still wasn't sealing the deal.
Right.
And now he has to deal with other speeds and some talented speeds. When he won 2 races back, Rob Atras in the midst of this monster run where his horses were really running huge. It just felt like yet another one of Rob's horses at that time period running his biggest numbers. And that was the biggest number he ever ran. Listen, he's 9-1. If you like him, you should bet him. And he was off a dead rail, which does move him up to me. I just think he's going to have a tough time negotiating this race with the other speeds in here.
He's 9-1 right now. We'll see how the pace plays out. For more, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, I think that's the big question here. It appears to be more than ample amount of pace in here, and I'd be surprised if they didn't go pretty quick and it was contested. That being said, riders read the racing form too, and sometimes they go the opposite way. Well, there's a lot of speed. I'll break and let me see what happens, and then you don't get the pace that you anticipate. That being said, I'm going to pick the 3-horse Digital Future at a big price. I just think this horse really came on. He dropped down in class. He got a win, and I thought he looked good that day. I think he looks much better today than he looked that day, and he looked good that day. I think he gets a good setup, and I think he comes with a late run, and I do believe he'll outrun his odds. Certainly the 5-horse, 12th man, he elevated in my eyes on the racetrack. I really liked his warm-up, loved the way he framed up, made a really nice impression, and I also think he has the right style for the way this race projects to set up. The 9-horse, Hoo Hoo That's Me, I was going to pick him. I like him. I wasn't overly enthused with his energy level in the warm-up. He did leave the pony, so maybe he got more into the bit. I kind of lost sight of him once he got to the backstretch. And he's a horse that comes in with a very strong work tab. I mean, you see his last work, 59. But he's still carrying a little bit of weight. And I do think he's one of those horses that, you know, does carry some more weight. I just wonder if he's going to be as tight as he can be for today. Going with a long shot, the 3, Digital Future.
I like it, Richie. Thank you. You're getting a nice price of 16-1 on Digital Future, who did win last time. Yes, it was off a bit of a layoff and against lesser company, Andy, but as you touched on, he got a very competitive figure that day.
He did. I mean, this is a much, much tougher spot. Now, I didn't think he'd be this price, and the last thing to do is knock horses at big prices. I just think last time was the time for him. But listen, he's an awfully big price if you like him.
We'll see if he can make it 2 in a row. Richie going with the right handle runner. Katie Davis going to be in the saddle over at Pimlico. The excitement continues on Black Eyed Susan Day, the race that just took place with the Grade 3 Miss Preakness. The 3-year-old fillies sprinting, going 6 furlongs, and pretty fun to have the opportunity, Andy, to see a New York bred Maple Leaf Mel keep her undefeated streak going.
Yeah, I mean, I was sitting earlier with Miss Preakness, a former Miss Preakness.
I know, that's right.
This is drilling, and then Maple Leaf
You've
Mel.
got all the misses with you today.
You know, I'm going to tell you something. I think they changed the figure on her last race. I feel like when Maple Leaf Mel came back, she didn't run this big a figure, but Security Code has come back and run bigger races.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they moved that number up. And she got it done, and she beat a good horse in Key of Life, who had been in very good form for Brad Cox, winning impressively in the Beaumont last time. When she looked, she was cooked, going over 7 furlongs, and Interpolate looked to have her, and she fought back gamely to hold her off.
We'll recap that race after this upcoming 7th at Belmont Park. Loading in. Final thoughts, Andy?
I hope the 5 wins.
All right. Good luck. 7th race from beautiful Belmont Park. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting now for 12th man, and Hoo Hoo That's Me. And Hoo Hoo That's Me goes in to complete the field. A field of 9, sprinting at 6 furlongs, and they are off. And it is excellent timing, along with Ikigai. Out for the early lead. Rotney not far behind in 3rd. A break of 2 lengths to Digital Future, who runs in 4th. Verratti is in between horses. Hoo Hoo That's Me is on the extreme outside. Then it's a break, almost 5 lengths. Back to 12th man, followed by Romantic Gamble. And Watasha is the trailer in 9th. First quarter, 22 seconds. Excellent timing by 3/4 of a length. Ikigai. And on the outside is Rotney. Those two are heads apart, second and third. They've got 3.5 lengths on Digital Future, who's down at the rail. Hoo, that's me on the outside. And farther back is 12th Man, who is drawn within 6 or 7 lengths of the lead. The half mile in 45 seconds as they come into the stretch. And it is Rotney now to take over the lead. Excellent timing, is back running in second. Ikagai is third. 12th Man is down at the rail. Hoo, that's me is next. But it is Rotney who has the lead and is opening up in deep stretch. It is all Rotney, much the best here, won by 4.5 lengths. Hoo, that's me was second, close for third between the late closing Romantic Gamble and Ikagai.
New York bred Rotney back to the winner's circle. He was crowned a New York bred champion just the other week, and he backs that up with a nice performance against Open Company.
And the pace was honest, but not as blistering as it could have been, but I don't think it really mattered. He was comfortable rating, something he's never been able to do prior to this in his career. It seems like every time he's been at all engaged in his prior races, he has not had any finish. Well, they bet a little bit like they knew he'd run today, and run he did as the first two choices ran 1-2 in actual order, 2-1. They knew.
Good to see Jose Lezcano back in the saddle as well. Of course, was out with an injury to the hand for several weeks, and we're thrilled to have him back riding at beautiful Belmont Park. And this horse, the son of Run Happy, Rotney, to get the victory here. One who has quite a bit of speed, but has come back now as a 4-year-old too. He was good as a 2-year-old, though he only raced a couple times, and very strong as a 3-year-old. And you always kind of wonder, Andy, are they going to continue to step forward, especially as you go through your New York bred conditions, and now facing Open Company could be a tall order, and he's delivered.
Yeah, no, he did. I mean, listen, he ran well today, and the fact that he was 2-1, as a friend just texted me and said he sure didn't look like a 2-1 shot to me, and I don't disagree, especially with all the pace in here. But they were right, because he ran a very good race, the best race he's run in quite a while, actually.
Nice performance by Rotney, the New York bred, there at Belmont, as mentioned before that last race. Over at Pimlico, the Miss Preakness just took place, and it's too bad Miss Preakness Maggie is not on set with us for this recap here.
Could have come back with her tiara or something.
Yes, I know. I hope that she still has it. We saw the Miss Preakness, this video courtesy of NBC, as we see Maple Leaf Mel. Key of Life was 4-5, but Maple Leaf Mel, those New York breds, they're just winning all over the place.
Yeah, and this is a nice performance by her. And I guess the Blackhawks horse did not run her usual good race.
Yeah,
That's
she
her
faded the number 2
floundering
down
towards
on
the inside. But Maple Leaf Mel, she just keeps cruising along, and Bill Parcells' horse. So they ran down there. I guess now it's a grade 3. They ran here instead of running in the Bowery, so made a good choice.
Absolutely. She extends her win streak 4-4, Maple Leaf Mel, the New York bred, as the next race over at Pimlico will be the Hilltop, a mile on the turf for the 3-year-old filly. It's a very competitive race as well. So we'll take a look at a couple of horses coming out of the Sanibel Island, won by Breathaway. Aunt Shirley finishing 5th after being the pace setter that day.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that race. I know Breathaway ran very well in there, and she obviously took a huge step forward from a speed figure standpoint. I just have a lot of difficulty trusting the races down at the Gulfstream Turf Course, horses to run back to them, especially if you have a horse that runs a lot better than they've ever run before. That concerns me a little bit. But listen, on the surface of things, Breathaway ran a fast race, and she can run back to that. She put a lot of distance between herself and the other horses, which is often a good sign, particularly in turf races. She could be the real deal. I think the morning line maker was not paying enough attention to make a horse like a Spray 8-1 in this race, because she had the look of a horse would probably be second or third choice behind Breathaway.
She was very short prices in both of her races down in Tampa. I saw her debut, and she's a filly that really had a lovely quality and look to her. We'll see if she steps forward. She is 2-2. Breathaway undefeated on the turf. She had that lone Tapeta start in her second race. Unfortunately, that was a race taken off the grass, and while she ran well, it seemed like she just necessarily didn't really handle that surface as well as the turf. But it's an intriguing race. You've got some young fillies who are looking to take step forward.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, They're going to try to figure out where they belong. Are they good enough? Obviously, everybody would want to run in races like the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks and Saratoga Oaks and races like that. But we also got some good races up there to mile in the Lake Placid as well as the Lake George. So you sort of figure things out. The Wonder again will be run on Belmont Stakes weekend, I believe. Now that's pretty quick for them to come back at a mile and 1/8. It's a natural Belmont, the Belmont Oaks prep. So we'll see, you know, as the trainers sort of figure out where their horses belong. And right now it's wide open.
Yeah, it could be pretty fun as we see how these 3-year-old fillies sort themselves out on the turf. That's coming up next at Pimlico. Back here at Belmont, though, race 7 in the books. It went to the New York bred Rodney Jose Loscano in the saddle.
I'll just keep saying it again. I'm not sure what made this horse 2-1 in the PPs. Being outside the other speeds helped, but it sure looked like a pretty strong pace for a horse that has never shown the ability to be particularly competitive when not able to control. And he was a different horse today, and it was bet like somebody knew he was going to run that well. Who That's Me ran fine, finishing second as he was picking up pieces, but he was nowhere close to Rodney in this race. And this was some performance by him. I'm not sure where it came from.
And especially given the amount of pace that it looked like there was going to be on paper, not only was he able to win, but he was able to pull away from this field. 8-9-1-7 in race 7 at Belmont Park. $6.50 winner. As we take a look at the pick 5 sequence, 2 to go. No regard, the biggest price of the sequence so far.
Yeah, I mean, from a buyer figure standpoint, I would imagine Rodney's going to get a figure in the high 90s.
Wow.
Well, you figure who That's Me ran his race in the mid to high 80s. It puts his figure around 100. I don't know if it's the same 104 the Synthesis got yesterday. Another one I'd like to know where that came from as well. Good luck if you're alive. The first winner was not an easy one, 6-1.
We're on the turf for the 8th race. A nice New York bred Allowance coming up next for 3-year-olds and upward. Here's a look at the field. The number 2, Conman, currently 5-2 on the board as he'll stretch back out in distance after a near miss against New York breds last time out.
It's funny with this horse. And I don't have a strong opinion. Is he better going shorter or is he better to mile? He's faced some tough competition going longer. I think he's better going shorter, but I do think he's the horse to beat in this race, and he should be the favorite. I'm going to play against the other horse taking money, and that's the number 7, Fatima's Blessing, who I think wants more distance. And I think Barrel of Quest is a little bit interesting second off the layoff.
I agree with you. We'll talk a little bit more about that 8th race coming up. Taking a look, though, at what's to come on Saturday here at Belmont Park in the Paradise Creek. Our stake will be a little bit earlier in the day to avoid some weather, and maybe that's your hunch bet. Vacation in Paradise, Vacation Dance will try to get back to the winner's circle in the Paradise Creek for his first win as a 3-year-old. We'll talk more about his chances and the rest of the field after this on America's Day at the Races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
When Danzig Connection captured the 1986 Belmont Stakes, it was Hall of Fame conditioner Woody Stevens' 5th consecutive triumph in the Test of the Champion. Stevens' streak, which remains unrivaled and unequaled, began in 1982 with Conquistador Cielo, then continued with Caveat, Swale, and Creme Fraiche. On June 5th, 1992, Stevens unveiled the permanent display honoring him just to the left of the clubhouse entrance. Known as Woody's Corner, the exhibit includes all 5 of Stevens' Belmont trophies, 30 other trophies from the plethora of events he won throughout his career, and other memorabilia such as Stevens astride his pony Rex.
I'll tell you one thing, good horses takes good care of the riders and trainers.
Stevens died in 1998 at age 84 and is also honored by the Grade 2 Woody Stevens Stakes for 3-year-olds at 7 furlongs.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us as we get ready for this upcoming 8th race at beautiful Belmont Park. Look at these shots. That's amazing. We've got a drone out there, and it's doing some pretty cool stuff. Turf course looking in fine form.
We are. We have some excellent shots going on. The team's been working especially hard today.
Stepping
But a lot of things
up.
going on here. When you and I weren't on the set, things fell apart. It's a
Well,
good thing you and I came
obviously
here to sort of settle
settle
things down.
things out. Yeah,
No,
absolutely.
it's nice of both of us.
Tomorrow, the Paradise Creek, if you're wondering why it's carded as race 2, there is some rain in the forecast. So to avoid any potential that this race could be taken off the turf, will be run early in the day. We'll see Inflation Nation and Vacation Dance rematch. They met as 2-year-olds in the Atlantic Beach, and they've both had one race as a 3-year-old so far, and each looking to get back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, and obviously Vacation Dance didn't run well last time, but I think in fairness to him, he was chasing 3 wide, and the rail was a big advantage that day. So I do think he was compromised, and getting back with 3-year-olds should be helpful for him. Both of these horses feel like major players in here. Probably the 2 horses to beat, in fact.
Inflation Nation getting a little bit less ground after trying the mile in the Woodhaven against a stakes company last time out. Vacation Dance getting a little bit more ground after going the 6 furlongs against New York Breds last time in that first race off the bench, as you touched on, was wide in that race. And you can imagine, too, when facing older horses against, yes, fellow New York Breds, but older horses, I mean, running with scissors, very consistent, hard-knocking veteran who won that day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think people will look. I mean, look what Running with Scissors did in his next start. You don't have to look that far. He's in the 10th race tomorrow. He's entering the 10th race tomorrow. So there's plenty of things to like about that horse in there. He'll run better.
Now the wild card of the race is Eyewitness for Wesley Ward. He has that typical Wesley Ward early speed, but he's coming in off a stakes win in the Animal Kingdom on the synthetic at Turfway last time out. And as you and I have discussed, he's a horse that has run really big races and much better figures on synthetic than he did in his long turf start. And yes, that was at the end of the season as a 2-year-old, but I completely agree. A synthetic track, a turf track, a dirt track, not all horses are equal on turf and synthetic.
This notion that it plays like a turf course is a fallacy. Wesley Ward's numbers, synthetic to turf off wins, not particularly good. I think his maiden race better than it looks. I'm going to say something about this horse, and this is one of the reasons I had picked this replay to show it. The chart call says sort of eased up late. And I think this is a good lesson for people that say to you, oh, they could have gone so much faster. First of all, he's riding the hair off this horse. I mean, literally, he's riding the hair off him. So this is a horse, a turf sprinter, who's getting his motor running, and he's fine. You know, the rider's riding. Look at him. He's riding him. Yeah. So yeah, he kind of sort of takes him in hand in the few last sprints. Do anybody really think that he slowed that horse down?
No.
I mean, come on. I don't know if he could have gone 1/100th of a second faster. It seemed like, and I think people they find that deceptive. Now, I'm not saying he can't win. He's under the gun from the rail at 7 furlongs. but don't be confused and think he could have won that race by more.
Should be an interesting one in the Paradise Creek tomorrow. There's Con Man in the upcoming 8th race. Horses in the paddock. We'll talk more about it after this.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Taken over and taken command in the Preakness. Funny side down the stretch, 3 lengths clear. Now Scrimshaw Tonarelli up outside, Climbing second. Peace Rules Midway Road is next, followed by New York Hero. And there's a furlong to go, and it's Funny Side. The courageous Funny Side is pulling away in a dominant performance. 2 down, 1 to go. It's Funny Side destroying the field.
This performance, this throwback performance brought to you by 1800 Tequila in the 2003 Preakness Stakes. Funny Side, the New York bred, winning by 9 3/4 lengths.
And this is a good example of horses coming out of the Derby and running some of their best races ever. He and Smarty Jones back-to-back. I mean, Smarty Jones' Preakness performance was his one true great performance. If he had been able to run those races later in his career, if they hadn't retired him, he could have been some kind of racehorse. Here's one for you. Who was second to Funny Side? Midway Road, I believe.
Wow, I never would have guessed to that.
Yeah, I think he was a Lane's End horse.
Oh, you know, between the two of us, we'll have more trivia for you.
That's a little far back for you. I'm kind of stretching your limits there.
That's okay.
You weren't really ready. You were a full-fledged racing degenerate by that point in your life.
I was not yet.
But you're coming along well. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate
You're on the road to ruin with the rest of us.
11 in 2003.
Not an excuse.
Race 8 coming up next, a mile on the turf in this New York bred allowance. There's Con Man, your favorite. Let's head down and get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, Con Man as your favorite looks absolutely stunning here in the paddock. He is completely dappled out. His dapples have dapples. His coat could not be in any better shape. Now, I'd be honest with you, I do have some questions about how far he really wants to go. A mile might be taking him to his outer limits. I kind of get the impression from him that he's more of a turf sprinter, but that being said, he could not look any better. A horse that really stands out as well is the 5 Noble Huntsman, who, you know, hasn't really kind of broken through, showed a lot of promise as a 2-year-old, came back last time off the layoff, and I just kind of baffled watching that replay. I just didn't see a tremendous amount of effort there. And I like Javier Castellano getting back aboard this horse. This horse has run well from the past. And I still think this horse has that breakthrough performance in him, son of Noble Mission, who is a son of Galileo. And that brings me to the other son of Noble Mission, Bee of Courage, who was very, very good in his first couple of starts, stretches out for the first time. But looking at him from a physical perspective, as a 2-year-old, I didn't think he'd be a horse that would stretch out. Looking at him now, he's gotten longer. And I do see a horse that I think will at least get a mile. And I know this horse has shown ability in the past. He adds blinkers for this. And let's see if he can get a decent trip from the outside. I expect him to be fairly close coming out of those turf sprints.
All right, Richie, thank you. We'll see how it plays out. There is a look at the number 8, Bee of Courage, but the number 2, Conman, your favorite, as he will stretch back out. Now, I don't have notes on him from since he was a 2-year-old, at which point I had actually written down, looks like he wants to go a little bit longer. However, it seems like maybe now that he's kind of caught up with the rest of his foes, it really is a question of what distance is best as we take a look at his last race.
Listen, you can view it a couple different ways. Maggie was talking about it today in Talking Horses. She feels he's built to be better going longer.
Yeah, I just thought the same.
I look at his PPs, and I think it's a reasonable argument, but I'm not really sure, because the problem with this Fig 2 back, Farbridge, who finished second in the American whatever at Turf at Churchill and ran well, had run those big figures at that time with Christophe Clement, now with Todd Pletcher. And he obviously looks like one of the better 3-year-olds. But in turf races, finishing 4th, beaten 4 lengths, it's a lot different than a dirt race for a good horse beaten 4 lengths. You're just, did he really do that much running during that 80 figure? Maybe Farbridge deserved the 88, but maybe it's sort of more of a gap. And I almost wonder they should spread out the figures a little bit in turf racing. So I'm not sure. And you know, I don't like to rely on 2-year-old figs, because we see so many 2-year-olds sprinting and going long, especially long, run numbers that are 15 points lower than the ones they immediately start running as 3-year-olds. It's just a phenomenon you see over and over again for whatever reason. I don't know what to make of him. I do think he's shown to probably be the most talented horse, and he certainly has the most upside of some of these, because I guess along with Noble Huntsman, who can't run any worse than he ran last time.
Right. Here's the number 1, though, Barrel of Quest. He tried Open Company down at Tampa last time out to get his year started, back with Dave Donk now to make his second race off the bench, and you'd imagine we're going to see a step forward from him.
Yeah, I'm hoping we are. I'm betting on Barrel of Quest in this race. I liked his effort. I thought he has one really good effort, and that effort was the race 3 back when he finished 4th behind Dakota Gold, because that was during a period when the rail was absolute gold on the inner turf. They had taken the rails down, and you could not lose ground. And he was 2 to 3 wide around the track, and I thought he ran an effective race, while both Dakota Gold and Marinara Sauce, the 1-2 finishers, spent almost the whole race on the rail. Yeah. So I thought that was a good race. And then he kind of stunk the next race, but then he has that layoff after that. So you're wondering, and even the 3rd behind Shutters, who is in again on Sunday. So he had shown promise, and maybe something went wrong, and now second off a layoff, he can run better, hopefully.
He's a horse that typically last year he would get really, really revved up before his races, and it seemed like that had kind of been the conversation. The challenge for trainer Dave Donk is to keep him settled before his starts. It looks like he was sharp, but not over the top in the paddock there, which is good to see. Conman still your favorite, though. The number 5, Noble Huntsman, 9 to 2, as you touched on, and Richie as well. You didn't see anything from him last time. I think the jockey switched to Javier Castellano, second off the layoff. You would imagine that this is a horse who could have some upside here.
We'll see. I don't really have a strong opinion on that one way or the other, to be honest with you. Sorry.
You know, I always look for you for your strong opinions.
I have plenty of strong opinions. I'm not a man who lacks strong opinions. I don't know. I'm always curious how Dave Donk's horses run at this time of the year, because he just seems to have them more ready than a lot of other trainers, sometimes early in the turf season.
Speaking of Dave Donk, there's his Charge, Barrel of Quest, making his second start of 2023.
Yeah, and I'm hoping he runs better today.
Conman, your favorite?
I don't have the answer to this, but a 1-turn mile is supposed to be good for him, right?
Yeah, kind of in between.
Yeah.
Open till midnight. That's us tonight. Well, 11 p.m. at least today and tomorrow.
Yep, 24-hour race. We're working our way to a 24-hour racing channel. He a tough beat if you need him for second last time out, and he did run a big improved effort.
First time on the turf for Kaz Palace.
he just doesn't have any turf pedigree at all. I mean, it's negative kind of turf pedigree.
Noble Huntsman trying to turn things around.
He's a promising 2-year-old who stunk the joint up last time. He's got to run better.
Another one trying the turf for the first time is Copper Chalice.
An odd spot off a 1.5 year layoff, didn't you think?
It is, and especially getting on the turf with another one that just doesn't have any turf pedigree.
And Palace Malice, and he's decent, but the rest of it's not screaming turf.
Here's Fatima's Blessing, as you touched on. Likely wants more ground than this.
My question for you, is it Fatima or Fatima? Or both? Is it a tomato thing?
I think it depends where it originates from, because my friend who's Portuguese, her mother is Fatima. But then typically, I think in a religious sense, it's Fatima.
Okay. Wow. You really had a good answer there.
Yeah.
You're amazing. I know you didn't know it was second to Funny Side of the Preakness, but that was pretty good.
Here's the number 9 next, Playing with Matches. First time on the turf.
I mean, I don't know about you. This is a race with a lot of horses try the turf for the first time, none of whom have any pedigree for it.
None. Not even a little bit. It's interesting. Here's the 8. We're a little out of order. Be of Courage, stretching out for the first time.
Is he a little bit interesting?
He is intriguing, especially with the blinkers on, stretching out. He
Rider
should be forward.
change.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want a bomb to get in there somewhere, this horse had shown some talent in his first 2 starts. Now, I don't know if he wants to go this far, but it's a very positive rider change. And I thought as a bomb, you could throw him in.
Ran in the Atlantic Beach as a 2-year-old behind Vacation Dance and Inflation Nation. See if he can turn things around. That's the field for the 8th race. You can join Naira Bets and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. There's the number 7, Fatima's Blessing, Jose Ortiz, warming him up as this one will try to build off of that second place finish last time out. Distant second behind Citizen K.
Yeah, I mean, did he really do any running in there, or did he just sort of scoot along on a good rail and get second?
Yeah, I thought he just kind of benefited there. at
But
the end.
he has a consistent number of good figures, so it's not as though he's not reliable to run them. I think a mile might be a little short for him, but the Widener turf course is probably a good turf course for him, because the Widener is probably as favorable a course you'll find to closers, because basically they're one-turn miles, and they frequently, because of the long backstretch, will feature more honest paces. So you do see closers like him do better on Widener turf races than any of our other courses here in New York, and we have 6 turf courses.
How important is it when handicapping to take that into account? Because you're going to see, as you touched on, the way the pace plays out, where the starting gate's positioned, what kind of race you think is going to play out on the different turf courses here in New York.
Yeah, listen, it's always a battle how they're going to be run this race. Now, the pace projector from Time from US, which I use religiously, has the paces sort of even. It's interesting because the horse in particular that matters in the pace is the number 4 Cas Palace, and to a lesser extent the 9 Playing with Matches. Neither one has any turf pedigree, but both have speed, and Cas Palace has got real speed. Sometimes, do you ever notice this? And actually, I think this is a question I've never really asked trainers I know or anybody. Sometimes when horses run the turf the first time like this and they don't like the turf, they'll run off on it.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So it's not like they don't run
really
fast early, right?
headstrong.
They just and they hate the surface, but like they run too fast. So those kind of horses could really change the dynamics of the race and help a horse like the 7.
We'll see how it plays out for somebody that's well familiar riding these turf courses in New York. Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, you know, it's a great point you make, Andy, about horses kind of running off when they're not happy with the situation. Horse being a flight animal, sometimes they'll just try to get it over with, and they panic, and they'll run off like that. And I think it's a great point. You'll see that with horses that sometimes don't feel as well physically. They'll run off because they're just trying to get it over with. They don't use themselves efficiently. I like the 5 Noble Huntsman. I liked him in the paddock. I continued to like him on the racetrack. And I know that he flashed ability as a 2-year-old, and I'm still baffled watching that replay last time, what all the intention was. Javier Castellano riding lights out. And I'm going to take a flyer with him to upset your favorite, the 2 Conman. Now, listen, Conman, I think, looks fantastic. And he just reminds me of a horse from years ago named Island Charm that she did win going, a mile and a 16th, but she was much better as a closing sprinter. And I'm seeing the same physical type from him. I just think he's got that closing sprinter look to me. And all of his races, to me, watching his sprints, he finishes better. His long races, he just seems a little even, a little one pace to me. Won't be surprised when he wins here. He couldn't look any better, and I think he falls in the right group. And then just quickly, the 9 playing with matches. A real sway back, you know, so his withers are higher, and then there's that dip in the middle of his back, and then his hips are higher. Horses like that, in the past, I've seen a lot of them take to the turf. I don't know exactly why. Maybe their hind end gets up underneath them better, but he is a true sway back, guys.
All right, Richie, thank you. And sometimes you will see certain type of saddle pads use a little bit more padding for horses with swaybacks that kind of dip in their back. It doesn't inhibit them from racing. Just as Richie said, sometimes they tend to be a little bit weaker. Playing with matches, though, that's dangerous. We need to introduce him to running with scissors.
That's a nice exacta. Richie,
Yeah.
when Richie used to ride horse, reappealed. It was a swayback, a big bad swayback. And Mike Hushin took me and an ex-girlfriend of mine once into the barn, into the stall to take a look at him. It was interesting. Richie had brought us over there.
I'm told from our producer, Terrence, that running with scissors and playing with matches ran in back-to-back races recently. That's pretty cool. Well, they load in 47-1 on that side of Bellamy Road. Race 8 on the turf at Belmont. Here's John and Brielle.
And they're off. Kaz Palace out for the lead, quickly joined on the inside by Conman. On the outside, it's Bee of Courage and Playing with Matches. Bee of Courage by ahead, Playing with Matches right there, and Kaz Palace now moves up again. Conman sits in 4th, just behind the pace there, with a break of 2 lengths. Back to Open Till Midnight, who's running in 5th. Barrel of Quest down on the inside is next in 6th. Then comes Fatima's Blessing in 7th. Noble Huntsman is in 8th. And at the back of the pack is Copper Chalice in 9th. The quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Bee of Courage is the leader here by 2 lengths as Conman now moves up on the outside. Conman now moving up and up to challenge. Bee of Courage for the lead. Bee of Courage holding the lead here by a neck. Conman on the outside runs in 2nd. Playing with Matches down at the rail. Open Till Midnight is alongside. Then Barrel of Quest in 5th. Fatima's Blessing is on the move on the extreme outside, and that move is followed by Noble Huntsman. Then Kaz Palace. Farther back, it's Copper Chalice as the field comes into the stretch. And here is Conman now up to take the lead from Bee of Courage. Fatima's Blessing is gaining on the outside. It's Fatima's Blessing and Conman, and the two of them hook up with a 16th to the finish. Fatima's Blessing on the outside, Conman on the inside. Fatima's Blessing and Jose Ortiz. Conman 2nd, Bee of Courage was 3rd.
Fatima's Blessing. He got the right kind of trip today and gets back to the winner's circle under Jose Ortiz over your favorite Conman.
He got that honest pace to run at. The number 4, Kaz Palace, had a lot to do with that. And Bee of Courage ran very well, by the way.
Yes.
And you know what? Conman had no excuse not to win this race. He was on top. The pace was honest, but this turf course has gotten very firm. And Fatima's Blessing, who I did not like at all, gets the money.
That typically deep closer, as you mentioned, got us set up here. Bee of Courage, after setting the pace at 17-1, holding on for 3rd. Of course, Andy and I had a little interest in stretching out as far as the pace, and he ran quite well, I must say. Conman, though, as the favorite, you have to be a bit disappointed with this effort.
Yeah, I agree. He had no excuse not to win. I mean, the pace was certainly good, but it wasn't. They weren't blistering. I mean, this turf is very firm. They went 134 flat. So I'm not going to make an excuse for Conman. He probably is a horse that mile is stretching it for him. He should have gotten it done.
7-2, 8-5 in the 8th at beautiful Belmont Park. The action continues over at Pimlico on Black Eyed Susan Day. The Hilltop took place a few moments ago, as we'll take a look back at what took place. Be a little bit of a painful replay for me to watch, Andy, but it did make sense. 2 horses that made a lot of sense coming in here. Asprey with that big outside run, able to run down Breathaway, who was knifing in between horses.
Yeah, this was an exceptional ride on Breathaway by Joel Rosario. Vintage ride. You see him in the 2-path outside the gray right now, saving all the ground. Now, Osprey lost a little more ground, being 2 to 3 wide in the turn. Not that much wider, but a little bit wider, and then swung out wider and just got that momentum going. And the outside moves in the turf are usually the right moves. Terrific performances by both those horses. Osprey just got the best of Breathaway.
Osprey, who actually won in that off-the-turf race at Tampa first time out, but turf was really what she wanted all along, and now makes her record 3 for 3, a stakes winner in the Hilltop, and we'll hopefully see her in New York soon.
I wouldn't be surprised if she ends up being a Belmont Oaks horse, I should say, because I'd actually talked to Chad Brenner about her briefly, more because a friend of mine liked Osprey, and I was just asking him about her, and he said, I wonder if a mile's a little bit short for her, was what he said to me last night. As it turned out, it wasn't, but it was close. I mean, and he obviously feels she wants more distance. How much more remains to be seen.
We'll see what's in store for Osprey, winner of the Hilltop. Coming up next at Pimlico will be the Pimlico Special, Grade 3. And Rattle and Roll, 9 to 5 on the morning line after a big victory in the Ben Ali last time out. This is a horse that comes from very, very far off of it.
Yeah, and it's an interesting discussion because the two horses to beat in here are Rattle and Roll and Law Professor. Law Professor has the speed to control,
right,
but also has the ability to stalk and be effective, just as effective, whereas Rattle and Roll is a pace-dependent horse. And as the distances get longer in reality, the horse that's less pace-dependent is the better one to have because they can go awfully slow in some of these races, and Law Professor is adaptable to any circumstance, where Rattle and Roll runs his races, but if they go too slow, it's going to help his chief competition and potentially hurt him. So I do prefer Law Professor, but I think anyone would agree on paper they're very much the two.
Yeah, nice matchup between those two. Law Professor, we know, can run forever. That's not a problem. But Law Professor coming off of a big effort in the Excelsior here in New York last time, going to 2-turn mile and an 1/8 at Aqueduct. He'd run some very big races prior to that. Second, in fact, in the Grade 1 Woodward, behind Life is Good. Third behind Last Samurai and West Will Power. 2 back in the Razorback.
Yeah, he's been in very good form. He's really held his form well for Rob, and his Razorback really wasn't that bad a performance when you think about it, because the pace got forced in the middle of the race. And Last Samurai is also in very good form, and you think about a huge race. West Will Power probably ran the best race anyone's run all year when he won that race in New Orleans.
Yes.
I mean, one of the better figures we've seen, especially going longer. And then you saw last time, he looked like the controlling speed. The connections at Keystone Field felt their best chance to win was to be aggressive, and I agree with them. So he rated comfortably, and he blew that one off the racetrack. He's in very good form for Rob, and he's got that tactical speed as his advantage. So of the two, I would tend to prefer him because he's adaptable to circumstance, but it's still pretty close, right?
Absolutely. And good to see Manny Franco will be in town to ride Law Professor, the kind of regular rider who's been aboard for both of his recent victories. Manny Franco will be aboard Law Professor in today's Pimlico Special. That's coming up next over at Pimlico. Back today at Belmont, though, it was Jose Ortiz aboard Fatima's Blessing, a horse that got the setup that he needed and was able to improve off of that distant second-place finish last time out.
Is it me, or are we seeing Jose in the winner's circle quite a bit?
Yes, we are.
We saw him a little bit earlier today with Linda's horse 2 races back. And listen, Jose at this point made a decision. And he made a decision that I think I got to make this is not a great move. This is the kind of move that gets jockeys fired from horses. It really is. Because a lot of times they end up using too much energy early, making the move too wide in the turn. And one of the reasons that the closer's effective, besides the paces being more honest, is that you don't get as punished at Belmont for ground loss, especially on the dirt, obviously. But in the Widener, which is just one course inside, you don't want to lose ground, but it's not like the inner. It's not like Aqueduct and Saratoga. The inner turf course is there where ground loss can be just a disaster for a horse. It's not that big a deal here, and a lot of times you're better off getting that momentum going and going a little wider than you want than sort of waiting on the rail, caught behind horses, trying to get your momentum, because horses will really get that momentum. And Jose made the kind of move I said that gets you fired, but in this case, it's the kind of move that got in the winner's circle, so good move by him.
$7 winner over your favorite con man, who really had no excuse in this spot. $7 winner as far as the late pick 5 sequence does go. Just one more race remaining. It's a New York bred maiden claiming sprint on the turf, and as those races typically are, Andy, there's just not much to sink your teeth into.
I love the 8 horse in the last race. I don't know about, I think both the 5, the Mighty Dawn, and the 10 Vaunted are dangerous first-time starters, but I really like Tiebreaker in this race. He was wide against a good rail in his one turf race, and also, that's a race that's probably a lot better than that 53 Fig. The way we saw 26 Black not only come back and win impressively, but get bet off the board.
And that was against Maiden Specialweight Company. Tiebreaker will make his first start in a maiden claiming race on the grass. And oh, look, it's Jose Ortiz looking for another one. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation about the Preakness Stakes National Treasure. We'll break from the inside and get the blinkers back on. Can he get back on track? And Blazing Sevens, who opted to bypass the Kentucky Derby and wait for the Preakness.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality has won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com or download the app to get started today. One more race to go at beautiful Belmont Park, but today there's still plenty of action over at Pimlico. Black-Eyed Susan Day, tomorrow the Preakness, and some news coming out this morning. First mission for trainer Brad Cox scratched out of the Preakness after it was announced that he was off left hind, so we will not see him in the Preakness, thus leaving us with a field of 7 in this year's middle jewel of the Triple Crown.
Yeah, I really, it's disappointing that other trainers with Derby horses didn't come back. And obviously there have been situations. Forte would have run in this race if he could have.
Right.
The 2 California horses that scratched, it's unfortunately they couldn't. But the history has shown horses have done just fine coming back on the short rest. And you can say they can't run in short rest, or you can make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. And it seems like the training community is making a self-fulfilling prophecy at times.
It is our America's Best Racing Race of the Week, the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes for the 3-year-olds, a mile and 3/16 on the main track at Old Hilltop, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Just one horse coming out of the Kentucky Derby. The Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. All new faces beyond that.
Yeah, and I mean, Mage won't be the price he should be. He'll probably be around 4 to 5 in here. I honestly think he should be 2 to 5 against this field. If he shows up with anywhere close to his Derby effort, he's going to likely win this race. I don't know where his strong competition comes from. His biggest competition might be himself.
Maybe so. See if he can get out of the gate well.
Yep.
We'll see how it plays out. But meeting the rest of the field, National Treasure, the one that Bob Baffert opts to run in the Preakness. Linker's going back on.
You know, I don't get this horse. He's obviously fast enough that he belongs in this field. And he's the reasonable second choice. The distance shouldn't be a problem for him. But In the last race, I don't know what you thought of Santa Anita Derby, where they talked about him having, lacking room. He didn't lack room. He wasn't fast enough to stay in the spot.
I agree. I thought that, as Richie would say, the hole was moving faster than he was. Here's the 2, Chase the Chaos, a Pennsylvania bred.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem like he's good enough. He's too slow.
A horse that's coming in off of some synthetic races over at Golden Gate. Your Kentucky Derby winner, Mage.
They all look the same. They all have their heads bowed. They're all kind of looking similar.
No, National Treasure kind of had his head up in the air.
I didn't notice that. I'm turning into a big Mage fan, and I mean, we always root for the Derby winner to win the Preakness here at NYRA, and I'm rooting for this guy, though. I think he's really the goods.
The Maryland bred Coffee with Chris. If anything, you'd imagine he will be on the pace early.
Right, that's what he is. He's a pace factor in this race. It'll be interesting because who ran the better race, him or Perform last time? I know Perform had that trouble in the stretch, but this horse was part of a very quick pace that worked against him.
See if he's the lone pace setter on Saturday. A horse that will not be anywhere near the lead. Here's Red Route 1.
Yeah, I am not. This is not my kind of horse. He's a deep closer who's yet to run a particularly fast race. When he's been effective, he's gotten fast paces. And this race on paper is the opposite of a fast pace. A lot of horses need to completely fail to show up for him to be any kind of factor.
Perform won his last 2, broke his maiden, then went right into taking the Federico Tessio.
And listen, he had legitimate traffic in the stretch last time, but he also had a fast pace to close into, and you can't just look at the trouble and not note the things that went well for him. He's an improving horse for a very good trainer. He's going to have to take another big step forward.
The Tessio, of course, a win and you're in for the Preakness. Blazing Sevens, they bypassed the Kentucky Derby to come right to the Preakness.
And Chad Brown is looking to go 3 for 3 with horses with Derby points that skip the Derby to go to the Preakness. And this one will be the shortest price of any of them. I have real questions whether or not this horse wants extra distance. I really think his best races might be 7/8 to a mile around one turn. Chad Brown's optimistic. I'm not.
You have 2 Grade 1 winners in the field, of course, Derby winner Mage, and also Blazing Sevens, who took the Champagne as a 2-year-old. This was going a mile. Has yet to win beyond the mile, though, as you touched on with some distance questions, Andy.
And these 1-turn, 7 furlong to a mile, sort of elongated sprints are perfect. Very much the way we talked about the last winner, Fathom's Blessing, on the Widener turf. They're going to get faster paces, which help closers. And for a horse that's somewhat distance challenged, it's the right distance, the right configuration of the race. He obviously has some talent. Maybe he's just a horse, though, that doesn't want to go this far. We'll find out tomorrow. They certainly made the right move. He wasn't winning the Derby, and this Preakness has come up very light.
You have to put your horse in the spot you think he has the best opportunity to succeed. Red Route 1, winner of the Bathhouse Row over at Oaklawn Park, a horse that was second in the Rebel, second in the Southwest. He's just one that is typically so far back.
I wish he would go away so I don't have to relive this nose defeat I took for the 37th time. Deep closers get people really excited. And I always felt, and I don't mean this as a criticism, but that was one of the things that excited people about Zenyatta.
Oh, of course.
You know, these
Made
deep
that
closers
big late
sort
run.
of, yeah, you know, they're snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, and so they excite people. The problem with him, unlike Zenyatta, is he's slow. And he's now a horse that's slower than the best horses in this race. I mean slow as a final time. And he has no early speed in a race that has very little pace. And a horse like National Treasure may not really be good enough in here, but he is going to be forward, and he may be controlling up front with a number 4 horse, and that's going to increase his chances, and he might be a better horse than this horse to begin with.
We here at NYRA, of course, are rooting for Mage. Not only, as Andy and Richie and I have mentioned, are we fans of the horse, but we want to see a Triple Crown on the line. Mike Rapoli's Silks in the infield right now. Mo Donegal, of course, Mike Rapoli, Donegal Racing, owner of Mo Donegal, took last year's Belmont. Who will take it this year? You can watch it live on Fox for the first time ever on Saturday, June 10th. Look at that crowd. We can't wait to have everybody back here this year.
I agree. It's going to be great. It's funny about seeing him in the Rapoli Silks is it's really the second place finisher that carried those Rapoli Silks on well, because what hasn't been mentioned is that Nest finished second, and that was a horse that Mike Rapoli owned with Eclipse Thoroughbreds, and she obviously had that fantastic summer up in Saratoga.
Horses in the paddock for the nightcap at Belmont Park. There is Bucker 2, currently your favorite. First start of the year for the Son of War Dancer, and first time dropping down to this level. We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field after this.
Caraconte has potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the races. What turned out to be an absolutely gorgeous Friday afternoon. Thanks so much for spending it with us. We have one more race to go at Belmont Park, the nightcap on the turf. Some that are trying the turf for the first time, quite a few first-time starters. There's a horse with plenty of experience, though, Buck or Two, that hasn't run in a while. For more, let's check in, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, Keisha, I like Buck or Two. It looks very fit, hasn't run since last July, but I like that, got that spacing of workouts that I appreciate consistently every 7 days this horse has been working. Tells you have a fit horse, a horse that hasn't had interruptions in their training, and he looks fit off the layoff. He's got some races last year that certainly put him in the frame. Son of War Dancer. War Dancer has been a very successful sire here in New York, and I like what I'm seeing from Buck or Two. Also like the horse directly outside of him, number 8, Tiebreaker. Tried turf in a maiden allowance, then ran in a rained-off version, maiden 40, and now gets the maiden 40 on the turf. So maybe it's that Goldilocks effect that I like to talk about. Right surface, right drop in class to maiden 40, and he looks really good for Dave Duggan. And then the 10 horse, out of the first-time starters, the 10 horse is the one that really caught my eye. I've wanted. Looks fit. Was a little bit excitable getting the tack on, you know, but then settled in nicely. The mare has had 4 foals, 3 that won on turf, and she was a 2-time winner on the turf herself. And out of the firsters, he just looks the most fit and the most focused to me. Keep an eye on him on the racetrack and see if my opinion gets swayed or changed at all.
Look forward to hearing it, Richie. Thank you. And Jimmy Torres will be aboard that number 10 Vaunted, who does have a big turf pedigree on the bottom side, as Richie touched on. 3 out of the 4 siblings were winners, all of them on turf, including, I just wanted to say the name, Shamalama Ding Dong.
Oh, no, this is real turf move-up pedigree. There was a Chad Brown horse, I think the dam was, Dancing for Gold. Lorian Golden Sense has been a good turf producer as a sire.
He has been.
So he's got pedigree, as does the Mighty Don. Both those horses have some pedigree.
Buck or Two, there he is your favorite. This is a horse who was facing significantly tougher competition last year, and we haven't seen him since July, the end of July in 2022 up at Saratoga. Taking a look at his race back in 2021 when he finished second. He does have some good races on the go back, Andy, and he's taking a drop in class for the first time.
Yeah, this is 21. I wanted to show a video where I actually got lucky and got second here, hit an exacta. The problem with this horse is he came back in 22, and one start was worse than the one before it. So Michelle Nevin's coming back now in 23, and she's dropping the horse, as she should be, because he just didn't do any running last year. Michelle's barn's been doing well. He's taking money because he's the only one showing any turf form, but I'm not too optimistic. I could see him being effective here because of the overall quality of the field. The firsters aren't really particularly good, but there's some real question marks with him, aren't there?
There definitely are. I mean, number one, I know that he's never run at this level before, but as you said, he just really tailed off as a 3-year-old and just never really kind of went on, so to speak. So we'll see. Maybe this is just the right spot for him, but he has to answer. You can join NYRA Bets and play all the action on our program. If you haven't signed up yet, now's the perfect opportunity. You can get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Check out NYRABets.com to get started. There was trainer Michelle Nevin. As you mentioned, Andy, a barn that's been going well right now. Impulsive spending, big price. One turf race to go off of so far. One turf race as well for the number 8 Tiebreaker, who I know you have some interest in. 26 Black, who's been in great form recently, was in that race. And again, it was maiden special weight competition. So while, yes, Bucker 2 is dropping, Tiebreaker has never run for maiden claiming on the turf before.
Yeah, now I don't want to make too much of that because sometimes I feel like the maiden claimers and maiden specials, there's not that significant a difference. Now, this is an odd maiden claimer where I think it does matter because other than horses making their first start in the turf, or their first start or first start of the turf, there's just no form to go on in this race. I mean, nobody's done any real running, and I believe that Tiebreaker race is much better than it looks. On the other hand, I wouldn't take less than 3-1 on this horse. I mean, he's starting to take a lot of money.
Well, Jose Ortiz, we just can't keep him out of the winner's circle today.
I'll keep him out of the winner's circle. The way I was really hot for 3 weeks, and I've been a disaster yesterday.
Let's meet the field, starting off with the 1 Big Boulder.
It's just not a turf pedigree, and for what it's worth, first-time stars in the turf, Rob Atras is 0 for 7 with none hitting the board.
Out of an unraced mare. Neither sibling tried the turf. This one a little bit green, didn't want to link with the pony. And is settled now. Looks like he's minding his manners so far under Dylan Davis, one of several first-time starters debuting in here. Here's the number 2, Uncle Taco, who will debut from the rail.
Another horse that doesn't really have turf pedigree. The second dam was Nicole H., who's an exceptional sprinter for trainer Mike Hushin.
This one goes out for Jeremiah Engelhart. We just saw Maple Leaf Mel winning the Miss Preakness over at Pimlico. Another one that's a little bit green with the pony there. On debut, gelding by Tiz now. Here's the 3 Brennan's War. Back on the turf.
He's had an awful lot of chances to get it done, but he's one of the few in here that has any turf for him.
First-time starter, Subversive.
I love the Cairo Princes. I just wish this horse had a little bit more turf pedigree in the dam side.
There's the 5, the Mighty Don. This one does have turf pedigree.
Yeah, the dam was a 5-time turf winner of $240,000, ran a 90 buyer, and it's her first foal. It's a Freud, so it's turf.
6, Impulsive Spending, back on the grass.
Ran on the turf once. It was not a good effort behind, actually, the second choice, the 8.
Here's the 7, Bucker 2, your favorite.
I don't know what to do with this horse. He's obviously got races that give him a chance to win the race in some ways, but his form is skeptical, and I don't love the layoff.
Tiebreaker gets back on the grass.
Yeah, I like this one getting back in the grass. I think his run turf effort was much better than it looks.
Bo in the back has had a lot of chances.
He has. He's run well enough that he should take some money in this race. He's not supposed to be 28-1.
Firster, Vaunted with a big turf pedigree.
Yeah, they're missing it with Bo in the back. He can run the turf enough. Vaunted does have the big turf pedigree. We mentioned it before, and there's plenty of pedigree to handle it.
First time on the turf, Milagroso went by. Here's the 12 Strategy for You.
Yeah, Milagroso's dam actually wasn't that bad on the turf, and last one, Chad Summers will look to get a double, and I like the midshipmans, and the dam did win a few races on the turf, so there's some pedigree for this one. Taking a little bit of money, too.
That Strategy for You on the outside. Here we go with these great shots again. There's a look at Big Boulder warming up on the track. You can see the train station, the Long Island Railroad in the background. You had a little bit of a interesting morning coming in on the Long Island Railroad, but typically it's very easy. There is a horse that Andy likes, the number 8 Tiebreaker.
Yeah, I just think Tiebreaker is very logical. Listen, the public seems to agree with me. As a narrow second choice, Richie likes this one as well. And it's just one of the things I feel like the turf race isn't is a lot better than it looks. And I mean, it's not look, the rider change to Jose Ortiz obviously doesn't hurt, but it's more about the fact this horse was wide against a good rail and it coming out of a better race than it looks like on paper.
Take a look at the number 5, the Mighty Dawn, a horse that's a first-time starter, but does have a big turf pedigree out of Barrel of Dreams. He was a very good turf horse for Charlie Baker, 5-time winner on the grass. This is her first foal. You've got Freud on the top. I mean, there's turf all over the place.
Totally agree. This horse is absolutely bred to be effective in this race. And Tom Morley. Oh, no, yes, Tom Morley, who could be headed to Ascot. I said to Maggie, you going to Ascot? She said, we'll find out, as long as everything works out well.
Well,
There's ways to go.
You got to let the horse tell you. Anything can happen between now and then. Horses warming up on the track. Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, let's continue on that vein with the 5, the Mighty Don. He, talking to Tom in the paddock, he said, he can be a bit of a handful, and he just hope he got over to the gate in good order. He feels like he's shown ability. I tell you what, he's acted pretty well. He left the pony, warmed up nicely, framed up nicely under Trevor McCarthy. I didn't see any issue at all. Behaviorally, he seems like he's handling himself very well on the racetrack. He's by Freud, who's a foal to Giants Causeway. Certainly has a pedigree that, you think is going to run well on the turf, and I like the way he's handling himself for sure. The 8 tiebreaker will be my top selection. He looks terrific. Dave Duggan does great work, and I just think getting back onto the turf in the maiden claimer will make the difference. A couple of long shots I think we got to talk about, and the 10 vaunted, 12-1. I just, out of the first timers, I'm seeing a horse that's just a little bit fitter, a little bit more focused. I like what I'm seeing from the 10 vaunted. You get Jamie Torres, a rider that I've been very impressed with for an apprentice, finishes extremely well. And the horse just outside of him, the 11 at 53-1, Milagroso. This horse is warmed up sensational, and looking at him from a physical perspective, you want to talk about a wide, flat foot that speaks turf. The Destins seem to do well on the turf. He's got those slacker pasterns that Maggie always talks about. I think Milagroso at 53-1 is certainly a horse I am going to use in my exotics.
He's interesting, Richie. Thank you. The dam was 0 for 4 in the turf, but she did finish in the money 3 times on the grass. And we talk about pasterns. You can see it really well there. It's basically the ankle. So you look at the joint, kind of that area between when you see them kind of go down a little bit more towards the ground. That's what we talk about slack pasterns. Those are typically the type of physicality that moves a little bit easier on the grass. And then the hoof, when it's flatter, often lends itself more towards the turf. So that's when you can kind of get cues from your horse onto which surface they'll handle a little bit better.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
You have so much to offer. I was serious. Mitch is laughing. He thinks I'm making fun of you. I'm never making fun of Acacia. I'm very clear when I'm making fun of you.
Yes, that's true. That's true. I'm doing Talking Horses with you on Sunday,
I know.
so you'll have plenty
I'm
of
looking forward
opportunity
to it. I had
for
fun
that.
with Maggie this morning.
Yeah.
A whole plethora of different people this week.
Horses stepping onto the turf and moving towards the starting gate. There's the number 10, Vaunted. Big turf pedigree on this one and a big price. But if you're going just off of breeding and who would take to the turf, this one definitely stands out.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I can see why they're taking much money. It costs $14,000.
Sure.
It's not exactly connections. They're going to attract a lot of attention. So I can understand why the horse is taking money. This horse is very, very usable here at that price.
Interesting race. The number 7, Bucker 2, 2-1 favorite. And he's got some questions to answer, too. Also, this was a horse, Andy, that you wonder, did he not take a step forward as a 3-year-old? Are we going to see him move forward as a 4-year-old? Does he need to dropping in class?
Right. He's obviously can run some of his
Right.
races and be effective here, depending on, there just may not be any of these horses are very good. But he clearly didn't take advantage forward as a 3-year-old. And very rarely will a 2-year-old doesn't take forward step as a 3-year-old. Will that horse improve at 4? You don't really see that.
Loading in for the nightcap at Belmont Park. Let's send it up one more time today. Johnny I standing by.
there in the gate. And they're off. Bucker 2 breaks well, is going out for the lead. Vaunted is on the outside. Tiebreakers. Oh, we have an unseated. Riders unseated there on the 11, Milagroso. Milagroso unseated. Jockey Omar Hernandez Moreno. So you do have a loose horse towards the back of the pack. Up front here it is a buck or two who has the lead. Tiebreaker is there, Vaunted on the outside. Down at the rail is Impulsive Spending, who's racing in 4th. And then it's Brennan's War next in 5th, followed by a Big Boulder in 6th. Moving up on the outside is Strategy for You from 7th, and farther back it is Subversive. And then comes Bow in the back, and followed by the Mighty Don. The field comes into the stretch, and it is Buck or Two who has the lead here. Tiebreaker on the outside, Buck or Two in front. Tiebreaker running in 2nd. Then comes Brennan's War, who's coming on now from 3rd. Buck or Two. Brennan's War will be the challenger here. Buck or Two in front. Brennan's War on the outside. The two of them come on for the finish, and it is Buck or Two who holds on. Brennan's War was 2nd. Tiebreaker finished 3rd.
Your favorite Buck or Two able to hold on. Unfortunate situation with the 11 Milagroso dropping his rider. Omar Hernandez Moreno, we will provide updates on him as soon as we have them. There's Milagroso staying with the pack, and I'm sure as soon as is possible will be apprehended by our amazing outriders. And there's Omar. Great to see him on his feet.
Yeah, that's good to see. Most important thing.
Absolutely.
Horse and rider are okay, so that's a good thing to see. As far as that, the favorite was able to control in the front end and got it done, and that's it for me in tiebreaker. If he ever breaks his maiden, you won't have my money on him.
A nice effort back on the grass for the number 3 as well. Brennan's War, a little bit of a layoff for that horse, a horse that had run some decent races in the past, just one that had a lot of chances. Picks up another check here, 7-3-8 under the line.
And I mean, really, nobody did much running here. I think the 10 finished 4th, but nobody. I mean, if this horse is going to win like this, and the 3 running second is an indication that the horse is near making their debuts. They could have turf pedigree or not. They just didn't do much running unless there's some big trip behind there that I didn't see.
He found his friends today, Buck or Two getting the win. Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle for Michelle Nevin in the nightcap at Belmont Park. When we come back, it'll be time to kick things off beneath the Twin Spires. Churchill Downs coming up, and a little bit later on, we'll have some live racing action for you from the Meadowlands as well. The Big M in the spotlight. More on America's Day at the Races after this.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
that up front, 290,000.
Nice run here from the son of Good Magic, Mage in front.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 22nd and 23rd in Timoniga, Maryland. Where will you be?
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started today. The nightcap in the books at Belmont Park. The number 7, Buck or 2, found the right spot to break his maiden.
And Kendrick did the right thing with him, not fooling around, went to the front end, able to set a moderate pace, just found the right group, as you say, found his friends.
No messing around with this one. Put him in the right spot, and that's just what you have to do sometimes when you have the best horse. Don't get him in trouble.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's why you be aggressive with him. And listen, I have no excuse for my horse Tiebreaker. This was a dismal. I know he ran third, but it's a dismal effort by him in general.
A nice effort from the number 3, Brennan's War, at a big price, but your 9-5 favorite, Buck or 2. To wrap things up, we'll take a look at the pick 5. Hope you had it. Nice return for the pick 6 there, over $3,000 for that $1 pick 6. We'll take a look at the late pick 5 follow along here, over $1,000 bucks.
I didn't have any of them. I wasn't close. Not even in the hunt.
You were joking when you said you've been on a little bit of a rut here.
I think I had Buck or 2. I might have Buck or 2 third. I think that's the only one I had the top 3 in that entire group.
On that note.
Listen, if you're going to be wrong, you might as well be very wrong.
Might as well refresh, get ready for tomorrow. Time to say farewell to you, Andy. See you tomorrow.
Actually, I won't. You're going to be here late.
No, I'm going to be burning the midnight oil tomorrow night, but I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. I hope you do too. I'll be here during the day.
Paul Verderosa coming up on the set to join me for the rest of the way. Stay tuned. We've got a lot more to discuss, including the bloodlines in this year's Preakness Stakes. You have a Preakness winner, Curlin, a horse that was a close 4th, his son, Good Magic, and now his son, Mage, looking to win the Preakness Stakes and do it for his bloodlines. We'll talk more about Mage's chances after this.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Mage digs down deep, urged onto the wire to win the Derby!
Good Magic continues to impress as a stallion. 2023 Kentucky Derby winner Mage is from the first crop of champion Good Magic. With Mage's victory, Good Magic joins Triple Crown legend Gallant Fox as the youngest sire of a Kentucky Derby winner at age 8. Both did it with their first crop. Good Magic is the son of champion Curlin. Today, both call Hillendale at Alapa home. The Stallion Barn has a roster of world-class stallions up and down Shed Row. As outstanding as Good Magic's first crop has performed, farm owner John Sakura had high expectations well before his initial crop was ready to race.
Blazing Sevens by 3 lengths.
His crop has been well received. Sale, and more importantly, it's been very well received at the 2-year-olds in training sale. That's usually more indicative of people's opinion because you're closer to the racetrack. They're watching them gallop, they're watching them breeze.
Chad Brown trained Good Magic during his racing career. He remembers his professionalism from the day he arrived at Saratoga.
You know, Good Magic was always a very sound horse, very precocious, good temperament, easy to train. Right when he came in the barn early in his 2-year-old year, he identified himself as really the best prospect we had. Really from the first work, those really special horses that have remarkable talent identify themselves really early on. And from that point forward, he never disappointed us in a workout. Breeders' Cup Juvenile race was really special. I thought he ran outstanding and really identified himself as the clear leader of the division going into the winter.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
A good feeling to have as a trainer when you have the winter time favorite for the Derby going into next year, and I'm happy that he showed up the right way in the race.
Justify and Good Magic start to pull away from the others.
And to have the constitution to get out of that grueling Derby and come back and win a race like the Haskell showed just how consistent and how strong and durable he was.
But the champ is back! Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
You know, I buy a lot of horses for clients, and I bought several Good Magics. They look to be much like him. Wonderful temperament, precocious enough, but they really finish their works and gallop out like horses that are going to do better as they go longer on dirt, and that's really what I'm looking for.
Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Hillendale, where Good Magic now stands as a sire, and he has been off to a flying start. Not only is he represented in the Preakness by the Kentucky Derby winner Mage, but he has 3 runners sired by Good Magic, Perform and Blazing Sevens, also by Good Magic, who was a close 4th behind Triple Crown winner Justify in the Preakness just a few years ago. Mage, though, he's done everything right. Just 4 starts in his short career and now a Kentucky Derby winner. Much like his sire, Good Magic, it seems that his demeanor has played a big factor, as is described by co-owner Ramiro Restrepo.
They're so young at this age. I'm sure those of you who have children, when you see your kids over time, they start maturing and they'll do things that make you kind of turn on and look at them and say, oh, wow, you're growing up before our eyes. The races are developing him race by race, you know, so we're just waiting to see how far down the well of talent he has. Every day he's showing more and more signs of maturation and kind of understanding his job and to be a racehorse, so it's great to see that happening. When he got here from the sale as a baby, you know, he'd have little things. He was a little bullish and playful, and he'd do things, but he's so smart. I can't overstate that. Not only does he take care of himself during the races, and he responds to the cues from the rider so well, and he's learned Gustavo's training program as a horse himself, and you can see it as he picks up the rhythm on his own. And if you watch back the Derby, that move, like, he starts picking it up on his own. Javi was just guiding him, picking the right holes, and when we asked him, you know, he finished up. If you watch the Kentucky Derby from the 8th pole home, he's accelerating. He's not decelerating. He's coming home with everything. The horse is just a really smart horse and just doing everything right now.
Here we go, Paul. Mage, he's doing everything right. We're so excited to see him take on the field of the Preakness Stakes tomorrow and hopefully take one step closer onto the Belmont. We'll see if that Triple Crown will be on the line this year. I'm pleased to welcome in Paul Vidarosa joining me here for the final few hours of the show. Paul, welcome in. It's that exciting time of the year. The dream is alive, as they say, and we'll see if Kentucky Derby winner Mage can take that one more step.
Yeah, great to be here with you. And yeah, we got one more step to go tomorrow to find out if we're going
going to be here for a Triple Crown in a few weeks.
Taking a look at the field for the Preakness, of course, announced this morning. Unfortunately, first mission will be a scratch after being off left hind. Mage, the Kentucky Derby winner, will be a very short price as we get closer to post time. But he has really been impressive. He won the Kentucky Derby after not racing at the age of 2. He's one of only 3 horses to do just that. Apollo, Triple Crown winner Justify a few years ago, and now Mage. Pretty impressive, and as you heard in that soundbite from Ramiro, the way that he's handled everything, his demeanor, his temperament, that's played a big role in it.
Yeah, say what you want about him, but despite being lightly raced, I mean, he ran super in the Derby. You got to give credit to Javier, too. Execute the plan to perfection. Sometimes those most late plans, they blow up in the gate, as you know, when you get started. So, especially with a horse like this, who doesn't break the best all the time, but in the Derby, he did. So there was that moment around the 3/8. He gave that little burst of speed that Javier needed. And you know what? Put himself right into position where you need to be to win the race. Because most of those Derbies, they're won at the top of the stretch, not down the lane.
Javier Castellano, so patient with Mage, and he was able to pick up the first Kentucky Derby of his career. We'll see if he can keep the momentum going, take the Preakness Stakes tomorrow, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Looking forward to that. Of course, that son of Good Magic. At Churchill Downs, though, we'll get ready to kick off their card this evening, post time around 6 p.m. Eastern. And we have the 2-year-olds to kick off the action. The 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight. More on that after this break.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Glad to have you with us as we get ready to kick things off beneath the Twin Spires for the first race of the evening at Churchill Downs, as at this point in time, America's Day at the Races becomes America's Evening at the Races. Taking a look at the field, it's a group of 2-year-olds, just one scratch of Your Forever, but 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight. George's Honey, first-time starter for Mark Casse, currently 2-1. Debois Blanc, I believe, currently 5-2 on the board. But for some help with these 2-year-old fillies, we welcome in Paul LaDuca here with us. I'm surrounded by Pauls. I love it. Paulie, glad to have you with us. And fun way to have a couple nice 2-year-old races early in the card at Churchill.
Yeah, Keisha, hopefully you had enough caffeine. You are going on to the midnight hour with a lot of hours here. Yeah, 10-race card. Actually a very, very good card. I misspoke last night when I was talking about 2-year-olds. I meant 2-year-old colts when I was mentioning that they had not written any 2-year-old races for 2-year-olds in the next book. That was for 2-year-old colts. we have two-year-old filly races. Gosh, I said two way too many times. Some fillies will go at it in race number 1 and race number 3. The buzz so far that I've heard in race number 3 was that Kenny McPeak runner supposedly been working very well in the morning. So I think that horse will take a little bit of action. In race number 4, I think High Front, the one horse, probably your most singled horse in the early pick 5. When it comes to the late pick 5, we have a great turf race as well. So a full card of races. Hopefully you had the Black Eyed Susan long shot winner, and you had that pick 5 over there at Pimlico, and you still think Mage can win that second jewel of the Triple Crown.
I certainly hope so, Polly. A lot of fun things to look forward to as we see horses on the track. 2-year-old fillies to start things off, as Paul touched on. Here in the opener at Churchill, we're meeting the field. We'll continue on. Paul V. Next to me is Sapphire Knight, second-time starter.
Yeah, very green top of the struts after chasing the dueling leaders last time out. Comes out of a common race with the 6. Finished up the track that day.
Pretty sharp. Usually you see Steve Asmussen's firsters or young horses very quiet on the track. Second-time starter Unmatched is next.
Not factor in the debut, but Ben Colbrook's got good numbers second time out. Worth a look at 17-1.
Yeah, those two both by Matoli, or I should say the 4 by Matoli, that one by Speightstown. Another one with experience, new sire Catalina Cruiser, intriguing. Here's Aim Higher.
Yeah, it was forward before being shuffled back. It was in hand on the rails. Tough spot for a 2-year-old. Did improve down the stretch. Be interesting to see what happens second time out for this daughter of Catalina Cruiser.
That looks like a massive filly, too. She'll probably want more ground. Here's another one that has experience, Green Chili, blinkers on.
Yeah, faded in the debut after racing a little bit off the pace. Was basically a non-factor in that one.
Getting those blinkers on. We'll see if she breaks a little bit better today. She will break from the outside post and is a big price right now. Your favorite is the number 1, George's Honey. This one is half to a stakes winner, Sharp as Attack, who is very precocious, but that one much more proficient on turf. But an obviously interesting pedigree goes out from Mark Cassidy and some pretty quick workouts coming into this.
Yeah, and Mark's got really good numbers too. 10 for 63, $1.93 ROI with dirt 2-year-old sprinters, and 7 of 10 of them were first-time starters. So he really hits with the first-time starters that are out there. Jimmy Creed hits it 13%, first time starting with 2-year-olds. And the Dam, by the way, you know who owned the Dam?
Que Chulo? No, I do not.
Godolphin.
Interesting.
Ran around here, not one of their better ones.
Yes, over 5
yeah.
she was, but she's been a good producer so far,
Yeah.
so we'll see what she does. We have this 2-year-old race coming up, but there's still a lot more left on our program. We go all the way to 11 p.m. We're on FS2 until 8:30, and then a little bit later on FS1 from 8:30 to 11, but today's remaining races brought to you by Claiborne Farm, Fast and Firm at Churchill Downs. Paul touched on some of the exciting things we have coming up on the program, and Meadowlands, fast conditions over there too. We'll be able to check in a little bit with Jessica Otten as well. There's George's Honey. The number 3, Savoy Blanc, is taking a bit of money as well, co-favorite at 2-1, and that's the only one in this field that comes out of a 2-year-old sale. Worked 9-4, that filly by Munnings, and I absolutely loved her 2-year-old sales workout at OBS March. Now, 9-4 is quick, Paul. I've spent a lot of time at the OBS 2-year-old sales this year. There have been a lot of 9-4s. It's almost like if you don't work 10 flat, 9-4, it's kind of looked down upon at this stage. So yes, there were a lot of quick workouts at that sale, but I thought she did it easily, which I love to see.
Yeah, and like you said, they've been kind of souping them up for the sales to get them to pass through and get them to sell. But you know what, though? When you look at her work tab, she did throw a bullet at Keeneland back on May 2nd. She went to 4 furlongs at 47-4 from the gate. Brad Cox is always dangerous, as we know, with a first-time starter. 26 for 142. 2-year-old fillies, by the way. I pulled that stat. First-time starting sprinting on the dirt the last 5 years. 16% Munnings is hitting for, and the Dam was unraced, but the Dam had a couple of other horses that were so-so.
And the Dam is the sister to Big World, who won the La Troyenne. So we'll see how that one does on debut. For more on these 2-year-olds, let's go back to Paul Duca.
Yeah, a little tricky little first race here at Churchill Downs with these 2-year-old fillies, because, you know, these could be promising fillies. You never really know. George's Honey on the inside here for Ray Lou Gutierrez and Mark Cassidy. You got to love the 7 works of foundation that they've put into this Jimmy Creed filly, and she's been working well in the morning. I do love, there's a couple fillies in here. I love that the trainer worked the horses on the mud and on the regular surface. This horse worked out of the gate on the mud, and she worked tremendous, reportedly that one day, and that was on April 28th. Now, the 3 in here did the same thing, sort of out of the gate, and that was on May 2nd. I'm not going to pronounce the name, the filly by Munnings, but, you know, Brad Cox's barn, a very tricky barn to try to gauge. You know, it's kind of, I always say this, kind of like the Chad Brown barn in New York. You know, you feel, you know, disappointed when you leave his horses out and they win. And this horse is taking some money in. You know, that gate drill 2 back obviously was pretty good on May 2nd. The 2 Honor Cat, you know, Robertina Diodoro's brought a lot of horses from Oaklawn. This horse has been here, was at Keeneland, and another horse that I like, you know, a filly that she, you know, worked over the Muddy Racetrack on April 28th. She might not have the crazy foundation as the 1 does. You see the 1 that filly by Jimmy Creed warming up nicely there for Ray Lou Gutierrez. So, you know, I thought it was the 3 inside fillies. I do think the 4, Steve Masterson's a Hall of Famer for a reason. His horses improved second time out, and as he's staring at me right now, he's giving me sort of the dead eye, like, you better pick my horse a little bit, and he's knocking on his head. But I would think this filly by Matoli would improve a little bit. The 6 Aim Higher has taken money, Acacia. This horse I would take as a first-time starter. This horse did have a brutal trip and made up some ground. You just don't know if it was an illusional, like, making up ground or not to, you know, be warranted 5-1 against some of these other horses in here. So I just love the way the 1 looked at the racetrack. I love the way Raylu warmed up. You know, with Luis Saez out of town and Tyler Gaffney, the 2 leading jockeys, some of these other jockeys need to step forward, and maybe Raylu's got a couple live mounts, especially in these first 5 races.
Yeah, he certainly could, Paul. Great point there. George's Honey, I noticed Ray Lou Gutierrez just never stopped in the warm-up, just constantly keeping this filly moving. And she has had a couple of gate workouts, and obviously we can't see how she did it. But you like to see, I love anyway, the pattern where 2 works back was a gate drill. And then last time, just from the pole, as it's called, not going back to the gate, that leaves me to believe that Mark Casse is pleased with how she's been breaking. Yeah, especially from the rail, she'll need to.
Yeah, definitely. And with the way she's moving. And the one pattern that I also like seeing with 2-year-olds, too, is when their works get progressively faster, even if it's in increments. And that's what happened here. The 37s went to a 35, then stretched out to a half mile and went 49-1, and then brought it down 48, 47. So I like her on top in here at 5-2, and you just never know, though, breaking from the rail. You just hope she gets away clean.
Paul LaDuca touched on at the number 4. I'm going to say Paul and Paulie. We're going to do it that way so that we keep things straight with my Pauls here. Paulie mentioned the number 4, Sapphire Nights. Paul, for Steve Asmussen. Hopefully he's not staring at him still over there. But Sapphire Nights, he touched on some of the trouble that this one had, and I thought just looked exhausted late afterwards. And, you know, we'll see what this one can do after chasing in that first race. And looks pretty sharp out there again today, too.
Yeah, I think catching some of the kickback on the chase mattered a little bit, too. You could see the head bouncing around a little bit. And then when they got to the top of the stretch, just super green she was. Yeah. And then she just kind of tired out after that. So she's got plenty of room to improve from a trainer who always does well with that. And I wonder if we could get a shot of that evil eye.
I know, I know. Right?
I'd like to know what that stare entails.
Matoli still looking for his first stateside winner. I would imagine Steve Asmussen has quite a few of them. They've been very well received at the sales. From the ones that I have seen personally, they're on the smaller side and maybe not as kind of broad, but kind of the quick early type of look, and you would expect them to be precocious.
Yeah, fast sprinter build and just have to grow into themselves a little bit. Yeah,
he was.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So fast, and we'll see. Another one that has experience by a freshman sire is Aim Higher by Catalina Cruiser. This is the one who did have some significant trouble in that debut race behind You Almost Had Me.
Yeah, and Paul brought up a really good point that he didn't know if it was an illusion or not with that trouble. I agree with him a little bit. When you watch the head-on of the race, I know that they took her back a little bit on the rail, and around that 3/8 kind of got shuffled.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think it was.
Much weight.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad of a shuffle for me to say, okay, you know what, she had significant trouble. We'll bring her back today. I mean, at 5-1, take a swing with her, especially in a race with 2-year-olds that, you know, you've got a couple of unproven ones that haven't run yet.
That's certainly true. There's a lot to be said for experience. But one thing I think is interesting with her, you can see her there on the screen, the 6. Look how much bigger she is than
she's
the
a big
rest
girl.
of these 2-year-olds. I mean, she's huge at this stage. She's very physically mature. She's a January foal, so she's an earlier foal for sure, too. But she just looks like she's one that maybe wants a little bit more ground.
Yeah, it surprised me that she was that forward, too, being that big. But she did get out of there, so she was sitting in that, you know, a little bit forward spot, but just kind of backed out pretty quick.
2-year-old fillies to start things off. The opener at Churchill Downs. Beneath the Twin Spires, they load in. We'll send it up to Travis Stone for the call.
Dubois Blanc was back there too. Goes in. Green Chili, last one. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Sapphire Knights fires out fast. George's Honey from the inside post comes off the rail to track from second. Honor Cat is third. Dubois Blanc on the move from the outside, fifth, fourth, and now third. Unmatched is back into fifth, but only 2.5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Aim Higher and Green Chili's at the back. Round the far turn. Sapphire Knights short lead. George's Honey pressing. Dubois Blanc hovering to their outside. Up into second now. Dubois Blanc's coming after Sapphire Knights. George's Honey boxing on between them. Unmatched comes off the turn in fourth, and Honor Cat is fifth. Top of the lane, Sapphire Knights cut the corner. Short lead, Dubois Blanc trying to get by. George's Honey fights on between them. Unmatched fourth, 1 furlong to go. George's Honey fights on indeed. She's come on to take the lead. Sapphire Knights gives way. Dubois Blanc fights on with Unmatched, but George's Honey, a tough filly, wins by 2 in the end. Unmatched got up for second. Dubois Blanc was third, and Sapphire Knights was fourth.
The number 1, George's Honey, delivers as the horse that was taking all that early money. We heard Paulie mentioning the lovely warm-up that this filly had, and a nice call by you, Paul, mentioning the 5 Unmatched. She came rolling late.
Yeah, no factor in that debut, but Ben Colebrook's dangerous second time out, and she put it all together today. A little goofy looking out at the stands a little bit, but she really leveled off and picked them up for second. But a nice run by your winner in between horses there, so good to get off with a top pick.
I like it. And the number 5, Unmatched, it looks like, yeah, she's still figuring things out. You see she's hanging on that left lead, and it seemed like Yoel Navas was trying to encourage her to switch, and she wasn't really responding to that. She's still a kind of slight filly as well, so one that could move forward. But the substance of George's Honey, she was ready to roll at first asking. Those nice workouts we discussed. Number 3, Dubois Blanc, this one, she tried on the outside. She was a little bit wide. Just didn't really have much late. Huh?
Yeah, she looked a little tired late, too. So we'll see what happens second time out if there's any improvement there. But a nice one in between horses for your one, George's Honey.
A promising filly here by Jimmy Creed. George's Honey wins on debut. Raylu Gutierrez in the saddle. Good-looking 2-year-old filly she is. When we come back, we'll recap the Black Eyed Susan. What happened to Feza, to Marlaza, those impressive last out winners. We'll recap it after this on America's Day at the Races.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Acacia Clement, Paul Vidarosa, and Paul LaDuca with you as we continue on. We just saw the opener at Churchill Downs with the 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight, and a good-looking young filly by Jimmy Creed was ready to roll at first, asking for trainer Mark Kelsey. George's Honey.
Yeah, and I like the fact that not only did she break well and she was in contention, the 4 went out, she laid back a little bit, and right here with that split, she found another gear in between horses, and you don't see that too often with a lot of 2-year-olds that get in between horses and they don't want to run and they don't want to pass anybody. But today she looked pretty professional out there and got the job done.
Yeah, and she's not a small, diminutive filly either.
No.
She's got some substance to her, but she was not deterred with horses on either side of her. You love to see that unmatched. A nice call by you. You had some interest in that one at 22-1. She came closing late to be second. 153 in the opener at Churchill Downs. $6.10 winner, that first-time starter, delivering on debut. Taking a look at the field for race 2 at Churchill. 6 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-old fillies, and 2 other than allowance rates, $134,000. So the purse, big encouragement there. And Brad Cox has a short price favorite in Dazzling Blue off the layoff, who will try to extend her undefeated record. More on that second race from Churchill in a moment, but as we promised you, we have some stakes action to recap of what took place over at Pimlico just a little while ago in the historic Pimlico Special. It was an absolute thriller as a rattle and roll, Paul. This horse, one that we know has a lot of class, he and Speed Bias coming down to the wire in a tight photo finish.
Yeah, well, we knew Shake, Rattle, and Roll was going to try and keep that rattle and roll train going down there today. And under Flavien Prat, swinging to the outside, and Speed Bias down there, sitting there, ran a good trip, too. I mean, under Louis Saez. You knew what Louis was going to do, too, with him, but in the end, Rattle and Roll coming up on the outside and kind of getting busy. 2 of them throwing down in the stretch, which is always what you like to see in one of these races. And as they hit the wire, you decide.
That's amazing that he got his nose down in time. Really incredible. It looked like pretty much every step of the stretch almost Speed Bias the winner, but Rattle and Roll in the final jump, picking up another victory to make it 2 wins in a row. That was an exciting one in the Pimlico Special. A non-effort from Law Professor, too. Just didn't fire today.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if he's better just here in New York than he is traveling around. I mean, he's a class horse and he runs well, but sometimes he doesn't take the form with him out of town.
Well, the Pimlico Special was exciting. The Black-Eyed Susan, exciting as well. So we'll take a look at that for the 3-year-old fillies, the feature of the day at Pimlico. Taking a look at the start, the number 10 Taxed was your one who got the win. Of course, there were a lot of eyes on the undefeated Feza, the 9. Pretty uneventful start and even beginning for all of the runners here. And there's the number 9 Feza, and you can see Flavien Prat is really working on her at this point.
Yeah.
Non-effort from her. How about Who's Your Filly? What a race she ran.
Yeah, you know, that was the turnaround. And we're both sitting here going, Who's Your Filly's going to win this race? Like, it's been a complete turnaround. The big name, and then all of a sudden, here comes Taxed on the outside. Rafael Bejarano, and he gets the job done. And you know what? Tax has had her moments. You know, she broke her maiden, but she's run okay in the Martha Washington and the Fantasy, so she put it all together today.
She was second behind Wet Paint, who was the favorite going into the Kentucky Oaks last time in the Fantasy at a big price, and she was a horse that seemed to be improving at the right time. Took her a little time to switch leads, and then when she did, she kicked on past Who's Your Filly, who ran much better today than she has in her last couple of starts, which was intriguing and encouraging to see. But in, yes, Pretty Mischievous, your winner of the Kentucky Oaks, a 3-year-old filly crop, that there really hasn't kind of been one standout star. It looked like if Feza had won today, that might have been her. What do you do now with the crop? But Tax won today.
Yeah, I think you kind of just throw a blanket over some of them and see where they go from here. It was a no-show for Feza. I know Bob had said that it was a good test for her being against these horses getting out of California, but this was a no-show. 3-wide trip and came up empty. No real excuse there. And Merlaza, too.
Yeah.
Merlaza ran 5th today, so where you go from here, it'll be interesting to see.
It will be, but Taxed, the celebration will be in full effect today for that filly by Collected, winner of the Black-Eyed Susan. Trainer Shug McGahee, he knows how to win the big races. We'll see if his charge Perform is up to the task in tomorrow's Preakness. He won the Tessio, a win and you're in for the Preakness, and the water gets deeper tomorrow.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300,000. 275, EDF 275,000. 75, Budica 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Here, Budica 2, bit $200,000.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 12:40. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
To America's Day at the Races, Paul Verderosa and Acacia Clement, and the ABR race of the week. It's the Preakness this week, the middle leg of the Triple Crown, and quite a field going into this one, looking for Mage to get the second leg of the Triple Crown. And, well, he's got a cast of characters that are going to face him, but First Mission's out. Probably the biggest threat that was to him has now joined out. But Perform going out for Shug McGahee. He was supplemented to this spot for $150,000. So definitely think high of him to put him in here. Taking a look at his race last time out in the Federico Tessio. Came around 2 turns, and that's where his last 2 wins were. Fergal Lynch rode him really, really well.
He did, and Fergal Lynch is going to stay aboard. And nice job opening up off commercial there. As Perform for Shug McGahee, Federico Tessio, the local prep in Maryland, going on to the Preakness Stakes. Yeah, he didn't have necessarily the best of trips that day, but he did have a relatively quick pace to run at. Now, this is a horse that, yes, he stepped forward in his last 2 starts, and he has improved getting around 2 turns. We'll see if he can take a big step forward and be quick enough to compete with the likes of Mage.
I mean, he had legit trouble, so I'm willing to give him that, and he found a way. Good horses find a way to win these races. So there's things to like about him. And I really think that at this point, he's probably going to be, I would think, 4th or 5th choice. I mean, he's still going to get a little lost in the wagering. I mean, obviously, things are going to be a little skewed now with First Mission not being in here. But I would think that he's going to still be in that 7-8 to 1 range. So, I mean, he's worth a shot.
Another son of Good Magic, too. Of course, Good Magic represented by 3 in this year's Preakness. Perform being one of them, of course, Blazing Sevens, and your Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, the other ones in this year's Preakness. We turn our attention back over to Churchill Downs, this nice allowance race coming up next. And again, a big price here. Taking a look at the field, Dazzling Blue to the inside. This filly by Into Mischief, she's undefeated for Brad Cox. She also won a stake at the fairgrounds. That was back in December. We haven't seen her since then, but she is quick. And if she's ready, breaking from the inside, she could be very dangerous in here, Paul.
Yeah, she's full of speed, and she ran well down at the fairgrounds. And obviously, she put those fields away each time we ran, taking a look at the race back in December here. My only problem is I just don't know what she beat in there when you take a look at the next races for that group of horses. And I gotta believe, though, that there's maybe just a little bit of, I don't know, hopefully other speed that could pressure her a little bit. I'm not sure about it, but maybe there's one other horse in here that could maybe get on her early.
Yeah, I think the scratch of Back to Ohio hurt any chances of some others kind of pressing her. We'll see what BG Warrior does do, but BG Warrior will rematch with Sunday Shoes. Sunday Shoes also 2 for 2 as of yet. She's kind of the rare Wesley Ward runner that is not very sharp out of the gate. She is more of a closer, and Sunday Shoes will be on the main track for the first time.
Yeah, and the race that we're seeing here, she looked a lot more professional, and she looked a lot more impressive in this win than she did in her debut. She made that widest move and she fell apart. She was washy that day if you watched it. Wesley has great numbers with this move, going from, you know, stint to dirt with the 3-year-old. And I like her in here today. My only question is Dazzling Blue going to get away? But she did everything right in this race, and she looked a lot more professional.
3 to 5, though, a very short price on the number 1, Dazzling Blue. Let's check in with Paula Duca at Churchill.
Yeah, Keisha and Paul, to be honest with you, I thought Dazzling Blue would be the favorite in here, but I didn't think she'd be this short of a favorite. And I get it. She won her first race at Churchill Downs, and then she came back as a 2-year-old, and she crushed. But, you know, the worry is, you know, she's a Juddmonte filly. You would think they would want to move forward into her 3-year-old campaign, and now they're making their 3-year-old debut after the Oaks. So is she working well in the morning? Obviously she is, and that's why she's 3 to 5 on the board in here. The 6, you know, Sunday Shoes, I mean, it's really hard to throw out an undefeated filly. Gerardo Corrales would be aboard, the 3rd different rider. She won with Lasix first time out. Paul was right. I mean, she was completely washed. She's perfect comment line. And all of a sudden, she just exploded home. She was actually, she was good out of the gate the first time, and she was kind of taken back by Walter Rodriguez. Last time, she kind of got left, so she needs to break a little bit better today, and I think she's the other horse in here. And the other filly I'm not going to dismiss is the 4 in here, Acacia Promise of Hope. You know, when you look at this filly by Ghost Zapper, you know, she wanted even money 2 back. Look who beat her 3 back. Pretty Mischievous. Now, we just saw Tax win. I'm so happy for Randy Morris. What a heady claim. But Hoosier filly, you know, she had a little throat surgery. She overcame that throat surgery, and maybe she was a horse that did not like Fairgrounds, but Pretty Mischievous was beating her up at Fairgrounds. Hoosier filly was beating up Pretty Mischievous. Tax was right there with Wet Paint when she got on a dry track. So when you look at Promise of Hope, I just see that company, and I cannot throw her out. So I'm going to go 1, 4, 6 in here. That's what I need at least for my pick 5 and to start the early pick 4.
Well, good luck, Paulie. Hope you hit it. And I think Promise of Hope, he makes some great points here. It's the company that she was facing. It's interesting. In the one time I saw her in Saratoga in the Adirondack when she was pulled up that day, her jockey that afternoon, Jose Ortiz, saying that she was just moving a little bit awkward and felt it better to pull her up. But she was one that I had written down. She has a light mouth, and she can be really headstrong. And she can be a little bit tough, and you can see that in her races. Corey Lannery will be back aboard. There she is, demonstrating that for us. Oh, no, that was the 6, yeah. There's the number 1, Dazzling Blue, your favorite at 4 to 5.
Yeah, a little tough to take at 4 to 5, but she's done nothing wrong so far in 2 starts. So she deserves to be the 4 to 5 there, but there might be some other options in here.
Perhaps facing a little bit saltier company today than what she faced down at the Fairgrounds. Did win a stake in her 2nd start. That was as a 2-year-old, though, and she ran some good races as a 2-year-old. Did she step forward as a 3-year-old?
Yeah, that's the big question, I think, for her in here.
Here's the number 2, Holiday Decision. Raylu Gutierrez looks for the early double.
Yeah, it was competitive over at Mahoning and also at Indiana running third, but needs to do a little bit more here and be a little faster to compete with this group, I think.
12 to 1 on that one. Here's the number 3, BG Warrior.
Getting 6 to 1 on her. She drops out of stakes races. Just her dirt numbers sometimes are a little too slow, though, when you look at them.
Yeah, we'll see as she comes back trying a turf race last time out at Churchill Downs. Here is the number 4, Promise of Hope, trying to get back on track for Tom Amoss.
You know, if you believe the start 2 starts back where she won and put up that 75 number, she figures right here with the numbers that Dazzling Blue has put up, and we don't know how Sunday Shoes is actually going to fare on the dirt and what she's going to put up. So she's definitely a viable alternative.
Speaking of Sunday Shoes, there she is. Can she remain undefeated?
We'll see what happens. She's done it very well in her last start. She got a lot more professional. Wesley's got good numbers doing this move.
We'll see how she handles it. But coming up in a little bit, we'll kick off our action at the Meadowlands. We go live with the Big M. Jessica Otten here with us. Jess, excited to have the chance to show the Meadowlands both tonight and tomorrow night. And there's some great storylines we have to look forward to.
There are a couple of great storylines to look forward to. 13 races on tap on this beautiful Friday evening. Of course, those two $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 pools. A couple of stakes eligible horses coming up in races 6 and 8 tonight. And of course, tomorrow night we have 14 races on tap. Leg 2 for the New Jersey Sire Stakes for those 3-year-old trotters. Plenty of Hambo eligible horses and Hambletonian Oaks eligible horses as well. And tomorrow's night's card is highlighted by the $155,000 Cutler Memorial. Of course, last time we were on the show, we saw It's Academic take the open trot. He'll take on 10 other foes in that race, including the lone mare Bella Bellini, who ended up being Trotter of the Year last year. So plenty of action to look forward to, not only tonight, but tomorrow night as well. And we kick off this first race right here in the Meadowlands Amateur Driving Club event, scratched down to a field of 8. I went to the 2, pretty short price, 6-5 on the board right now. Shorty's Girl. I really liked the way that this horse finished 2 starts ago after coming first over down at Freehold. Moved to the mile track last time out, took on a much tougher group in there. Got away 10th from post 10, but what I liked is that this horse closed at the end of the mile, paced forward, rode the rail, 28-4 at the end of it, gets post relief in here tonight. Much softer group that Shorty's Girl will be facing, and I really like the familiarity now that Jacob Stillwell now has with this mare. So I'm going to stick with the 2 on the top of my ticket. I also like the 9 Rockabilly Charm. This guy has one nice big move. He can leave the gate well, but if James Slendorn can, time that move towards the end of the mile, he's got one kick home, and I think he's very capable of doing it in here. I'll now start from post 8. I think this is the softer of the 3 Meadowlands Amateur Driving Club events that we have. And I like the one in here as well to round out those trifecta tickets. Docs Semelu out of the Simon Spicer barn. Scratch 6-4 starts to go. Was going to need those last 2. Gets the rail to work with tonight. So 2, 9, 1 in here for me. We'll send it to Ken Workington for the call of race 1.
Sorry.
It's post time. Preferred Equine Starting Gate picks up speed for the first race. Final call for the pick 5. 6-5 on 2. Shorty's Girl. 3-1, 9 Rockabilly Charm. 4-1, the 1 Doc Semelu. Here they come. And they're off. Rockabilly Charm on the outside, blasting off. A Philosophizer shoots out early speed from Doc Semelu on the rail into the top 3 as they swing around the first turn. Shorty's Girl cuts the corner and settles in the 4th position somewhere in Brooklyn, looking for a spot, and gets it in 5th. Then it's Stolen Art 6 to the opening quarter, followed by Rock the Casbah. She's got 1 beat. It's Master Conrad. At the opening quarter, it's Rockabilly Charm and James Slendorn there in a crisp 27-2. Across the backstretch they go into strong winds. It's a Rockabilly Charm to carve it out. Philosophizer after the quick start rides the pocket spot. Doc Semelu is 3rd. Shorty's Girl is 4th by 2.5. Then it's Somewhere in Brooklyn having some issues here. Then Stolen Art to that one's inside. Then Rock the Casbah. Gapped at the back is Master Conrad, a long way from the leader. Rockabilly Charm at 2-1 on the board. Controls it, and 57 was the half. So it's Rockabilly Charm in front by a length and a quarter. Philosophizer, a perfect trip so far. Doc Semelu on the inside, 3rd. Shorty's Girl, Jacob Stillwell looks to get that one going 4th on the outside, but spinning her wheels. Now she gets going, inches in closer. Then Stolen Art 5th on the inside, followed by Rock the Casbah and Somewhere in Brooklyn, and Master Conrad passing 3/4. Rockabilly Charm trying to go all the way. Philosophizer deuce pops right now and takes that late shot. Shorty's Girl's forced 3 wide, and they turn home 3/4, 126. And 3 fifths in the stretch. Rockabilly Charm fresh off the cones. Doc Semelu and Anthony Varuso with dead aim. Rockabilly Charm and full out is Doc Semelu, and from the inside Stolen Art with late pace, and then Rock the Casbah to the wire all the way. Rockabilly Charm at 2-1. Rockabilly Charm, and then it was Doc Semelu close there with Stolen Art and Rock the Casbah. 153-3.
Rockabilly Charm in the opener at the Meadowlands, able to wire the field and hold clear down to the end.
Yeah, to the top, pulled the train and found her friends and just went on running. And that's what usually happens sometimes in these amateur races where these fields are kind of a little bit hungry and these horses are looking for the wire. Whoever gets to the top just keeps on going. And that's what happened here with James Slendorn on Rockabilly Charm.
The number 9, Rockabilly Charm, the winner in the opener at the Meadowlands. Back over to Churchill Downs, getting ready for race 2. There's a look at Sunday Sunday Shoes. 4-5 now on this one. And Sunday Shoes is 2 for 2, comes from off the pace for Wesley Ward. As Paul LaDuca mentioned, Sunday Shoes last time did not break as well as she did on debut. And she's kind of a horse that debuted as a 3-year-old, does not wear blinkers, a typical kind of Wesley Ward move. And as you mentioned, Paul will try the main track for the first time today.
Yeah, Wesley's numbers are great. 8 for 27, 14 in the money, $1.87 ROI sent to dirt with 3-year-olds that are sprinting. I just love the fact that she was so much more professional and put it together in her second start. You know, that showed a lot. And you know, the Serena Song race that she came out of, it wasn't the worst race in the world. It wasn't the best either. But to see her put it together, and I've seen this move before with Wesley doing this with horses, and if she takes to the dirt, she can be tough in here because Dazzling Blue just don't know what she ran against and what she beat. And to be honest, the 4 at 6-1 gives off the impression of if they all run the same number, you know, you could take a shot with the 4 as well. So I think it's 3 of them in here.
Yeah, that's fair. Promise of Hope, who's also coming off a layoff. She was well behind Dazzling Blue in that last race in the stake at the Fairgrounds. They actually have the same kind of layoff coming back, but Dazzling Blue ran a very big race 2 starts back at the Fairgrounds. She faced very talented horses, including a 3rd behind eventual Kentucky Oaks winner, Pretty Mischievous. She was quick, yes, in her first 2 races, and she ran some good speed figures at the end of her 2-year-old season. The question is she ready off the bench, which typically Brad Cox has them ready? You also wonder, did she take a step forward as a 3-year-old? What are we going to see from her today as she faces perhaps some decent fillies?
Yeah, and you wonder, as you said, you know, with the comeback as a 3-year-old, did we see what she actually is in those 2 starts? You know, you wonder if there would have been second-time improvement coming out of that stakes race, and it really was basically the same run that she gave the first time. So it'll be interesting to see how she pops out of there tonight from the inside, and I wonder if BG Warrior is going to show speed. And she has prior on the dirt, albeit in slow races, but she's gone quick early. So I wonder if she can latch on to the 1 and put a little pressure on her and see what happens.
That would make things interesting, that's for sure. Your favorite Sunday Shoes, though, and you can see how she would be one that could have the propensity to get a little bit washy before races. I mean, she's been on the muscle, really on her toes the whole time. And as we mentioned, typically Wesley starts all of his 2-year-olds in blinkers, and if they start at 3, it's kind of 50-50. Often not that they will start without blinkers, but I would think if she was wearing blinkers, she'd almost be too keyed up.
Yeah, she was a little on the muscle in the paddock, too. We saw her jump around a little bit. And when she got on the track, too, she kind of puffed up and was feeling herself. So it'll be interesting to see what she does.
There she goes at race 2 from Churchill Downs. Up next, here's Travis Stone with the call.
Waiting for Sunday Shoes. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Dazzling Blue, bit of a stutter step start. Good beginning for Holiday Decision, and she heads over to the rail. BG Warrior is there. Dazzling Blue comes on through. Sunday Shoes and Promise of Hope. So Dazzling Blue was off last, but she's first midway down the backstretch. She opens up to lead by length. Holiday Decision is back into second, and BG Warrior comes away third. Sunday Shoes stuck 4 wide fourth as Promise of Hope angles to the rail in fifth. Onto the far turn. Dazzling Blue steps out to lead a length into half now. And Sunday Shoes is on the move, up into second. And right there is BG Warrior. Holiday Decision is tailed off into fourth. Promise of Hope comes off the rail now from fifth. There's a 1/4 mile to go. Dazzling Blue heads for home. Sunday Shoes targets her. They're off the turn 1-2. BG Warrior switches outside for a final try. Racing for the 8th pole, and Dazzling Blue is shaken up on the lead, and there's some more there. She opens up by 4, now by 5. Sunday Shoes will have to work to hold second as Promise of Hope is coming up the rail, but nobody's going to threaten Dazzling Blue. She wins big and is geared down 6 lengths in the end. Sunday Shoes held second from Promise of Hope. BG Warrior was 4th.
Dazzling Blue remains undefeated. She looks like she's the goods. Ricardo Santana never went to the crop, and that was after a poor start as well.
Yeah, I mean, she made a fool out of me coming down the lane here. She opened up, and she definitely dazzled. You know what? She overcame her start and still put this together like this. She ran a big race first start off the layup and as a 3-year-old.
I love this, too, that you just see Ricardo kind of shake the reins a little just to keep her straight. She was starting to get a little distracted, start to drift a touch because she's by herself out in the front. And he never went to the crop with her. And she was able to overcome everything. She did take that step forward as a 3-year-old. She breaks from the inside. Watch the start here. And that's where she kind of gets off a little bit awkwardly and has to rush up.
Yeah, it was a little hop at the start, but you know what? After that, Ricardo didn't rush her up or anything, kind of just let her get her feet under her, and then that spot was open on the rail. He went and took it. He knew what he had underneath her and just went on going.
That was an impressive win from this filly. She's the goods, a nice daughter of Into Mischief. And what a shock. Into Mischief has another talented runner. And yeah, she kind of leaps up a little bit at the break and he's urging her along. But once he urges her, she responds nicely in his hands.
Yeah, she was toying with him. She knew what she was doing the whole time. She's like, I'll give you a little bit of a head start. I got this.
Yeah, she just wanted to show everybody how talented she really is. Dazzling Blue, she's the goods. Impressive performance from this 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief, making the first start of the year. A winning one at 4-5. Bring you prices and more after this on America's Day of the Races.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football Gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. There's one of the most iconic views in our sport, the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. And we just saw a good one beneath the Twin Spires, Paul. Dazzling Blue in the first start of her 3-year-old season. Impressive for Brad Cox.
Well, she put them away pretty early in the lane here, and that was after the bad start hopping up. And she made it look easy down the lane. Ricardo never went to the stick once, knew what he had, and just pulled away late from this group. Was really no match in the end.
No, much the best here. Keeping her to task, reminding her a little bit of what she's there to do, and then she just kicks away from the rest of this field. Impressive, this daughter of Into Mischief with a big win. Sunday Shoes able to hold on for second over the number 4 Promise of Hope, but no doubt about the winner. 392 as the victory at 4-5, 164 in the second at Churchill Downs. The first race of the day is was underway at the Meadowlands, in the books now in that 1 mile pace in the amateur driving contest over at the Meadowlands 2. We saw a wire-to-wire winner, much like Dazzling Blue as well, Rockabilly Charm. But coming up next at Churchill will be our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. And as we just saw, an impressive winner by Into Mischief in the last race. So it just goes to show you, 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight in this upcoming third race, too, 5 furlongs on the main track. And a lot of first-time starters. Once again, the firster for Ken McPeak, Vivi's Dream, currently 6-5 on the board. And we'll see if she is ready at first, asking that daughter of Matoli. Always fun to have the 2-year-olds in the spotlight. But coming up this weekend on Saturday at Churchill Downs, the feature, the last race on the card, in fact, on that 11-race card, will be the Louisville, a Grade 3 event. As we take a look at the fields here, Bay Street Money and Therapist will rematch after running 1-2 in the Pan American, both for trainer Mike Maker. And Therapist, who was a 7 furlongs at Belmont horse, is now one that wants to go 1.5 miles.
Such a cool New York bred, too, right? When you look at the overall record that this horse has. And when you look at this Pan American race, the race set up for closers. The race fell apart.
Yeah.
The top 4 finishers came from the back of the pack to do this on this day. It was a good ride by Irad Ortiz in this race to get up in the late stages over Bay Street Money. They both run their same races. They run their same races all the time. The question is, are they going to get enough pace to come into for this race here in the Louisville?
Are we going to see that kind of setup that we saw in the Pan American down at Gulfstream? I remember speaking to him afterwards, and he said, you know, this horse, he was off the bridle the whole time. He was always relaxed, always traveling. Ricardo Santana will have the mount on Therapist. Of course, Irad not at Churchill tomorrow. Another mystery and intriguing layer in this race is we take a look at him in the Elkhorn. This was back on April 22nd.
Yeah, swings wide to come into the lane and puts in his run that he always puts in as well. Verstappen didn't run well here over the weekend.
But Red Knight
did. Red Knight turned the tables on him. I just kind of feel like, I don't know if you agree, that another mystery is the type of horse that he shows up most times and he runs his races, but he just falls short.
He just always runs the same race. I mean, he's been great for picking up a check. You've looked recently, I mean, 3rd in the Elkhorn, 4th prior to that, 2nd in the J.B. Conley, 2nd even in the Pizza Man, trying Illinois breds. This Louisville, though, will be part of the cross-country Pick 5 sequence tomorrow. It's a 50-cent minimum wager, begins around 4:22 Eastern. Churchill, Monmouth, Belmont, all in play in that Grade 3 Louisville in the sequence as well in the cross-country Pick 5. The action continues today at Churchill Downs. The 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight once again. People on hand to see who could potentially be a future star in this upcoming Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly.
Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tiz the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tiz the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tiz the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. We'll head back over to the Meadowlands, and this trackside report is brought to you by Standard Breds of PA, as we'll check in with Jessica Otten. Race 2 coming up at the Big M. Jessica, your thoughts?
Yes, race 2 coming up at the Big M. It's a shorter field, and here's Scratch, the one that leaves us with a field of 6. And I land on the 3 inside horses, Harry Hanover gets the rail to work with, now switches over to Dexter Dunn after being in that Meadowlands amateur driving event a couple of starts in a row. What I really like about this fella is he has 8 starts on the year, 2 of those being wins, and both of those coming here at the Meadowlands. 3 starts ago, had post 8, went gate to wire in 55-2, and I thought it was a very strong win and against a much tougher group of horses. Last time out, he made a break behind the gate, got away 9th by 10, and still was able to pick up a really nice covered trip on the outside, and then was able to get the win in 53 and change there by a head. So he really fought in towards the wire. You're switching to Dexter Dunn. You're going to get a much lower price. I next go to the 3, one to his outside, T-Dog out of the Michael Kimmelman barn, unraced at the age of 2. So this is a 3-year-old taking on some older horses. And, you know, I thought it was interesting here because he's unraced at 2. This is the first time he's going to see a mile track, but he handled the half mile to the 5/8 from Monticello to Tioga very well. A winner from post 8, 2 back by a neck at odds of 51-1. Then he came back the following week in that non-winners of 2 to sit the pocket and finish a very solid second there to behind Majorly Sexy, who we've actually seen here at the Meadowlands racing in some tougher upper level conditions as well. So I figured that he would appreciate the mile track as well. It'll be an interesting task here to see what Scotty's D will do behind the gate, because that win does come from off of the pace, but he did show us a bit of gate speed last time out, and he even won at Monticello there about 6 or 7 starts ago. He left, sat, and was able to remove there. So I like to see that as well, like the versatility in a horse that only has 8 starts lifetime, unraced at 2, and like I'd mentioned, you pick up Scotty Z in the bike. There's another Michael Kimmelman trainee. That is who I'm going to round out my trifectas with. That is Brazen Brazilian. He's been a bit of a head scratcher. 2 starts ago, he was a winner here in the Meadowlands amateur driving event. He kind of just got the shuffle last time out here in this same class, but draws a nice middle pack post to work with. It's 2, 3, 4 for me here in race 2. We'll send it back to Acacia.
All right, Jessica, thank you. Coming up here, the number 2, Harry Hanover, even money. Paul, I know you had a little interest in T-Dog.
Yeah, T-Dog's going to be my dog tonight, Acacia. So
like
3-year-old taking on the older. He's starting to figure it out now, which I really like. He's won 2 of his last 3. Was second in the other race up in New York. You could draw a line through the no contest race. There was an issue. The race was declared a no contest there. So he's rounding into form. And I'm going to stick with the 3, my dog, the T-Dog, to get the job done tonight against Older.
I like it. Best of luck. They're lining up for race 2 at the Meadowlands. Here's Ken Workington with the call.
Harry Hanover, I have number 3, T-Dog. Who do you like in the second? Here's Ken.
It's post time, preferred equine starting gate. Moving here, even money on the 2, Harry Hanover, 2-1, 2, T-Dog, 5-1, 5, Sports Advisor, 6-1, the 6, Mr. Hat. On gate, race 2, here they come. And they're off. Mr. Hat's up fast on the outside with Let's Fool Around. Sports Advisors put in play, and he shoots out with Harry Hanover on the inside into the first turn. Then it's T-Dog and Brazen Brazilian. Dropping back there was Mr. Hat after his early bid. He'll trail here 6th as Let's Fool Around takes the lead. Let's Fool Around, and Brett Beckwith at 17-1 paves the way early. So it's Sports Advisor in that second spot off a quarter of a soft 28 seconds. Harry Hanover tracks along in third as they wheel off that turn. Then it's T-Dog with Brazen Brazilian and Mr. Hat. Out of second goes Sports Advisor to take the lead here. Mark McDonald aggressively handling Sports Advisor to take away from Let's Fool Around, now second by 2.5. Harry Hanover third, close to the half. T-Dog fourth on the inside and gapped a bit. Then Brazen Brazilian, and Mr. Hat could see them all. Halfway home, 56-1 into the wind and into the far turn. turn. Sports Advisor at 6-1 on the board. Leads it by 2, 2.5. Looking to get away from Let's Fool Around. Gap of 3-4 to Harry Hanover. Needs to pick it up from third with 3/8 to go. Another 2-3 to T-Dog. Edging to the outside, Brazen Brazilian. Then it's Mr. Hat heading to 3/4. And by that marker, it's Sports Advisor. Let's Fool Around. Edges to the outside, attacks him. Harry Hanover at tighter third now. Here comes T-Dog, late move on the outside fourth. He starts to accelerate. 3/4, 1:24 and 3/5. Wind at their backs tonight in the stretch. And here comes T-Dog on the outside with Scott Ciron. Sports Advisor trying to pace with him, squeezing through Harry Hanover and full out as Let's Fool Around. It's T-Dog and even money. T-Dog wrapped up here. T-Dog, dominant winner over Sports Advisor. Then Harry Hanover and Let's Fool Around, 152-1.
T-Dog with the win, able to kick away from this field. And Paul, he was your dog today.
Oh, my dog, let's go! No, he ran well coming to that mile track tonight. You can see in the lane that he did have horse underneath him, Scotty Z. He got a little choppy for a few strides, but it wasn't anything serious. I think it was more going to the mile track as opposed to the 5/8 that he's used to with a little shorter stretch.
It's a big change.
Yeah, it's a big change.
Yeah.
And they were running into a headwind tonight, and then coming down the lane, they got a tailwind. So, but he ran well against Older for the first time for sure tonight. So,
nice performance from T-Dog.
my dog.
Your dog gets it done. Big effort there to win the second at the Meadowlands. As we'll take a look at our America's Best Racing race of the week. In case you haven't guessed by now, it is the Preakness Stakes, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Will take place tomorrow at Pimlico. Can't believe it's here already. It always feels like we wait and wait for the Derby, and then everything happens so quickly after that. We have a field of 7 this year in the Preakness, of course, with First Mission scratching this morning. That was announced. But taking a look at the field, of course, Mage, the Kentucky Derby winner, a horse that will be a short price favorite. The number 4, Coffee with Chris, though. He's a horse that has early speed, and he's a Maryland bred, Paul. And yes, maybe he's a horse that looks overmatched on paper, but there's not a lot of pace in this race. And it's clear this one will be on the front end.
When you look at him, first of all, I think it's super cool that he sold for only $2,000 as a yearling, and look at him now.
By Ride On Curlin.
Yeah, and how well he has done. So, yeah, there's not a lot of speed in the race. If you look at the pace projector, it has him in front. I just don't believe that so much.
Really? Who do you think is going to be in front?
I think National Treasure with the blinkers. I think finally let him go. Just let him go with his speed and his blinkers, and just let him run in front for as long as he can go. I'm not sure, though. I feel like the longer he goes, it just doesn't suit him. He lost ground in the private terms, in the turns, and then the 1 1/8 might have exposed him too last time out. I still like him going shorter, but he's a cool horse.
Yeah, he really is. The race fell apart last time in the Testio. Let's see if he will try to take them every step of the way. But, of course, he's the local horse for John Salzman, trainer and co-owner as well, and he's a Maryland bred. And we have a trivia question for you. We're not going to tell you now. You have to stick around and watch, and don't cheat. Don't go to Google. Who was the last Maryland bred to win the Preakness Stakes? Don't say it now.
I'm not going to say. I don't want you to beat me up. I don't want you to beat me up, so I'm not going to say a word.
I don't want to be cheating.
No cheating
I
for me.
was really excited because on our production call this morning, I was like, I know the answer. I know the answer. Because I did a feature on this horse when I was working the Preakness Stakes, but it's pretty cool story. I'm sure we have a lot of racing fans out there watching that know the answer.
Yeah, I knew the answer only because of the jockey.
Oh, okay, interesting. All right. We'll talk a little bit more about it. Stay tuned for the answer of the trivia question. The last Maryland bred to win the Preakness Stakes. Back to today at Churchill Downs, our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up in this third race. 5 furlongs on the main track for the 2-year-old fillies. Here's a look at the field. The number 4, Vivi's Dream, a daughter of Matoli, debuting for trainer Ken McPeak. Again, our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Of course, we just saw a daughter of Into Mischief winning race number 2. They have terrific stallions, always so much fun to follow. And this is our 2-year-old race of the day as horses are leaving the paddock. We'll meet the field, kicking things off with the number 1, Texas Women for Arts.
Yeah, another Asmussen horse, 17% first-time starters for Practical Joke, and the dam broke her maiden in the slop at Belmont here in 2018. Chad Brown horse.
At the age of 2 as well, so she was precocious. Here's the number 2, Hiaka.
One of my favorite sires, Munnings. Hits at 16%. This is the first crop from the dam, by the way, who was, well, we'll see what happens with this horse. I don't know. I'm just not sold on her just yet, especially first crop.
Typically, Rusty Arnold, they would need a start, and that is named after the Hawaiian patron goddess of hula dancers. Here's the number 3, Cheetah Miss.
Mitole 0 for 11. Again, we talked about how still looking for that first-time starter. The same connections with Larry Velli and Jarrett Lowberry. They put you 2 fills.
Absolutely. Here's your current favorite, VV's Dream.
I'm not sure why she's favored. Again, the Mitole thing and the dam, it's more of a turf influence, although she did throw a dirt winner here and there.
Mitole has had one winner in Russia so far, if I'm not mistaken. So looking for the first win stateside. Here's the number 5, Gloriette.
Same race for the 6, the 8, and the 9. They all come out of it together. Ran 6th that day. Checked a little bit, but it wasn't that terrible in the long run for this horse.
Blinkers going on. The number 6, Argon.
I like this move with the blinkers on. Was up close early in that race. Kind of came out a little bit. Picks up Christian Torres here, too.
Yeah, I thought this one was a little intriguing. She's a nice price, too, at 9-1. Big pedigree on the bottom on the number 7, Vibe Check.
Yeah, you know, you're looking at a horse with the True North of the Pat O'Brien winner and Jimmy Graham up for Norm Cassie. The works are okay. We'll see what happens. If you like it, you're getting 8-1 in here.
I don't love that the last 2 were out of the gate. The dam is sister to personal ensign winner Shadow Cast. Here's the number 8, Little Music.
Was wide and backed up in that first effort. Was a long shot that day and probably won today, too.
Second-time starter for that horse. And the number 9 on the outside is Scratch. So the number 4, VV's Dream, 8-5. That first-time starter. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca for a Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, 2-year-old fillies go out again. We saw in race number 1, and it's kind of a split race of race number 1 and race number 3. We saw Norm Cassie filly win from the rail. The 9 was a late scratch, Titania's Dream. She was actually entered and then actually scratched right before the first race. So if many of you are confused why the 9 is out of this race, she was a late scratch. She was not part of the early scratches. Now, when you get to the horses in here, the 4 is taking the money. Like I said, when we came here to open up the show, I mean, she was the birdie horse. Every person that I walked in said the McPeak in the 3rd, McPeak in the 3rd. The workout reports, which I tend not to pay attention to if you believe in them or not, because, you know, to me, you go 4 furlongs, you're not going the full 5 furlongs, but supposedly the 4 is working gangbusters in the morning, and that's why she's taking all the money in here. You know, the 3 Cheetah Miss is very interesting. You know, Larry Velli sent out a 2-year-old colt last night that took a lot of money, Stormquist, but did not really run that well. Now, Larry's very good. Obviously, ran a great second with 2 fills in the Kentucky Derby, but he's monstrous with his 2-year-olds. I don't think a lot of people realize he's almost 26, 27%, and they usually break very, very sharp. So I would think the 2 would be a horse that you want to look at. I mean, excuse me, the 3 with Jarrett Lowberry goes to his main man. And then Texas Woman of Arts, the railers for Steve Asmussen. I say this all the time. His fillies and he's got the best car wash in the business. I mean, they turn out unbelievable. She looks amazing. So I thought it was 1, 3, 4 in here. And I'll give a little shout out to Gloriette. I thought she looked well, too. She comes out of a loaded race. You know, she kind of didn't break well, and she just made a middle move and ran around there. Maybe she can improve second time. But if I was to go with looks in here, I just can't take the steam when everybody's on one horse. I thought Texas Woman of Arts looked great, Acacia.
I like that. The best car wash in the business. Steve Asmussen certainly does have that. They're all so well prepared as young horses coming in. Again, it's just something for me with the workouts, the last 2 workouts from the gate. I just do not love that. And she's obviously a filly that just recently came in. She only has 4 workouts showing, but Steve saying that she's ready, and Steve, the all-time winningest trainer in North America.
Yeah, she's washed, waxed, and ready to go coming out of the car wash. She looks good out there on track. I like her on top in here. I know what you're saying about the works from the gate, you know, the last 2. I guess, you know, if you want to make a case for the 3, you certainly can. I'm still not sold on the 4 myself. You know, so for me, I think it was the 1. And listen, I am a big believer at a price in here on the 6 as well. I think Argon is the price play that you want in here with blinkers on, switches to Christian Torres, and was up close early in that race. And actually, if you watch the replay, kind of came out in the lane, still was chasing, and then backed up. And it was a big price that day in that race. But I think second time out with some improvement can probably make some noise in here.
Yeah, very intriguing prospect at a nice price at 10-1. Oregon Christian Torres going to be in the saddle. Paulie touched on the number 5 Gloriette. Ben Colebrook, another one with a second-time starter. We saw it in the first race with Unmatched closing well. This filly, she it looked like kind of rushed up on heels and had to check back early, and then she was kind of making a little bit of a wider move. She never really seemed to get settled in that race.
Yeah, she was there, then she wasn't, then she was kind of there again at the end. So she did do a little bit of running. I know it was only her first start. She did lose a little bit of steam in the lane, but a lot of them do when they get into that kind of trouble. They just are like, okay, I don't want to do this right now, so they kind of just pack it in for the day. Second time out, I was on the Ben Colebrook one in the first race. I'm not on this one. I'm sure I'll pay for it because that's the way the racing gods are.
Hey, you were absolutely right in the first race. The number 3, Cheetah Miss. Paulie touched on Larry Ravelli and his firsters. This is another one that sold at the OBS March 2-year-old sale. She went 9-4. I didn't love this workout as much as the 2-year-old sale graduate we saw in the first race, but she really has a leaping stride, and she went quick for what it's worth.
I did watch that work, and she did kind of have like that prance. Like it was kind of like she was climbing a little bit to get the job done in there. And she has a bullet, albeit out of the gate at Hawthorne, and Larry Ravelli's dangerous. And we'll see what happens in this race.
Out of Olive Branch, who was 3rd in the Adirondack. She was precocious, good as a 2-year-old. It's our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Race 3 from Churchill Downs coming up. Travis Stone has the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And little music on the far outside with Cheetah Miss. And Cheetah Miss is racing for the lead and is quicker. Little Music's on the chase in second. Texas Women for Arts comes away third toward the rail. Gloriette is out in fifth. Argon is sixth. Vivi's Dream advancing into seventh. Hihiaka's racing in eighth, about 9 lengths off the lead, and the early trailer is Vibe Checks around the far turn, and Cheetah Miss. Cheetah Miss is fleet-footed, 4-length lead heading for the quarter pole. Gloriette is on the chase in second. And then down inside, it's Texas Women for Arts, and now Vivi's Dream comes off the turn fourth. She's starting to make some progress, angling outside. Racing for the mid-stretch marker, Cheetah Miss, tenuous lead. Vivi's Dream bearing down quickly. Vivi's Dream to the front. Vivi's Dream to the front, and now opening up to the wire. Vivi's Dream, sharp effort to win it by 4. Cheetah Miss held second, tight third there. Gloriette or Hihiaka.
Vivi's Dream, the proverbial, they knew. Paulie mentioned that there was a lot of buzz around the racetrack about this first-time starter. Still a little bit green, finding her feet underneath her out there in the red cap, but she was able to run down Cheetah Miss, who's quick early and tried to hold on.
Yeah, Cheetah Miss did everything right for about 3/4 of that race, and then here comes Vivi's Dream to mow her down. They bet her like they knew, and they did.
First stateside winner from Matoli as well, and he's well represented. There's quite a few runners on the racetrack. Vivi's Dream, interestingly enough, the dam was more turf, but she's the sister to Quaver, who's the dam of Kathleen O.
Yeah, so
very precocious.
Yeah, precocious too with that. So yeah, she's looking good out there. So she's happy with herself after that one. Took a little kickback too. So you like to see that.
Good-looking filly on the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We gave you a little trivia question. We'll have the answer for you if you were not able to figure it out. I hope you didn't go to Google. We'll talk more about some Preakness history after this on America's Day at the Races.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to take Charge Indy back.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you, as always, by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. We continue with our live racing coverage from the Big M at the Meadowlands, the third race coming up. Here's a look at the field. First up, currently 9 to 5. Let's check in with Jessica Ahn.
Thanks, Acacia. I found myself on a horse in this race that I thought would take a bit more money than what she is taking. And on the board right now, it looks like she's 5 to 1. That is the 5 Call Me Queen Bee out of the Jeff Culliford barn. This horse has been facing some much tougher company down at Harrah's Philadelphia and having to overcome a couple of tough trips. Last time out, Post 5 left aggressively from the gate and was parked to the half before she was able to make the lead. And she got there in a nice 56 seconds, but she was pressured the entire way there. Just fell short there with 3/4 of a length, paced in 53 and 2. So she's getting a bit of class relief here tonight. She's getting Dexter Dunn on the bike, and he has driven this mare plenty of times in the past. She does have 2 wins on the season. As you can see, she won against Lesser at Harrah's Philadelphia. Now there's a $5,000 back on April the 7th. It was a very nice win. She came second over there she had Post 2, got away 4th, and it was a very nice win, very comfortable win with Corey Callahan in the bike. But she draws a perfect middle pack post. You pick up the 4-time driver of the year, Dexter Dunn, and against a much softer of a field. I next go to the 3, Beach Crazy. She's offering some value up there at 5 to 1 on the board as well. Stacy Kyoto does the training and driving here. Horse raced up until mid-September last year, had the winter off, qualified nicely at Freehold back in March, then was scratched sick out of the box. Didn't see a parimutuel race until May the 5th, which was just a couple of weeks ago. Was obviously going to need that start, and look who won that race. Hot Mess Express. She's a stakes caliber horse. She was at the Blue Chip Matchmaker over at Yonker. She's eligible to plenty of stakes races here at the Big M, so she's going to need that start, and she was in a hefty group of horses there. Dropped down to the numbers, the 3,000 level last time out, and just got beat there by 2 lengths. She finished 3rd, a nice 3rd place finish by the Turning Point, who was just much the best that night in that field. Andy McCarthy was able to work on a perfect trip last week. So I figured she was getting some nice, not class relief, but I guess the horses she's facing in here are a little bit softer than what she has been facing. She was obviously going to need that start 2 back. It was a nice effort last time out, and she gets a good post to work with in here. It's 5, 3, 4 in here for me in race 3. We'll send it back to Acacia.
Jessica, thank you. The number 5, Call Me Queen Bee, who just had some interest in a nice price at 9 to 2. And Paul, you have some interest in a nice price in here as well.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the pole runner here, Bad Miss Johnson. The Green Hornet, Yana Gingras going to pilot this one, and it was a big long shot last time out off the short layoff. Did come home 27-1. I like to see that off of cover, close some ground late. I know in the end it was a 5th. But draws better tonight, getting that inside position, can stick a little bit closer. And the horse that you see there, the 8, which they're just doing a little adjustment on, it's first up. And I like that horse, too, tonight. Picked up some checks against Tougher in the recent. I know won 5 starts back. It was in the amateur ranks in the competition and stuff like that. So the competition is a little bit different sometimes with the horses there. But did run into Hot Mess Express, as Jess said before, with the 3 last time out. So Purple Jesus, Dave Miller sticking around the Buckeye. So I'm going to take my chances with the 1 and the 8.
Wow, I like this. I'm learning all the nicknames here.
I can tell you them all. I can give you them all. We can go through quite a bit of them.
I love it. Well, let's go through this race. Let me have it.
Yana Gingras, the Green Hornet. Brian Sears is the White Knight. Stacy Chiodo, I don't know the nickname for. Dexter Dunn, obviously, they call him a couple of 8 down under, a couple other things. Mark McDonald, they call him M-Mac. You've got Scotty Z for Scotty Zeron. And you can have Purple Jesus or the Buckeye for David Miller.
Wow, that's fantastic. I love that. That's great. That's so much fun. 6 to 5 on Purple Jesus. And first up on the outside, lining up for the 3rd, here's Ken Workington.
Sounds like a nice exacta box. Here's Ken Workington with a call of the 3rd.
Sugar Valley Farms warm-up is complete. It's post time. Preferred equine starting gate rolling here 6 to 5, 8. First up, the favorite right now 3 to 1, 2. Dragon's Revenge. A 9 to 2 action on the 5. Call Me Queen Bee. They're ready for the start of the Survivor Pick 7 race 3. Here they come. Mares are often pacing. Rosie times out fast First up on the outside, Beach Crazy goes for the lead. Beach Crazy, Bad Miss Johnson with sharp speed on the inside into second. Around the first turn, Dragon's Revenge is third. A Rosy Time sweeps up on the outside quickly from fourth, third, and gaining. Top Honor settles in fifth there in front of Call Me Queen Bee. And then comes Be Best, and the early trailer is first up at the quarter. Rosy Time. Here comes Dragon's Revenge. She is repeat-minded here off a hot quarter, 26-4. Brian Sears at 4-1 plants Dragon's Revenge up front after 3/8 of a mile. Rosy Time back in second. Beach Crazy right on the helmet third. Miss Johnson revs up in fourth on the inside. Top Honors is fifth. And then it's Call Me Queen Bee sixth, and Be Best. And first up gets underway from last. They're at the half. Dragon's Revenge here as Brian Sears taps the brakes, looks for that second quarter breather and gets it. 55-3 into the wind. Dragon's Revenge with the stranglehold on it now. Rosy Time second. Beach Crazy stays in. Here comes Top Honors. Top Honors was fourth now, third soon to be second. Call Me Queen Bee trying to catch up to that cover second over. Pinned in is Bad Ms. Johnson, got shuffled back. And then first up on the outside, stride for stride with Be Best at the rear of the field. Dragon's Revenge. And that's Top Honors up breathing down her neck now. Rosy Time needs racing room. Beach Crazy looks to shake loose from third, 3/4. 124-1. Into the stretch drive. Top Honors game first over as steam rolls past Dragon's Revenge. Late pace from Bad Miss Johnson on the outside. Rosy Time in heavy traffic. Beach Crazy on the rail. On the inside, Top Honors trying to hold on for the upset, but here's Bad Miss Johnson at 8-1. Bad Miss Johnson, then Top Honors, and then Rosy Time, and then close Beach Crazy or Be Best. 152-1.
Bad Miss Johnson at a price. Great call, Paul.
This is getting to be some night. I got my dog. I got a bad woman here. I mean, this is really good. You know what? I thought I was dead with 3/8 to go when he got locked in. But the Green Hornet found that spot when the three pulled a little bit, was able to come 3 wide, and just grinded it out, this mare. She actually ran down Top Honors. I know it didn't look like they were going fast in the end, but she knew where the wire was, and she got up at a price.
Well done. Great call. What was it? The Green Hornet?
The Green Hornet. Yannick Gingras.
Bad Miss Johnson in the third at Meadowlands. Back at Churchill Downs for our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It was the number 4 VV's Dream, that first-time starter by Mitole. Mitole gets his first stateside winner, and she was impressive as a short price at 6-5.
Yeah, in the end, she took the dirt. She managed to come wide and run past them. I'm glad for Mitole that he got his first winner.
I'm sure we'll see many more.
Stateside, and yeah, they bet her like they knew, and they sure did. I wasn't one of them.
Cheetah Miss went out to the front. She tried to hold on every step of the way, but second best there. Hayaka, one to watch. Second time out for a barn that typically does well after having a start. Well, we promised you the answer to the trivia question. We asked you a little bit earlier, who was the last Maryland bred to win the Preakness Stakes? And the answer is Deputed Testimony.
Yeah, 1983, I believe it was.
Yep, 1983. The last Maryland bred to do it, and it's amazing. In the mud, too. I knew this answer because I actually got to spend a day at Bonita Farm, the breeder of Deputed Testimony, with Bill Boniface, and learn a little bit about his story, about Deputed Testimony's story. What a horse, what a kind of emblem he was for Maryland as well.
And I just love the quote. I don't know if you saw this quote in the story that Bill Boniface gave, where he said that the horse grew up with a lot of love, and it sounds kind of silly, but his wife used to go out there and scratch his back every night as a yearling. So what you put into them, they give back. And in a lot of ways, he's right. I love that, too. And you know what? God bless that horse. Lived to be 32. Passed away in 2012 and got the job done representing Maryland. So I love it. And Don Miller, too, the jockey. 2,800 races he won in his career.
Amazing.
He's a real estate agent now, I think.
Wow.
Don Miller. Yeah, I think he's doing real estate now.
Wow, we love getting a chance to look back on some of that history in the Triple Crown. We'll see if Coffee with Chris can be the first Maryland bred since Deputed Testimony to take Maryland's marquee race in the Preakness Stakes, which will take place tomorrow. We'll continue the live racing action, though, from Churchill Downs. We'll be sprinting on the turf in this upcoming race. There's a look at the number 4, King of Song. off a little bit of a freshening. Broke his maiden last time out. We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this,
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
As the field comes into the final furlong, it is Justify in front. Good Magic on the outside. Tenfold. Ravazzo. Justify. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness.
The 2018 Preakness Stakes with Justify, who would go on to win the Triple Crown. I was there that day, Paul, when they were emerging through the fog. You couldn't see them for 90% of the race.
You were just assuming that your horse was winning on the front end at that point.
That's what the whole day. Well, it wasn't the whole day like that. It was later on in the day, but I took the longest hottest. I fell asleep at dinner afterwards, literally at the table, and then the longest hottest shower after that day.
I'm sure you deserved it.
It was a long day.
Just spending a day like that
it
at Pimlico.
It was a long day, but Justify absolutely tremendous in that Preakness.
Yeah, and it was exciting to see just 3 weeks later. I was right down there in one of those top of the stretch corrals when he won the Triple Crown, and when Mike Smith paraded him by, it was just something to see. Like a great video.
In 2018, we'll see if this year we could potentially have a Triple Crown on the line, but Bob Baffert, trainer of Justify, will send out National Treasure. Could be standing in the way of Mage. And National Treasure, a horse that won on debut in sprinting, and he's gone right into graded stakes competition since then. Hasn't won since that first race. He finished 4th in the Santa Anita Derby and will try to turn things around on Saturday.
Yeah, they're putting the blinkers on again for the 3rd time in his career. It's one of those small ones, though, just trying to keep him a little bit more focused, I guess. I mean, he hasn't been the, easiest 3-year-old or the 3-year-old season for him. Missed the time after the sham, bruised the foot. 4th in the Santa Anita Derby. He was probably short that day, though, would be my guess when all was said and done. Feels like a horse, though, that just has good natural speed. They just haven't used it since that second start. They got to let him roll. He's got blinkers on. Just let him go. See how far and fast he can take him.
Those blinkers going back on, as you mentioned, an equipment change going into the Preakness, and his trainer, Bob Baffert, explains the reasoning.
He's a horse that runs in spurts, and we thought maybe the blinkers, maybe he'll focus a little more. And I talked to Johnny Velasquez, the jockey, about it, and I asked him, I called him, says, I was thinking about putting a little blinker on him. I worked him with blinker, and he thought it wouldn't hurt him because, when he gets in between horses, he's still immature. He hasn't filled into that, he's a tall, his frame, and so we're trying something a little bit different. We need to find about 3 lengths. We need to find 3 lengths like tomorrow,
We'll see if he can do just that. National treasure with the blinkers going back on. And even though Coffee with Chris is in the race, I know you feel like from the inside post with the equipment change, we're going to see him be aggressive.
Let them roll. Try and find those 3 lengths. That must be the new math, but just let them roll. Find those 3 lengths. That's all I'm asking for you. Get in front, see how far and fast you can take them, because early on in his career, those first 2 starts, he had speed in those races at Santa Anita. So I don't know if it was when the distances got longer, they wanted to teach him to rate a little bit, or it was just by circumstance. Sometimes we run against or just race flow, but I think you have to send him to have a shot in this one.
We'll see how it plays out. Not a ton of confirmed pace, and we'll see if Mage, who can have the tendency to not break very well, can get out of the gate a little bit better. Tomorrow, the Preakness, one more step onto the final jewel of the Triple Crown. Mo Donegal, last year's victor in the Belmont Stakes with Irad Ortiz in the saddle, who will be this year's Belmont Stakes winner. You can catch all of the action live on Saturday, June 10th on Fox for the first time ever. We are so excited to see who will add their names to the history books. Back to today at Churchill Downs. The Turf Sprint coming up next in the 4th, a nice allowance race for 3-year-olds and upward. Horses on the track. Kicking things off with your current favorite, the number 1, High Front.
I have no knocks on this horse. He's the horse to beat for sure. Press got the lead dug in and was the only horse that was up close in that last race to actually finish the race near the top.
Just missed. He's a horse that definitely has some ability for trainer Jonathan Thomas. 6-5 right now to make the second start of his 4-year-old season. Here's the 2, B.D. Valesky.
Basically runs his race all the time, rallies late, always gets a piece. Probably the same deal here tonight.
3rd last time out when getting back on the turf behind High Front and Gregory's Pride in that common race. 5-1 on that runner right now. Looks pretty warm out on the track. Here's the number 3, Roman Giant, back to the turf.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that race back in September because it was at Kentucky Downs and it was a 2-year-old RNA sale where they had to sell for a certain price, so you don't know what was in there. But if you like, it's 14-1 tonight.
2nd behind Dunedin, who looked like he had a little bit of ability. Here's King of Song, broke his maiden on the grass last out.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to take on the return. Brett Brinkman doesn't have good numbers with this, bringing them back 61 to 180 days off the wins and the sprints on the grass.
Fingers will try the turf for the first time.
You know what? It's Wesley Ward bred this horse, 4 for 11, the dam on the sire on the turf, and we'll see what happens. You know what? Didn't run that bad first time out. It was just against a lot cheaper.
And on synthetic as well.
Yeah.
Here's number 6, Gilded Ruler, another first time on the turf.
I think definitely needed the last. 4 horses came out of that race to win, plus 3 more ran third, so definitely worth a look tonight at 8-1.
Yeah, that's a salty race. More on that in a moment. Here's the 7, Group 18.
Group 18, long shot in this race, has kind of been struggling in spots.
I like that this one's sticking on the turf. Here's the number 8, Lover.
Comes out of that allowance turf race, ran 10th, kind of chased and stopped a little bit. We'll see what happens second off the break.
Cutting back in distance. Didn't run well in the latter stages of the races on the grass last time out after trying the Sam F. Davis prior to that. The number 9 is out. Next in the post parade will be the 10, Arabian Prince, who cuts back.
Yeah, this is a weird horse. I don't know what to do with this horse sprinting because the numbers are okay going long. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do sprinting.
Yeah, and he tried the turf last time, and before that, the last turf race was 1 mile and 5/16. Here's the 11, Trust Daddy.
It didn't really threaten in the common race with the 1 and others. Needs an improved effort. Kind of lost a little bit in the last time out. Lost that show spot.
And the number 12, Raisin Boy, first time on the grass.
Yeah, Jimmy Creed gets 11% turf sprinters. I mean, it's run okay on the synthetic. It's big price tonight and has an outside draw.
And do note the 13, Counter Strike, will draw in after the scratch of the 9.
Yeah, this horse is another one who's a long shot that's kind of interesting. I mean, he's run well, but it's been against claimers on the synthetic over at Turfways. A couple of turf starts, they were all right. They weren't anything to speak of. That 77 over at Keeneland kind of puts him on the fringes.
Back on April 21st at Keeneland, High Front, B.D. Valesky, finishing 2-3 in this race. And as you mentioned, a couple horses coming out of there. We'll see if High Front can improve second off the bench, as this was his first start off of a 11-month layoff.
I really like how this horse ran in here. I know in the end he didn't get the job done, but when you look at the race flow and the way this race turned out, was the only horse that was up there on top of that pace that actually finished. Yeah, he hung in there while everybody else came from off the pace. You see that, you know, BD Valesky does what BD Valesky does. Comes from off the pace, gets a piece, runs third. And, you know, Trust Daddy ran fourth in there as well. So I have no knocks on this horse. 6-5 is a little short to take, but I think most certainly is the horse to beat in here.
Short price, Raylu Gutierrez looks for another one. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Paul. I think the one is the horse to beat in here. The one concern that you have with this Son of Summer front is the gate. That's just the bottom line. There's 12 other horses in here, or excuse me, 11 other horses, and it seems like the gate gets him in trouble. Now, the one hole is probably not where you want to be, and he needs to break sharply. If he breaks sharply, he's going to be a handful in here. This is the bottom line. I mean, he's going to be very tough. His numbers stack up probably way above this field. But if you look at the lines, this horse has had trouble getting out of the gate, cannot get left out of the one hole, or is going to get too much to do. And a kind of horse that sort of, you know, needs to be up on the pace. The 2 BD Valesky, you know, here's a horse that's 1 for 14 now, lifetime, and you're wondering, okay, that last race got left in the gate, and it's sort of with your eye, oh, what an amazing close for third. But it's like, okay, I've seen this movie over and over again, kind of does the same thing. So I'm not really in love with BD Valesky. I think it's a horse that you need to use maybe underneath. I let some other horses, obviously the 11 Trust Daddy for Jeremy O'Dwyer getting back on the turf. I thought that horse had a nice little look in here. You know, for your long shot looks in here right now at 25-1, the 4 King of Song. You know, 2 good efforts so far on the turf course. One at Sam Houston. Brent Brinkman had this horse at Colonial. Wasn't a bad effort, but, you know, a horse that could be improving, and you're getting a giant price. And then in case you know, I've always liked Laver, named after the great tennis player. I'm wondering if sprinting, going back to sprinting, Rusty Arnold's a great turf sprint trainer. He's 17%. Maybe the 8 can light up the tote board here at a giant price. And then Gilded Ruler, I've said this from the beginning. When Joe Sharp's horses just get bet somewhere out of the blue a little bit. Now, this horse does have some numbers on synthetic. They usually run well, the Son of Into Mischief. But I think the one's going to be tough in here, and I think, you know, the break's going to decide, I think, this race. I think Laver, the 8, could be a sneak horse that could get in the trifecta.
I'm with you, Paulie. 24-1 on Laver. And it's funny, I actually even written down how to say his name because I covered the Sam F. Davis at Tampa 2 back, so I knew it, and I still said it wrong in the post parade. But go figure. But I think physically, having seen him, he is much more of a turf horse, and I think the cutback is very interesting.
I think the cutback will definitely help that horse for sure. You could kind of tell in the last race, too, coming off that little 2-month break, that after about, you know, 6 furlongs, it was like, all right, it's time to kind of just slow down a little bit. So I think the 5.5, they're going 5.5, right? I can't even read my own handwriting. So they're going 5.5 here. And I think the cutback's going to suit Laver pretty well. And that's coming from a former JV and varsity tennis player.
I learned something about you today.
Listen, there's a couple of hunch plays for me in this race that are prices. Fingers is another one. I worked with a DJ that was named Fingers on the air.
That's an interesting name to choose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got a couple of angles in this race.
I wanted to touch on the 6 Gilded Ruler. Paulie mentioned this one when Joe Sharp horses take money. 8-1, getting a little bit of attention. Buy Into Mischief. The dam was 0 for 5, and the sibling was 0 for 3 on the grass. So there's not much kind of in that first generation as far as handling the turf. But this one comes out of a really, really live race. The top 2 finishers both ran 93 buyers in their next starts.
Yeah, what I really loved is what you said, that last race. I mean, the numbers prior to that were great, has run really big numbers on the synthetic, but the race that Gilded Ruler came out of, I mean, you'll be hard-pressed to find a lot of races where you have literally every horse in the field that improved their buyer number. You had 4 horses that won their next race, and 3 more ran third. So when you put that all together, and the Into Mischief 13% with turf, it's worth a long, long look in here. And I could really just, if I'm taking a shot to beat the 1, it's with the 6.
Yeah, I think he's interesting. And I think that there's kind of this notion that Into Mischief is not a turf sire. I like them on the turf, especially sprinting.
Yeah, sprinting for sure. And I think a lot of people read into those numbers a lot. And I think a lot of it is a factor of where the dam is, where they're running, what sales they came out of, what trainers take them, what they want to do. And a lot of times, as you know, sometimes they run on the wrong surface to start with anyway. So that skews some of the stats as well.
Sometimes you're going to spend a lot of money on an Into Mischief hoping you've got a Derby horse, and then you have to just accept the fact that it might be a turf horse. But I think Into Mischiefs can do absolutely anything. We had our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day earlier, and talking about leading sire Into Mischief, he's just spectacular. But a son of Summerfront, High Front, down to the rail. Paulie mentioned a horse that needs to break well, and being from the inside, going 5.5, you got to get out of the gate.
Yeah, you don't want to get shuffled back here. And I know that this horse has rated and come from off the pace here before, and he did it here at Belmont, but that's a different story. There's wide sweeping turns. They went fast early. So I'm not sure you want to do that here tonight, but I think in this case, if he breaks, he's going to be a handful. I'll take a little bit of a swing with the 6, but make no bones about it. The 1 is the horse to beat.
Loading in for the 4th at Churchill Downs. First turf race of the day. Here's Travis Stone.
Last one will be Counter-Strike. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And King of Song breaks out well, and High Front for that inside post races out as well. And these two hook up early. King of Song a little bit quicker now. Opens up on High Front, who's back into second. Trust Eddie comes on to grab third. Counter-Strike is racing in fourth. Fingers reserved at the rail. Fifth as Gilded Ruler advances from sixth. B.D. Valesky toward the inside in seventh. 3 lengths back from there to Laver, who moves up into eighth. Arabian Prince was in tight, had to steady there. Brazen Boy moves past that one to within 10 lengths of the lead. Group 18 and Roman Giant at the back. Round the far turn. Here comes High Front. High Front comes back on toward the inside and grabs the lead right at the quarter pole. High Front off the turn, opening up by 2. B.D. Valesky's in very tight and behind. Coming on strongly as Trust Daddy, and Counter-Strike is there. Gilded Ruler down toward the rail. 1 furlong to go. High Front shifted inward, comes back out. Counter-Strike on the outside. B.D. Valesky comes on between. Here's the wire. Photo! B.D. Valesky might have nailed High Front right on the line. Too tight to tell. Counter-Strike was third.
A tight photo finish, but it looks like the number 2, B.D. Valesky, in between horses, Paul, might have turned the tables on your favorite High Front.
You know that movie that me and Paul LaDuca said we kept seeing over and over and over and over again? I think B.D. Valesky just wrote the new sequel. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know about that. Hold up.
The one
Hold
got
up.
the bob.
I think maybe the 1 got the bob. Wait a minute.
Yeah. This is where it's tricky. Right here, it all depends who gets their nose down first.
Oh,
and the one,
I don't know. I think the 1 got the nose down.
The High Front got the best of the bob, but I don't know who actually got it. We'll bring you those results in a moment. Paul LaDuca says it was the 1, and I trust Paulie as far as calling those photos. He is the best when it comes to that. But back over to the Meadowlands, it's time for the 4th. It's a 1-mile trot, 4 to 5 now on the 6th. And we'll go back over to Jessica Otten.
Thanks, Acacia. It is a mid-level condition trot here. Now we're at 7,500 last 4 starts. I am landing on the favorite in here, Nylander out of the Patricia Adams barn. It's just been so hard to knock the way this guy has been racing. And he's been racing in against some much tougher company as well. He added Lasix about a couple months ago. And since adding that Lasix program, he's been racing very well. He's just had to overcome a couple of bad posts, troubled trips, and tougher fields. He was scratch sick 2 starts ago. So prior to that, we hadn't seen him since April the 29th here at the Meadowlands, and he was in against a much tougher group here. Montemaur is going to, and Lexus Marcus, who are open trotters here. Last start out had post 10, got away 10th by 10 at the quarter pole. He finished 3rd, trotted home forward, and 27-1. Finished up the mile with plenty of trot behind Light-Footed Legend and Swan Trixie, who are in a little bit later tonight, and a much tougher group as well. So he draws post 6 as Corey Callahan is here tonight, so he will be driving him, and I think Corey gets along with this guy quite nicely. If you go back and watch that replay, Nylander was past those two horses that finished 1-2 ahead of him past the wire. So he finished up with plenty of trot. I like the group he draws in with him here. So I'm going to stick him on the top of my ticket. And I'll go 6, 8, 9 in here. Race 4, 7 on the trot, 1 mile trot. We'll send it back to Acacia.
Jessica, thank you. The 1 high front got the bob in race 4 at Churchill. We'll see who gets the 4th at Meadowlands. Ken Workington standing by with the call.
Preferred equine starting gate rolling for the trotters here in race 4. Big welcome to Pat Cosenza, celebrating a milestone birthday. Oh, by the way, it's 95. And 4-5 on the 6, Nylander. 5-2 on the 8, Champagne Hanover. Here they come. They're off. Nylander's out fast, along with Distance Learning and Champagne Hanover on the far outside. Infinity Stone and Southwind Frost on the rail. 5 deep into the first turn. Henderson Sealster settles in. And then it's Skyway Conman at the rear of the field with Most Interesting Man. Distance Learning broke. He's now the trailer. To his inside comes River of Denial. Distance Learning went off stride. Nylander up front on the engine. Nylander and Corey Callahan. Opening quarter up in 27 2/5. Infinity Stone is second. Southwind Frost jammed up on the helmet third and eager to go on here. Henderson Sealster tightens in from fourth as the pace slows. Champagne Hanover on the inside fifth. Then it's Skyway Conman. River of Denial picks them off from the rear of the field. Then Most Interesting Man and Distance Learning the trailer after that first turn break. Nylander fronts them at 3-5. It's Nylander the big favorite in 57-4. 30-2 crawl in the second quarter. Infinity Stone now begins to gap the pocket spot onto the far turn. Southwind Frost stays in. It's Champagne Hanover on the outside, fourth, inching in gradually here. Henderson Sealster fifth on the inside. Then River of Denial gapping cover. Most Interesting Man on the inside, and Skyway Conman and Distance Learning at 3/4. And Nylander has opened up by 3. It's Nylander getting separation. Infinity Stone on the inside, second at 3/4, 126-2 into the stretch. Nylander now by 3.5, 4. It's Nylander. Infinity Stone is full out second, trying to shake loose Southwind Frost fresh off the cones. Then Champagne Hanover on the outside. Nylander blows them away, destroys them. Nylander all the way, and he is wrapped up under tight grips. Nylander romps over Infinity Stone, then close Southwind Frost or Champagne Hanover, 153-3.
Number 6, Nylander, just too much racehorse in the 4th at the Meadowlands.
Yeah, too much class. And once that he got to back that down, that second quarter to 30-2, it was basically, that's all. See you later to that group. Too much class, and the second quarter is what really did it, but he pulled away in relatively easy fashion, made easy work of this group.
When we talk about horses going off stride, you can see it pretty clearly early in the race with what happened with the 7 Distance Learning.
Yeah, sometimes they just get a little off stride, like their steps just get a little bit of choppiness to them, and they jump off stride. You don't usually see it too much with the pacers, but it happened here.
Back at Churchill Downs, it was the number 1 high front who got his nose down just when it counts. I don't think he was ever actually in front except where the wire was. He got his nose down at the right moment in that tight photo finish.
Yeah, I mean, here we were like, okay, he's took the lead, he's doing all right. And really, to his outside, B.D. Valesky bullied on through, and we were like, okay, maybe there's going to be a rewrite to this sequel. To this, and I hate sequels anyway, so I'm not going to go there. And the 13 ran a good race too in the context of the race, but hanging on, Raylu getting the job done with the horse to beat, and just got there at the end, just held on.
Second win today for Raylu Gutierrez, the 3-5 favorite, just able to hold on over 5-1. B.D. Valesky ran a very good race, and at 40-1, Counter Strike in third at a big price, coming in from the also eligible list in race 4 at Churchill Downs. They made it exciting, that's for sure. Here's a look at the field for race 5 at Churchill. 7 furlongs on the main track, a $40,000 claiming race for the 3-year-old fillies. The number 3, Oath of Allegiance, 2-1 on the class drop and cut back in distance for Joe Sharp. That's what's coming up next in the 5th at Churchill, as that means it's time for me to say farewell. Lots of fun sharing the desk with you, Paul.
Always a pleasure being with you. We'll do it again tomorrow night.
I'm sure we will. Looking forward to it. We'll be burning the midnight oil tomorrow night, but doing that tonight, Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. Plenty more action to come from Churchill Downs and the Meadowlands. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races and Preakness 148. This time tomorrow, we'll know. Will there be a Triple Crown on the line? Kentucky Derby winner Mage looks to take the second jewel of the Triple Crown.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Back with you on our continuing live coverage.
from Churchill Downs and the Meadowlands, those iconic twin spires, Derby City 6. We'll be getting to in just a few minutes. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with Paul Verderosa. Good to see you. First time for us working together.
Yeah, nice to be with you and work with you for the first time tonight. So, well, fun.
Yes, looking forward to it already. This guy's been hot, apparently, at the Meadowlands. We'll see if he can keep things going.
Got to keep that flame going.
Yeah.
Fire Friday night. Let's go.
All right, lots still to come. We'll, of course, preview the big one coming up, Middle Jewel, the Triple Crown of the Preakness on Saturday. See if Mage can keep things going. Back in the fourth, Nylander. Easy winner.
Yeah, easy winner here. And you know what? That second quarter is what did it. Backed it down 30-2. Too much class for this field. And the captain, Corey Callahan, gets the job done.
Big numbers underneath. 6-4-3. $2 trifecta, $253 with a 3-5 favorite. That's why this game is terrific. Can create value even with a very short price favorite on top. Derby City 6 coming up next on our Downs After Dark card coming up. 7/8 of a mile, $40,000 claiming here. It's going to kick things off as we take a look at the field and the current odds. Joe Sharp with a couple in here. He's got the 3 and 4 and a Tom Amos sighting. His filly running huge in the Black-Eyed Susan. Look for a moment like Hoosier filly. What a bounce back for her was going to win it.
That's what we were talking about earlier, too. We were sitting here going, wow, she really turned it around. And then Tax just put her away late.
Serengeti Empress selections here. Amos and Joel Politti, who own that sensational filly. And just like Magic, 2 races back, that race at Fairgrounds, huge figure that if she can repeat that, she's the one to beat here.
Yeah, for sure. And I like her on top in here, too. It was a nice closing second. And last time, I mean, she got absolutely wiped out if you take a look at that race on both sides. So I expect a lot of improvement today with the drop down, and especially against this group.
Odd show, a pretty open race here. Just about everybody, with the exception of the 4, between 2-1, 5-1 on the board. We'll have a post parade here from Paulie. When we come back, we're going to take a timeout. Derby City 6 on the way on this Friday evening card from Louisville. Stay with us. We'll be back with a post parade right after this.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Made 2-year-olds in training sale. Recent stars include Kentucky Derby winner Mage, Grade 1 winners Feza, Beyond Brilliant, and Switzerland, plus graded stakes winners Classy Edition. Informative, Mimi Kikuchi, Riding with Biden, and that's right, a leading juvenile sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, and the only major 2-year-old sale venue with a dirt racetrack. May 22nd and 23rd in Timoniga, Maryland. Where will you be?
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football Gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Nara Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Middle Jewel, the Triple Crown tomorrow, and then the Belmont Stakes June 10th, all summer long Saratoga. We'll have it all for you. Play with us all summer long. We look forward to a tremendous next few months of action. Up next, race 5 and a 1 mile pace as we take a look at the current odds. Big Bad Bill, tough post last time out. Much better draw today.
Yeah, I'm surprised that this horse is 2-1, to be honest with you. I really didn't see it. I thought that horses like Jonah would take a little bit more money than it's actually taking right now, so that surprises me.
How about Rock to Glory? 15 years old and still going strong.
I love that. Isn't that so cool? 15 years old, still pacing, draws much better tonight, and still actually has done well, too. Last time out, only lost by 3/4 of a length in the same amateur drivers series that we're looking at here. So I think that this horse has a big shot to do it. And tonight, like I said, when you look at this horse as a whole, you've got a race that where you got the 4, Take It to the Face, who actually is a price in here too, who stands that break 3 back's been solid, knocking on the door against these kind. Just missed last week by a head. Draws well again. I like this horse on top at 6-1 tonight. We'll see what happens.
Thunder from the Throne went by 5-2. Neil Glasser in the bike, and here's Jonah.
Jonah just missed by a neck, ended up 3rd, similar last week. He's been solid otherwise, other than the rough trip 2 back.
Final Justice, bit of a trouble trip last time out. Been big prices last couple.
Yeah, won against that kind 3 back. Race fine to be 3rd in the Trackmaster last time out.
And Uncle Cause on the outside at 17-1 coming off that victory.
Yeah, went down to Virginia to get it. Now moves back up in class, draws outside. On the big track tonight, we'll see what happens against these long shot, probably.
Favored, yeah, 4-5, much tougher group tonight. Let's go to Jessica Otten and get more on this 5th. Hi, Jessica.
Hi, Greg. Thanks so much. Yeah, race 5 is going to close out that early pick 5 sequence here. It's another Meadowlands amateur driving event here. And I went to the 5. I was hoping you would offer a bit more value. I think he's taking a little bit more money than I expected. That's Thunder from the Throne from the Mike Watson barn. And if you look at the post position, this guy has been drawing last handful of starts, post 8, post 9, post 8. And this horse doesn't really have a ton of gate speed. So I think when he draws towards the middle of the pack, he's able to just float off of the wings and get away closer. He always seems to have a nice big kick home towards the end of the mile. Didn't fare well last time out. Was just, you know, I guess doubled up in the outer flow. The outer flow wasn't going anywhere. 2 starts ago, he had post 4, got away 8th, and he really had a nice kick home. Again, the outer flow just wasn't going anywhere. So he's 3 wide at the 3/4 pole, only beating a length and a half. The Sunshine's Finest, who really just kind of outpaced him. He had a bit more clearance late in the lane than Thunder from the Throne, but I mean, even 3 starts ago from post 8, parked the entire mile and never gave up against Clayton's Better. Clayton's Better since then has moved into a mid-level condition here at the Big M and winning, I think, back-to-back weeks. So he's been facing some much tougher horses. I thought the middle pack post would help him float off the gate a bit better in here, maybe not get away so far back, because if he can get away 4th or 5th and work out still a second over trip and have that kick home, I think he's definitely capable of beating this group. And Neil Glasser has recently started driving back again, has gotten along well with him. I next go to the 2. I heard you guys talking about that 15-year-old Rock to Glory. Once he was fed racetrack, he was able to actually get some room last time out. He paced home pretty well, and against Harry Hanover, who came back in earlier tonight, I believe was 3rd in the 2nd race here. So once he got room, he paced home strongly. He was only beaten 3/4 of a length. He draws another nice post to work with. And again, I just didn't think this field was overly complicated. Didn't really fall in love with anything. Thought maybe he could offer some value in those gimmicks. I next go to the 7 Final Justice, who was able to finally punch through 3 starts ago, post 9, and just was able to be followed up there. He had a nice second over trip, then drew away by 5 1/4 lengths to win in 55, home 28-1 from an outside post, then moved over the Trackmaster ratings, 74.5s in a group where it was just much tougher. He did face Clayton's Better in there, and Twinbee Raptor, who came back again and won a couple of weeks ago as well. So he does draw another outside post. This guy really isn't have a ton of gate speed, so if he can get away and get into the outer flow that moves and actually has some flow to it, he can definitely you know, have a nice kick home as well. I think Tony Beltrami gets along with this horse just fine. So it's 5-2-7 in race 5 for me. We'll send it back to you, Greg.
Jessica, thank you. Yeah, surprising that, I thought anyway, but Jessica picks Thunder from the Throne as well. 5-2 favorite, and she brought up a good point. Just some terrible draws for this 9-year-old, and now gets much better post position tonight.
Yeah, it's definitely hard when you're hung out in the 8, 9, 10 holes at the Meadowlands. Even with it being a mile track, you just don't want to be hung out there. So it gets the post relief today. For me, the horse inside, though, is where I'm looking to take it to the face. I'm hoping I don't get punched in the face for this pick.
Mask on, mask off, 13-1.
Yeah, you know, with mask on, mask off, the interesting thing about that horse, is that when you look at the race, finally gets to draw inside again, and I think keeping closer is the better way to go.
See how that one takes advantage of that inside draw. Let's go back to Churchill Downs and bring you the post parade. Again, the race is going to kick off the Derby City 6. 7 furlongs, $40,000 claiming race. As we take a look at the 1 here, Martin Garcia aboard.
Lily's Creed. I like the cutback for this horse to 7 furlongs. Brooks made it at the Fairgrounds for 30. Second time out against winners. We'll see what happens tonight from that inside post.
6-1. Had a maiden breaker at Fairgrounds. Took 9 starts to get it done after 6 seconds. Gray Frost, 3-1 next door, coming off a win at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, looking for 3 in a row here. That race was against non-winners at 2 allowance, drops to the 40, probably the right level for this horse. 3-1 speaks volumes.
There's Gray Frost, 3-year-old filly by Frosted for Gennaro Garcia.
Yeah, and you know, with that horse, like I said, going for 3 in a row here, looking good.
Oath of Allegiance. It's a big drop down in class for this Joe Sharp filly.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of this horse, only because the maiden special weight win was one of those restricted races for RNA horses that sold for 50 or less, so you don't know what's really in there. But drops today and might be at the right level. Cutback is fine, 7/8 is fine for this horse.
One named Southlaw, too, last time out. Here's Roja Lejera, the other Joe Sharp filly.
Horse's name, Light Red, should be in front of this group, I would think, going second off the layoff. And that last race wasn't that bad, just kind of tired late.
Here's the Tom Amoss, Joel Politti filly, Serengeti Empress connections with Corey Lannery aboard.
Yeah, like you talked about earlier, too, that start 2 starts back was a nice closing second. Last time, if you watch the replay, got absolutely slammed on both sides, pinched, and got knocked sideways, basically. I expect improvement today on the drop.
And 9-2 outside Busy Girl.
Drops in class off that allowance at Mahoning.
Here we go, 5th from the Meadowlands. Let's go to Ken Workington for the call.
Thunder from the throne, 3-1, 4, take it to the face, 7-2 on the 3, Big Bad Bill, and the 6, Jonah, and far back on a break is Mask On, Mask Off. Here they come. They're off, and Jonah take it to the face with early speed on the inside. Big Bad Bill's urged on from 3rd. Rock to Glory gets away in 4th. Into the first turn, Thunder from the throne is 5th. And then it's Final Justice takes a seat in 6th. That one followed by Uncle Kaz, and far back was Mask On, Mask Off, a distant trailer who broke before the start. Jonah takes the lead. It's Jonah and Anthony Varuso. Zips past the opening quarter in a snappy 26-4. Take it to the face, and Peter Kleinhans gladly drafting in that pocket spot. Big Bad Bill and a revved up Big Bad Bill with Yogi Sheridan 3rd. Gap of 2 to Rock to Glory 4th on the inside. It's Thunder from the throne 5th, edging to the outside. Final Justice, then Uncle Kaz, and way back that early trailer, Mask On, Mask Off. Close to the half mile here, and it's Jonah who continues in front at 9-5 in 56 seconds, a good pace. Take it to the face, Pocket Rider. Big Bad Bill to the outside. Thunder from the throne will be second over. Stride for stride with the Rock to Glory now pinned in. And then Uncle Kaz on the inside. And Final Justice spinning his wheels. Midway on the final turn. Jonah looking strong. It's Jonah by 2. Take it to the face on the inside, stride for stride with Big Bad Bill. Forced 3 wide, Thunder from the throne. Rock to Glory is 5th, 3/4, 124-4. They swing into the stretch and try to figure out Jonah. Jonah's in front by 3.5-4. Take it to the face is full out second, trying to reel him in. And down the center of the racetrack, some late pace from Thunder from the throne. But it's Jonah all the way. Jonah is home free. Jonah and Anthony Varuso then take it to the face. Thunder from the throne and Rock to Glory in 152-4.
Jonah took command early and does not wilt down the stretch.
No, whistled that quarter, too. 26-4 into the wind, 56. That's a solid pace for tonight. When they turned for home, I was thinking, well, maybe my top pick, Take It to the Face, could run down my second pick. And I'll Take It to the Face kind of took the wind in the face and just didn't really care for it and didn't run down Jonah, who ran a hole in the wind. Nice effort by Jonah tonight.
7-year-old Gelding, 12th win of Jonah's career. Anthony Varuso on the bike for Mike Turpolilli.
Yep. Mike does a good job. So, nice win.
All right, back to Churchill Downs, and there's a look at your favorite, 3-2. Just like Magic, had that big effort we talked about at Fairgrounds, did not back it up at all. Just a no-show, really, at that Keeneland race, which Yeah, I had little problems out of the gate and just never got it track after that.
Yeah, I believe that the trouble really did cost this horse. I know the horse was also 36-1, so you kind of have to take it in the context of that as well. But I really think if you look back 2 starts back and you take that effort and you match it up against tonight and the field that she's facing, I think that figures perfectly in here, especially with that closing kick.
Key, too, especially at this meet, to see horses who've won and had success at Churchill Downs, and that's where she broke her maiden.
Yeah, absolutely. And you like to see that with the recency and the fact that they like the track as well.
3-2. Just like magic. So let's take a look at Gray Frost, one of her challengers in here. This was back on April 19th, her most recent effort in that win, getting back on dirt after a couple of starts on synthetic.
Ran this race pretty well, I thought. I mean, she does what she does here, and you can see she's a little bit in between horses there. I'm not sure it bothered her. She kind of bullied her way through a little bit. When she got some daylight finally, she did run. I do kind of like this horse. I love Frosted's as well. I just like her ears that are just flopping a little bit sideways as she makes the run down the lane to get up in the last stages. She's looking for 3 in a row tonight, dropping in class. It's the right drop. I don't think she's going to win an allowance race here at Churchill Downs. So I think the cutback and the running for 40 definitely makes her a player in here based off the last 2.
And another one, too. Look, last year, back to 2 years, she ran well at Churchill Downs. Not a huge figure, but second, beat less than a length for maiden 50. So at least showed some ability on this track. Now she gets back to it for the first time since that run. 5-2. She is the second choice on the board right now.
Yeah, and properly placed, like you said. She ran those races. They were a little bit on the slower side, but again, you know, you don't know what to make sometimes of those races. But I think right level, right time tonight, she's definitely a player. And you just have to wonder what she's going to get to close into here as far as speed. You assume the 4 is going to be on the engine out there, and you wonder then after that what's she got to close into. So that she might just be to mercy at the pace in here a little bit.
At 9-2, the 3 is very interesting in here. Just very cold on the board, but she faced the best company, really, of anybody in this field last time out. That was South Lawn. Cuts back in distance. Could she be a danger? We're about to find out. Jimmy Graham on board there. Travis Stone to get us started here in this Derby City 6.
And they're off. Good start for Roja Ligera. Oath of Allegiance is there. Gray Frost down toward the inside is up close as well. Up the chute, crossing over. Gray Frost comes on through, but there's company. Oath of Allegiance is right there, and Roja Ligera keeps pace with them. Third outside. 3 lengths back, just like magic. Advances up into 4th. Lily's Creed backs off into 5th, and Busy Girl, the trailer in 6th. Down the backstretch run. Speed Duel up top. Gray Frost and Oath of Allegiance go head-to-head early, and they went that opening quarter in 22-3. Roja Ligera backed off for the run to the half-mile pole, 3 lengths behind. Just like magic, cruising along 4th and toward the rail. She's just 4 lengths behind with 3 furlongs to go. Farther back, it's Lily's Creed, and Busy Girl is at the back. The opening half in 45 3/5 seconds. Gray Frost starting to get away from Oath of Allegiance, but Just Like Magic is right there in behind, and she pops off the rail with a swift move there and comes on and takes over. Just Like Magic, just like that to the front. Gray Frost left behind in second. Roja Ligera and Oath of Allegiance. Final 16th. Just Like Magic moving away from the field decisively. From off the pace to score by 8 lengths on the wire. Gray Frost second. Oath of Allegiance was third, and Roja Ligera was 4th.
Those are the kind of wins, I'm sure, as a jockey, especially as a trainer, owner, you love. Just no stress down the stretch. Win by open lengths. Tom Amoss, Joel Politti, Corey Lanerie team up for the win.
Always nice to see Tom Amoss win one, and Corey Lanerie made it look easy just like that. Just like easy. She pulled away really fast from this group. And I like that she got that nice, quick inside run. I think you and I can both agree. We were pretty shocked that Gray Frost was dueling on the front end.
Yeah, I did not expect that at all. And Tom usually has horses in his barn that are forward early. He knows the value of speed, but this one does not have any really early speed. She showed brief early speed first couple of starts of her career. Since then, she's become a better filly from off the pace.
Yeah, and you can see it today. 2 starts back was definitely the key there. And like I said, I thought she was going to get back to her better races today, especially after the trouble in the last one.
She got bet down late, too. 4-5 is a heavy favorite to start off that Derby City 6. We'll have those prices coming up in just a moment. We're going to take a timeout. We'll look ahead to the weekend here in New York when we come back. Paradise Creek, 7 furlongs on the lawn on Saturday. Vacation Dance already a stakes winner. disappointing 3-year-old return to the races. Can he bounce back on Saturday?
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, evening edition on our FS2 coverage. Beautiful sight right there. Good crowd on hand on this Downs After Dark card. As we're underway in this Derby City 6, Tom Amoss, Joel Poletti, Corey Lanerie aboard for the winning ride and the odds-on favorite to start off the sequence.
Yeah, 4-5 gets it done. And like we said, if you take a look at this, I mean, Corey Lanerie got a perfect inside trip with this horse behind those dueling leaders, and just like magic, just like exploded down the lane, pulled away from this group pretty easily, and I was surprised with the ease that she actually did it with in the end, and she looks good doing it too. She ran to the wire. It's not like she slowed down any either.
It's becoming the year of Good Magic.
Yeah.
It's the Good Magic filly. Derby winner, of course, by Good Magic. And a Good Magic filly gets the win here by open lengths. Impressive performance. Did she get claimed away from Tom Amoss? We'll try and find that out for you. But dominant performance here.
I would think maybe there had to be something hung on her, I think.
5-2-3 in that fifth at Churchill, race 6. Going to kick off the late pick 5. It is a difficult sequence coming up. 6 furlongs to kick it off. $16,000 claiming race. And as this board reflects, you can make a case for just about everybody here.
Yeah, it's pretty wide open in here, and I think the betting's going to probably stay that way. In the end, I think they might settle on race driver. We'll see what happens.
Drop down from 25. I thought Crime Spree, big chance in here, and that horse getting played quite a bit. Nowhere near that 12-1 morning line. That Jonathan Wong horse on the outside, too. Much better horse on dirt, and then it was a synthetic comeback race, so we could see an improved effort second off the layoff for that one.
Yeah, the switch back to dirt, I was wondering if we could book 12-1. I definitely would have took that if we could have got that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wish we could do that.
Yeah, we could do a lot of things.
One of these days, we'll try and work that out. Big weekend coming up. We're looking forward to it here at Belmont. We'll have live coverage. Paradise Creek early on. Stakes action on the card on Saturday. 7 furlongs on the turf. And we talked about going to break. Vacation Dance for John Kimmel. Stakes winner of the Atlantic Beach at Aqueduct, gate to wire in that performance. Preceding that was third, not beaten by much, by Nagarrock, who ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Comeback was not very good, but here's when he was very good in that stakes win.
Yeah, this was one of his better efforts, clearly. And I'm not sure about the last race. I know it looks really bad, but took on older in that race, got pretty tired. You would think that maybe he needed the race. I know he was favored in there. Definitely can rebound, is more than good enough to do so. I just think you need to get a price on this horse in order to do it.
8-1 morning line. I fear you will not be getting that tomorrow.
You could wish for a lot of things here, you know. I mean, and Inflation Nation, I mean, I wasn't crazy about, you know, that return race either. So the cutback might help Inflation Nation there, too.
Well, you got to think Kendrick's going to try and take advantage with that speed, but there's other speed in the race, too. Charging from the rail. Here's a look at Joey Freshwater. He's going to try the grass for the very first time. Horse is a Grade 3 Bayshore winner.
Yeah, as the pedigree, you know, is out of a Jimmy Creed to make it there. It's more than Ready Mare won on the grass. We'll see what happens.
Eyewitness back-to-back wins on synthetic, including a stakes win at Turfway Park, and ran pretty good in that debut that came on the grass, just missing by a head.
Yeah, I really liked this race that we're showing now. Won this race in fine fashion, drew off, looked professional doing it. The return to the turf should not be an issue here. Worked that bullet on the grass too at Keeneland and did it with Arrest Me Red as well. So obviously worked well because Wesley's thinking high enough of bringing the horse here to run it back on the grass. And Wesley has good numbers, 3 for 10, 6 in the money with this move. The only problem is, and I like this horse and I think I want to play this horse, with that statistic is 0 for 3 at Naira. So
yeah, limited starters.
It's limited starters.
That figure 2 on the grass was very, very slow, but you know, as back as a 2-year-old, it was a debut.
Yeah. Has
the horse just gotten better, or is the horse just better on synthetic?
I think the horse got better. We've seen Wesley make moves where he knows where to spot them, and they pop up with these big races. I really, like I said, the last race to me sold the deal on this horse. I really don't mind the return to turf, and we'll see how the weather plays out. So we're running it early enough that we should beat any rain that comes, but you never know, and if there's a little cut in the ground, it won't bother either.
Joey Freshwater got a quick look at him there in a winner's circle shot. And going to get on the grass for the first time. We mentioned it was Kendrick on board that day in that Grade 3 Bayshore. Sat off the pace, going 7/8 for Linda Rice. Of course, it was 3 for 7 lifetime. We'll see if he can take to the grass.
It took a while for Joey Freshwater to get his act together. And even Linda said so. Linda said, you know, it's taken him a while to get it together. He put it together that day. Came back in the Gold Fever. I mean, it was a quick wheel back, you know, now for Linda. First time turf, has the pedigree, like I said, out of a Jimmy Creed. We'll see what happens, more than Ready Mare, who won on the grass. You know, again, it's there a little bit. Linda's taking a shot. Don't blame her here.
Good one, too, that
yeah.
got beat by in that Gold Fever. Drews Gold looks like he's pointing to the Woody Stevens.
Yeah.
Undefeated now.
Yeah, and drew off the screen. So I'm not too terribly afraid of Joey Freshwater, but he could run a good race here, too, especially if horses like Inflation Nation don't show up, or Eyewitness, or even Vacation Dance.
So he's trying the grass for the first time outside for Mike Maker. Hey, Eugene's trying the turf for the first time off of Gate to Wire maiden score at Oaklawn. We don't always see, though, that dirt speed translate to turf speed.
Yeah, and that's something I think everybody should be aware of, too, sometimes. A lot of times you'll see horses go out there 22, 44, 45. They'll blaze it on the dirt, and then all of a sudden they'll go to the turf, and suddenly they're sitting 3rd or 4th because they get run off their feet by some other horses.
Early on the card on our Saturday program. Again, we hope you join us. That's 1:02 Eastern start time. We'll bring that to you. Part of that early pick 5 kicks off that early pick 4. Let's get back to the Meadowlands. And a guaranteed pick 4 coming up. $50,000 guarantee in the sequence. So get involved in this 1 mile pace coming up. Even money on Christchurch. Dexter Dunn on the bike.
Yeah, that's about right for this race. There's 4 real big players in this race. The 2, the 4, the 5, and the 6. And I could see Christchurch being a favorite. Was in the Breeders' Crown final last season. Was only beaten 4 lengths in the final. A couple of wins were fast last year. And his qualifiers have been very good coming into this. 151-3 is sharp for that second qualifier.
Yeah, been dominant in those qualifiers. We'll see it getting back to competition, being bet-like. It's going to be a walkover in this spot. Let's get to Jessica Otten, get her take on this 6th coming up. Jessica.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, the 6th race is pretty interesting. I do have to agree with you guys in there. I think there's 4 major players in this race gearing up for their 2023 stakes season, and they're all eligible to the Meadowlands Pace that will be featuring on July 15th. That is the 2, 4, 5, and 6. And the 6 Caviar Scotland is coming off a solid win in the Paul Revere at Plainridge Park in 50-3, home 28-3. Yoser Fonseca will retain the drive in there. Dupree Hanover draws post 2 off a 2 solid solid qualifiers. The first one a little slower than the second one, but home 26-4 in both of them. 52-4, excuse me, last time out Christchurch. If he minds his manners, I think he is definitely the one to beat in here. He faced some solid stakes contenders last time out. He picks up Dexter Dunn here tonight. And Todd McCarthy went with Hungry Angel. Boy, that's the 5 out of the Tony Alania barn. Again, this second qualifier was much quicker than that first one, just beating a nose to Dupree Hanover, who sat on his back. So it's 2, 4, 5, and 6 in this opening leg of the pick 4. I'm going to go 3, 4, 8, and 2 in that second leg. Race 2, Pure Countess has been facing stakes eligible and stakes contenders horses in that New Jersey Breeders' Maturity. Race 8, 2, and 4 in there for me. Diamonds and Pearls out of the Nancy Tactor barn is dropping down in class. We saw her here 2 starts ago at the Meadowlands and against a much tougher group of fillies, and she just ran into some traffic trouble. Race 9 will close it out for me at Meadowlands Amateur Driving Club. Again, 3, 7 in there for me. So it's 2, 4, 5, 6 with 3, 4, 8, 9 with 2, 4 with 3, 7 for a $32 investment. We'll send it to Paul for his early pick 4 ticket.
Are the real. So thanks, Jess. Looking at this race in particular, I agree. The 2, 4, 5, and 6, they are the major players. They are the 4 horses that I do want to start off this pick 4. And for me, Dupree Hanover, I know that this horse is 0 for 5, but definitely has some backlash to work with from last season. It's been sharp with the qualifiers coming into tonight. And the one thing you like to see with these horses that are getting ready to start their stakes season is you want to see the qualifiers get faster as they go on. And you saw that with Dupree Hanover. You saw that with Christchurch. And Hungry Angel Boy, too, picked it up by 2 seconds in the second qualifier. Now, the 6 horse in here, Caveat Scotland, this horse actually went down and won a little stake last time out. Did it in lifetime mark of 150-3. Definitely throwing this horse on my ticket. In race number 7, my price play in there is the 2 Chalk, who is 8-1 on the morning line. 1-2 starts back nicely, backed that up pretty strong with that second last time out, and that was on the class hike. Moves up again, but draws well. I like the inside post. She can handle the jump. She's definitely my price play in there. Sorry, Pure Countess, I'm including in there. Logical, nice win last week, getting away from the likes of Prima Donna Deo and Fashion Schooner in the Maturity Series to get her year started. This is a more realistic spot for her. She's the horse to beat. I make no bones about that. And Donato Patriot, the 8, that was a pretty salty group that she faced down at Philly in the Open last time. He's been okay here. And I think 2 back last time out was a good win against this kind from an outside draw. Is definitely worth the use. You get to race number 8. Diamonds and Pearls, as just mentioned, had a little bit of that traffic trouble. Improved the second time, start off the layoff, 2 to run second over at Pocono. She can step forward in here. She's got more in her tank for sure as she makes her 3rd start off the layoff. And then you go to a horse like Odds On Hail Mary, who just missed by a neck in that 3-way photo at Pocono last time. Ran 3rd again, similar here, first off the layoff. Drew as well, can step forward. I'm definitely using mind-blowing figures in there as well. I know they weren't that good, but she figures here, went 151-3 during the year. And in the last leg, I'm using some of the logical horses in that driver series. Kamlachi Crone, no relation to California, knocking on the door in those recent starts. He'll break through one of these nights, draw as well. And I'm going to use the 5 guys in the band who grinded first over for a win last week, and the 8 Sunshine's Finest, which Trip didn't work out last week in the outer flow. That happens, but I think he fits with this group.
All right, again, $50,000 guarantee pool in this pick 4 that begins in the 6th coming up. Get involved. Saturday, we have the cross-country pick 5 back. Churchill, Monmouth, Belmont all involved. And Churchill Downs, grade 3 Louisville, 1.5 miles on the grass will be part of the sequence. Somehow, Mike Maker got therapist who was probably like stretching it at 7 furlongs to become a horse who could win at 1.5 miles last time out.
I know, it's crazy. And isn't he like such a cool New York bred now that he could do these things too? You look at that 12 for 39 record, 7/8, 1.5 miles. He's just running, man. And as he gets older, maybe he likes the longer distances. Takes him a while to get in stride.
It's amazing. Let's take a look at this. Grade 2 Pan American wins by 3/4 of a length of one. He'll face again in Bay Street money. But yeah, that has always been pretty much pushing it for him, going beyond that distance. But Mike Maker, that's what he does. He makes horses into stars going long on the lawn.
Yeah, and makes them better. And in this race, you know, this race completely fell apart. And Therapist came running and made that last move in here to get up to beat Bay Street Money in here. So I guess the question you have to ask yourself is, are they going to get the same kind of setup in this race that they got in that race? So I don't know. That might be a little bit hard in this race to get that same kind of setup. But listen, they both do nothing wrong. They both love the longer distances. And how could you not like that? 12 wins and 39 career starts
good
for this
that
New York bred.
New York bred in part by Christophe Clement, by the way. As we get back to the Meadowlands and this guaranteed $50,000 pick 4 starts in this race coming up. What did you think about even money on Christchurch? Too short?
It's a little short considering the 7-2 morning line, and I think there's other interesting things in here. I'm very surprised at Dupree Hanover is 8-1. I think a lot of people are scared off at the 0-5 record this year, but if you go back to last season, this horse does have some class from those Governor Cup races and other races that this horse ran against. So I don't know. The qualifiers are very sharp, and I like that. I think you could throw a blanket over any of the 4 that we've all discussed, and I would take some prices in here and take my shot, especially with some of these horses that are coming off qualifiers. You don't know how they're going to race first time out.
Well, let's go back to Jessica.
I have to agree with you guys on that one. It's kind of hard to gauge these horses coming into these races off of qualifiers. Most of them do have those 2 very nice qualifiers coming into the race, but I wanted to search for some value as well. But I am going to stick with the 4 Christchurch on the top of my ticket. Not loving the low price. I thought maybe we'd get closer to the morning line of 7-2, but I just really liked how he did both of those qualifiers with authority. Gate to wire in both of them. 153 and 1 the first time out, 151 and 3 the second time out, and he just did it with authority. He needs to mind his manners. Nancy Tactor speaks very highly of this colt. He had 7 starts last year, 2 of those being wins, and he did face a lot of stakes company as well. So he's technically dropping down in class. Last time we saw him at a pari-mutuel racetrack was in the Breeders' Crown. He's drawing a middle pack post. Yeah, picking up Dexter Dunn after Todd McCarthy went with the 5 Hungry Angel Boy, who put up a solid 150-2 mark, first lifetime start, last year. He was only had 3 starts on the year last year, 2 of those being win. Then they put him away for the rest of the year after the Dreammaker up at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Gave him the rest of the summer off. They're aiming very highly for this colt this year, hoping for the North America Cup, the Meadowlands Pace, and a major stakes event for those 3-year-old Glamour boys. And Caviar Scotland is the one who actually has 4 or 5 starts going into this race. It was a very good gate to wire win and the Paul Revere in 150-3. That was his first lifetime win. No starts last year, so we need a few of those races to get himself race ready and into shape and get into those race scenarios. He was beaten a neck here 2 starts back from off of the pace, home 26-1. So it's 4, 5, 6 in here for me, but I'm also throwing that 2 Dupree Hanover on my first leg of this early pick 4. Here's Ken Workington with the call.
Trumpster Blues sick. Field of 6 lining up at 9-5. The 6 Caviar Scotland, the even money favorite is the 4 Christchurch. 4-1 action on the 5 Hungry Angel Boy. Early pick 4 time, race 6. They're on gate. Here they come. And they're off. Christchurch left hard from the inside with Dupree Hanover and Caviar Scotland up on the outside. A Hungry Angel Boy is put in play. Swooping down comes Gazoo on the rail. Battlefield. They head to the opening quarter, and it's Christchurch to the front here with Dexter Dunn. And he is headstrong and on the iron, looking to go on. Dupree Hanover on the inside, second. Caviar Scotland left, parked on the outside, third. Hungry Angel Boy is fourth. 27-1 opens it up here. Then comes Battlefield at the rear, and Gazoo is the trailer. And they continue across the backstretch. Christchurch, the parked out Caviar Scotland on the outside. They are going to match strides. Dupree Hanover on the inside, third. Hungry Angel Boy is fourth by 2.5. Then Battlefield and Gazoo at the half. Caviar Scotland finally does clear the lead in a brisk 54 2/5. 27-1 again. Used hard early. Caviar Scotland looking for that third quarter breather. Out and after him is Christchurch on the outside to retake command. Dupree Hanover to the outside, third, heading to 3/4. Hungry Angel Boy needs more. Then Battlefield and Gazoo. Christchurch retook command, leads it by 2. Christchurch and Dupree Hanover trying to reel him in from second. Late move coming from Hungry Angel Boy on the outside. 122 and 2 into the stretch. Taxing fractions here for Christchurch in his 3-year-old debut. It's Christchurch and Dupree Hanover takes dead aim on the outside. Then Hungry Angel Boy. Christchurch is strong, rebuffing Dupree Hanover. Then Hungry Angel Boy. Say hello to Christchurch in his 3-year-old debut. How about that? 149 and 3. Then Dupree Hanover, Hungry Angel Boy, and Gazoo Christchurch. Wow.
Sub 150 mile, and Dexter Dunn seemed like he was just toying with Caveat Scotland when that one pulled in front.
Yeah, I mean, this was some taxing fractions out there. They ran into the wind 27 and 154 and 2, and boy, is Christchurch back. I said wow before Ken Warkington did. 149 and 3. And Dupree Hanover, I know this horse hasn't won yet this year, but you know what? Dead aim just was second best tonight to a runaway winner. It's going to be fun to see what Christchurch does now the rest of this year.
Big effort, and just to put it in context for those who don't see this a lot, what is 149 and 3?
For this time of the year, that's fast. You see a lot of these races, and you look through the past performances, you're seeing 152, you're seeing 150, 151. It's not hot out yet. It's not souped up yet, you know. It's still a little cool. It's still a little heavy, and this horse just went 149 and 3. Hopefully this horse builds on this and has a big stake season coming up.
Yeah, for Nancy Tactor, again, Dexter Dunn in the bike in an impressive performance there. We're going to say so long to you, and Chris Griffin going to join me on the desk after a short timeout, but I enjoyed it.
It was fun. Let's do it again sometime.
Yeah, look forward to it. All right, got a lot more coming up from the Meadowlands, and of course, still plenty more left. Churchill Downs down to after dark. We'll get into the Pick Four when we come back. Stay with us.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The first time I ever entered the gates of Elapa, at first I was pretty nonchalant. I've seen a lot of farms, and I came here and the gates opened, and for me it was magical. It was like something I've never seen before. You know, the goal has always been to sort of try to have a vibrant thoroughbred farm, a bucolic, unique setting, respectful of all the buildings, everything in the past. It's a bit eclectic because Mr. Sims, one of the original owners of the farm, bought a horse from Europe called Prince Palatine, who I think is the third grandsire of Prince Quillo, a very prominent horse in Europe. And the horse died in a barn fire, and he said no horse will ever die here in a fire again. So everything he built was stone and concrete, which today the challenge is that first in craftsmanship, availability of materials, and the expense would be impossible. So everything is here is done in stone. Our primary goal is obviously to be a great thoroughbred farm, to be the best we can be, stand the greatest stallions, raise the best horses. I believe the land gives us this opportunity. All our neighbors have been voices of the past of greatness. It's beautiful, but what are we here to see? Midnight Pursue or Take Charge Brandy, or here's a yearling by Tappet, and here's a yearling by Into Mischief, and well, it's beautiful, and you're here to see Curlin. Beautiful, and you're here to see Go Sapper. He's an old veteran, but a great sire, great broodmare sire. Very excited about Army Mule, undefeated horse that we own with St. Elias. They're yearlings this year, Good Magic yearlings this year, champion son of Curlin. I view the Stallion Barn as a NFL, NHL, college, any kind of team. Constant recruitment, try to get the best athlete you can. There's a great past, there's a great present, and hopefully there's a great future.
Good to be with you. Continuing live coverage, Downs After Dark, Churchill Downs, and the Meadowlands. It's brought to you by Hallandale at Alapa. As the best yet to come on both our cards ahead, joined by the voice who you heard at Aqueduct. Great to have you in New York, Chris Griffin. Good to have you on the set with me.
Wonderful. Here we are. Looking forward to it. Excited to be here. It's Friday night. Excited to bring you the racing action and be down here, handicap a little bit. It's a little more roomy than the normal booth usually when you're up there in the booth and you're calling races, so we got some space.
You're not going to get to use binoculars either.
No. I get to watch it on TV, get to watch it on screen, get to listen to some other great announcers, and looking forward to it. Hopefully a winner or two here because clearly, you know, the audience out there, Churchill, Harness, Chris Griffin. Let's roll.
Tremendous job, by the way, at the meet at Aqueduct. It was great to hear you.
Yeah, appreciate that.
All right, let's get into the late pick 5 at Churchill Downs. 6 furlongs, $16,000 claiming race. We talked about it briefly. Wide open, though, as the board reflects here. Even Crime Spree was down at one point all the way down to 9-2. But it's Race Driver dropping from 25 down to 16. Right now at 5-2.
Yeah, you see the horses coming out of the paddock now. I mean, it does seem like the type of race where you're going to get this balance like this. Lukewarm favorite on the 7, Hurricane Highway.
Here's Best of Greeley to kick off the post parade. Isaac Castillo for Steve Asmussen.
Not quite sure what to think here. As far as another class drop down to 16, subpar effort last time, hitting at 9%. We'll see what happens.
9-time winner next door, Game Boy Benny, dropping as well, but dropping in a race from Hawthorne. What do you think of Game Boy Benny?
Yeah, needed that race, a little bit of a speed and fade. Seems to just be needs to be a little bit more forwardly placed. We'll see if Mitchell Murrow maybe tries to put this horse into the race a little bit sooner. Does have the blinkers on, just hasn't shown that speed a lot lately.
5-1 on High Tone, a horse who's put up some big efforts, comes out of a 10,000 starter allowance at Churchill.
Yeah, not bad. I kind of like this horse. Has run some pretty even numbers in here. Like looking at a nice gray, a 6-year-old bitonalist, 4th last time out. Should be okay coming off of that starter condition.
Race Driver dropped down from 25, was forward last time out.
Raylu Gutierrez, he's been kind of the man on fire. You've seen him across the country. He's done a nice job. Race Driver seems like a good price at 5-2. Might be the one.
Crime Spree, yet another dropping from 25,000 down to 16, and had some success at Fairgrounds earlier this year.
Really fast race. I mean, look at the fractions last time at that $25,000 level. They went 21-3 there. They were flying up front. We'll see if Crime Spree sees that hot of a pace again, but second off a layoff with that slight drop.
And next door, one of only 2 on the board, double-digit odds, Boise for Lynn Cash. Gabriel Saez aboard.
Maybe more turf, maybe more synthetic, taking a look at a late closing type. You know, I've actually seen some of this horse's races on the West Coast, but Boise not for me this afternoon.
And Jonathan Wong with a horse who came off a long time away. Hadn't raced since December 2021. Hurricane Highway came back on synthetic and won that race coming back. Seems like he's better on dirt, though.
Yeah, it does seem like he's better on dirt. Ricardo Santana, he picks up them out here for Jonathan Wong, another name that I'm familiar with from the West Coast a little bit, spending some time out there being from that area. You know, Jonathan Wong, he can get him. He's got 1 win at the meet, but 2 seconds and 2/3 might fit with that outside draw.
2-1 favorite there with Ricardo Santana Jr. Race Driver not far behind. 5-2 on the board. Our late pick 5 begins here in the 6th at Churchill Downs as we switch audiences right now. Welcome to America's Day at the Races, America's Night at the Races tonight. We got the Downs After Dark. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to have you with us on our FS1 coverage. Live action from Churchill Downs and harness racing from the Meadowlands. Greg Wolf alongside a man whose voice you heard at the Aqueduct meeting, Chris Griffin. Good to be with you.
Wonderful to be with you as well. We got some great racing action. Yeah, a little bit darker outside there, but we got a nice field coming up. We got that pick 5 here at Churchill.
Late pick 5 begins in this race coming up. We're just 2 minutes away from a start. Favorite for those just joining us here outside Hurricane Highway. Jonathan Wong came off a long layoff to get the victory. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca for more on a race that will kick off this pick 5 sequence. Paulie.
Good to hear your voice, Greg, and Chris as well. Chris and I go back handicapping races at Sam Houston racetrack where he was calling races before he came over to the NYRA circuit. So it's good to see Chris. He can handicap too as well, folks, so pay attention to his opinion. You know, when you look at this race driver, the 4, taking a lot of the money in here, and you know, this is a horse that is 1 for 4 here at Churchill Downs, 5 for 25 lifetime. And, you know, I would think would be part of the early pace with Ray Luke Gutierrez. Already got a couple wins on the race card. Had a tremendous win on the turf by a lip, basically, out finishing the 2 in a photo finish. The outside gelding, Hurricane Highway, Jonathan Wong is so sharp. I mean, here's a horse that hadn't run in 2 years, and you drop in a claim. I know it was only for $8,000. He probably didn't want the horse to win because you probably lost a little bit of a condition, but this horse bumps up in class, 7 years old, is 0 for 11 on the dirt, but does have 8 placings in 2nd and 3rd. So I thought those were the 2 horses to beat in here, to be honest with you, the 4 and the 7. If I was going to anybody else, I kind of think the 1's a little sneaky. I've been trying to stay away from these horses that have been coming off the Oaklawn racetrack, but I do think the 1 might have a little bit of quality and might run a little bit better, or at least show a little bit of speed. But I'll land on a Jonathan Wong runner in here, the 7. It's just a little tepid, though.
Paulie going where the public's going, too, 9 to 5. It's obviously impressive. You come off that long of a layoff and you win right back. And as we talked about, looks like getting back on dirt probably going to be even better.
Yeah, taking a look at the number 4, though, Race Driver, as the field is getting set to load. I talked about that 21-3 opening quarter. Race Driver, the number 4, was right on that. The 7, Hurricane Highway, moving up in class like this. Yes, it's a sign of confidence possibly, but there are some question marks here. What price am I willing to take? If this horse is going to be favored in this spot, maybe I can get close to that 5-2, although I saw that line coming down on the 4. I'll go with the 4 Race Driver, and we'll see if maybe we get a price underneath. Not really on the 1, though. I'm kind of backing off the 1.
Yeah, 8-year-old Steve Asmussen, he'll have Isaac Castile. That horse has the ability to show some pace as well, and maybe try and take advantage of that inside. Did win for 40 at Churchill. That was a couple of years ago, though. Pick 5 starts here. Here's Travis Stone.
Race Driver racing for the lead, and Boise is there. Hurricane Highway from the outside. Best of Greeley, and there too is Game Boy Benny. Scramble on early. And it's Boise up for an narrow lead. Down inside is Best of Greeley, and in the clear is Hurricane Highway, keeping pace from 3rd. Game Boy Benny advancing toward the rail. 4th Race Driver broke on top, but is back into 5th. Crime Spree on the outside, 6th, and the early trailer is High Tone. Racing to the far turn, contested quarter in 22-1, and Best of Greeley has come on through. Best of Greeley, short lead. Boise keeping pace. Crime Spree perched out 3 or 4 wide, but is right there. And Hurricane Highway is coming under pressure. And Race Driver's 5th and down toward the rail. High Tone from the back of the pack. They're off the turn. Best of Greeley confronted once again by Boise. Shoulder to shoulder, heading for the 8th pole. Crime Spree 3rd and trying to close. Now 2nd. Here comes Crime Spree. Race Driver pops outside 2. Final 16th. Crime Spree takes the lead. Boise's fighting on to the finish. Boise and Crime Spree deadlocked to the wire. Boise comes back. Boise came back on Crime Spree, who ran well but settles for 2nd. Then it was tight for 3rd between Race Driver and Best of Greeley.
Boise the win. I'm even more surprising than the win here is the fact this horse was on the lead.
Yeah, you see this horse changing dimensions a little bit. The races are there. There are some stakes races in the past, mostly on a different surface, but I've been in the booth plenty, listened to the broadcast plenty. It's Norm Cash. We're ignoring Norm Cash with the training duties. Boise showing the heart to the inside, comes back. My pick, Race Driver, had a little trouble in the backstretch, had to check a little bit, was in tight in between some horses, but Boise with a big effort, and you get a big number to kick off the pick 5.
Yeah, I think a lot of people starting over and playing the pick 4 are coming up with that result. Biggest price on the board, 17-1 with Boise. And aggression pays off on a horse. I think surprised everybody that this horse was in front.
Yeah, we had seen some quick fractions, and we had seen some races where it did take a look like, possibly you could maybe try and assert command, because if the 4 had some trouble like he did, Race Driver, now you find a horse like Boise that's able to go to the front. You change tactics a little bit. The back class was there. They get the job done at a price.
Middle Jewel Triple Crown coming up on Saturday from Baltimore. We'll see if Mage can keep things going, keep that Triple Crown dream alive. ABR race of the week. Have one less opponent to try and get it done on Saturday with First Mission. Injury to that left hind ankle, a scratch, taking out some at least tactical speed in that race, but a talented up-and-coming 3-year-old. Let's look through this entire field. Back on the scene in the Triple Crown, Bob Baffert with National Treasure. Bob Baffert, 7 Preakness wins, but he's 0 for 6 in the Preakness with horses who skip the Derby.
Yeah, National Treasure, he's going to be a horse that puts the blinkers on. You see that one lifetime career win. Yes, Johnny Velasquez, the connections make a lot of sense. We'll see what the odds do. 4-1 on the morning line. We'll see what happens on race day.
Blinkers back on, has the rail. Is he going to shoot to the front in here and try and lead them all the way? Chase the Chaos, huge price for Ed Moger Jr.
Yeah, a big number here is probably going to be probably the longest shot on the board, but does come out of some of those races on the West Coast. It comes out of those races where the California Derby, you see that 8th place finish, a beaten favorite, really has to turn things around, but maybe underneath in your exotics.
Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, joining just 2 others, Justify and Apollo, back in the 1800s, is the only winners of the Derby not to race as 2-year-olds.
Yeah, you take a look at Mage, and I kind of kick myself for this selection because he ran second to Forte. It just seemed like if you like Forte a lot, you should have liked Mage a lot. I actually like Cyclone Mischief in there. I was incorrect. Mage got it done.
Still, he's slow out of the gate. He was slow out of the gate again in the Derby. Coffee with Chris. Expects to be forward as well.
I'm not a hunch play guy, but I mean, a lot of people have texted me and they said Coffee with Chris. You got to do it. Maybe this is the play, but I think forwardly plays some presence early, but not quite late. We'll see what happens.
Maryland bred stakes winner at Laurel. We'll see if he's good enough against this kind of group. Red Route 1, Steve Asmussen, his trainer, says they have not even been close to getting to the bottom of this horse.
Angled out, well-timed is what the notes say last time out. He's going to close from out of it, needs some pace setup. Joel Rosario, if he can time it right, if he catches some pace pressure, by gun runner, connections, and know how to get it done.
Traditional Preakness prep, Federico Tessio winner. Perform. He's put together back-to-back wins for Shug McGahee.
Even had trouble in that Tessio. I mean, you take a look, the stumbled start was blocked. This is a horse that overcame a lot, is going to be a big number that day tomorrow, and it just seems like a horse that's going in the right direction, improving as a 3-year-old. Maybe at a number.
And once again, Chad Brown going back to what's worked for him in the past. Cloud computing.
If you give me 6-1, Chad
Brown. Early voting.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, just trying to do it again, skipping the Derby with a horse to try and win the Preakness.
Yeah, Blazing 7, 6-1. If we get anything close to that, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., Blazing 7s, why not? Outside post, nobody to the outside, could find a nice trip.
Is he good? Is he up to this challenge? He looked like he was very good as a 2-year-old, hasn't developed a whole lot yet.
Of course, making a case a little bit for some of these horses and trying to see how we can tackle the favorite. If you do like some of that value, which a lot of the bettors do out there, yeah, you're going to want to take a look at a horse like Blazing 7s and say, can he get the class test here against the Kentucky Derby winner? It's hard to say that. The price is going to be better, so from a wagering standpoint, absolutely. And again, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., outside post. They've won this race before. They know how to get it done, like you were saying before I cut you off. Blazing 7s, maybe.
First time, it's pretty crazy, since 1948, Citation, we have seen just one horse from the Derby run back in the Preakness.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, well, I don't know. We'll have to see. This is an exciting race to take a look at. Not a big field, but do have some competitive storylines. We'll see if Mage can get it done.
And that would be fun, June 10th, if he did, of course. First time ever. We're going to have the Belmont Stakes on Fox, so we look forward to that. We'll see what plays out on Saturday, as it's Boise to kick off the late pick 5 at Churchill Downs. 17-1 start.
How about that? Yeah, took a look at Boise, 17-1. You get that 37-38 to win. And Race Driver had that horse, Crime Spree. They both came into the same race, and they ended up finishing second and third to a big long shot that got right to the front.
I did not play a pick 5.
No.
but I have a knack for doing this. Several people, Jonathan Kinchin knows it as well, of going all but one. I was going to use all but Boise in that first leg.
You left out Boise, all but one. You got to just hit that all, man.
6 furlongs in the 7th up next. Condition $30,000 claiming race. Mac Daddy 2, 3-5 favorite right now. Some very good figures for Robertino Diodoro. We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field when we come back. We'll have more on Mage as well. Can he keep it going in Baltimore? We'll be back.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the races on our FS1 coverage. Meadowlands coverage is brought to you by Standard Breds of PA as we continue with their Friday evening program. 1 mile trot coming up in the 7th, 8-5. Donato Patriot, Brian Sears in the bike. Let's go back to Jessica Otten.
Thanks, Race 7. Up next, it is an hours of 10,000 on the trot. You know, I do think Donato Patriot K is very deserving of this favoritism status. I went elsewhere. I did use him in my gimmicks and on my Pick 4 ticket. I want to start with my top choice. That is the 4 Pure Countess out of the Pair Engbong Barn, and he's just been hitting on all cylinders. If you go back and look at the horses that Pure Countess has been racing, it was in the New Jersey Breeders' Maturity and against Prima Donna Deo and Fashion Schooner. Fashion Schooner actually came back 2 weeks ago on Derby Day to beat Bella Bellini in the first leg of the Miss Versatility. So hopefully we'll see her plenty of times, as well as Pure Countess. She draws a perfect middle pack post, and you pick up Yannick Gingras in this spot in here. And I thought maybe, you know, this is a spot where we could beat the favorite because Donato Patriot does have to start from an outside post in here. And I think he's a little bit pace dependent. If you go back and look at his starts, I'm not saying he can't overcome the outside post. I'm just saying that they need to mix it up and, you know, go that first half a bit of hot fractions. If you go down and look at the program page, he's been super sharp since coming back for the Jen Bongiorno barn. He qualified back on March the 31st, and he's been very solid ever since. Back-to-back wins on the way up in class here in April. He was a third-place finish against tough horses in Monomore and Lexus Marcus. And the 2 starts ago, post-9 win. And like I said, the race just set up for him. He was able to, you know, be towed into it second over, double bubbled at the 3/4 pole, was able to win by a neck in 53. Then he went down to Harris Philadelphia in the Open. Look at the horse who beat him. It's It's Academic. It's Academic will be in our featured key event tomorrow night, the Arthur Cutler Memorial, and he's one of the favorites going into the race. So the company he had faced down at Harris, Philadelphia, much tougher than what he's facing here. Like I mentioned, I just think he's a bit pace dependent. That's why I went with the 4. And I'm also using the 3 to round out my trifecta tickets, Swan Trixie. You know, I think she really needed that confidence boosting win to out 53-4, new lifetime mark by 4 3/4 of a length. She steamrolled first over and against a nice group of horses there. Came back last week on her way up in class and finished 2nd behind Light-Footed Legend, who's also in here working his way up in class. And on my pick 4 ticket as well, I threw on the 9 Dribbling Bee out of the Darren Cassar barn. Said this horse warmed up very, very nicely. Was able to catch up with them. And he is much pace dependent as well. So let's see how this race shapes up. It's 4 over the 8, 3 in here for me. Race 7 up next. Here's Ken Workington with the call.
5 on the 8, Donato Patriot K. A 2-to-1 action on the 4, Pure Countess, fresh off a nice win. It's 6-to-1, 3, Swan Trixie. Trotters on gate, race 7. Here they come. Off and trotting, Shinkansen and Los Baliquil Amigo from the outside blasts off with Dribbling Bee on the extreme outside. Shaquet from the inside, 4th, and got whatever it takes, cuts the corner and goes off stride. Got whatever it takes, off stride. Swan Trixie avoids the breaker, 5th now, and then it's Pure Countess trotting in 6th, and Light-Footed Legend followed by Donato Patriot K. After that first turn break, got whatever it takes is far back and back on stride. 27-2 opens it up for Los Baliquil Amigo and Corey Callahan on the engine here. Trotting in 2nd is Shinkansen with that 2-hole ride. Shaquet is tracking along in 3rd. Dribbling Bee is 4th. Swan Trixie is 5th, approaching the half. Looking to go to the outside, Pure Countess will track Swan Trixie. And then Light-Footed Legend and Donato Patriot K, and got whatever it takes trying to catch the rear of the field. Just 57-3, 30-1 stroll in that 2nd quarter, rated by Callahan and Los Baliquil Amigo. Big long shot here at 60-1 in front. Pressure now coming from Dribbling Bee on the outside, first over to look him in the eye. Right there, Shinkansen locked in the box 3rd. Swan Trixie all set to come 3 wide. Tracked intently by Pure Countess, 3rd over, and she's got trot and fence to the outside. Shaquet was a bad shuffle for that one. Light-Footed Legend has excess cover, and they trot for home. 3/4, 126 and 4/5. And now it's on the inside, Dribbling Bee. Rough gated there was Los Baliquil Amigo. Off that cover, Swan Trixie. Off that one, Pure Countess. And towering up late, Light-Footed Legend with a big rally. Light-Footed Legend to win again at 10-1. Light-Footed Legend and the money man, then Pure Countess. And then it was Shaquet flying late, Donato Patriot K, 155.
Middle of the racetrack, Light-Footed Legend for the win here in the 7th.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the race. It seemed like Ken Workington was saying maybe some tepid fractions. They were kind of slowing things down up front, but you do see grandstand side here. Light-Footed Legend just rolling on by, launching that big late rally. Maybe it was just too much ground to make up for the 8 Donato Patriot K. It looked like the 4 Pure Countess was on the way to victory as well, but the 6 gets up in time. And what did you get? About 10-1, something like that? Nice price.
Yeah, 8-year-old wins for the 22nd time in his career. Now back-to-back wins for this Darren Cassar trainee. Scott Zerin on the bike for the win. Light-Footed Legend from the spot you don't see a lot of them win from.
Yeah, and this horse moving up in class. I mean, you take a look at the bump up in class, confidence sign. As you're handicapping, you see these, they go up, they go down from class levels, different conditions. You got to try and just pick when you can get to that winner. If you got it right there, you got rewarded because you got a nice price.
And you're right on it, 10-1. 6-4-2 finish, 7th here at the Meadowlands. Again, Scott Zerin on the bike with Light-Footed Legend, back-to-back wins for this 8-year-old gelding. Well, the prices when we come back. We'll talk more Preakness when we come back. Mage Kentucky Derby win, just the 4th start of his career. Is there more improvement to come on Saturday?
2023 marks the 10th celebration of Penn National's signature event, Penn Mile Night. Friday, June 2nd at Hollywood Casino at Penn National Racecourse. There are 4 Pennsylvania-bred stakes, each with a $100,000 purse, plus the $150,000 Penn Oaks. It's all capped off by the $400,000 Grade 2 Penn Mile. Friday, June 2nd at Penn National. First post, 5 p.m. For more, go to PAHPBA.com.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
Ever dream of owning your own racehorse? How would you like to get in the winner's circle? With the #1 harness racing partnership in the U.S., VIP Stable. There's nothing like the thrill of your horse coming down the stretch. To find out more, call VIP Stable at 877-VIP-WIN-1 or visit us on the web at www.vipstable.com. Turning horse racing fans into racehorse owners. Be a winner.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand-in nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Legendary Claiborne Farm. Can't tell the story of this sport without having them involved. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Greg Wolf, Chris Griffin here in the studio with you. Saturday, of course, middle jewel of the Triple Crown in the Preakness. And the lightly raced Mage. We'll see if he can keep that Triple Crown dream alive, facing a limited field with it we've talked about in here. Just 6 rivals going to line up against him in here. And, you know, his connections, his exercise rider, told Javier Castellano in the paddock going into the Derby, this is not the same horse that you got beat to Forte on. It saw him improving every single day, and he really stepped up on Derby.
Oh, and Javier Castellano, you know, could have happened to a better guy right now that continues this kind of, I hate to say resurgence, because he just continues to ride very consistently and well. And Mage in the performance here didn't panic, ran into some trouble, but Mage got the job done. You know, you saw that pace really develop. It looked like Two Phils was maybe with that ground-saving trip going to go on to victory, and then you see Mage rolling down the center of the racetrack. And when you get to this point of the race, this is when everything really starts to really amp up, and you start to really start thinking about the roses at that point. And Javier Castellano, he's just belly down, getting after Mage, and he got the job done. Lightly raced, very talented.
And do you look at that still as a positive for him, the fact that he overcame and bucked all that history, that he is lightly raced, that maybe again he can move forward on Saturday?
Yeah, there's still room for improvement. You do think that he's going to continue to improve. I do think that Mage can continue to improve off of these efforts. He continues to just rise at those speed figures as we talk about. When you take a look at those buyers, he's done a nice job. They've done a great job with the horse in this campaign. I don't want to continue to see him just kind of say, how much trouble can I create early on and try to overcome that. You don't want that. You want him to just go out there and show his best effort. He'll do that when he improves.
Cardona Ramiro Restrepo. He actually spotted this horse at a Mid-Atlantic sale as a 2-year-old in training session, and that's how he wound up with him. Here he is on his Derby winner.
They're so young at this age. I'm sure those of you who have children, when you see your kids over time, they start maturing and they'll do things that make you kind of turn on and look at them and say, oh, wow, you're growing up before our eyes. The races are developing him race by race, you know, so we're just waiting to see how far down the well of talent he has. Every day he's showing more and more signs of maturation and kind of understanding his job and to be a racehorse, so it's great to see that happening. When he got here from the sale as a baby, you know, he'd have little things. He was a little bullish and playful, and he'd do things, but he's so smart. I can't overstate that. Not only does he take care of himself during the races, and he responds to the cues from the rider so well, and he's learned Gustavo's training program as a horse himself, and you can see it as he picks up the rhythm on his own. And if you watch back the Derby, that move, like, he starts picking it up on his own. Javi was just guiding him, picking the right holes, and when we asked him, you know, he finished up. If you watch the Kentucky Derby from the 8th pole home, he's accelerating. He's not decelerating. He's coming home with everything. The horse is just a really smart horse and just doing everything right now.
Lot to like about him, but can he continue to have these? He's just not fast out of the gate. I don't think he's ever going to be fast out of the gate. Can he overcome that?
Yeah, the smaller field is going to help him, obviously. When you have 7 horses in there and you talk about a smaller field size like that, yes, he can overcome a little bit of trouble at the start, but now Javier Castellano, this will be his 3rd time aboard Mage. Still a lightly raced colt, as you did see them talk about, and you saw Ramiro talk about. I mean, he can continue to improve. If he breaks from the gate well and he continues to do what he just did, you know, on that first Saturday in May, he'll be winning the Preakness as well.
Cool story, too. Ramiro Restrepo, 5th-generation horseman. Not married, doesn't have kids. He said this by far has been the biggest moment of his life. And they sold micro shares of this horse, too. So a lot of different people, I believe about 391 different shares sold to different people, all got to experience owning a little piece of a Kentucky Derby winner.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. It's awesome to get new fans and new people involved in the sport on the ownership side and to really understand it and to see what it's like to get a young 3-year-old and continue to see it improve, and then you win it on what would be the biggest stage in our sport. And taking a look at the Kentucky Derby, and we'll see if he continues it on at the Preakness. And then just after that, we'll see what happens there, because it might be exciting here in the area very close to here.
Yes, just behind us. In fact, if he does keep it going, that means we got a Triple Crown on the line for the Belmont Stakes for the Test of the Champion, Saturday, June 10th. And for the first time ever, it will be seen live on Fox. We cannot wait. Certainly would add a little extra intrigue if we have that Triple Crown on the line for Mage, and there'll be a lot more people in that winner's circle that was pretty darn crowded with Mike Rapoli winning, and as many people as he has in a winner's circle. That meant so much to him winning it last year with Mo Donegal, Queens native. As we get back to Churchill Downs, 7th race coming up, kicks off their late pick 4 condition, $30,000 claiming sprint. Here's Stone Vicious.
Yeah, you take a look at Stone Vicious and you take a look at Ramos. You know, cuts back in distance. Did show some speed there. You see that class drop from 50 down to 30. Not without a chance. I mean, we're taking a look at 8-1. I kind of like that price.
5-1, a Might As Well Run. Last time we saw him, it was a win at Churchill.
Yeah, do like that win. Not in for the tag here. You take a look at, you know, is going to be able to not have to be up for that 30,000. I mean, this horse does make some sense off of a win where they drew away.
You know, off the bench, 5-year-old return for him. On KP, comes in from Hawthorne.
Yeah, on KP, a second last time. Tough for me, though. You got to go really far back for that last win. Just hasn't won in 2023. Has that one win in 2022. And a big price, but we just saw a big price in the 6th.
Maybe the speed of the speed. Here's I'm Wide Awake.
Yeah, you know, this is a much tougher field, though. This horse had shown that speed there at Indiana. Now is going to come over here off of that neck win. Was the favorite in there. Deserving of that 13-1.
Overwhelmingly the one to beat in here, but that Oaklawn Park form does not always translate to Churchill.
Yeah, a little bit of class drop. You take a look at those starter races at this 30 level. It could be some parallels there, but you take a look at this 5-year-old gelding by McLean's Music. That's a real short price, though.
Here's Bodok, Adam Beschizza in the irons.
Yeah, this one would be interesting here. 7-2 on the morning line. You're getting 6-1 right now. We'll see what happens closer to post time. But, you know, I thought this horse made some sense. You see that drop here. Had been tackling some optional 40s. Ran the Risen Star in some big stakes races as a 3-year-old.
Pico Doro has a couple of sprints on synthetic. And Gulfstream coming into this.
Haven't been thrilled with some of the efforts off the layoff. That was the only thing that I saw with the 7. Big price, 13-1, is really going to have to step it up.
Yeah, more pace outside with the 8 Faithful Ruler.
Do have to see where this horse is going to be placed early. You know, are they going to cross over? Has been showing that speed at 5 furlongs out there in Collinsville, but is really going to have to improve off of those dirt efforts.
Paulie Robertino Diodoro, we see him dominate in Hot Springs at Oaklawn, but we're under the Twin Spires now. Can Mac Daddy 2 take it to him here?
Well, that's the question, Greg. You make a great point, and this was his move all winter at Oaklawn, the drop and the pop. And, you know, Mac Daddy 2 here is the horse to beat on the drop down for 30. But, like you guys are saying, you know, you kept on mentioning speed horses after speed horses in here. I do think the 5 is the horse to beat on the drop. He has his main man in Christian Torres. The gray on the screen, Stone Vicious, you know, I think this horse on the cutback I thought was a little bit interesting. Is 2 for 9 at this distance, and is a horse that can maybe come from a little bit off the pace. Has shown a little bit of speed. You know, Chris mentioned the 6, Bodok. I'm surprised this horse is 7-1. If you go back to this horse's first 2 races, won his first 2 career starts, then lost to Epicenter in the Risen Star. I get it. He was 68-1, but, you know, he sort of hit the reset button out of the Brad Cox barn into the Mark Sims barn, who does a good job. And he gets Adam Beschizza, and I think Adam fits this horse perfectly because this horse is going to come from off the pace, and I think that's Adam's best way of riding. I just think he's a great off-the-pace rider, so I think the 6 has got a big shot. And you guys were mentioning the 2, Might As Well Run. You know, when you have a win over the straight racetrack, it's desirable. It really is. And you don't know if Jimmy Graham jumped from the 1 to the 2 in this spot at all, but it's going to be very interesting. I'm surprised that the 5 is 4-5 in this spot because you do have the 8 Faithful Ruler that have some speed. We'll see what happens early in this race. But, you know, at 4-5, I just can't bet a horse at 4-5. I like Bodok. I'll take the 7-1 and make a small little win bet on the 6.
Paulie, thanks. So, wow, Bodok 7-1. There he is in your screen. And, yeah, briefly tested in that Triple Crown last year after starting off his career with back-to-back wins, including a big number on a wet track at the fairgrounds.
Yeah, looking at him right now, maybe getting a little warm. I mean, you're taking a look at the screen right now, not sure the temperature-wise what it is in Kentucky, but you take a look at just his condition as you take a look at him on the track. He might just be getting a little bit stirred up, ready to go. But when you get a horse that's going to be taking a ton of action, like the 5 is in Mac Daddy 2 down to 4-5, you're going to see some of that extra value somewhere else. So if you like that 7-1 on Bodok, wasn't thrilled with how he was just looking there approaching the gate, but you know, Mac Daddy 2, the odds aren't there right now, but it seems like he could be the horse.
4-5. Let's take a look at him. This was back on February 18th. 2 starts back, and he was forward in this sprint. That was cutting back in distance, and he'd come up just short.
Yeah, and he does come up just short. And again, you're talking about a short price here at 4-5 on a horse that just has not won in a while. You take a look at that last win is going to be all the way back now to what, January 8th? 2021, we're talking about, and that was on the turf at Santa Anita, so we're talking about a lot of different things. We're going to take a very short price on a horse that just hasn't finished it off. Class standpoint seems to make sense.
Yeah, and just to look at his record, too, he's never won on dirt. I mean, his 2 wins, they both come on turf. You see 3/3 in those 5 dirt tries, but figures-wise, he does seem to tower over this field a little bit. Pace-wise, though, the way he likes to run, he doesn't have to be in the lead, right?
Doesn't have to be in the lead. You'd see the 8, the 4. They both have got some speed as well, and I'm Wide Awake and Faithful Ruler. I'm interested to see what the 8 is going to do. He's got that outside post. He's got some speed. I think They Send and Corrales is going to have to cross over at some point. We'll see if they kind of stack up on the backstretch like we saw in that 6th race. So from a speed standpoint, Mac Daddy 2, if he just settles off of it, Christian Torres has had a winning hand, and you see Bodok again kind of acting up there and behind the gate. A little concerned about that at 7-1, but also just as an announcer, I call some races. Mac Daddy 2 would be a fun name in the booth to announce, for
How
sure.
much do you plot out ahead of time when you're calling races, or do you just let it flow?
I have not been announcing long enough to be able to write out the lines and have things prepared, because anytime I prepare something, it just doesn't quite happen the way I saw it. So we'll see if it does play out. But Travis Stone, I'm sure he'll handle that Mac Daddy 2. If he's going to win, just fine.
Pick 4 starts here. Heavy favorite, the 5 Mac Daddy 2 for the Diodoro barn with Christian Torres. Let's go to Travis Stone.
For I'm Wide Awake and Faithful Ruler. They're in the gate. And they're off. Picodoro and Faithful Ruler like a shot out of there. Out racing for the lead, and Mac Daddy 2 comes on, and down inside is I'm Wide Awake. And those 2 punch up on through to challenge for the top spot, and there's 3 across the track early. In between, it's Mac Daddy 2 at the rail as I'm Wide Awake. Faithful Ruler keeping pace with them, while 3rd, Stone Vicious up the inside into 4th. On KP comes away 5th, 3 lengths back. Picodoro broke on top, but has fallen 8 lengths off the lead. Bodok to his inside, and 3 back to Might As Well Run the trailer. So round the far turn, and they tore through that quarter, 21-1. Mac Daddy 2 slugging it out with I'm Wide Awake. And Faithful Ruler is right there, 3rd on the outside. Stone Vicious in behind with On KP. Bodok cut the corner. Picodoro is there. Might As Well Run within range. They're off the turn. Faithful Ruler has taken over. Faithful Ruler's in front. Mac Daddy 2 is fighting on. Mac Daddy 2 2nd to Faithful Ruler. Stone Vicious 3rd. Might As Well Run 4th. Final 16th. Faithful Ruler and a pesky Mac Daddy 2. Mac Daddy 2's coming back. Photo! Nose is up and down. Mac Daddy 2 or Faithful Ruler, Stone Vicious, and Might As Well Run.
Photo finish here in the 7th. Faithful Ruler runs a big one. Mac Daddy 2 refusing to lose. I don't know who got it.
Yeah, let me bring you behind the scenes here as a track announcer. When you're live like this, watching a race, when you're calling that tight photo, I don't know. It's 2 noses on the line. It definitely could go either way. It's going to be a very tight photo here for the finish. I think Travis said too close to call. I would have said the same thing. It's easy for us to slow it down a little bit and then see. And I know Paul Duke is very popular with these photos, but man, that is close. That is tight.
Tough angle to try and make that call. If it's the 5, it's even money. If it's outside with the 8, it is 12-1 on, a second leg of a pick 5 where we already had a huge price to begin it at 17-1.
Also very anxious moments. If you got the 5 and the 8, you're definitely saying 8-8-8. But if you got the favorite and you singled in some of these sequences, you were hoping that the 5, Mac Daddy 2, had his nose on the line. But look, they set some really fast fractions too, and they all held on.
Yeah, Mac Daddy 2 was part of that, enabled 21-1 that opening quarter, and still around late. Huge effort.
Yeah, and we were talking about the 8 Faithful Ruler, who ran a big effort. This is a huge effort from the outside runner here, and Gerardo Corrales. He stalked just off of him. He didn't go immediately. He kind of saved a little bit of something. Maybe just kind of ran out of real estate, was just kind of backing up a little bit. On that angle, looked like the 8. Because I just saw it posted.
Has been posted unofficially. The 8 Faithful Ruler. I wouldn't have told anybody. At 12-1 as your winner. 8-5-1-2 in this 7th from Churchill Downs. Back-to-back double-digit odds prices. We get back to the Meadowlands. Race 8, 3-year-old filly, 1 mile pace, and even money on Diamonds and Pearls with Dexter Dunn for Nancy Tapter.
Yeah, you do take a look at a nice field in here. You take a look at the 3-year-old fillies. Odds on Hail Mary, the number 4 at that 3-1, going up just a touch. Diamonds and Pearls, pretty interesting, but I don't see a lot of wins on the running line, so that would be my only concern when I take a look at that pacer in that 8th race.
And here's the filly that is that incredibly short price right now. A lot of runner-up finishes, though, 6 times in 14 career starts, but coming off a very good effort last time out. Came home in 27 that final quarter.
Yeah, and you do have Dexter Dunn, who's going to be, in the bike, and he's going to handle the driving duties, and obviously he's going to take some action at the windows, and you're going to see that, continue to see that again here in this spot with Diamonds and Pearls. That improved second time off the layoff, a second over type trip. It's going to have a better draw, though. You got that inside draw here with the 2-hole. This is a runner that, or a pacer, I should say, that I do like. Not crazy at even money, though. Not crazy at even money.
Very short price. Has the ability, though, to be tactically forward in here and does get that cozy post. 5-2, meanwhile, on the 4. That is odds on Hail Mary. And Scott Zeron actually chose the 4 over the 6 in here. Mind-blowing. And this one just missed by a neck last time out as the favorite.
Yeah, I like that beaten favorite angle. Beaten favorite. Now I'm going to get that 5-2, so I still think I see enough value in there. Scott Zeron, we've seen him have the winning touch. We just saw him win that last one. Now off of those 2/3, you see some wins in those lines as well. Comes out of that All-Stars race at Pocono. So back at this 1 mile, this does seem like odds on Hail Mary at that 5-2. I like the 4 actually quite a bit.
It's really just those two, dominating the board here, taking all the attention. Ultimate Lulu, a little bit of support coming out of a pretty tough spot last time. It was 31-1.
Yeah, you take a look at Yannick Gingras, and you know that name very well. Again, another really strong driver in the bike, and you see that price at that 701. So this is another one that does seem to fit in here. Had some trouble as well when you take a look at some of these races, and as I handicap and look at them, I want to see if anybody ran into some trouble, and if they did, that's going to help me in my performance here this night. So I like the 3 Ultimate Lulu a bit, but I'm going to be on the 4. Let's go odds on Hail Mary. Why not?
All right, meanwhile, it's 4-5. Diamonds and Pearls can work into the call. Here's the 8th from the Meadowlands.
Is on the move here for the 3-year-old filly Pacers. Start of the pick 6, 4-5 on 2. Diamonds and Pearls at 5-2. The 4 odds on Hail Mary. They're on gate, ready for start. Here they come. They're off. Alabama. Hannah shoots out with Ultimate Lulu on the inside, and Diamonds and Pearls leaves alertly. Odds on Hail Mary surges into 4th and tucks in front of Saldana Hanover 5th into the first turn. Then comes Mind Blowing, followed by True Blue Hanover and Annalise Hanover as the trailer. Alabama Hannah in her 3-year-old debut here with Dave Miller. Ultimate Lulu second past the quarter. Diamonds and Pearls is 3rd. Odds on Hail Mary 4th. First quarter up 28-3 was soft. Saldana Hanover 5th on the inside as Ultimate Lulu goes for the lead. It's Ultimate Lulu now. Takes it away from Alabama. Hannah on the inside 2nd. Diamonds and Pearls still 3rd. Odds on Hail Mary 4th. Saldana Hanover is 5th, Mind Blowing 6th. True Blue Hanover underway from the rear of the field, then Annalise Hanover. They start to pair up at the half. Ultimate Lulu 9-1 on the board here with Yannick Gingras in 58-3, just 30 seconds in that second quarter. They're into a stiff breeze though up the backstretch tonight. Ultimate Lulu now by 2.5 lengths. Alabama Hannah 2nd. At peak to the outside. Diamonds and Pearls launches her late bid now for Dexter Dunn. Tracking her on the outside as they race past 3/4 is odds on Hail Mary 4th. And then it's Saldana Hanover on the inside 5th, and True Blue Hanover and Mind Blowing, and Annalise Hanover has to pass them all. They turn home double decked here. Diamonds and Pearls steamrolling first over 127-4. It is Diamonds and Pearls to the front. Off that live cover, odds on Hail Mary. Dead aim and pours it on. Diamonds and Pearls digging in. Odds on Hail Mary getting to her. 3 for the money man, Scott Zeron. Odds on Hail Mary. Then Diamonds and Pearls. Alabama Hannah and Ultimate Lulu. 153-4.
Well, Scott Zeron made the right choice here with odds on Hail Mary.
Yeah, he did indeed. He picks up another one. Just looking so cool in the bike, too. You can see, come off that cover, tips out, gets into the about 3-4 path of 3-4 lane. just rolls right on by, as you heard Ken Workington say. Odds on Hail Mary off of those 2/3, gets right into the winner's circle. Scott Zeron's having a big night, and maybe that's a driver to continue to watch here throughout the evening. But nice effort, and not sure what we caught on the price, but hopefully we caught around that 5-2.
And wins for trainer Linda Toscano, third win of this 3-year-old filly's career. And odds on Hail Mary beat an odds-on favorite in the process as well. Diamonds and Pearls going off at 3-5, so 4-2, 3-5 finish here in the 8th.
Yeah, we like that. We like that too. We like the 4. We got them both in there. Played the exacta. We like it in that 4-2. 3 almost hung in there. Ultimate Lulu to hang around and stick around for that trifecta. Looks like he's got nipped there in the try. But I do like the 4 odds on Hail Mary as that winner. Again, Scott Zeron looking very cool in the bite.
Indeed. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Just like last year in the Derby, will the Black-Eyed Susan winner, a former claimer, coming up big at 11-1 to take it all. We'll have more next.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Mo Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races and our FS1 coverage, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Don't get to see it a lot, but it's fun when we can see the lights on those Twin Spires and Churchill Downs. Back in the 7th, kicking off that pick 4, dead tight photo finish. And we have had first 2 legs of this late pick 5, big numbers. Faithful ruler here at 12-1.
Yeah, I got to keep an eye on Gerardo Corrales. I mean, taking a look at this rider with that outside draw, he really made some good decisions with that race. I felt like just stalking off of the pace, he's just going to hold on, because Mac Daddy 2 was definitely coming back here on this arrival and was trying to get the nose down. Just look at the photo, and actually the 8, a little bit further than I thought, actually, than at the wire, so maybe that advantage is definitely going to the outside. But if you were rooting for that 12-1, you got it, and you're looking good in that pick 5 in some of these sequences.
8-5-1 finish. What's where you've worked all these different racetracks? Where's the best vantage point you have to call these photos?
The best view?
Yeah.
Aqueduct, of course, when you take a look at it. I mean, just vantage point wise, when you're right on the line, there's nothing better than that from a sightline standpoint to be able to see what's going on. But I got caught this season, during the winter. It's just sometimes you get that real good bob, and it works out for those connections, and it's tough. And sometimes they want you to show that confidence and call that photo. I try to do that. Sometimes you're wrong.
8th at Churchill, it's a mile and an 1/8 on the turf in allowance optional claiming field. We got a former Belmont Derby winner in here, Henley's Joy. coming back now as a 7-year-old, 9-1 on the board. A lot of money with Price Talk. Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at Henley's Joy, a horse that I've called several times at different racetracks, and so he's a veteran type and a horse that you do root for. Price Talk should be your favorite and should take a little bit more money than 2-1, but we'll find out.
All right, we'll go back to that field. Odds-on Hail Mary, your winner. Back in the 8th at the Meadowlands against Scott Zeron for Linda Toscano.
Gotta take some pride, right? I believe my first winner on the air. Of course, I knew it was going to be at the Meadowlands in that pace, but we get odds-on Hail Mary, Scott Zeron. Again, I'll be looking at that name now as I handicap and take a look at it. 720, I'll take 5-2 all day long over a 3-5.
And it's going to help all you that played this pick 4 as well. Anytime you beat an odds-on favorite, it's going to be healthy in your multi-race sequences. 9th is a 1-mile pace. And we'll get a look at the odds here coming up right now, in fact.
Yeah, we're not going to see Scott Zeron in this race because it's amateur drivers. So you are going to see some amateur drivers in the bike. So hopefully we can talk to Jessica, and I'm sure she can give us some more info on that. But yeah, you take a look at the field, pretty evenly matched. I think you'll see the odds pretty much play out this way as well. You don't see an overwhelming favorite in here with those amateur drivers. Everybody's sitting around that 4-1, 9-2. So maybe you catch a price.
Yeah, good betting race coming up. A lot more on it. Again, with Jessica coming up in just a little bit. Black-Eyed Susan, we talked about going to break. Taxed at 11-1. A bit of a surprise in here. Former claim for $50,000. And good to see also Hoosier Philly reverting back to that really good 2-year-old form for Tom Amoss. In the end, near the outside, Tax comes up with the goods.
Yeah, I mean, the social media world was ready for the Hoosier Philly I told you so's. I mean, she had shown some real strong ability early on in her career and just had to kind of regain that form, and she almost did it. She had the lead at the top of the stretch. You had a short price favorite that was coming in from the West Coast at 3-5 at a short number, an undefeated horse, but Taxed, you know, is just kind of collecting her up on the outside, just had a little bit more here in the late stages in the stretch. Hoosier Philly running her heart out. Tax, once she straightens up, she runs right on by her, and she's been a wonderful horse for the connections, and some connections you might not hear all the time. So it is nice to see a horse like this get a big wing like this on Black-Eyed Susan.
Yeah, owner too only owns in total, and that includes a mare and a couple of babies as well, just 8 horses, and now wins one of these premier events, certainly for 3-year-old fillies in the country. It's got to be an incredible moment.
Yeah, it's kind of exciting. We were talking about the Derby winner and some new faces and new owners and new people being involved. So it's nice to see multiple connections be able to get some of our biggest races and our biggest trophies. And so we'll continue to see that as the sport continues to grow. And that was a big effort for them. And I'm sure they were very excited and very thrilled. And when you get that trophy, it's always a good thing.
3-year-old filly division continues to be just wide open. Now we have a new player on the scene. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More coming up. We're going to get back on the turf at the 8th at Churchill when we return.
Purple Haze Standardbred Adoption Program in Oxford, New York was created in 2018 by Wanda Palacini to provide training to transition for finding homes and new careers for horses. Horses are started with groundwork and then ridden in an arena before moving on. Horses at Purple Haze are then evaluated and adopted out based on abilities and temperament. If you have a horse that you care about, or if you are looking for a great pleasure horse, contact Purple Haze Standardbred Adoption Program at 518-669-2715.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS1 coverage, brought to you by Standard Breads of PA. Continuing live coverage from the Meadowlands coming up, more from Churchill Downs as well. And Chris Griffin giving us a winner on our card. We'll see if you have a few more for us tonight. Coming up tomorrow night, coverage will be bringing you from the Meadowlands as well. Arthur J. Cutler Memorial. Look at the field that will line up North America's top trotting competition in the first free-for-all trot stakes event of the season. So we look forward to coverage of this one, and we'll get more on it from Jessica Otten, who will give us a quick preview of what can we expect, Jessica, tomorrow night in this trot.
We are definitely expecting a very nice race. The $155,000 Arthur J. Cutler Memorial attracted 11 pacers. 3 of those coming from the Aki Svanstedt barn. We saw Rattle My Cage last year take on open trotters and do quite well in there. And he also was our graduate trot final winner for those 4-year-old open trotters. Bella Bellini, she was the Dan Patch Trotter of the Year, her divisional Trotter of the Year as well. We saw her last year bring a storm up at Woodbine Mohawk Park in that Breeders' Crown race. She's the lone mare in that race. Dexter Dunn, Nifty Norman, and of course owner and breeder Dave McDuffie, who will be on site tomorrow as well. She will look to make her second start off the bench after having a nice easy go in her first start out in the Miss Versatility a couple weeks ago. She came back last week. She sat last in her qualifier, trotted home nicely in 27 and change, and just finished up the mile with plenty of trot plugs still in. So really looking forward to seeing her take on the boys as well. And of course, it's Academic. He was down at Harris, Philadelphia last week in the open trot and won there. We saw him win here a couple of weeks ago in the open trot as well. So he's making his 4th or 5th start off the bench in this year, and he draws post 5. David Miller, Ron Burke, Hall of Fame connections there will team up. He's been super sharp as well. Last year he danced in all the big dances. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Bella Bellini take on 10 other colts in that race. It's going to be a great race. Venerant draws the rail for the Marcus Melander barn. He makes his 2023 debut and his debut in the Melander barn as well. So looking forward to that race. Of course, we'll cover it up, cover more of it tomorrow. But again, just really looking forward to Bella Bellini. What are you guys looking forward to?
Jessica, thank you. We'll have coverage of that on our FS2 coverage tomorrow night beginning at 8:30. So we'll have that for you. Are you with us tomorrow night?
I'm not. No.
Oh, you're not? Okay.
I'm going to be doing my other duty and announcing over the weekend, and looking forward to that over in New Jersey. But yeah, I'll catch the Arthur J. Cutler Memorial. I'll catch it on TV. I'll be able to watch it and watch the race, and I'll be on Bella Bellini. I mean, the number 4. You give me Dexter Dunn. Jessica Otten sounded like she was giving a big shout there to the 4. I like where that where we're going to be drawn in there. I'm on the 4.
Yeah, former Dan Patch 3-year-old Filly of the Year winner. Looking forward to her taking on the boys.
And how about this 9th race? I mean, as we take a look at it, amateur drivers. I think that's kind of an interesting concept. It's a different thing for me because it's just just a different look when you look through the names and you start looking at the drivers. And these are drivers that are passionate about the sport, love it, and they're really just doing it for the fun of the activity. So outside of that, you could say it's all fun, but it's also very competitive when you do get involved in something that's just where you're going out as an amateur driver. So it's tough to really hone in on a price. 5-2 would surprise me too, because now we're talking about the 9, and that's way to the outside. So it's kind of interesting to take a look at this race and this pace.
Too, with amateurs in here, does post position become that much more of a premium?
Absolutely. I mean, if it's going to be something that you take a look at when the quote-unquote professionals are at it and it's a cause for concern for them, yeah, it's absolutely something I'm going to take a look at. And when you take a look at this field, I'm going to see who's got those running lines and see, who's got the pace that really would match up and be in the right spot. When you take a look at Party Boy with that 3rd place last time out, it was scratched prior to that, or excuse me, that was 2 starts back, then scratched out of that last effort. Ain't No Better. Kamlachi Chrome is to the inside as well. And when you see the 3 kind of knocking on the door, right? Just taking a look at those 2nd place finishes, now 3 seconds in a row. this is a pacer that does make some sense in this spot. I'm going to get 7-1. I already said I like being more towards the inside. And, you know, as far as the amateur drivers, I just don't know too much about them. But I know about being competitive. I know about the thrill. And I know that I need to go for a price. So I'm going for 7-1.
Well, that's why we have Jessica with us. Jessica, what can you tell us about races like this when we see these amateur drivers?
You know, usually you can bank on it being a pretty hot first quarter or first half. It's usually, you know, all to the wall, I guess you could say. These guys are just out there, have a ton of fun every time they do it. Now, the difference between the amateur drivers and the pro drivers, these amateur drivers don't get paid. No matter what racetrack they go to, their 5% gets donated back. For example, in the Meadowlands Amateur Driving Club event, those 5% gets donated back, and quarterly the money gets donated to a charity that the board decides on. So it all goes to a great cause, and these guys just truly love racing. They love having fun. Most of these guys have, I guess you could say, real jobs or real world jobs, and then they come here on the weekends to drive a couple of horses, own a couple of horses, and just have fun while they're doing it. And anybody can really become an amateur driver if you wanted to. A lot of these guys do have experience under their belts from working with someone or being in the business, just not wanting to do it full time. So definitely something that anybody could look into, and they're usually very competitive races where you can find some prices. I'm not sure I'm going to get much of a price here in race 9. The 3 Cam Lucky Chrome, Buzzy Schulte, Cody Kime team up here finally gets post relief. 2 starts back. Solid Speed tried to finish second to a neck, finish second by a neck, excuse me. Last start out was post 8, parked the entire mile, just kept going in against Harry Hanover. So I'm going to use him on the top of my ticket. The 7 Rocket M out of the Jen Bondorno barn. Nicole DiConstanzo has been driving very well in these Meadowlands Amateur Driving Club events. First start off the bench last time out, and just ran into a group of horses where the 3 horses that finished 1, 2, 3 kind of separated from the field. So second start off the bench tonight. I think he'll be much tighter and ready to go. And I also kind of threw the 8 on my ticket, Sunshine's Finest. He's very pace dependent. So if this does seem to be one of those Meadowlands Amateur Driving Club events where the pace is hot up front, Sunshine's Finest can outkick the best of them in there to draw his post 8 in here. Last time out, trip just didn't work out for him. 2 starts ago, got away 9th from post 5, and he was the one who outkicked Thunder from the throne in there. And like I mentioned, if these pace get set hot up front, he's definitely one who can pick them up and lay them down in the field. 3-7-8 for me in race number 9. We'll send it back to the guys.
Jessica, thank you. Yeah, Sunshine's Finest, the 8. It's had 20-1 up there on the board. Some brutal, brutal trips.
Yeah, brutal trips. You take a look at Sunshine's Finest, that 5th, 14, but 2 starts back, you do have that win. Kamalachi Chrome, I'm going to stick with the 3. I like the 3-1 in the morning line. I like that. You know, you take a look at this pacer, has been consistent in those last 3. And for me, there is some speed shown here. I'm taking a look at some of the past performances and taking a look at some of the races. When I start to think of, you know, amateur drivers get that good positioning with an inside draw like that, just go to the front, you know, kind of be up, forwardly placed, not necessarily towing the whole field behind you, but maybe finding some cover and just being able to tip out just like Odds on Hail Mary did for one of the amateur drivers. And this is an activity that, you know, Jessica and the entire team over at the Meadowlands, they had a sportscaster where you could, the sportscast could ride with the driver. So they had like a 2-seater bike as well. That would probably be more my speed. I do think that there's some track announcers out there that do really enjoy standardbreds and actually enjoy being in the bike and being very competitive. I don't know if I could pull this off, but it might be fun to try once or twice in the life.
I'm content to stay on the desk.
I agree. I think I've got to agree. I was trying to make a case, but I think I'm gonna side with you.
5-2 favorite. Then when we talked about a premium, you know, with being this in amateur drivers, taking all the attention, 5-2 favorite from that outside draw, Juan Cano.
Yeah, it's nice to just see the thrill of it. You talk about those amateur drivers, but Juan Cano is a name that I have seen in the running lines. I'm also going to see a race coming up. It's kind of an interesting thing as far as a claiming race when I take a look at the 10th race, but should be a competitive race. We'll see what happens. You're getting plenty of value. I like the 3, and we'll just see how it does play out.
Ken Workington, the call. Here's the 9th from the Meadowlands.
After the 9th race replay with a look at the late pick 4. Here's Ken with the call of the 9th.
It's post time. Preferred Equine starting gate is on the move here for race 9, a field of 9 in line and on gate at 5-2. The 9, it's Showtime. 7-2 on the 7, Rockin' M. 9-2 action on the 6, You're So Bad. They're ready for a start. Here they come. They're They're off. Guys in the band, and You're So Bad. It's Showtime blasts off on the far outside. Kamalaki Chrome is put in play on the inside. That's Party Boy who cuts the corner into the first turn. Then tight quarters there. Ain't No Better backs away now, and up 3 wide comes Sunshine's Finest. Rough gated was Meet the Creeper, drops back to last. To that one's inside. Rockin' M. At the opening quarter, it's Guys in the Band and Neil Glasser with You're So Bad second. 26-3, a torrid opening fraction. And It's Showtime was rebuffed early. Tucks in third. Kamalaki Chrome is gapped in fourth. Sunshine's Finest fifth on the cones, followed by Party Boy. And then it's Ain't No Better at the rear of the field is Rockin' M way back there after the break. Meet the Creeper, the distant trailer. Guys in the Band in front here, 6-1 on the board right now. You're So Bad gets a 2-hole ride, 56-2, a big breather in that second quarter into the strong backstretch wins. And now It's Showtime launches to the outside for Juan Cano. Now second and threatening, a gap of 2 to Kamalaki Chrome, fourth on the inside. Party Boy is spinning his wheels stride for stride with Sunshine's Finest. Then Ain't No Better and Rockin' M and Meet the Creeper. At 3 quarters, it is Guys in the Band on the inside, and It's Showtime on the outside. And looking for room is You're So Bad. 125-3, Guys in the Band. It's Showtime on the outside. Those two slug it out. You're So Bad looking to split them here. 3 of them across the track. And full out, It's Showtime prevails. You're So Bad between horses. You're So Bad, It's Showtime on the outside. You're So Bad and It's Showtime hit the line together. Too close to call a photo for win. Then Guys in the Band and Sunshine's Finest, 152-4.
Another photo finish. The 6, You're So Bad. The 9, It's Showtime. Gonna wait for a photo here.
Yeah, my pick, Brooks Dry, top of the lane, but you take a look at another photo. Too close to call. Now twice on our time set here, but that's tight. Very close. Tough angle.
One more look at it. Not that it's gonna help us determine a winner, but dead tight. You're So Bad. 7-time winner in the past. I think we're gonna get another look here.
I mean, It's Showtime was 5-2. I mean, that was the pacer that we did see taking some action, and you know, it seemed like was just gonna roll right on by. 5-2 actually. So price really came down actually on the 6, but
yeah.
Man, that's close. Very close. Too close to call.
4-1 indeed on It's Showtime outsider. 5-2, You're So Bad. We'll tell you as soon as we get that photo developed. To go back to Churchill Downs, mile and an eighth on the turf. Here's Altazor, second start in the States for Nacho Correas.
Second start in the States, James Graham, you know, makes some sense. Just an okay 5th. Could improve off of that effort. I could see that.
Yeah, had a bit of a trouble trip in that States debut. Hanley's Joy, the 2. This is a former Belmont Derby winner back in 2019.
A veteran that I do root for, but, you know, when you're wagering, you're not rooting for just the horse. You also want to make sure that you're getting the right value and you're getting the right wager. Does get Christian Torres, so that's kind of an interesting jockey booking there with the Marcassi trainee, but Henley's Joy just hasn't shown the win gear a lot lately.
We're up and ready at 18-1.
Julian Leparoux is going to be aboard here for Helen Pitts. See the layoff, not without chance. This horse does actually run pretty well fresh. Big number, 18-1. Kind of like that one.
Sneaky good race last time from Hidden Stash. This is the 3rd off the bench.
Yeah, a long time since we've seen a win again from quite a few of these runners, but a 5-year-old gelding, the Kentucky bred, not without chance. That 6, you said, needs to improve 3rd off the layoff.
Mahamel had about a second-itis on the dirt. He's getting on the lawn for the first time.
Yeah, this is an interesting runner. You take a look at Mahamel and you look at that horse coming down the lane, Ricardo Santana Jr. I was taking a look at it for a barn that is red hot in Joe Sharp.
February Sun comes from way out of it.
Yeah, it's going to have to launch from way out of it. But if you do take a look at that 7th last time, now 2nd off the layoff, it's there, and you're seeing the respect, I believe. Now 22-1, big number.
You got a good figure, though, in that race. Stolen Base, Mike Maker, only try on the turf at Churchill. It's a stakes win.
Haven't been thrilled with the first off the layoff for this runner. Jareth Loveberry does get them out here, but I'd probably play against it, that 6-1.
Declan Cannon on Punch Hard.
Yeah, Punch Hard is going to have to improve. Long layoff. Wasn't seen since October 2021. Could improve. Going to have to really improve at 26-1.
Price talk. You know, there's some others that are definitely interesting, but way the horse to beat, I thought.
Maybe thought that this price was going to be a little shorter. I thought I'd see a little bit shorter than 2-1. Chris Landeros, Brad Cox. Brad Cox, another barn that's been on fire here to start the meet at Churchill Downs. do see that layoff, definitely can win.
Like the cutback from 1.5 miles for Microphone.
Yeah, I'd be taking a look at the 12 Microphone. I like the price at 12-1. Can be right in that front to stalking type position. Adam Beskica does some nice work. 12, very nice and enticing at 12-1.
And don't forget the also eligible who draws in. This horse figures Risk Manager with the man who looked like for a moment he was going to win the Kentucky Derby on 2 fills.
Yeah, I got to check my jockeys again and see which one Jareth Loveberry is actually riding. But Risk Manager with that outside draw, Mike Maker, 5-year-old by looking at Lucky. The races are there, and this horse was running consistently now in for the Mike Maker barn. So we'll see.
Yeah, Gerardo Corrales, good call on Risk Manager.
Oh, so it's going to be Gerardo Corrales on the 13, who we just saw win. We just saw him win there on Faithful Ruler at a big number. So, again, don't ignore those connections.
9-6, by the way, at the Meadowlands. So it's showtime, your winner. Let's go to Paulie.
Yeah, listen, a tough event here as Price Talk has taken all the money for Brad Cox and Chris Landeros. And, you know, a horse that, you know, usually when Brad's horses drop in class, when don't even really look at the form, they kind of still run. And I would think that, you know, he's the one to beat in here. You know, there's some other horses. You talked about Henley's Joy. If he can get back to his old form with Christian Torres. But like, you know, Chris said, you know, he hasn't been in the winner's circle in a couple years. I actually love a horse in this race. And I know Hidden Stash has not won on the turf. But his races here last year at Churchill Downs, Greg, he was coming from off the pace where nobody could close. I think the 4 is very, very, very live here, Greg. And I'm going to throw it up to Travis Stone for race number 8. Good luck if you're alive in these pick 5s.
And they're off. Price Talk from the outside, Hidden Stash from the rail, Mahamo between them. Punch Hard's pulled back, Microphone from the far outside, and Henley's Joy is not far behind, tucked away toward the rail. Hidden Stash goes out to set the pace with mild pressure from Mahamo. And these two are 1-2, with Price Talk third in the outside. Henley's Joy is tucked away neatly toward the rail fourth. Punch Hard is fifth. Microphone 3 or 4 wide in sixth. Stolen Base finds a cozy spot down inside. Racing in seventh, just ahead of Risk Manager, who's eighth. Altazor settles into ninth. February Sun in 10th. And the trailer is up and ready in the opening quarter in a composed 24 and 2/5 seconds. So it's Hidden Stash down the backstretch run. In no hurry to go by is Mahamo. There's still 1-2, and Price Talk is hovering to their outside, 3 wide while third. Henley's Joy is covered up inside fourth, only 2 lengths off the lead. Microphone has moved up to be fifth. Stolen Base down inside sixth. Punch Hard is seventh. Risk Manager sent up 3 wide eighth. Altazor is going to take the inside path at a ninth as they round the far turn. Mahamo still pestering Hidden Stash. Price Talk has been wide. Henley's Joy set to strike in behind. 2 lengths behind there. Microphone and Risk Manager. Stolen Base cut the corner beautifully. They're off the turn. Price Talk powers up. Grabs the lead. Hidden Stash fights on. Mahamo is there. Risk Manager's rolling down the center. Microphone and Stolen Base nowhere to go. Final 16th. Price Talk tenuous lead. Risk Manager running on strongly, running on to win it. Risk Manager runs down Price Talk. Then it was either Mahamo, Hidden Stash, or Microphone.
Risk Manager also eligible, draws into this race, coming out of a graded stake the last time we saw him.
Yeah, I talked about Mike Maker. I talked about he's got 2 in here and wasn't really all on board with Stolen Base, who did have trouble down there on the inside. Just found some trouble in the late stages. Maybe take a look at the 7 next time out. But Gerardo Corrales picks up this mount here. You take a look at the 13. Just had that clean trip. Grandstand side. Picks up another winner. Again, a nice little price again. We caught around 7-1. So Mike Maker does some very nice work. First time in the barn, gets the job done. Very impressive effort there, and found the right trip from an outside post like that from 13. Still got the job done. It was very a good run. I mean, it just did everything right. Sometimes when you get that clean trip, that's all you got to get on a turf race.
I know Paulie liked Hidden Stash at 4 quite a bit. I did not expect to see that horse on the lead in this race.
Yeah, Martin Garcia, just over the years, you've known that he's just got that touch to get horses out of the gate. He's able to get them pretty forwardly placed. He did it again. He showed it there, changed up the tactics. Didn't quite work, but maybe you saw something else here from Hidden Stash that this horse can show some speed moving forward.
13-11 photo for third. Back to the Meadowlands. And photo finish in the 9th on the card. It's Showtime just barely prevailing over the 6 or so bat.
Yeah, and we talked about Juan Cano, driver trainer in there and got the job done with that outside. I was concerned about it, but 5-2. Maybe the early action told you something. We saw this pacer was taking action early, floated back up to that 4-1. You got $10 if you like this pacer with that outside. Just got that photo win.
About $3.50 for a 50-cent pick 4.
Hey, I mean, you're looking at, that's great math, by the way, Greg Wolf. But yes, I mean, you take a look at that nice payoff there. If you had it, put that ticket together, close it out with that amateur race. It's showtime. It was cash in time a little bit there.
Downs After Dark coverage continues when we come back on this Friday Eve edition of America's Day at the Races on FS1. More to come from Churchill Downs right after this.
2023 marks the 10th celebration of Penn National's signature event, Penn Mile Night. Friday, June 2nd at Hollywood Casino at Penn National Racecourse. There are 4 Pennsylvania-bred stakes, each with a $100,000 purse, plus the $150,000 Penn Oaks. It's all capped off by the $400,000 Grade 2 Penn Mile. Friday, June 2nd at Penn National. First post, 5 p.m. For more, go to PAHPBA.com.
Back on our live coverage on FS1 from Churchill Downs. The Meadowlands is brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Risk Manager draws into this race after some scratches. The also eligible goes off at 7-1 for the victory. 7th win in 19 starts on the turf.
Yeah, you can't say the other maker because he had both horses in there, both at 7-1. So you were getting value if you like trainer Michael Maker. And here, again, clean trip. You take a look at his 2 runners. You can even compare in this race. 13 here, grandstand side. You see the lime green cap. It's just rolling here late. Stolen bases back there. You can see in those silks. It's just nowhere to go. He's got no room. Can't get out. 3 Diamonds Farm silks. Maybe next time out, something to kind of write down from a handicapping standpoint. Clean trip wins the race, especially on the turf. You saw it there, and Gerardo Corrales there in the saddle as we did talk about that.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, so Ryder changed there. Make note of that. Good catch and a brutal trip for the 7 with those white blinkers on the fence. Looked like there was a lot more run there.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to take a look at as we continue to watch races because when they run back, you want to take note of things like that. But Price Talk, I thought he ran his race. I mean, you take a look at Price Talk at that 2-1, seemed like he was in good position and did a decent enough job. Just got run down by the better horses this evening, I should say.
9th at Churchill Downs, 6.5 furlong sprint, $30,000 maiden claiming race. One of the big players in here is Scratch, actually the 8 coming out. Dial Tony, Valiant Praise, late scratch as well. That was a player who comes out for Kenny McPeak. Callie's Passion, deservedly for Joe Sharp, taking plenty of money in for a tag for the first time.
Yeah, you're taking a look at this horse, a 3-year-old filly to the far outside, by outwork. She's had 2 chances at it, the maiden special weight. What do we take from that? Going to get Lasix now with that big drop down to the maiden $30,000 level. Tough to see. We'll see what happens from a price standpoint when they do get into the race, but you get Jared Loveberry, who knows how to put the horse in the right spot. Joe Sharp is red hot. I just don't want too short of a price.
Yeah, and Hammer Dawn Happiness, the 2 as well. Another one dropping in class, one of those restricted maiden special weights at Fairgrounds. Post-parade we'll have for you when we come back from a short timeout. Here on the program, we'll talk more Preakness as well. Bob Baffert back in the picture in the Triple Crown with National Treasure. We'll be back.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Ever dream of owning your own racehorse? How would you like to get in the winner's circle with the #1 harness racing partnership in the U.S., VIP Stable? There's nothing like the thrill of your horse coming down the stretch. To find out more, call VIP Stable at 877-VIP-WIN-1 or visit us on the web at www.vipstable.com. Turning horse racing fans into racehorse owners. Be a winner.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
As the field comes into the final furlong, it is Justify in front. Good Magic on the outside. Tenfold. Bravazzo. Justify. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness.
Pretty amazing, not just that Triple Crown, but that's the last time we have had a Kentucky Derby winner move on, period, to the Preakness.
Yeah, it's been quite interesting to watch, and you see that effort, and I know that you and Paul were talking about it in this race, and Justify, Triple Crown winner, got the job done, just, over wet track. Really kind of wrapped up late here, held off Bravazzo, Tenfold. And you heard Good Magic, and Good Magic, he's done quite the job off the track as well, as he's got 2 contenders in there, especially Mage, who's kind of made a name for himself, but we'll see what happens in the Preakness.
When you saw that run from Justify winning in that fog, and a lot of us remember it who follow this game.
Sure.
Did you sit back and think, thank God I am not calling this race?
No, I don't think you ever, as an announcer, you want to tackle those challenges, and you want to go ahead and do it. With the white silks, that would present a bit of a challenge there with those silks, but when you take a look at Justify, and he was able to just power through the stretch, and you knew he was going to be somewhere, a good-looking chestnut like that to get the job done. Bravazzo would have been the tougher one, as he come rolling from way out of it, and you got to catch that runner late. You got inside that 16th pole, you were able to kind of figure it out from a race calling standpoint, but Justify had it done, was in hand.
Yeah, remember, Chad Brown said he showed up in the paddock for the Derby, and he got a look at Justify, and he had the 2-year-old champ, and he goes, wow, we're in trouble. Just such a specimen of a horse. Oh. Meanwhile, Bob Baffert, 7 victories in the Preakness, tied with Wyndham Walden most all time. In a win on Saturday, he would stand alone.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen him get it done, and you see some really just incredible names when you take a look at this list. When you talk about Silver Charm, Real Quiet, and these are horses that I was a fan, and I've always been a fan of horse racing, but just horses that I got to experience and watch. And as I started to get into the booth and started to get more into horse racing, now you start to see Looking at Lucky, American Pharoah, and Justify. He just continues to find those really, really great 3-year-olds, and they continue on to do it in the breeding shed as well. And we'll see what happens here with National Treasure, because he's going to try and step into that spotlight as well.
Yeah, horse who had great speed early on in his career. He's putting blinkers back on again for the 3rd time. He debuted with them, but he'll have him on for the 3rd time in his career. He should be the one you would think leading the way in here.
I mean, when you take a look at handicapping, you take a look at Bob Baffert in these races, doesn't it seem like he always gets the rail? It always seems like he's on the inside, maybe just because he always talks about how much he doesn't like to be on the rail. But National Treasure, yeah, I think you go. I think you've got to show some speed. John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, with an inside draw like that, putting the blinkers on, had shown speed enough at a sprint distance, had shown it at 2 turns. Not sure what to take from the Santa Anita Derby in that effort, but maybe that's what the blinkers is going to answer. He's worn them before, so he has shown that speed, and he has been very keen in the race when he's had them on. So now he puts them back on here. The 3-year-old by Quality Road, $500,000 purchase price. It all seems to work for the connections. Are you going to get that 4-1? Probably a little bit shorter than that, but I do think the tactics will be sent from the inside.
Baffert has said he's a horse who has run in spots sort of all year long in his in his short career. Has ability, but he hasn't put it all together yet.
Yeah, we talk about those lightly raced colts and the improving types, and Mage maybe has just put it together a little faster, from not only a speed standpoint and a performance standpoint, but just a mental standpoint as well, because their horses were trying to understand how they can run and how they can develop. He might be a later developing colt, but he might be able to do it also in the Preakness, so we'll find out tomorrow.
Be fun to see. 7:01 Eastern is when they break from the gate. That middle jewel, the Triple Crown, the 10th from the Meadowlands, 1 mile pace, and 8-5 favoritism. Raptors Flight N, coming off victory last time out at 25-1. Surprised everybody.
Yeah, we get 7 pacers in this race, and this is one of those interesting ones, and this is the one that jumped off from the condition standpoint. I'd love to hear Jessica talk about the conditions, but that 20 to 25,000 claiming price as far as what you could set it at with the post positions draw, I love that because it's just a unique aspect.
Now, Jessica, the value is completely gone with Raptors Flight N. Can he do it again?
I think he can. I think those horses that he faced last week and the weeks prior were much, much tougher. Unfortunately, Good Rockin' Boilermaker made a break last time out. Good Rockin' and Boilermaker come back tomorrow night in the $35,000 to $40,000 claimers. So it'll be interesting to see how Raptors Flight comes out of that race from last week and coming into this week, because I think this is a much softer field. I did use Raptors Flight on my exotics, but I'm going to stick with the 4 here. I'm Burlington out of the Cameron Capone barn. He also has been facing much tougher company. He's getting post relief now. He is moving up in class, but I think he's capable of doing it, because if you look down the program pages, 3 lines and below that, he was facing Trackmaster ratings of 83.5, and I think that's much tougher field of horses that he's been facing. Exotic Sand, Chief of Staff, Blue Ocean. Those are much tougher horses those races he's been coming out of. Even Lions Pegasus 2 weeks ago has put together 2 back-to-back very good miles up against much more last time out last week. So he's getting some post relief, and even if you look further down the program page, when he was in the $15,000 claimers, post 10, he was able to get a 3rd place finish there. That's the bottom line on your program page. Post 10 again, parked to the half and drew away by 4 and 52-2. That's just 2 ticks off of his lifetime mark. So you come back, it was a little flat. Maybe the next race out, maybe that race took a little bit too much out of him. But then after that, he's had 3 4th place finishes. And I just think he's been on the verge of having to overcome a couple of trouble trips, bad posts. So post relief on the way up in class. Andy McCarthy back in the bike. I was hoping to beat the favorite in here and get a little bit of value. 5-1 on the morning line. I think he's about 7-2, 5-2 right now. But I am going to use the 1 Raptors Flight. Like I had mentioned, I think that was a tougher group of horses he faced last time out. Same class here tonight, but those horses that he had been facing are now racing in the $30,000 to $40,000 claimers tomorrow. He had the perfect pocket trip, and he is very capable of doing it either way. He can come from off the pace, or he can cut the mile and do all the heavy lifting on the front end. I like that Toddy has been able to retain this drive 4 starts in a row now. The familiarity and getting to know the horse, I think, is very important in here. And I also threw the 7 on my exotic. Athletics to round out those trifecta tickets. Artscaping. He also 3 starts ago and below was facing a TrackMaster ratings 83.5 coming out of races with It's Showtime, who just won a couple of races ago. Marcus Seals, who rattled off 4 wins in a row. Then last 2 starts he faced downwards at 7,500. Trips just didn't work out. A little bit of flat lines, unlucky races. So he is moving back up in class, but I do think this is more of a transition maybe to those TrackMaster ratings, 83.5. But again, I think this is a softer field than those 83s that he'd been facing, but nice horses. So I'm going to go 4-1-7 right here in race 10. This kicks off another pick 4 at the Big M. Back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. So 2-1 favoritism remains with Raptors Flight as we get a look at the well-named Banksy for art fans out there. 5-2.
Yeah, you get the 4-1 and the 7 from Jessica. Top selections because she's right there, right? 5-2, 2-1. Seems like the betting public is somewhat agreeing with her there. Artscaping is going to hold the appeal for me. I mean, if you're going to tell me 6-1, Scott Zeron's been getting the job done here. I'm not going to mind the outside. I think we're going to be okay there. You know, and you talk about that $25,000 claiming price tag in here in this pace. With a shot, has been in the outer flow a lot too. I mean, you take a look at some of the running lights, it just seems like needs to get the right trip. And it's also something to note as you start to handicap these races and really start to understand more the common races, horses that continue to just face each other. Maybe you watch a couple prior races and you might see a horse that had faced off against, you know, one of the runners that's going to be in the 10th race that you just saw in the 8th race or something like that. And that's going to help your handicapping as well as you continue to watch us throughout the evening. So I'll land on the 7 Artscaping. Why jump off Scott Zeron when he's been getting the job done? And you're going to give me 6-1. And I think just with a little bit of a better trip, now Zeron's going to take over. Todd McCarthy last time, now gets Scott Zeron, who's got 3 on the night. Let's make it 4 and let's do it at 6-1.
A lot of love, though, for Raptors Flight. That win at 25-1 last time out, now 2-1 favoritism. See if the 10-year-old can go back-to-back looking for the 31st win of his career. Let's go to Ken Workington for the call.
Raptors Flight, 2-1 on the 5, Banksy. 5-2 on the 4, I'm Burlington. The field is set on gate. Here they come. They're off. Banksy takes them out of there. Artscaping on the outside, outsprinted. Raptors Flight and Big Idea both showing speed on the inside with Tis a Dream 4th into the first turn. I'm Burlington is 5th. And then it's Homestretch West and Artscaping the early trailer. Right to the top zips Banksy and Dave Miller. Banksy takes over. Raptors Flight second by 2. Big Idea third. Tis a Dream is 4th past the quarter. Then it's I'm Burlington. Homestretch West and Artscaping. 27 flat opens it up here across the backstretch, chasing Banksy. 2-1 on the board. It's Banksy. 2-hole ride for Raptors Flight off a win. It is Big Idea tracking in 3rd position. Tis a Dream is 4th. And then it's I'm Burlington 5th, and he's right on the helmet, followed by Homestretch West. And Artscaping, no right lines, no changes past the half. Banksy controls it for the Buckeye. It's Banksy and Raptors Flight 1-2 past the half in a rate of 55-3, 28-3. Big Idea 3rd, Tis a Dream 4th. Now here comes I'm Burlington uncovered. On to the far turn, then Homestretch West and Artscaping. 3/8 to go. Banksy continues to control it. Here comes I'm Burlington first over into second on the outside and threatening. Raptors Flight now locked in at 3rd. It is Big Idea to the outside 4th. I'm on the inside. Tis a Dream is 5th, followed by Homestretch West and Artscaping, and they turn home. I'm Burlington took over. 124-2 and looking to polish it off. I'm Burlington. Raptors Flight on the outside bears down. I'm Burlington. It is Raptors Flight on the outside with a full head of steam. And the others for minor spoils up the cones. Artscaping 3rd to the wire. Raptors Flight on the outside prevailing. Raptors Flight wins again at 8-5. Raptors Flight and Todd McCarthy. Then I'm Burlington. Artscaping and Tis a Dream in 151-3.
25-1 last time out, 8-5 tonight. Raptors Flight goes back-to-back.
Yeah, you take a look at Raptors Flight. Jessica was right on it, right? So were you, Greg. I mean, you take a look at Raptors Flight. Nice trip. Tipped right outside. runs right on by. You take a look at the 4. Burlington was right there. And then Artscaping rounding out that trifecta. So we were kind of all around it. I don't know if I could celebrate my third, my show dough there, if you will.
We'll take the minor victories when we get them.
Why not?
Churchill Downs race 9, post rate. Here's Keen Contender at 19:01.
A lot of attempts, right? 19 lifetime career starts. You take a look at the 6 seconds, 5/3, all of that 19-1 if you like this runner.
Hammered on Happiness, major player. The only start was one of those restricted but maiden special weight races at Fairgrounds and ran second.
Yeah, you take a look at some of the class droppers. We're going to see some class drops in here, and this is one that I would take a look at. I mean, I like that, okay start for the 3-year-old filly off of a good second-place finish, it seemed like. Off the pace, was wide in the stretch, too, and you get 9-2. I like it.
Which of November's only been on synthetic so far?
Mike McCarthy's done some nice work. You have that second beating the neck. Then they step up to maiden 50 at Turfway. Now they come back onto a dirt surface here to try for the first time, and Gerardo Corrales, he's won 2 in a row.
Coloratura?
Yeah, a lot of tries again. 0 for 10, 2 seconds, 2/3. You take a look at the run. Remington does have some speed, maybe a little bit of pace presence early.
Greg Foley has a talented sprinter, Bango. He's got Markswoman here, actually ran very well at this condition last time on a Fairgrounds.
Yeah, another one that maybe she found her friends, right? A 4-year-old filly by Gun Runner at that maiden $30,000 level. Greg Foley's had a decent start to the meet at Churchill, and Corey Lannery aboard, 8-1. Could be forwardly placed, a pace presence, not quite on the win end for me.
This filly's cold on the board. Brad Cox filly who drops in class.
Yeah, from a handicapping standpoint, that would cause maybe you to have a little bit of concern as far as where we at here. 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief out of that mile run, that 4th beaten 16. Maybe the Lasix makes the difference, but twice the beaten favorite. You're going to get that 9-2.
Great off-the-claim trainer, and Chris Hartman with Get By.
Yeah, we talked about claims a little bit earlier on the show as well. Claims for maiden 20, bumps up to maiden 30. They saw something they liked, so Chris Hartman trying to get the 4-year-old filly home.
Patty Gall at 10-1, blinkers off.
Yeah, Patty Gall is going to be this outside draw, second off the layoff for Ian Wilkes. That was an okay effort. That 4th beaten 3rd. I think she's okay here in this spot, and we're going to get 10-1. I like it.
Terra Nova dropped into this level at Fairgrounds last start. It did not help.
Really is going to have to improve off of some of those runs, and 17-1. I thought even might be a little bit higher, 31 on the morning line, maybe early, but not quite late.
And dropping down in for a tag for the first time, Callie's Passion making her 3-year-old return.
Horse you were talking about, and yeah, she makes a lot of sense. She showed a lot of improvement from a speed standpoint, too, at that 1 mile. Gets the Lasix, an outside draw, Jareth Loveberry. Is she necessarily going to be on the lead? Not sure. She might just be stalking off of it. We'll see if she can carry that speed all the way.
So we're going to look back to the 2. Who's at 4-1 on the board, just that one start, and actually took some money in that race. It was a restricted maiden special weight, so probably a little bit better company at Fairgrounds back on March 5th for Michelle Lovell.
Yeah, I think a little bit better company is a nice way to put that. When you take a look at Hammered on Happiness and Colby Hernandez getting them out, taking a look at this trip and coming from off the pace is just going to have to make up some ground, move to the outside. This is a good education run for a first-time starter. They're learning, right? Everything is learning, and then you even saw some trouble there. So maybe she starts to move up for you at 9-2. She is getting some respect at the windows.
Yeah, I like to see that, overcoming that. Talk about education.
Just kind of ducked in a little bit, right? Just got a little bit green. You're going to see that in a debut as you continue to watch races more and more. You're going to see that pretty often. She finished off okay. Just got beat by a better horse. Maybe she's a little closer if you don't run into that trouble.
I like that effort in the debut. Second start, we'll see what we get here with a drop down. Let's go to Paulie for more.
Yeah, another testing race here at Churchill Downs. If you're live in this late pick 5 or the Derby City pick 6, I would think you're getting close to maybe the only ticket in the Derby pick 6 if you're still alive. That last pick 3 paid $2,000 for 50 cents. So we're on to the late double here. And, there's so many different horses you can go to. The 12 in here, Callie's Passion, she's only run as a 2-year-old. This will be her first start as a 3-year-old for Joe Sharp, who just ran right by me. Saddled this horse. She looked well in the post parade, and when you look at her last effort, she hasn't run since September. But I thought she looked well on the racetrack, so no complaints. I don't know if you want to take that short of the price. You can see the 5 Markswoman for Greg Foley. Definitely a player in here. When you look at her last race, Corey Lannery will be aboard. She's now got 5 different jockeys. Today, she's at the same level, and she lost at 6-5. Now, the 6 Fashion Idol, Greg, you were mentioning, kind of chilly on the board for a Brad Cox runner. Yeah, kind of is. Getting Lasix for the first time. And, this filly got hammered at the windows as a 2-year-old in 2 starts, and she just did no running. Now that drop all the way to 30, so we'll see what we get today. You know, I was interested in the 3, Witch of November. Gerardo Corrales looking for a natural, basically almost a hat trick here. And I think the Mike McCarthy runner is going to show some speed. And, you know, the other runner in here I thought was very, very interesting was Get By, the 7. There is a lot of pace in this race. I think that there could be some hidden pace. And this is, like you said, Greg, too, you know, Chris Hartman is so good off the claim. This horse can come from a tiny bit off the pace. You know, I think the 12, she's the one to beat. I like the 3 a little bit. And the 6. I think the 7 is kind of the sneaky horse that's laying underneath a little bit. If it gets heated up on top, I look for Mitchell Morrill and the Chris Hartman charge to come in late.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Minute to post coming up. Public settling mildly with the 12 Callie's Passion, but that 2, we showed you that debut race at Fairgrounds for Hammered on Happiness. That price is coming down.
Yeah, Colby Hernandez, you take a look at the 0 for 15 number. He's going to pick it up. He's going to start putting the wins together. 7-2, I'd be okay with that. I think 7-2 is okay here with this runner. Sometimes you can overinflate that first effort. You know, when you take a look at it, a little bit of that trouble and kind of that green, you know, ducking in a little bit in behind horses. Maybe we make the excuse there. The number 6 Fashion Idol, these are connections that win a lot of races. These are Silks that you're very familiar with in Gary and Mary West. It's Brad Cox. It's Ricardo Santana Jr. For a horse to be odds on and favored like that in her first 2 career starts, and now she's going to come back off of a layoff. She's going to be in for the tag, and now you're also telling me she's going to be 9-2. Pretty cold on the board there for maybe the connections as you take a look at it on a consistent basis. I think the claim would be in, right? You take a look at a $30,000 claiming tag. She's buy into Mischief. Maybe there's some room for improvement. It seems like she's in for the tag. She could be claimed out of this effort. The 7 would be on the opposite end for me because the confidence, right? Paula Duca was just talking about it. This horse is showing some confidence what the connections are, and she's a 4-year-old filly. She's got a little bit more seasoning to her. Some of these 3-year-olds start to see some of these older fillies now as they tackle these older rivals. That's not the easiest step up for them. So Get By, she's had a lot of chances, 0 for 8. The connection saw something, though, that they liked. Maybe that is the direction that you go. Callie's Passion seems like a logical type of drop for them. Showed that speed, improved effort going the mile. Now with the Lasix, Jareth Loveberry seems to get the right trip. Again, though, what do we take from being gone since September 2022, now coming back, and you're going to get a short price at 3-1. So it looks wide open on paper, and maybe it's playing out like that on the odds right now.
And we saw Fashion Idol go by that Brad Cox filly, beaten favorite in both her first 2 races, and now in for a tag. We just saw a 3-year-old filly who was beaten in her first 2 races, dropped in for a tag, and she just won the Black Eyed Susan.
Yeah, that's what you hope for, right? You talk about the connections, and trainer Randy Morse was talking about the connections as far as getting a big purchase price and going out to get a horse at some of the sales. It can get expensive for connections sometimes, especially when you talk about an ownership that's very new in the game. So for them to get the opportunity to claim a horse for $50,000, prices in half of the purchase price of the initial purchase price, that's very appealing to connections. I think the 6 would be very appealing for some, I hate to say smaller connections, but connections that say, hey, let's take a shot. She's buying into Mischief. She's got some ability, maybe even in the breeding shed with that type of pedigree. She can do some work. But at 5-2, 9-2, she could run off the screen and she could have a big effort. But you know, it seems like the odds might be telling you something different. I like the 2 Hammered on Happiness. We showed that replay there. I do like the 12 Callie's Passion. Paul kind of talked me into liking the 7 a little bit too. If I'm going to side with anyone, yes, I'll go with Hammered on Happiness because it just seems like this move makes the most logical sense that it's not really a drop from the cloud, so to speak. So I'll be on the 2. Maybe we get the right trip. Speed's been holding though too.
Yeah, she's actually become the favorite now. Hammered on Happiness, the 2. So 3-1, mild favor, the 12 of that same number, but slightly more money on this Daughter of American Freedom for Michelle Lovell. Travis Stone, the call. Here's the 9th from Churchill Downs.
There in the gate. Kelly's Passion backed out. Ready for a start. And they're off. Coloratura bounces out on top with Terra Nova. Terra Nova outside. Coloratura at the rail. Fashion Idol comes on to grab third. Witch of November advancing from the inside up into third. Fashion Idol's back into fourth. Get By's racing fifth. Hammered on Happiness down inside, cruising along while sixth. Mark's Woman racing seventh. Callie's Passion all the way back in eighth. 5 from there to Patty Gal, and 3 back to Keen Contender. The opening quarter clicked off in 22-2, and Terra Nova steps out. Terra Nova, 2-length lead round the far turn. Coloratura comes on again. Coloratura is getting closer to Terra Nova. 3 lengths back, Hammered on Happiness and Witch of November, both in full-out drives, third and fourth. Get By's making progress from the back of the pack in fifth. The rest with work to do. They roll off the turn. Terra Nova, narrow lead. Coloratura collars and takes over. Coloratura's in front. Hammered on Happiness is green. Get By still rallying. 1 furlong to go. Coloratura by 3. Hammered on Happiness second. Get By's in third. Coloratura by 2.5. Now it's 2. And Coloratura won it. Length and a half in the end. Hammered on Happiness was second. Get By was third. And Patty Gow rallied for fourth.
Coming in from Remington. 0 for 10 prior. Coloratura with the victory at 14-1.
Speed is good. Speed has been very strong here as long as I've been here on set watching some of these races. And we just ran out of real estate with our selection, or my selection, Hammered on Happiness. Coloratura, Rayla Gutierrez talked about him when we got on the show, or when I hopped on the show, and he continues to just be kind of red hot. He's really finding himself, finding a rhythm, puts the horses in the right spot. The payouts here are going to be, we're approaching some real massive numbers, I've got to think.
There's a very good chance we're going to have several pick fives that are, do they do 4 out of 5 at Churchill Downs?
That's a great question. Paul might be able to answer that question.
We're going to find out very soon, I would think. 4, 2, 7, 10. Coloratura at 14-1. We had a 17-1, 14-1 start, I believe, for this Big Five.
This has been a very tough sequence. I mean, you've got even mid-range prices hitting at that 7-1 type price, big long shots, and this is a big number. 10-1, floated up to the 14-1. Looking at the board, second longest shot in the field in a race that did look wide open. But did you see it wide open to start your sequences? Pick 5s, pick 4s, you might have pared it down a little bit, but you get the job done at a big number, and we'll see what the will pays are going to be, because it's going to be exciting.
And 17-1, 12-1 start to the Big Five. Now another 14-1 shot, and we'll have the nightcap to come. Good luck if you are alive. Steve Asmus, North America's all-time winningest trainer, looking to add, yes, another Preakness with Red Route 1. Earned that berth with that Bathhouse Row victory at Oaklawn. Going to be coming from far out of it on Saturday.
You want to do that up front, 290,000.
Nice run here from the son of Good Magic, Mage in front.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 22nd and 23rd in Timoniga, Maryland. Where will you be?
We're back on America's Day at the Races, and we'll have action for you back in New York tomorrow on the program. Coverage tomorrow. Checking, I believe begins at 12:30 Eastern start time. It does on FS2. You can get signed up, started, play along with NYRA Bets. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, match 200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at nyrabets.com. Incredibly difficult sequence to be alive in at Churchill Downs. We'll bring you those prices from Coloratura in a moment. $30.36 for the win. Raylu Gutierrez aboard. 11th timeout, 4-year-old return to the races, a winning one.
A little tough to find. I mean, you take a look at Coloratura. Speed's been good. Raylu Gutierrez with the riding triple, and he's riding well. When you're riding hot and you just continue to put horses in the right spots, good things begin to happen. You see a payoff once again. The speed continued to hold off of a horse that we really liked, and the 2 Hammered on Happiness, and Raylu picks up another one.
Winning rider, standing by with Paul Lo Duca.
Yeah, I am with Raylu Gutierrez, who has a hat trick on the day. Raylu, you were talking earlier in the card, before the card started. Listen, the boys are out of town. I got to move up the standings.
Yeah, we got to take advantage of that. Louis and Tyler leaving. I mean, there's 2 big powerhouses in Florent, too. So, I mean, just taking advantage of opportunities and just be the next man up. I'd just be the next man up, really.
Take us through your trip today with this horse.
Yeah, I mean, coming from Texas, I knew he was going to be fresh, a little bit off a layoff. I want to take advantage of that. The track's been really fair. Credit to the Churchill management. They've been keeping a great track here, and I just want to take advantage of his speed. When the 11 cleared me, got a little bit of a breather. Everything from there was just coasting home.
You got the bob back on the turf a little bit earlier. What's it like to get a bob like that when you thought you might have lost that race?
It's like being down 0-2 and, getting a hit. You know what I'm saying? You're there, you're turning for home. I thought I was loaded and got a little confident, but then all of a sudden I felt it falling apart. And, riding, because there was a bet out there, and if I didn't win the race, Jose was going to have to shave half his mustache. There's a lot of pressure.
So there was a bet in that race. Okay, this is race number 5. The one horse won the race, and you won by a head bob. So, okay, what was the bet going on? Raylu, it was between you and who?
It's actually between Jonathan and Jose. If I didn't win the race, Jose was going to have to shave half his mustache off. So, Jose, I got you, my man. I don't let you down.
That's absolutely unbelievable, Jessica. Well, at least we didn't have a half-shaved mustache here at Churchill Downs. As the horses are getting a little crazy, Jessica, we'll go to you with the horses that have buggies.
Thanks so much. Race 11 up next. Mares, fillies and mares, now winners of 5,000, and quite a competitive field we have in here. It's a field of 8. A couple of horses moving their way up the class ladder, as well as a couple moving their way down the class ladder, including my top pick. That's Cashwell. Perfect middle pack post for this one tonight. Ray Schnicker, Mark McDonald, quite the dominant duo when they team up here. If you go back last time out, a speed try and against a much tougher field. Mark McDonald was here. He chose off of Valrao de Horace, who ended up being the winner that night. So Mark made the right choice. Very rarely does he choose off of a Ray Schnicker horse, but he did last time out, and he ended up being the winner. I love coming back with horses next time out after a speed try, after she was over at Yonkers. 2 and 3 starts back, and now we're at 15,000 where she was 3rd. Now winners of 10,000. 2 starts ago, she picked up a check in there, but I think she appreciates the mile track, the 2 turns, the longer stretch. She's a very big mare. She likes to get rolling, and once she gets rolling, I think she appreciates that extra couple of steps to get her going. Perfect middle pack post for her. Mark McDonald back in the bike after a speed try. Next, I go to the 4, Let's Ride Girl. Mike Watson, Yannick Gingras team up here. Look at the stats last year. 30 starts last year. As a 3-year-old, 9 wins, 6 seconds and 3/3, a lifetime mark of 52. Yannick will pick up the drive here tonight. She's been at Tioga and Pocono last start and 2 starts ago. She raced fairly well. 2 starts ago over at Pocono. She was only 4th by a half of length. Last time out, sat the pocket at Tioga at the 5/8 mile track. Ended up popping the pocket. It was a nice winner in 54 and 4. I think this is a pretty even field that she's facing here tonight. Last time we saw her at the Meadowlands, she was parked to the quarter, sat, and didn't get room until late. Was only beaten a nose in 54 and 2. So like I had mentioned, I think this is a pretty even field that she's facing. You pick up Yannick and you get a good post to work with. And a mare who seems to be pretty versatile. I know she shows a bit of speed on the program pages, but prior to that, back in November, we did see her come from off of the pace a few times as well. Next, I go to the 2, Rock and Roll Nella. Andy McCarthy's choice in here over a couple of others. No chance last time out in the Nommers at 7,500 from an outside post. That was the Velar de Horace race. Huntress, those two were kind of separating themselves from the field, and she just wasn't able to make up ground and a quicker back half there. So post relief, class relief, Andy McCarthy retains and his choice in here as well. And again, this is an overly tough field. I do feel as if Cashwell maybe just sticks out a bit more than the other two. So 5-4-2 in race 11 here for me. Back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. And short price here on the 5. Is this one going to be able to control just from the outset?
Yeah, give me Cash Roll. I mean, let's go to the favorite. Yes, it's chalky. Yes, it's even money. But, you know, we try to give some of those prices, some of those mid-range prices. And if we were doing it at Churchill Downs, we'd be making a ton of money right now getting on the right long shot winners. But here at the Meadowlands, Cash Roll just seems like the right pacer in this spot. You heard Jessica talking about him, making a case for some of the other rivals here. But Cash Roll seems to get the right trip. Mark McDonald just missing that last time, that 4th beat in the length. You know, after that, with a little bit of that drop too, class standpoint just seems to really start jumping out at you a bit. And there's quite a few that are trying to really step up and make a mark. So even money, don't love it, but got to be on the favorite once in a while.
See if Cash Roll the 5 can get it done with all the backing here. Let's go to Ken Workinger for the call.
11th race.
It's post time. Preferred Equine starting gate is picking up speed for race 11. The pacing mares, a field of 8 lining up here. Even money on the 5 Cash Roll, the big favorite here. 4-1 on the 2 Rock and Roll Nella. 9-2 action on the 4 Let's Ride Girl. On gate, race 11. Late pick 3. Here they come. They're off. She's a Freak Like Me, trying to blast off Let's Ride Girl and Cash Roll together with Rock and Roll Nella on the inside, and Uptown Lady gets away in 5th position as they curl around the first turn. Speak Your Mind cuts the corner. Uptown Lady trying to go up and backs away off her, and then comes Transmini. The early trailer is the Turning Point. As She's a Freak Like Me, a 13-1 long shot for Stacy Kyoto paves the way early. Let's Ride Girl in the pocket spot. 27 flat, a crisp opener for She's a Freak Like Me across the backstretch and into the wind. It is Let's Ride Girl to draft in that pocket spot. Cash Roll in 3rd position with the Rock and Roll Nella 4th. And then comes Speak Your Mind 5th, and the pace slowing as expected. And Uptown Lady to the outside, followed by Transmini. And the trailer is the Turning Point. They start to edge out and pair up, but in control, She's a Freak Like Me. Let's Ride Girl, perfect trip, 57 seconds, and it's a 30-second second quarter into the wind. Cash Roll 3rd onto the far turn. Rock and Roll Nella edging out 4th. From the inside, Speak Your Mind 5th. And then it's Uptown Lady on the outside 6th, followed by the Turning Point on the rail. Stride for stride with Transmini. She's a Freak Like Me. Here comes serious pressure from Rock and Roll Nella on the outside. And right there, Let's Ride Girl needs to shake loose. 3/4, 1, 25, and 3. She's a Freak Like Me now. Gives it up to Rock and Roll Nella. Rock and Roll Nella and Andrew McCarthy rolls to the front. Fresh off the cones, Let's Ride Girl with dead aim. She's a Freak Like Me, trying to hold for minor spoils in deep stretch. It is Rock and Roll Nella at 6-1. Rock and Roll Nella. Then it's Let's Ride Girl. Then close, Cash Roll or She's a Freak Like Me. 152-4.
Rock and Roll Nella picks up the 7th win of her career. Andrew McCarthy in the bike.
Won the race on the far turn. I mean, you saw this pacer was just making a really nice move around rivals, push to the front. Once the pacer was on the lead, couldn't run this one down. The 5 Cash Roll just maybe got up for 3rd. Kind of a dull effort a little bit, you know. It just seemed like the 2 beat the 5 to the spot, just had more momentum going. We saw a similar class drop from those 2, and Jessica was right on, right? She was talking about the 2 having a nice spot in this one. So the 2, Rock and Roll Nella, and you catch a little bit of a number 2. So, of course, when I'm on the favorite, give that mid-range price.
We're going to take a timeout. Steve Asmussen, Curlin, Rachel Alexandra. Can he get Red Route 1 to give him another Preakness victory Saturday?
Purple Haze Standard Bred Adoption Program in Oxford, New York was created in 2018 by Wanda Palacini to provide training to transition for finding homes and new careers for horses. Horses are started with groundwork and then ridden in an arena before moving on. Horses at Purple Haze are then evaluated and adopted out based on abilities and temperament. If you have a horse that you care about, or if you're looking for a great pleasure horse, contact Purple Haze Standard Bred Adoption Program at 518-669-2715.
Legendary Cooperstown, New York. Cooperstown Distillery's handcrafted, artisanal spirits are produced from the highest quality, locally sourced grains, grown only by people we trust and respect. We invite you to taste for yourself and discover our Cooperstown Select distinguished whiskeys. Cooperstown Distillery, the taste of excellence.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
And here comes Straighten and Sons now into the breach, and on through to the lead, and Curlin's to his outside. Straight Sense in front at the 8th hole. Curlin giving his all, a length and a half behind, and farther back, Hart Sense, Bud is third, coming up to the finish. Straight Sense, here comes Curlin. Curlin surging, Straight Sense in deep water, too close to call.
What a performance. 2007 Preakness stumbled out of the gate, and Curlin prevailing. Street Sense tried to take advantage. He was able to run him down at the time, tied a track record. Later, they went back, look at what Secretariat did, and that time changed, and he became the record holder.
How about that call, too?
Yeah.
How about that call there at the wire? But yeah, Curlin, how about him knowing it, you know, like right there on the line. Pretty exciting. It's always great to see a nice stretch battle like that, right down to the wire. Thrilling for the connections, and good to see them. When you see quality horses like that and you see them go off to the breeding shed, you like to see their progeny do the same thing, hopefully, for us as well.
And then it would go on, of course, in that thrilling Belmont after that, and it would be a filly who would get the better of Rags to Riches.
Filly in the Belmont, of course. Rag to Riches just showed all that heart down on the inside, got the job done. Really impressive effort, and it's always nice to see those thrilling races, big moments, and when those horses that you expect to step up do, there's nothing better.
Well, we'll see if Steve Asmussen and Red Route 1 can step up on Saturday again, earn that automatic berth into the Preakness with that Bathhouse Row victory. Again, Asmussen has said they have not seen even close to the best of this horse. Maybe we'll see it on Saturday. Quite a few have similar running styles in this race, coming from very far out of it, including him.
Yeah, when you take a look at this effort and how he's going to launch, right, he's going to have to come from way out of it, because you saw in his running lines, he just doesn't have a ton of speed early. Joel Rosario, when you say well-timed, absolutely. 2 starts back in the Arkansas Derby, off slow, flat late. Finished behind Angel of Empire, who finished behind Mage, who's going to be coming back in the Preakness, of course. How do those races stack up against one another? This is a kind of a vintage Rosario performance, right? Coming from off the pace, just times it just right, gets the nose down on the line, wins the race by a head. He's improving. Had they gotten to the bottom of him, I'm going to trust Steve Asmussen when he says that this horse continues to improve. How far back is he going to be? Is he going to have enough time to make up to be able to make that big run? And can he run down the Derby winner? I have my questions. I would want a really nice price to get it done. But hey, if they reach the top of the stretch and he starts to get rolling and we're seeing that improvement, yes, of course, the connections can win the race, but I want a pretty big return if he's going to beat Mage.
Yeah, his numbers don't seem to fit what Mage has been doing. Maybe he'll take that step forward. Got to feel pretty good, though. You have that Joel Rosario in there who times these horses from so far back just to perfection.
Yeah, when he's timing, when he's right on, there's nobody better. I mean, I've just continued to watch him from the booth, and I can see when he's just got that tight hold and he asked that question. If he's making that big move, you can see him coming down the lane. We'll see if he can get it done, but it's a tall task here. He's really got to improve.
Nightcap, Churchill down, 6 furlong sprint to close it out, 50,000 starter allowance, and here's Circle Back Jack. Comes off a win at Churchill at 7/8.
Yeah, did have that win, now comes back here in this starter race, not without chance, and you get that 5-1. That's a nice runner there, Circle Back Jack.
Keen ice, a little tough to endorse.
Yeah, but, you know, a long shot, you're going to have some of these prices in here. Farron Peterson on the 4-year-old gelding. Possibility for minor share.
Aeronaut actually had a couple of races last year, Monmouth and Gulfstream, that would make this horse actually the favorite.
Turf to dirt, one of my least favorite angles. It just has never been something that worked for me. I know the numbers sometimes are there, but it's just not something for me, and not for me there on the 3.
Yeah, recent form, too, has fallen off. Here is Schmoozen, Neil Pessin.
Yeah, you take a look at a horse that's just kind of even pace, right? Gets the right trip, stalk, middle pack. Just not quite on the win end here lately. Has to go all the way back to December of last year.
Backside Buzz. Some of the better figures, though, on wet tracks for this horse.
Yeah, it comes out of those optional $100,000 claiming races there at Churchill. Comes back here in this starter race. Got another one not without chance, but has to just run similar races. I just haven't seen anything that really wows me.
Here's Supremely coming in from a race from Keeneland for Greg Foley.
Could get a really nice trip. I mean, you take a look at the 6, and you're seeing some respect here on the board as well. 3-1, good number last time out. I think can replicate that effort and also get a nice trip there from the outside.
Pledge of Allegiance, a lot to like. Cuts back in distance for Steve Asmussen.
Where's Isaac Castillo going to put the horse? I mean, he shows some speed, does have the ability to do that. Was 2 turns last time, is going to cut back in distance now. Likes this faster track. 0-for-9 at the distance.
And then Retained, is he the one leading the way?
Yeah, I mean, Fernando de la Cruz, if you watched him and his riding style for Bill Morey, who's won plenty of races in New York here as well, coming off of the maiden special weight effort, this is a step, now you're facing winners for the first time. So that's going to be the question mark. Is getting the respect on the board because you do see that speed. That was a big number off of that. And speed has been very good here in the last few races. So if you like a front-end horse, this could be the one.
90 Beyer speed figure in a win, coming back off a short layoff for Retained last time out. Finale, Churchill Downs when we come back.
2023 marks the 10th celebration of Penn National's signature event, Penn Mile Night. Friday, June 2nd at Hollywood Casino at Penn National Racecourse. There are 4 Pennsylvania bred stakes, each with a $100,000 purse, plus the $150,000 Penn Oaks. It's all capped off by the $400,000 Grade 2 Penn Mile. Friday, June 2nd at Penn National. First post, 5 p.m. For more, go to PAHPBA.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS1 coverage. Nightcap coming up from Churchill Downs. We were just talking off here, looking at these Pick 5 will pays. Circle Back Jack, the one, actually the favorite in the Pick 5, coming back $94,000. The 7, who you're looking at, Pick 5 to this horse, $141,000. Paul Lo Duca, how's it going to close out here at Churchill?
I don't even know, Greg. The first 5 races were the betting favorites. The last 4 races, it has been absolute chaos. And to just say what Ray Lou was saying earlier, race number 4, he got the bob. It was between Jonathan Thomas and Greg Foley, and there was a bet in the jocks room. If he would have lost that race, Jonathan Thomas would have had to shave his mustache. So that was actually pretty funny. That's what we were trying to get at. To end up talking to Darren Rogers and Kevin Kirstein here with the media, the 3 and the 4 are carryovers here in the Pick 5. That would carry over. They don't pay it out. It would carry over to tomorrow's late Pick 5 on tomorrow's card, Greg and Chris. So if you're a root against her and you're looking for a carryover in the late Pick 5 tomorrow at Churchill Downs, you're rooting for the 3 and the 4. And the 4 Schmoozin's not the worst horse here. This is a horse that is 2 for 30 lifetime. That doesn't love to win races, but if you're looking for a carryover there, like you said, there's some others in here that are just paying $300,000 or so. But the outside horse, the Bill Murray horse, was dynamite last time out with Fernando de la Cruz. And, this is the only horse that's alive in the Derby City 6 as well. There's 1 ticket alive to the 8 in here. And I think this horse gets to the front end and is going to give everybody a big thrill. Now, this is Travis Stone just saying the 5, a late scratch here, Backside Buzz.
Trifecta, superfecta, and high 5 wagers on the number 5 in the double off the 9th race. Consolation payout. Same for the Pick 3 off races 8 and 9.
So now, it's going to go back and forth with the scratch of the 5. You can see the 8 is the favorite. The 7, they've been going back and forth. I would think the 8 ends up as the favorite here, Greg. I just think that this horse gets to the front end and plays Catch Me If You Can. There's really not a lot of pace in here. The 5, Backside Buzz, was a horse that come from way off of it anyways. So I hope I'm not jinxing that single city Derby City 6 horse that somebody's alive to the 8. But good luck if you're alive in these Pick 5s. And if you want a Pick 5 carryover, root for the 3 or the 4.
All right, Paulie, thanks. So the 5, again, late scratch here coming out. And the 8 just looks like he will be able to control in this spot, but they're not going to hand it to him. We'll see who puts pressure on him.
That was a big number, and you take a look at Fernando de la Cruz, and I talk about just the riding style. When I've seen him win races, when I've watched him ride races, it seems like he puts horses in the position early. He wants to get there on the front end and say, come and catch me if you can. Is this horse going to be able to transfer that same speed from a maiden special weight versus winners? It's a question. The 1 Circle Back Jack, I keep going back to this horse because Gerardo Corrales, I've watched him win a few races now. Genaro Garcia, he's got a decent start to the meet as well. What's the trip going to be like? If speed is holding, this is not a horse that's jumping off the page for me that's going to have to come from well off of it. And now the 8 could be on a lonely lead. If it's not the 8, I could see the 6 being in there. If I'm looking at 2 horses that I really like, it's the 1 and the 6. The 1's going to be a better price. Will pays are interesting, obviously, when you take a look at some of the Pick 5s and whatnot, that the 1 should be taking some of that significant action. The 6 Supremely, Pledge of Allegiance. I don't know what to do with Pledge of Allegiance. The 7 at that 3-1 number. Again, another horse that comes from off of the pace. It's connections that win a lot of races. But Steve Asmussen, he's in, at a low percentage at the start of the meet. You're going to see his barn start to pick it up. But maybe this is when you played against those connections. So we'll see. The 8, I think, has got to go right to the lead and just kind of run them off their feet here in, closing things out in this 10th. Whether that horse can do it, I'm not sure. I like the 1 Circle Back Jack, hopefully a little bit closer to the early tempo.
Yeah, I thought I mentioned a couple of performances from Aeronaut last year, May, and then went to the bench for about 6 months, came back at Gulfstream wet track, got beat, but a big figure. Maybe this horse can put a little heat on that 8.
Yeah, maybe Adam Beschizza puts the horse in the race early, takes it to the 8. 8 might not be fast enough, though, to clear, but we'll find out here in just a second.
Nightcap from Churchill Downs. Let's go to Travis Stone.
There's the gate, and they're off. And retained on the outside, breaks out well. Supremely is there, and down inside, Circle Back Jack comes on. And behind them is Pledge of Allegiance as they move down the backstretch run. Retained angles over toward the rail where Circle Back Jack is. These two go head-to-head. Supremely forced to move to their outside to track from third. Pledge of Allegiance is fourth, and Aeronauts on the move from fifth. Keen on You down inside sixth. And the early trailer is Schmoozin'. And the opening quarter goes in 22-1. They're on the far turn. Circle Back Jack short lead retained right there. Pressing 3 furlongs out. Supremely's waiting back in third. Pledge of Allegiance angles to the outside, going past Aeronaut, who's back fifth toward the rail. Farther back, it's Keen on You, and Schmoozin' starts to pick it up from the back. They're off the turn. Circle Back Jack retained. Supremely's cut loose. Supremely third and closing in now. Pledge of Allegiance in behind with Aeronaut. Schmoozin' trying to close. 1 furlong to go. Retained has taken the lead. Circle Back Jack and Bolden tries to fight back. Supremely still third. Here comes the wire. Retained and Circle Back Jack. Photo. Nose is up and down to end the night. Circle Back Jack or Retained. Farther back, Aeronaut, Pledge of Allegiance, or Supremely.
The 1 Circle Back Jack, the 8 Retained. Photo finish to close out this evening at Churchill Downs.
Who knows when I'll be back on set, so I'm kind of rooting for the 1 here to close things out. But, you know, this is a good race. Speed holds once again. What a decisive move to take it right to the lead. Oh. Looks like the 8 still knows it's in front right from that angle, but it's tough to make this call. I don't sit in this chair very often to be able to see these tight photos like that. Definitely the Bob I'd give to the 1. Where is the line, and did the 8 hang on? It's close, very close.
7-5, it's the 8, 7-2. If it's Circle Back Jack, we know one thing for sure, this pick 5 is getting hit. Not sure about the Derby City 6, though. Have that for you when we come back. Finale at Churchill, hanging in the balance in a photo between Circle Back Jack and Retained. We'll have it for you when we come back. Stay tuned.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Ever dream of owning your own racehorse? How would you like to get in the winner's circle? With the #1 harness racing partnership in the U.S., VIP Stable. There's nothing like the thrill of your horse coming down the stretch. To find out more, call VIP Stable at 877-VIP-WIN-1 or visit us on the web at www.vipstable.com. Turning horse racing fans into racehorse owners. Be a winner.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000. 191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day of the Races evening edition, brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com and get signed up and started. There's your promo code, MATCH200, to get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Fire away. Photo finish to close things out at Churchill Downs, and it goes to the 8. Brilliant effort from this runner retained. We'll bring that to you in a minute. 8-1-6-3-7, so that Derby City 6 hit as well. Right now at the Meadowlands, race 12, 1 mile pace, and it's 3-2 favoritism on the 5, Jody.
Yeah, 8 pacers, you take a look at the mares, and at this level, you start to look at the class levels and the conditions once again, and we've got some pacers in here that are going to take a little bit of that class relief, a little bit of that drop. You take a look at the 5 and Jody. Off of those 3 seconds in the last 3 starts, Yannick Gingras is going to be aboard, has been aboard the last 3 efforts. And again, we get into this commonality, right? Some of these pacers have just faced one another. They're kind of used to this company. They continue to square off and just who gets the best trip on which day. Jody is going to be 3-2. That's a short price off of that 3-1 morning line. You start to look to the inside, and Natasha with that inside draw comes from Pocono off of that last effort. Second beaten in next, so it was right there, and also does take some money, but is now going to be a big number at that 11-1. You take a look at the 2, same thing, 28-1, and Watch Me Now is the one that starts to kind of hold a little bit of appeal to me, because Todd McCarthy, and as I was taking a look at some of the harness races and some of the connections, you do see him team up with Tony Alagna as far as the connections and some of their younger horses and some of those stakes horses. So maybe this second off the layoff there coming from that April run. It's not a long layoff, but April to May, now that second off, at that number, 8-1, yeah, seems to make some sense, but the money has really come in on the 5. I mean, Jody's taking all the action right now at that 8-5, and then you go to the outside in the 8, Kobe's Gigi, which is gotta be a Lakers reference and Kobe, but looking to the outside with Dave Miller, a 5-year-old mare, off of those qualifiers, a second, a third, seems well enough. Could get the job done, and I'm not as kind of frightened, I guess, of those outside draws for some of these pacers, because it seems like they're able to get the job done from anywhere.
See if this 5-year-old mare is able to do it. 10-time winner from 35 career starts, and certainly taking plenty of support, not scaring really anyone away here at 5-2. 3-2 though, all that money on Jody, and she tried to control last time, just came up short. That's got to be the game plan again, you would think. Yeah,
you would think. Just show some speed. Yannick Gingras, have watched plenty of his paces as well, that he'll send. He'll go right to the front, just kind of say that catch me if you can run. Will he see some pressure here from the inside? Maybe we do see a little bit of that speed. Watch Me Now seems to get that kind of cover, wants to be drafting in behind. Who's going to be in that outer flow, and who's going to make that first move, that first over move, and kind of tip out off of that cover and really go after it. We saw that in some of the prior races. That seems to be the winning type move. Maybe Kobe's Gigi can kind of sit that trip as well. It does seem like there are some of those pacing lines that you could see that trip. And of course the number 8, right? Kobe's Gigi got to be the number 8.
Yeah, we'll see if getting closer to favoritism now too. That price continuing to come down. Too Proud. That was a tough trip last time out. It was only beat 3/4 of a length.
And it's been consistent. You have that third, it was right there. And then two starts back, 3 starts back, favorite. So has taken action. And when the money has come in, Too Proud has run very well. I guess the argument against that would be that Too Proud is not taking as much action or significant action in this spot. Is sitting there at that 5-1. Is this the correct number that you would like from a wagering standpoint and the number on this runner? Possibly, but it does look like, as far as what we're seeing right now on the board and what we're seeing on paper, Jody, Kobe's Gigi, maybe it's between the 5 and the 8, but outside of that, the 3. Watch Me Now. I can't get out of here without giving you a little bit of that number, so I'll go with that 8-1 on the 3. See if we can get into the trifecta and maybe even on the win in.
Ken Workington, here is the 12th 1 mile pace from the Meadowlands.
Too Proud. Both 6-1 here. 8-1, 3. Watch Me Now. On gate, race 12 starts the late double. Here they come. They're off, and Jody and McMarkle Sparkle and Lori Lee leaving together with Watch Me Now from the inside prevailing. It's Watch Me Now. Jody goes after her on the outside with McMarkle Sparkle 3 deep and driving. Natasha settles in 4th. As Too Proud looks to go up 5th on the outside. Then comes Pura Mary and Lori Lee, and Kobe's Gigi is the trailer at the opening quarter. McMarkle Sparkle looking to win again. Quick sweep from Too Proud and Andy Miller, 26-4. A hot marker there as Too Proud takes the lead. Took 3/8 of a mile to do it. Here comes Jody going after her on the outside 2nd. So McMarkle Sparkle's already back to 3rd. That's Watch Me Now out and on the move from 4th. Gap at 2-3 to Natasha 5th off the speed here. Then comes Pura Mary and Lori Lee, and Kobe's Gigi still last. At the half, Watch Me Now reaches up, gets the lead for Todd McCarthy. 55-2 for the half now. So it's Watch Me Now in front by a length and a half on Jody. Too Proud is gapped in 3rd. They're strung out here with McMarkle Sparkle 4th. Getting underway is Lori Lee on the outside 5th with work to do. Then comes Natasha, Kobe's Gigi from the rear of the field, and Pura Mary heading by 3/4. Watch Me Now. Too Proud, fresh off the cones, goes after her. Tracked intently by McMarkle Sparkle 2nd over. So now Jody is pinned in. They turn for home off 3/4 and 1:24-1. Too Proud on the outside turns first. It's Too Proud. Will try to hold on. Watch Me Now trying to fight back on the inside. McMarkle Sparkle is lunging late, and Jody is in heavy traffic here. They try to close in on Too Proud. McMarkle Sparkle and Jody, and here is Natasha on the outside. In between them, McMarkle Sparkle, Jody, and McMarkle Sparkle hit the line together. Then Natasha and Kobe's Gigi flying late. Photo for win, 151-1.
Strong recent form holds for McMarkle Sparkle. Don't know if this one was able to get the win here, but a big effort nonetheless. Right there at the wire with Jody.
Might have been Jody down on the inside there, and Jody changing the tactics up a little bit. No panic, just waiting for room. You're patiently driving. You get off that cover, down towards the inside. Looks like Jody to the inside, right? Yeah, I think we're on the inside there, and Jody getting up just at the wire. And if you were on the favorite there, you got the job done there. Some anxious moments, but still a winner.
Back? Yeah, we'll find out. We'll make it official. Hopefully before we sign off here. Retained in a dogfight down the stretch here. Fernando de la Cruz, Bill Murray.
Yeah, speed continues to be strong here on this evening, and we see Circleback Jack, who really had to battle back. I mean, Retained is just trying to hold off this one who continues to just keep coming after this horse. I thought Gerardo Corrales made a really decisive move on the backstretch to get up with the leader, maybe sensing that you wanted to be a little bit closer to the pace. Supremely kind of ran what we've seen from him. He runs that 3rd. Retained hangs on. Fernando de la Cruz battling for the lead, gets the job done. Another tight photo.
Yeah, Derby City 6 hit just over 50,000 and just over 40,000 for that 50-cent pick 5. If you had the 1 in here, this game can be it can be crushing sometimes.
Game of inches, that common phrase, but it can go either way. When you get a big bankroll like this, though, it's got to be exciting, right? When you get a big wager on a Friday and then you go into a Preakness Stakes Saturday, you're ready and you're locked and loaded, and you're going to really kind of send in those wagers, right, and get the job done. It's nice to hit a big wager like that, but we'll see.
See what happens Saturday as well in Baltimore. Middle Jewel, that's Triple Crown. See, we'll have a Triple Crown on the line when we come back here to Belmont on June the 10th. It's the ABR race of the week, and 7 will line up. Light field, just 1 runner returning from the Derby. That's your winner, Mage, in terrific form. Javier Castellano, too. He, not just a pilot on this horse, he made a big difference on this horse, too, with an early move to get to the inside and the rail. This potentially the horse who is going to be maybe alone on the front end. I know people think Coffee with Chris has speed as well, but they say he likes a target.
Yeah, you take a look at National Treasure. We'll see if he does get that target with the blinkers on and the rail draw. Seems like he's going to be in it early.
Chase the Chaos should be the biggest price in the field.
Yeah, Ed Motor Jr. he's done some nice work, though. You think of a horse like Stiletto Boy, comes to mind right away. Chase the Chaos, probably from off of it, gets in the right spot. Better on synthetic, but might get the job done here.
Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. Mage is the 4th start of his career in the Kentucky Derby. Can he keep things rolling?
Deserving favorite, improving, lightly raced. Gustavo Delgado and the connections have got him going the right direction. He's by Good Magic and kind of making his dad proud, right? Being able to get past that second and actually get there to the winner's circle. So we'll see if Mage does continue to do that, but he's going to be a deserving favorite and tough to handle.
A local horse from Maryland, Coffee with Chris. Can he spring the upset?
Can he spring the upset? Probably not, but can he definitely impact the race? Absolutely. Watch what he does early with National Treasure. Maybe the one in the Ford duke it out going into that first turn.
Potentially even farther back than your Kentucky Derby winner is going to be this guy here, Red Route 1.
Joel Rosario wants to see the 1 and the 4 tangle with each other early and really set some fast fractions, because if they're moving, if they're flying early, this one could be running late in Red Route 1.
Shug McGahee, you talked about this performance in that Federico Tessio performed, really surged late and overcame trouble to do it.
Yeah, this is an improving horse. You talk about Good Magic again here, a sire on top, a 3-year-old colt, 15-1. I think you'll see a little bit of a number, won twice in a row. This is not the worst long shot to take a peek at, because he's going the right way and he stumbled and had trouble in that last start.
And Blazing Sevens, Chad Brown, this has been his recipe for a Preakness win. Skip the Derby, show up in Baltimore.
And they knew that they were skipping the Derby early with Blazing Sevens. I mean, you saw that announcement and you knew that when they were in the Bluegrass that they wanted to basically skip the Derby, go into the Preakness. So this has been the plan. We'll see if that plan does come together.
Look forward to it. It happens on Saturday just after 7 o'clock Eastern time. We'll see if we have a Triple Crown on the line in New York. We're back with you tomorrow. FS2 coverage starts 12:30 Eastern time. It was Fatima's Blessing at Belmont. Meanwhile, Christ Church taking that 6th at the Meadowlands. Hope you enjoyed our coverage tonight. Great job by Jessica Otten. Risk manager Mike Maker, runner in from the also eligible list, coming up big in that 8th at Churchill. And Mage taking center stage in Baltimore tomorrow. We'll see you at 12:30 on FS2.